Felix, a student at the Royal National College for the Blind, and this is everything you need to know about blind football. Blind football is an adapted version of futsal for blind people. It has been in the Paralympics since 2004. The ball has ball bearings in it, which allow it to rattle so players can locate it. The game has 5 players, 4 blind outfield players who wear eye shades for fairness, and a sighted goalkeeper. There are 3 guides who can talk to the players in their respective third of the pitch. The goalkeeper in the defensive third, the coach in the middle third, and the guide behind the goal in the attacking third. Players shout audibly when going for the ball or tackling. All teams use the universal word voy, which means I go in Spanish.
Voy! 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 Voy!
The size of the pitch is the same as FIFA futsal, which is 20 metres wide by 40 metres long. The pitch has sideboards to ensure the ball cannot go out of play, keeping a continuous flow of the game.
The match lasts for 30 minutes, consisting of 2 halves of 15 minutes.
The clock stops every time the ball goes out of play. Blind football is an amazing game, and the skill levels of players are unbelievable. If you're interested in playing, watching or supporting blind football, come and visit us here at the Royal National College for the Blind in Herford.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the European Blind Football League from the Royal National College for the Blind in Hereford. My name's David Waldridge. Thank you for spending some of your Easter weekend with us for this footballing festival. Some of Europe's elite sides all competing in this round of European competition. My name's David Waldridge and I'll be joined alongside a whole host of amazing athletes and personalities to guide you through the day as well. Now, for the first time ever, we are opening our doors here in Hereford as well for spectators to come and join us for the first time. Some of them experiencing blind football for the very first time as well. Maybe you are at home watching this stream, or maybe you'll just need a little bit of a reminder of the game. Here's Felix with the rules of the game.
Hi, I'm Felix, a student at the Royal National College for the Blind, and this is everything you need to know about blind football. Blind football is an adapted version of futsal for blind people. It has been in the Paralympics since 2004. The ball has ball bearings in it, which allow it to rattle so players can locate it. The game has 5 players, 4 blind outfield players who wear eye shades for fairness, and a sighted goalkeeper. There are 3 guides who can talk to the players in their respective third of the pitch. The goalkeeper in the defensive third, the coach in the middle third, and the guide behind the goal in the attacking third. Players shout audibly when going for the ball or tackling. All teams use the universal word voy, which means I go in Spanish.
Voy! 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 Voy!
The size of the pitch is the same as FIFA futsal, which is 20 metres wide by 40 metres long. The pitch has sideboards to ensure the ball cannot go out of play, keeping a continuous flow of the game.
The match lasts for 30 minutes, consisting of 2 halves of 15 minutes.
The clock stops every time the ball goes out of play. Blind football is an amazing game, and the skill levels of players are unbelievable. If you're interested in playing, watching or supporting blind football, come and visit us here at the Royal National College for the Blind in Herford.
Big thanks to Felix there. It is round 3 of the European Blind Football League. I am joined by a man with over 100 caps for England, twice World Goalkeeper of the Year, 4 times European Goalkeeper of the Year. Dylan Malpass joins us pitchside. Once again, it's great to have you back.
No, thank you for having me. It's great to be back. It feels like it was only like last week that we were out here doing the first version of the EBFL, so great to build on that today and create a great event.
And it just shows the success of the first instalment of the series to bring it back again for a second year and a whole new host of sides this year as well.
Yeah, I think having one sort of better teams join the league makes it more competitive, especially with the game coming on next with Bondi. And then also learning from what we did the first year and obviously open up to spectators with the stand, the caterers here, and make a real day of blind football.
It's a whole footballing festival really, and it just is an amazing opportunity for some of the younger athletes to get that experience under their belt in such an elite competition.
Yeah, I mean that was the whole point of joining the EBFL from an R&C point of view. It was to get them younger players experience and closing the gap to what it feels like internationally. You know, I looked at Bondi there warming up, and 5 of them are going to the Paralympics in Paris in August. So that tells you the level of this competition and how sort of how close we're going to get to feeling like we're going to be playing at a major tournament for England. So yeah, what a great event.
Well, we'll highlight game 1 in just a few moments, but let's have a look at those current league standings, because of course this is round 3 of the European Blind Football League. That's how the table stands as we begin here in Hereford. And Dortmund, they were higher up that table last year. That just shows the step up that we've got this year.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, when we played in Thessalonica for the first tournament, Dortmund had an issue with a few of their flights, so 3 of their players didn't make the first tournament. So don't read into too much about that table because it's plenty to play for, and I've looked at what they've got today and they've got a full strength team.
And of course there's like we mentioned, new teams in this, a few new faces along the way. You've got Bondi in there as well, who we're going to be seeing in this first game. They're 2 teams to watch out for alongside all this.
100%. Bondi again, Sam, their manager, he was the French manager in 2017, so they've got loads of experience. They've got a lot of funding behind the club from when I've spoken to them, so they're really serious. I know they just built a bespoke blind football pitch over in Paris, so yeah, they're going to be
And of course, when you look at the rest of that table as well, you saw RNC at the top there, not a goal against the side yet. Yeah. I mean, we don't want to gas you up too much, Dylan.
No, it's me and Owen Locke, the other goalkeeper. So it's a joint effort, and it's the whole team really. We pride ourselves on good organisation, good shape. But yeah, it's a long league. Nothing's won yet, nothing's lost yet. All we can do is just take each game as it comes and do our very best to try and make sure there's no goals conceded.
And of course, we'll highlight all those teams as the day goes on. Of course, each side playing 2 games each today here in Hereford. Our first game here this morning, though, 2 huge sides from Belgium and France.
This will set up their league. So if you win this game today, it opens up, okay, yeah, we really believe that we can go and win this tournament. If you lose this game today, I'm not saying that you're out of the league, but it makes it very difficult because you need to win pretty much every other game to give yourself the best possible chance of winning. So Charleroi and Bondi will both know this. Charleroi got full of experience. They've been here before, they've won it before, so they know exactly what they need to do. And then Bondi, the new kids on the block, but also very experienced out of the EBFL. And let's see, I'm sure they're played on bigger stages than this, so they're going to just enjoy playing blind football and hopefully give Charleroi the best game possible.
And of course, one of the founding members of the European Blind Football League, Charleroi, of course, bringing all that experience for the first year round from Belgium. They've got to do it again this year to defend that title. Yeah,
and I know they've gone with Danny and Nino today, and Jean-Michel, so they've obviously added the one player that they didn't have last year back into the team. They've got Francesco Cavallotto as well, number 17. Watch out for him, he's from Italy. Really good player. So, they know they're in for a big game and they know they're going to try and win this league.
And this is it for Bondi. We mentioned new kids on the block, but that by no means means anything, really, because you look at the setup behind the scenes that they've had in such a short, relatively period of existence. And wow, they have made such an impression on the international stage. They just want to add the European Blind Football League another title to their trophies.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably the team that are the closest to us in terms of how much they train. I know they're doing 3 sessions a week with everyone there. it's okay. The new kids on the block in the EBFL, but as we said, in terms of I always think you play to the level that you train at, and they're full of experience. They're obviously training hard under Sam, and I think they'll be really prepared for today.
And this is it. I mean, for both these sides here, you mentioned earlier that you've got to try and win this one if you want to stay within the title fight in a way. But two sides realistically that you would put near the top of that table anyway. Yeah,
definitely. I think Dortmund, Charleroi, Bondi and RNC are the four sort of top, I'd say top teams, but they can all beat each other. So that makes it tasty. It'll be interesting actually today to see whether they go for a sort of more of a defensive approach and I think we don't want to lose this game. So do you hold off for the draw, or do you actually go, you know what, we're going to try and win this league and we're going to go for it?
And for those that are new to blind football, there is somewhat of a more tactical approach to the game.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to say what it's a bit more like chess in terms of there's only so many certain moves and patterns of play, shall I say, and then it's about trying to nullify what the opposition is doing and also creating something that affects their sort of setup in defence. So it'll be interesting to see what they play, if they play a 1-1-2 or a diamond, and then to see how they exploit each other. I'm looking forward to it and to getting my teeth into it in half time to hopefully dissect what's happening.
So those joining us for the first time on the live stream, those joining us for the first time in the spectator crowd as well, what can they expect to see? Who are the players they should be watching out for as well?
Tissot for Bondi, number 11. Really good player. I played against him in the World Grand Prix. And then look out for Nino and Danny for Charleroi. I'm sure they'll be near that goal trying to score. But yeah, for me, if you're experiencing blind football for the first time, just take in how the players are, how they orientate themselves off the board, how they listen to the sound of the ball. And then if you are here in the stands, it's quiet when the ball's in play, and then when the ball's out of play, to be as loud as possible.
Well, that's what we want. We want the encouragement, we want the celebrations for the goals as well. But of course, this being round 3, we looked at how the standings look currently. But what are those things that you picked out from previous rounds that you've noticed so far in this tournament from these two sides?
It's about moments. Okay. So it's about just taking that opportunity. If it's either a save or it's a goal, it's about really capitalising on that. Like when we played Charleroi in Fesel Eniki in December, it was just about taking them chances. So when you have the chance, we pretty much had similar chances, but just we were lucky enough. We had FA who's not playing today, who's going to come and join us, but to score them goals, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for them moments and someone to really grab that moment. If you get that chance, can you go in there and can you take your opportunity to score?
So this is one of those games really where it will come down to an individual bit of brilliance in a way, because they're quite evenly matched, these two sides. Of course, you got one side full of Paralympians, then you got another side full of experience. Yeah. I think it'll be that. I think it'll be tactically they're both experienced, the players and the coaches. So it'll be about what individual really wants to get at this game and make a name for themselves in the EBFL this year. Well, Dylan, thanks for joining us so far. We'll come back to you at half-time. But for the first time today, we're going to pass you over to our expert commentary team in the form of Trent and Aaron.
Yes, a very good morning to you here from the Point 4 in Hereford. Absolutely lovely day for it here for round 3 of the European Blind Super League. Aaron Ford is alongside me for it. It's an exciting day of action ahead, haven't we? We've got 6 nations, 6 brilliant teams. And the first one is, of course, Cecifut Charleroi, the reigning champions, against Bondi Cecifut.
Yeah, morning guys. Really looking forward to the day ahead, and as Trent said, we've got some fantastic weather for it. Hopefully some amazing conditions for the teams to go out and give their best. Hopefully a really, really good display for people coming to watch today.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting first game, this. 2 teams that are fighting towards the top to compete with RNC. RNC, of course, had that blazing start to the Blind European Super League. But these 2 sides will be wanting to knock on the door and compete as much as they can with RNC. And if they're wanting to do so, they want to get one over on their significant other. 2nd and 3rd in the table at the moment. These 2 sides. As Bondi Cecifut 8 points on the table so far, and Charleroi just a point below them after the 4 matches. As you can see in Viz right now, look at that start from RNC. They'll be looking to continue an unbeaten start to this competition without a goal conceded. But these 2 sides have been very resolute at the back so far. Not too many goals scored in the attacking front, but not many conceded either. So we'll have to see what resolve these 2 sides have Could be a game of a chess match, so to speak. But we have a lovely day for it. We booked the weather, haven't we? As here's the squad then for Bondi, Sessifoot. Outfield players Hakeem Arezki, Martin Baron, Tidiane Diakate, the star man, top scorer so far this season, Gael Riviere, Randigu Traore, Masiga Traore, coached by Samir Gassama. Tidiane Diakate, certainly the danger man for Bondi Sessifoot. Couple of goals so far this season for the French outfit. And here's the Belgian side then. Charleroi, Hugo Deschamps in goal. Justin Warman, Walid Saduki, Jerome Cambier, Antonio Jesus, Martin Gaitan, Jean-Michel Bertinchamp, Daniel Ferraya Caroso, Francesco Valorotti, Maxime Detre and Corentin Detre as well. So there your sides. We're moments away from kickoff here at the point 4. 15-minute halves of action. And it's a lovely day, as we say, here in Herefordshire this morning. 9 o'clock kickoff. Lots of matches to feast upon today here on Easter weekend, Saturday. Hope you're having a lovely Easter so far, whatever your plans are. And as we say, Aaron, it promises to be a great day of football. And these two sides, as I mentioned before, looking to knock on the door, looking to compete with Hereford. Of course, Charleroi are the reigning champions. So these are the games they need to be winning.
Yeah, with only a couple of rounds left of the European Blind League, the guys definitely need to get a few points on the board from this competition if they can, to try and apply a bit of pressure at the top of the league. They're definitely going to want to try and retain that title from last season. So a very, very big game for them today to kick off and hopefully get some points on the board and, as you say, apply a little bit of pressure to those teams at the top of the table.
Most certainly. Well, here are the players then. They're out on the pitch. Round of applause for the crowd we have in attendance today. A lovely stand behind the goal just north of us, as the 6 flags of the countries competing in this bear over the advertisement boards here at the point 4. Pristine looking 4G pitch here as the players shake hands. Moments away from our first match of the European Super League round 3 here in Hereford. Just a moment to talk with the referees, the officials in the centre of the park before we get underway. Players warming up, substitutes making their way off the field. And I think, as I said before, Aaron, it's going to be one of those games where the defences are really going to come into play, aren't they? Because they've been so tight so far, both of these sides, across the first 2 rounds. So do you think we're in for another low-scoring game?
I think, I definitely agree that both teams are going to be really, really difficult to break down, and I think potentially going to set up a little bit defensive to start with. Neither team's going to want to concede that first goal. Who knows? Yeah, it could be a low-scoring game, but I do think that first goal for one of these teams is going to be crucial to potentially change their tactics as well. Because if they can get that first goal on the board, we know that both teams have the ability to set up really compact and make it difficult for teams to break them down. Hopefully both teams, knowing they need to record some points on the board to keep pace, will go out and attack this game. If they do, I wouldn't then be surprised for that team to try and park the bus a little bit and keep that as a 1-0. So that would be my prediction. Not the highest scoring game, but I think we will see a goal.
And for people watching blind football for the first time, if this is their introduction to this, can you explain some of the rules that they're maybe expecting to see today? Maybe some of the calls, what the ball's like, of course, the guides behind the goal, some of the things that people maybe need to look out for watching at home.
Yeah, so the game's played 5-a-side, and what we would essentially do from a communication point of view and a guiding point of view is split the team into 3 sections. So you have the goalkeeper, who is sighted. All other outfield players are what they're classified as B1 classifications, which means little to no useful vision. To ensure that it's safe, they all then wear eye shades and patches as well. The goalkeeper will act as a guide and communicate the first third, closest defensive third. Then you've got your head coach, who will normally be positioned on the boards, and then you've got a sighted guide behind the goal as well, who's helping those guys to finish off in the final section. I suppose one of the most important rules to be aware of for anybody new to the game today is the use of voi. So voi is a Latin term used universally across the game by the defensive player to confirm that it basically means I go. So they will be required to call voi as they are approaching the player in possession of the ball within 2 metres to inform them where they are, that they're going towards the ball. One, to give the attacking player an opportunity to avoid that defensive player, but also from a safety point of view. That's really, really important, and if they don't call that in time, you'll see probably quite a few fouls today over the course of today called for no voice by those referees.
Aaron, thank you ever so much. I hope that clears up any rules that might be unclear for people back home getting into this. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this. An absolutely fantastic event, fantastic tournament. We were treated to some brilliant action here last year at the Point 4. Lots of goals, lots of exciting action. And some brilliant quality on display too. And we're just moments away from our action here. 15-minute halves. Sun bearing down onto the pitch. It's going to be the reigning champions to get us underway. As the referee checks in on both goalkeepers. Benjamin Gubal and Hugo Deschamps in either goal. As Cessifort Charleroi get us underway then at the Point 4. Lots of matches to come for you over the course of today. Our first one between sides from France and Belgium. Belgium-y? Mixed 2 countries there, Belgium. Definitely Belgium.
Nice and direct there, Trent, leading to a corner straight away, hopefully showing the intent here that we've got from Charleroi.
Yeah, straight out of the blocks, aren't they, Charleroi? Strong tackle, though, from Cessifort on the edge of the area as they to regain possession. A couple of bodies in and around the area. It bobbles out once again for another Charleroi corner. Straight onto the front foot, though. We've had 17 seconds, a couple of corners in the early knock-ins for Charleroi. And as you rightly mentioned, Darren, they're straight onto the front foot, wanting to get out there, break out the blocks very quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and I think so the second corner there is a result, I think, helps link to one of the other rules. The sighted goalkeepers have to stay within the small box just in front of the goal, so although the ball was just in front of that box, as it rolled across, the goalkeeper's not allowed to come out to get that ball. Unfortunately, couldn't do anything to stop it rolling out for a corner.
Corner is going to be taken then on the near side here. From Charleroi, there are bodies inside the area. Crowded up against that side. In come Charleroi. Over it goes to the other side now. Cessifort yet to really have a touch of the ball. It's been Charleroi in his opening 30 seconds that have came out the blocks the strongest. It's bundled to the ground there. A few yards outside the penalty area. Here comes Cessifort now, though, with Traoré. Traoré looking to twist and turn on the far side up against the boards, but Charleroi have 3 players in black and white back. Both players just trying to find their bearings, and bundled to the floor there is Daniel Faja Caroso. Here come Cessifort then. Ball inside the centre circle. Spread across for Traoré, who controls it with both feet. Does really well there. Here is Traoré, strikes it effort, and it's a great save from Hugo Deschamps in the Charleroi goal. That's a lovely effort from Traoré. Nice control with both of his feet, and he weaves his way inside, and it's a great save from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, great start for them. First attack on goal, and he hit it really, really well. Forced a great save from the goalkeeper.
Well, the ball's just in the centre of the park here. Charleroi have definitely had the strongest start overall in terms of possession, and they've had the lion's share of the ball, but First real chance of the game falls Bondi Sessifoot's way. The referee feels that one right under his eye line on Francesco Cavallotto was too much. He's been bundled to the floor a couple of times in these early stages, hasn't he, Cavallotto, causing issues for the French side in all orange.
Yeah, I think a couple of the first ones he was a bit unfortunate as well not to potentially get a free kick from it, but that one the referee deemed was definitely a little bit too much. I think potentially, as we're setting up for the free kick here, this is a great opportunity for Charleroi. Presents a great opportunity in front of goal, but also an opportunity for Sessifoot to hit them on the counter if they can. Charleroi have only got one person back. See what happens here.
Yes, on these free kicks, it's a real art of communication between the players as they stand behind, roll through the legs. It's all about the talking between the pair.
So the referee's just explaining to the guide there that he's not allowed to come onto the pitch. So he's allowed to tap the goals. He's giving that orientation for the players as to where the goal is. But what happened is the guide actually came onto the pitch to tap the second post. He needs to actually go back around the goal. So he's going to get his steps in today.
Just waiting on this free kick then from Charleroi. Golden chance here on the edge of the area. It's going to be Cavallotto, the man that won it, to strike it. He found a crowd of bodies in front of him, but Charleroi managed to keep possession of the ball. It's on halfway. Both sides just scrambling to get hold of it here. Traore does up against them sideboards. But once again, Charleroi have way too many bodies in the way. No way through for Traore. As Bondi Sessifoot looking to play the ball out around calmly from the back. Ball bounces off the side. And the ball, of course, to help the players out as well, Aaron, has ball bearings in, doesn't it? It shakes around. They can hear the ball.
Yeah, so Bondi put the ball out there for another corner here. So it's an audible ball. Obviously, the players are all relying on their hearing, not only for the ball, but also their teammates, their coaches. Communication, as you say, is essential. The ball has small ball bearings in it, and it has sort of essentially metal plates inside, which helps to make a consistent audible sound as the ball's moving.
Here we go then. In comes the corner. It's a third of the game for Sessifoot Charleroi. As Cavallotto dribbles the ball back into his own half. As slammed into the side there, Traore, but regains possession. Ball trickles over halfway. Both sides just looking to try and get it under control. It's the team in orange that do get away with it. Ball's on this near side, hooked up. And here come Bondi Sessifoot. Lovely footwork. Ball's in the centre circle. Again, though, you can see why Charleroi haven't conceded many goals this season. There's a real structure at the back, isn't there? Every time that Bondi Sessifoot get the ball, they break forward quickly to Charleroi, but have so many bodies behind the ball too.
Yeah, it's clear that they're set up sort of in possession. This is what we do. They leave that back man, and you've got three of the players who are going forward and helping an attack. But then as soon as they lose possession, then they're out of it. It's really, really clear. They're back in formation.
Chance here, though, for Bondi Sessifoot. And once again, straight down the throat of the goalkeeper this time. But a powerful strike once again. And the two best chances of the game, despite not having much of the ball, have fell Bondi's way.
Yeah, I think definitely when they get into this final third, it's clear they've got one thing on their mind, and that's to get a shot off, and they've tested the goalkeeper really well on a couple of occasions.
If you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. And Bondi Sessifoot, sorry. Both of these sides, of course. Sessifoot within name.
I think potentially Trent, demonstrating the tactical sort of plan for Sessifoot here in terms of they know that Charleroi are going to be really compact to the back, so it's going to be tight to dribble through the whole team. They're set up well, but that doesn't mean to say we can't let a couple of shots off.
Oh, it's lovely footwork here. As Sessifoot just try and get the ball back away, and here's a chance for an open there from Charleroi with Sessifoot committing a lot of bodies forward, but they do still have possession. Here they are, chance on the edge of the area, and once again getting that shot away. As we mentioned, not afraid to fire an effort 5 or so yards outside of the curved line towards goal, and just strikes it wide. Charleroi, despite their lion's share of possession, haven't really been able to test the goalkeeper so far, Benjamin Gubal in goal. And it's been the French side that have been shooting towards goal. Set forward by the goalkeeper then, and Charleroi can't get on the end of it. It's a very PSG-esque strip, isn't it, for Sessyfoot?
Yeah, I think if there's an award today for one of the best kits, I think they might be in with a shout here. It looks really, really good, and yeah, some pretty bright colours as well.
And we see some Mbappe-esque dribbles and goals today. Let's hope so.
If they keep shooting from 10, 15 metres out and it goes in, I think we might have some highlight reel goals.
We certainly will. Score still 0-0 though. 5-6 minutes gone here. First match of the day, round 3 of the European Super League here at the Point 4 in Hereford. Lovely day for it. We booked the weather. As a twist away, here we go then. Sessyfoot with a goal! Fantastic stuff. They've been threatening since the start of the day. Have Bondi Sessyfoot. Charleroi broke out the blocks at the start of this match. But Sessyfoot have been the side that have been testing the resolve of the goalkeeper. And in the end, they dribble through, and it's a lovely, lovely strike across the goalkeeper. Look at this footwork here. Twists away from one, twists away from two, and soon, straight away, just underneath the goalkeeper's legs. And that is the first goal of the day, Aaron.
Yeah, no, fantastic goal as well. I think it just shows as well a little bit of something different in that position. Previously, they've been shooting. Some fantastic footwork, sent two players the wrong way almost, opened up and then showed some great composure in front of goal. Almost put it between the keeper's legs, kept it low and drove the ball really hard into the back of the net. Good goal.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this first half, and Sessyfoot have had 5 shots on goal, which is an impressive statistic, and they've been rewarded with that bravery of taking shots with the goal, and they have a chance of a second here. Charleroi are all at sea, but throwing so many bodies in front of it. Players tumbling on the edge of the area. Charleroi once again losing possession. Maybe a few nerves eking into them here, these early stages. As Bondi, Sessyfoot just look to try and take a grip hold of this game. If they can get a second, that really would be huge in this first half. 8 minutes left of the first half, 15-minute halves at the Point 4. Battling away for possession halfway into the Sessyfoot half. Chance here for Charleroi though, on the edge of the area. Once again well defended by Bondi. And you can tell why they haven't conceded many goals this season, can't you, Bondi Sessyfoot? Despite many bodies in and around the edge of the area for Charleroi, they haven't had the chance to shoot, have they?
Yeah, no, they're really, really well set up. Got a great structure, and as I say, similar to Charleroi, they know what they're doing in and out of possession, making it really difficult for the opposition. I think what will be interesting now, Trent, as well, to see whether this changes Charleroi approach to the game at all. It looks like they are making a substitution here for Charleroi, and is that a result of going one down? Is it a case of we now have to change our approach slightly because we know that we need a goal? If they want to be in with a shot of retaining this title from last year, they know that they've got to go and at least score a goal now. So it'd be interesting to see how this changes their approach. But yeah, we've got a Sessyfoot Bondi free kick. Another great opportunity for the team. Can they get their 6th shot on target?
Yeah, it's a good chance. It's on this near side of the Tony Larkin pitch. The referee just offering his instructions to the guide and the wall on the edge of the box. Our players queuing up on the back of the box as well. One back for Bondi Sessyfoot, the base of the centre circle inside their half. So Charleroi do break. They do have a player back.
Yeah, and interesting here, are Sessyfoot going to go direct at goal, or are they going to look at crossing that ball over and using the available player?
They're going to go straight for goal, and that's a common trend of what we've seen so far. We should have known that they would have, hadn't they? They've been so confident in their attacking play. We said before the game that this might be one that's only decided by a goal. Of course, so far it's only 1-0, but it looks like there are going to be goals in this because Bondi Sessyfoot are flying out the blocks. They're taking shots, which is great to see at the nearest opportunity.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's definitely intent with the team, so hopefully we'll be able to watch a couple more goals. There's definitely both teams have definitely created a few opportunities, but as you say, CJP Bondi are the team that have been able to make the most of those opportunities. Good footwork again here.
Yeah, great footwork, and earn themselves a corner. They've grown into this game, the French side, by the minute, and got about half of this first half left. 7 minutes on the clock. Of course, the play stops. The clock does stop in very much of a rugby format every time the ball does go out of play or there's a free kick. It's not your general football over-ticking clock. But it is back underway now as Charleroi can't shield the ball. And it goes once again for a Bondi CJP corner on the same side. They've really swung the momentum in this game, haven't they?
Yeah, I think first couple of minutes it was Charleroi. It was all them, and they seem to be applying the pressure. But yeah, I think a couple of shots on target, realising that they've had a few opportunities on goal, has given Bondi CJP some confidence. And I'd say yeah, they're the team now who's definitely pressing on.
Is this a chance for Charleroi here, though, the reigning champions, inside the Bondi CJP half? It's Cavalotto, who's been the danger man really so far for Charleroi, causing some issues. Won 2 or 3 fouls as well in these early knock-ins. It's a battle for the ball on the far side, 10 or so yards inside the Bondi CJP half. And in the end, CJP look as though they're going to get away with it. Now, once again, Cavalotto is twisting and turning. And even despite there being 2 orange shirts around him, wins another foul.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time on the floor, but he's clearly the danger man here for Charleroi. And I think a lot of this is going through him. Potentially could be a little bit of the difference here around CJP Bondi having a couple of people who are happy to go forward, whereas it all seems to be going through the Cavalotto at the moment, who at the moment is actually going off. So yeah, he's being replaced.
Yeah, Cavalotto goes off, which is an interesting one, replaced by Antonio Jesus Martin Gaitan, which isn't the easiest of names to say.
I'm glad you said it, Trent.
4 names all in one. Martin Gaitan.
Yeah, an interesting substitution here, because currently in the first sort of 9 minutes, everything has gone through number 17, Cavalotto. So yeah, be interesting to see this replacement. Is this going to be an attacking change? Is it just about giving him a breather and getting him back on, knowing that they need a big second half from him?
Here we go then. Martin Gaitan straight into the action, taking the shot. A couple of players colliding in the middle. As the ball's bowled quickly out then. Not wasting any time with this one as Charleroi look to try and get their first goal of the afternoon. But once again, CJP standing firm defensively, running all the way through, chance to shoot, and what a goal that is! Great
Finish, really good composure again. Picked up that loose ball really nicely, and I think that just shows as well sometimes to the substitution for Charleroi. The player introduced, clear, he's being direct, he's picked that ball up, he's trying to drive at goal, he's lost it, he's left his team a little bit vulnerable at the back. Still lots of work to do there, couple of players to beat with a really, really direct run, and another great finish past the goalkeeper. 2-0.
Yeah, fantastic darting run all the way from the halfway line into the area. And a powerful strike, great connection on it too. And Bondi CJP have doubled their lead inside the first half here.
Yeah, similar to the first goal, hit really, really hard and low. Very, very difficult for the keeper to get down and close that space. So, good finish.
Yeah, very little the keeper could do about it, in all honesty.
Okay, so timeout called here for CJP Bondi. Both teams have the opportunity to use timeouts. Maybe an opportunity now following that goal for both teams just to provide a little bit more sort of tactical information and see how they can continue with remaining minutes on the clock for this first half.
If you're Michel Bertinchamps, the CJP Charleroi head coach, what are you saying to your players at this stage during this timeout?
If I'm honest, I'm probably saying what you're doing is working really, really well, and there are lots of opportunities and chances in the game. keep playing, take confidence in what's happened so far. I don't think they need to change a huge amount just yet because the attacking threat for Charleroi hasn't been huge. So I think keep doing what you're doing. We don't need to change anything drastically. And every time you get in front of goal, take those chances because clearly the shots on target are working for them.
And I guess alternatively, if you're the Cecifoot gaffer, you're saying keep on taking your shots, keep on taking your chances, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Players back out then after that timeout. Chance to get some liquid down them, take on some instructions. Charleroi will the side that need to react more after that because so far they've had their openings, just haven't had that full-on side of goal there. They've got themselves into some good positions but haven't taken the shots. And ultimately, Bondi, Cecifoot have been rewarded for taking theirs.
Yeah, and Charleroi have got to go for this here, I think it's points they need on the board, not necessarily looking so much around their goal difference because without those points, goal difference isn't going to mean a huge amount in terms of trying to retain their title.
Here they come once again then. Bondi, he's looked dangerous, hasn't he?
Very good footwork again.
And the ball bobbles out of play.
So I think there's
goal kick to Charleroi here.
There's a number of players here within the Bondi Cecifoot team that will be preparing for and competing in the Paralympics later this year. So, hopefully, and exactly what the European Blind League was set up for, hopefully it's providing them some great opportunity in preparation ahead of that competition, which will be fantastic for them.
That's fantastic to see, and you can see why, can't you? Just for quality like this. Some of the close ball control and dribbling that we've seen already in these opening 10 minutes has been fantastic, especially from the Cecifoot number 11.
Yeah,
I do apologise for no names. The Bondi side, the only team we haven't got numbers for names so far. We will grab you that hopefully during half time, if not the next game. So I do apologise on that front. There's a late team sheet, and we will chase those down.
Okay, so a foul there against Cecifoot as well. So interestingly, one of the other rules, you do have so it's reset at half time, but there are rules within the game of blind football that your team, if it gives away a foul, there is a foul count. So the first 4 fouls just result in a indirect free kick, as we're about to see now. Then the 5th foul and any foul after that essentially demonstrates that as a team you've been a little bit ill-disciplined. So those fouls then result in an 8-metre penalty for every foul committed. So a really, really good opportunity for teams to attack that goal and test the goalkeeper. So it is really important for teams not to give away too many fouls. At the moment, we've got both teams on 2 fouls each, and that will be reset at half time. So I don't think we're gonna see too many 8-metre penalties in the first half, but it may be something to keep an eye on in the second half as the game. As Charleroi need to be maybe more aggressive moving forward with that ball.
Is it something that's common? Do you see it often?
Yeah, you do see some teams it's more common than others, but yeah, sort of, and I think at the highest level it's you've got to be really, really good in defence, and it's really difficult sometimes to not give away fouls. But I think, yeah, if you're a team that's consistent and you're not giving away silly, needless fouls like not using your voy and being blatant in what you're doing, you won't see it too much. But some teams more so than others who lack a little bit of discipline or maybe experience.
Game threatening to get away from Charleroi a little bit if they concede the next goal. And it certainly is Bondi Cecifoot that are pushing the hardest. Number 11 once again just absolutely running rings around Charleroi defensively. He's so close, so good with his close control, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really, really good at bringing this ball towards us as well, towards the near side board. He commits the Charleroi players in, and it's not just one. He's taken a couple of them out of the game, and a really, really good close footwork, dragging that ball back. And then once he knows he's beaten them, he's really sort of opening his legs up here and attacking the goal.
Here he is once again, just showcasing that, and in the end doesn't get the right connection on the ball. It was a fantastic dribble from way inside his own half, but unfortunately just scuffs the effort ever so slightly. But that was a brilliant opportunity for a third.
Yeah, I think Charleroi needs to be a little bit clever here in terms of stopping the number 11 player from doing what is typically the same thing. He's taking them into the centre of the pitch, he's dragging that ball back and then using his pace to beat them and getting through on goal. So something they need to be aware of, because any more chances like that, we know he's got the ability to hit the target.
Well, so far this season, across the first 2 rounds of play, Bondi Sessifort drew 2 of their 4 matches 0-0, won one of them 1-0 and 3-1 against Dortmund. So the most they've scored in a singular game is 3, and they've had chances to score 3 or 4 within this half. They've scored 2, and they could have had a lot more than that. So certainly sharp in front of goal here in the Hereford sunshine today, this opening match. Charleroi yet to ripple the net. Just over 2.5 minutes left of this first half then. Round 3 action of the European Blind Super League here at the Point 4. First match of the day. Matches from 9 until 5 this afternoon, today I should say, over Easter weekend. And nice to see some for people in attendance as well, isn't it? Lovely stand behind the goal here, Aaron. A brilliant setup. People out tucking into some food on the balcony and behind the goal too, which is great to see.
Yeah, so we've got a grandstand in, 160-seater grandstand, and I think as of this morning we only had a couple of tickets left, so a really, really good opportunity for these players to play in front of a decent-sized crowd, and a great opportunity for us here at the RNC to promote some of the work that we do within VI and blind sport. And then, as I say, we've got then a bit of a VIP section on the balcony with some of our guests. Currently see the RNC head coach Adam Mendel on there, and I can also smell what I think is the bacon sandwiches that they're serving coming up through the window. So yeah, I don't know about you, but it's making me hungry.
Oh, well, I'm glad you said it, because I'm wanting to go down there by the minute.
Hopefully they get this message and somebody brings us a bacon sandwich up in a minute.
We're not hinting, I promise. The ball comes over the halfway line then for Bondi Sessifort to add to that 2-goal lead. But it's Charleroi that get away with it. Attack is really dried up on the attacking front for Charleroi. Their best opportunities of the game really came within them first 30 seconds or so, really. Other than that, I don't just want it to sound like an attack or a disgruntlement on Charleroi. It has been a good defensive display from the French side in Bondi Sessifort. Charleroi maybe just need to tweak things ever so slightly, because this game, as I said before, threatens to get away from them a little bit. Bit of a mix-up at the back between Bondi Sessifort here, and a chance for Charleroi to take advantage. But
in the break of play, I think Charleroi have made another substitution. So number 17, Carvalotto, he's actually come back on and is now, I think, part of maybe a bit of a front two. The original substitution got the ball now, number 8. So maybe that is shows the intent that they have. Gave them a couple of minutes breather. Can they go out and attack the remaining minute and 12 seconds left of this first half? Because they've got to do something.
They do. But it's once again Sessifort that come forward in their bright orange strip. You can't miss them. It's Carvalotto that wins the ball for Charleroi. Out towards the far side. Charleroi playing lurking up against the boards and picks it up. It's Martin Gaitan. Didn't start this game, but the referee sees a foul that way. He was sort of hacking away at his ankles a little bit there, having a few stabs at him, wasn't he?
He let the first 3 go and thought the 4th one, that's a little bit much. So yeah, good opportunity here for Charleroi. Got a free kick right on the edge of the board. Yeah, 8-10 metres away out of goal. What can they do here? 44 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, not long left. A goal just before half-time in any sport is always a big one, isn't it? Changes that conversation at half-time, and if Charleroi can get one back here, it gives them big confidence heading into the second half that they can turn this around. We know the quality they have within the side.
Definitely, yeah. I think the half-time discussion from Charleroi is very different at 2-1 to 2-0. So big opportunity here. Let's see what they can do with this free kick.
So up against the boards then, Charleroi looking for their first of the afternoon. looking to ask questions of the Bondi Sessifoot defence, which hasn't been tested all too much so far in this one. Here we go then. Ball on the edge of the area. It's given away by Charleroi, but can't be controlled on this near side by Bondi Sessifoot, and it's Cavalotto once again. If anyone's going to score, he's looked the most likely, but breaking at pace come Bondi Sessifoot over the line. Chance inside the area, but good defending from the Belgian side in black and white. Hacking away at it, using the boards to their advantage here, a Charleroi. Can really play into your hands, can't it, as a team, playing that ball off the boards, and of course for the player, stimulates, you can hear it.
Yeah, it provides them a good opportunity to pick up a loose ball. And I think one of the things for me as well, they're looking at the free kick, Trent, as we've got the last couple of seconds of the half here. It's really, really clear, you know, you see in the free kick as a great opportunity with Charleroi to have an attempt on goal. They're 2 goals down, and they decide to pass it across the box and lose the ball, and then be hit on the counter. I think the other way around, you swap that around, Sessifoot Bondi, they're going direct at goal, and I think that's been the difference in that first half.
It certainly has, and the difference in the first half is 2-0. Bondi Sessifoot lead by the 2. Need a reaction from Charleroi in the second half, who are yet to ripple the net. Let's have analysis then from our pitchside team.
So big thanks to Trent and Aaron there for your first half commentary, and halftime break 2-0, Dylan, and we spoke about moments before kickoff, and there certainly was 2 big ones there for Bondi.
Yeah, I spoke about individuals going to try and be aggressive on the game, and to Jean for number 11, I said at the start, someone to be wary of, did that. You know, he picked the ball up in wide space, had space to run at players, and he's quick, he's direct, and 2 fantastic finishes.
And you just saw the way he glided with the ball and almost created those opportunities out of nothing.
Yeah, it's confidence as well. So because he's got the space on the transition of receiving the ball, he can build up his momentum, and then he becomes dangerous to stop. If you're trying to stop someone at full throttle dribble, especially with someone with his ability, you're going to find it really difficult.
And this is it. I mean, this is an experienced Charleroi side that find themselves 2-0 down, but that experience needs to shine through for that second half.
Yeah, they need to have a good chat between themselves and work out what's going wrong. I think they're a little bit disorganised in terms of their quite playing as individuals on the pitch. So there's sort of individuals playing wide, and then at the back there's a massive gap between the 2 front players and the 2 back players, which is giving Bondi space. So let's see if they change that. I know they started without Danny and Nino, so for me they started quite defensively, but then sort of had wave attacks against them. So yeah, listen, they've got the experience to change it round, but they definitely need to change what they're doing.
And we always said this is going to be a tight, close game, and you mentioned now the kind of disorganisation, but in a way they haven't really done anything wrong at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really had any attacks, so they're just defending, and then they're getting caught when they do have the ball because they're dribbling on by themselves in their own half. Like they're not passing the ball. If they pass the ball and they move the ball, they've got a chance to move in Bondi. But if you're just trying to run past 4 players at this level, it's not going to happen.
Now, I believe we do have some highlights from that first half, which we'll try and get for you now. I believe this was one of the first attacking breaks of Bondi, and creating a great opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, if he has the ball out wide, he's got space to run into the middle. So that's what you really want to try and shut out from a defensive point of view. If he's got time to run past players, I mean, that's the goal. I mean, the goal is just a drag and straight in. But yeah, every time he has the ball at Diakare or to Jean, as we say, he's got a chance to build his momentum. See, build momentum, and then he can't get back in space. And it's because they're getting caught where they're not in a shape. They're just trying to get to the ball, and it's a risky. It's good if you're having the attacks, but when you're defending, just go back to getting some sort of shape behind the ball and delaying him, because if he's got time to build momentum, he'll go and get 3 or 4 goals.
And you saw that a few times with Jean. He kind of was almost the lone man up front and just took the ball with him on a journey and then created that opportunity.
Yeah, and because he's got time to build dribble on the journey. So if he's receiving the ball out wide and there's no press on the ball, then he's got time to build it. And then by the time he's got full throttle into his dribble, they got him pressured. They can't stop him. And what I have been impressed with him, though, I will say this about Tissot, his finishing was electric. You know, if he gets a chance behind the goal, and here Samir work with him, he's just hitting the ball like a cannon, and really difficult for the goalkeeper to stop.
And of course, the number 10 from Bondi as well was creating some of those opportunities as well. Hasn't quite got himself on the score sheet yet, but that was a great free kick.
Yeah, Martin as well, experience. I heard what Sam was trying to say, trying to move him right to hit back to the near post. It was close. Again, no pressure on the ball though from Charleroi. I mean, I know I'm being a bit harsh on Charleroi. It's because I know they can do it. So,
where's that experience? We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, they've got to believe they can put some pressure on the ball. If they start putting pressure on the ball, they've got Danny, Nino, Francesco. They can all score goals. But you got to have the ball to score.
And listen, you saw the kind of individual battles, and it was really close. And as I said earlier, there's nothing really that I can pick that they did wrong, but it was just linking those individuals together that seems to be the case that they need to look at.
Yeah, and it's like for the second goal, I don't know if you remember this, but Nino lost the ball on the wing, and then the nearest person to back him up was too far away. So by the time Tissot got the dribble going, he's actually at 70% dribble, but so someone's near him, he just glides past and then looking to score. But you know, I think if Charleroi start the second half bright, look to get a few shots off, and then hopefully they build some momentum and confidence. Because what I was seeing with Bondi was, as the game was going on in the first half, they started to build more confidence. They started to pass the ball. They threw it short at the back. They played nice switches, and that's really the key then. And you can see that's the key for them to build the confidence in the game. So they've had the break now. They've had a chance to reset. Let's hope now that Charleroi change it around for themselves.
And is this what you've seen in previous rounds during the tournament as well? Because there'll be people joining us today who maybe haven't seen round one, haven't seen round two. Is this what we've been seeing from both these sides, or are they playing a little bit different today?
No, I'd say Bondi, yes. That's how I've seen Bondi play in the last two tournaments. But Charleroi, no, they've been a lot more aggressive at getting the ball back. They've been a lot more a lot better at building the attack in the attacking third. So they've been looking to pass it. If you watch that game, then every time Charleroi had the ball, in the attacking third, they were just looking to go on their own, and that's really difficult when they've got two or three good experienced defenders to break down. So let's see if they can move the ball. They've got two experienced players in Danny and Nino. Can they build it? Can they switch it? Can they move that defence around to then try and get in?
And I mean, that's always going to be hard when you've got Paralympians playing against them. But if there is a side that can do it with the experience, it's going to be Charleroi.
Oh yeah, I believe Charleroi can do it. Even though, like Nino's won a silver medal, bronze medal in London 2012. He's won multiple European championships. He knows what he's doing. You know, he just needs to build the confidence into the game. And hopefully, you know, maybe him starting off on the bench. I'm not sure if we travelled in late last night. I don't know, but hopefully now we can really feel like they're in the game. Because if they don't, then this clock's going to tick down fast, and in 15 minutes it's over, and they've just probably lost themselves the EBFL.
And that's one of the things that we saw in this game that maybe some people haven't seen before. We saw the timeout being used. Is that a good tactical decision to use that?
Yeah, especially if you've got full momentum. It might be to get some tactical information. It might be to get a breather. If you notice, Bondi, they think they only made one change. So for the other three players, actually Tissot's working really hard. Breathe, have a drink, calm down, and then let's reset. So it'd be interesting to see if I was Charleroi, I would use a timeout earlier in the game myself, just to try and settle the ship and try and, you know, basically change the momentum in the match.
Well, there's two teams that certainly are going to be at the top end of the standings come the end of the European Blind Football League. But let's see what the second half has in store for us as we pass back to Aaron and Trent.
Thank you very much. That's your perfect analysis down on the side of the pitch there at half-time as we gear up for second half commentary of the first match here at the Point 4, round 3 of the European Blind Super League. And, of course, between Bondi Cecifoot and Cecifoot Charleroi. Charleroi, the latter, the reigning champions. But Cecifoot, alongside RNC, are the only unbeaten side remaining after the first 4 matches in this competition, and with victory, which they're on course for at this moment in time, would put themselves just a point behind RNC. So this would be a big victory for either side, but Bondi Cecifoot have certainly staked their claim and made the better start to this one. Will we see a reaction though from Cecifoot Charleroi in this second half? They need a different dynamic in the second half, don't they? Because They looked positive in times, breaking forward, caused a couple of issues, but ultimately, if you don't shoot, you don't score.
Yeah, you've got to let them shots go. But I think Charleroi looks like they've got a slightly different personnel on the pitch for the second half. The new player introduced maybe as the back man. Maybe that again shows what they're about now in this second half, and they know they've got to go and chase this game a little bit. But yeah, Bondi Sessifoot, fantastic first half, and did exactly what we spoke about at the start of the game, applying that pressure, trying to close the gap between them and RNC at the top of the table.
Moments away from kickoff then of this second half, 15 minutes on the clock. It's going to be Bondi Sessifoot in their orange shirts, black shorts with the orange trim at the bottom, and orange socks, to get us underway. Just referee speaking to one of the guides behind the goal and the goalkeeper.
I think they were just checking the net there, Trent. Not sure if a couple of those first half shots have taken the net out, so they've just been repairing that, ready for the start of the second half.
Wouldn't surprise you, would it? Tidiano Diakite, the man that we were mentioning in the first half, the Sessifoot number 11, was so bright in that first half and doubled his tally for the season, and then straight away the French side come breaking out the blocks, much like we saw in the first half with Charleroi, just arrowing the run through, but they managed to get the shot away, did Sessifoot, to no avail though, as the ball base of the centre circle inside the Charleroi half, advanced towards the 12-yard line, but out of play for a corner though for Charleroi on this near side.
Interesting here, Trent, that Diakite seems to have done his job in the first half, and he's currently off for Sessifoot Bondi, so getting his rest. Potentially that again shows that they've maybe put some more defensive players in, and are they happy at 2-0 up and just want to hold on to this lead and the 3 points?
Yeah, I think he's earned his rest, hasn't he? Yeah. After that first starter's flight, as Charleroi twisted and turning then just outside the area. Chance here then towards the corner on this near side, but bobbles off and out of play for a Bondi Sessifoot goal kick. Bowled out to the near side then, over halfway, off the boards it goes. Charleroi have 3 in black and white back though. Everyone in orange inside their own half at the moment, looking for their bearings. Can they break forward and cut a hole in that Charleroi defence as they had twice already? Brilliant ball out to this far side to find Bandigu Traore. Dangerous position this for Charleroi. Hold down the edge of it. Bandigu Traore still looking at a fly away. He was shooting with his left, shooting with his right. In the end, couldn't get a flush connection. And there was a lot of bodies in the box there for Charleroi. Brilliant challenge. As it comes back over into the centre circle then, inside the Sessifoot half. Both sides looking to get control of the ball up against the boards, using them balls to the advantage here. Sessifoot. Ball hooked out of play. It's going to be a Charleroi corner.
Slightly different approach here from Sessifoot Bondi with the, I think, not being as direct. With number 11 here going off, you could see that when he picked that ball up, it was one thing on his mind, and that was going at goal. But a lot more patient now in the dribble, and I think they're trying to draw Charleroi away from that goal, trying to create some space in behind them. So yeah, slightly different approach here from Bondi. But they've got to defend the corner first.
They do, and out they come for it. Charleroi advancing into the box on the left side of it. Well defended though by a wall of bodies in orange, and Traore comes forward here. 2 Traores in the lineup. Bandigu, the number 9, raced away with that one, and Charleroi getting their first shot of the half away, and it's claimed nicely in the end by Benjamin Gubal. Bowled out to this near side for Hakim Arezki. Played straight back into the feet of Cavallotto though. Here we go, over the halfway line. Cavallotto in his bright green boots, looking for options. Goes alone, fires a shot. And it just didn't get the connection in the centre of his boot. It sort of sliced off the side of his boot, didn't it? And out of play for a Bondi goal kick.
Yeah, a couple of shots from distance here. Going to take something special to beat the goalkeeper there. But again, I think, like we said in the first half, if you don't shoot, you don't score. So Charleroi will have to do something. But I think, yeah, a little bit more composure in front of goal, or they need to get a better connection to test this goalkeeper.
There's a perfectly weighted ball across for Traore, who takes it into control. Looks to Arrow run into the box, but the touch lets him down a little bit. But still, it's Sessifoot that have possession of the ball, now deep inside their own half. With Masiga Traore, sends the ball forward. And it's going to go out for a Charleroi goal kick. Bowled out instead in the hands of the goalkeeper, out across towards Cavallotto, but there's 3 orange shirts to shield his run. And Gael Rivere just loses his footing now up against the boards and out for a Charleroi corner. And I have to say, we said we needed to see something a little bit different from Charleroi in the second half, and they have come out looking stronger.
Yeah, definitely come out with an understanding that they have to come and score, and I think being a little bit more aggressive here, again taking another corner. It's whether they are they going to get any reward, and are they also going to make sure that they're not leaving themselves exposed at the back, because we've seen in that first half that Bondi can break away quickly.
And that's exactly what they're doing now. They break all the way forward. It's Traore. What a run this is! And swipes at it, and unfortunately doesn't get the goal that the run deserved, because that was from back to front. It was timely with what you were saying at the time, all the way from on the edge of his own area, Traore, into the Charleroi area, and just so unlucky that he doesn't time his shot correctly. But what a run that was from Bamidou Traore.
Yeah, it's that game of chess I think you were talking about earlier, that Charleroi know they've got to commit men forward because they've got to go and attack. But in doing that, they're potentially going to leave themselves exposed. And I think, Sessifoot Bondi will be happy to play that game now. 2 goals up, sit back. Can we hit them on the break when they do commit forward?
Chance for Charleroi here then, on the edge of the area. But, well, we said how Traore has been a presence at one end. His namesake at the other has been fantastic for Bondi Sessifoot as well, in Masiga Traore. Big number 13 in the defensive position for Bondi. Has been fantastic as Charleroi just get the shot away there. It was Cavallotto that twisted and turned away from a couple. Tries the cross goal effort from left to right, but claimed comfortably by the goalkeeper, really. It was never going to trouble him all too much. But Charleroi just continuing to knock on the door a little bit, get some shots away. If they can get one very shortly, then it'll be a nail-biting finish. Still plenty of time left in this one. 2/3 of the second half left. Just under 10 minutes on the clock, and we've called a time-out here.
Substitution.
Oh, no, substitution, sorry.
Charleroi.
My mistake. As Charleroi introduce fresh faces. Calls coming from all the guides. Need one soon. To the Belgian side. It's thrown out to this near side then. Here's Martin Gaitan, sorry.
Sessifoot Bondi goalkeeper there, just communicating with his defensive players, leave that ball to go out. I think a bit of a mix-up though. The goalkeeper's asked for the ball to be left to go out, and the referee's given a corner here. He must have deemed a touch from one of the Sessifoot Bondi players on its way.
Yeah, so Charleroi have another corner on this near side. They're 4th of this half. Queuing up with chances. Can they get the goal? It's quite a recurring theme of what the first half was like. Bondi came out stronger at the start of this second half. Charleroi have controlled it since, and in the first half it was the other way round. But can Charleroi match that and score 2 goals themselves in this second half and claw something back? It'll be a tough challenge against a Bondi side who have only conceded 1 in their first 4 matches. So they're very tight defensively, and you can see that from their display so far today as Traore battles away for the ball then inside the right channel in the attacking half. But there's a
little bit of afters.
Yes, Traore wasn't happy with that. There's a few legs flailing in and around, no malice in it really, but Traore must have felt a couple of connection strike against his leg and sort of throws out his arms in frustration.
Great bit of passion shown there by the players.
That's what you want to see, as long as it stays just like that. Strange that the frustration's coming from the team that are winning, really. You'd said it the other way around, but nonetheless, and it comes in looking for a different approach of the corner this time. You very often see the hold of the shoulder and the arrowed run towards the box. This time, little slide rule pass all the way across the area. Unfortunately, no orange shirt on the end of it, but they are still in possession here, just inside the Charleroi half are Bondi. Scriptured across, oh, it's a touch in the end by Martin Gaitan. Towards the edge of the area, breaking his back there to get back and defend for his team is Traore, who's been the centrepiece of everything that Bondi have done in this second half. He's been attacking, he's been defending, he's been everywhere, he's been pushing as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's been some fantastic defensive recovery runs. Every time Ceci Bondi lose that ball, it's clear they've got one intention, and it's to get back, direct and protect that goal. And so far, so good. It's worked for them, made it really, really difficult for Charleroi.
As Hakeem Arezki looks for the long ball forward then. We have a double of Traores inside the Bondi Cessifort team, and there's 2 Detres as well in the Charleroi team, Maxime Detre and Corentin Detre. Coming off the latter, that's this time out for a Bondi corner. Once again then on the far side, just in front of the crowd that are watching on behind the goal. It's going to be Traore then. He's got Hakeem Arezki for company. And he hooks it up, brilliantly worked move that. So Arezki shuffling back a little bit, and in the end, powerful shot, but wide of the upright. But that was a neat little move, and they've tried a couple of different corners in this second half there, haven't they? As I said before, you normally see quite a common theme of corners, but the last couple from Traore, one slid across the box, and that one hooked up.
Yeah, I think if he could have got onto the end of that sort of scoop pass, scoop ball over the top there, that would have been a special goal. But yeah, you can see that they're trying to bring a little bit more variation to some of their set pieces, and yeah, potentially it could be something that pays off for them, because it's about keeping this opposition on your toes and doing something different.
That'd have been that Mbappe-esque compilation goal we were looking for, wouldn't it? As Charleroi, brilliant strike there from Martin Gaitan, shifts the ball from left to right, fires his effort down the throat of the goalkeeper, and Benjamin Goubal tested probably, that was his biggest save of the match so far there, halfway into this second half. It was a powerful effort.
Yeah, good save, really, really nice, powerful shot into the right-hand corner of the goal from about 8 metres out, and forced a good save from the goalkeeper.
It did, but Charleroi come forward once again. They know that they need a goal to put the pressure on Bondi here. But the French side come forward once again looking for a third. It was the defender, Hakeem Arezki, breaking forward. A couple of shots over the last couple of minutes for the Bondi number 5. But they've both trickled wide. Here he comes again then, Arezki. A few yards from the base of the centre circle inside their own half. Arezki just using his body to shield it off from Martin Gaitan, who's looked quite lively as well, didn't start the game. As it comes out towards Traore then. And we know, of course, Bondi have got options on the bench to bring on, which is what they're just about to do in just a second, but they have a chance to make it a third before that happens. Charleroi, just a bit of a mix-up in communication at the back, and in the end, goes down in a heap. That one looked a little painful for Jean-Michel Bertin-Champs. It was on the edge of the area. He had an attacker trying to fight away for the ball. He had Cavallotto trying to fight away for the ball. I think he took a swipe from both angles.
I think, yeah, part of it might have been as he was swiping to get that ball away, he's actually kicked potentially the bottom of one of the other opposition players' foot, and as we know, that yeah, that can be a sore one. But he's up on his feet. He looks to be okay, and they're now going to go through the substitution for Cessifort Bondi.
Yeah, I might be the reason why I'm the commentator here and not the coach, but I was loving to see. I really wanted to see Beningu, Traore and Diakite on the pitch at the same time, but that would have been very much attacking. And when you're trying to hold on to a 2-0 lead and a clean sheet, that probably isn't the best idea. But that would have been very dangerous in an attacking sense after what Diakite showed in the first half and what Traore showed in the second. But it's a like-for-like swap. In the midway through the second half, Diakite has doubled his tally with them 2 first half goals, has scored 2 in his first 4. He now has 4 in 5 so far this season in the European Super League. As Charleroi looking for a hooked effort long there that time. There was a couple of bodies in and around the area in black and white, but in the end it bobbles into the keeper's hands. And at the moment, Benjamin Gubal inside the Bondi goal is on for a clean sheet. His third, maybe his 4th across the 5 games. As Bondi have a corner then. And you sense if the team in orange score again, then could be curtains for Charleroi.
I think, yeah, 5:53 left on the clock. Another goal, I think, put the game to bed. And no surprise here. Corner taken with a cross-field pass to Diakite. They know that he's the danger man. Fouled here and tackle from behind. First foul of the half from either team there, going on to the team foul count. But yeah, good opportunity now with Diakite to be back on the pitch, and we know that he's got the ability to be very direct.
He does.
Another substitution here for Charleroi.
Yep, Charleroi are going to switch things up. They need a goal very soon.
So that's the back player who's been playing in that sort of pivot role going off. Is this going to be a like-for-like change with another defensive player, or is this Charleroi playing their hand and putting somebody a little bit more offensive onto the pitch to see if they can go and get this goal?
They've got to go for it at this stage, haven't they? They really do. They've improved their performance in this second half massively. In the first half, they looked a little bit reserved, not taking on too many shots, letting the game play into Bondi's hands a little bit, but they came out a little bit brighter in this second half, but haven't had a goal to show for their efforts. And frustration just eeping out of the Charleroi squad now. It was a tussle between both players, showing their strength, couple shoulder barges, and foul goes against Jean-Michel Burton-Chomps. Right call from the referee there?
I think it's Burton-Chomps who's actually got the foul. So yeah, it was, but it was Burton-Chomps who was protesting there a little bit, and again showing a little bit of passion. But yeah, I think it was the right call, bit of a tussle, but the 30-foot Bondi player had his hand on his shoulder and just prevented him from progressing up the pitch. So Charleroi free kick in their own half. And we've got number 17, Carvalotto, who's progressed up the pitch on the right-hand board. I think lurking. Wouldn't be surprised to see that this is the pass and the option. Are they going to play him in?
I thought, I was losing my marbles there, because I could only really see a foul potentially going Charleroi way, and with the protests from Burton-Chomps, I thought he'd gone the other way. I would have been surprised to have seen that happen. Charleroi then.
I think he didn't realise that the free kick had been given his way, so he started his protest but then quickly stopped it when he realised, actually, no, we have got the ball. I think probably demonstrates sometimes players who are playing the game without their vision. Communication is everything, and if you hear a whistle from the referee, it's very, very quick when you're playing a game that you're passionate about to assume that it wasn't given your way. But yeah, very, very quickly was able to recognise that they did get the free kick, and his arms went down, and he was a lot less passionate about the decision.
Lovely footwork to get out from the back just a second ago from the substitute who we just mentioned from Charleroi. It's Daniel Ferreira Caroso, so it is an attacking change. And here he is once again then dribbling out from the free kick that Charleroi just won deep inside their own half as he hooks the ball up, looking for something a little bit different. 3 bodies back for Bondi, 30-foot, who have looked very structured within their play, because when they break forward, they're not afraid to take on shots, but defensively, there's always been at least 2 bodies on the edge of the area, and they've really limited, and they're going to be a tough side to beat.
Yeah, no, definitely. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about sort of their setup and how they're playing both in and out of possession. And it's clear they're a well-drilled team, and they will definitely be hard to break down. And what they've already demonstrated is if they get an opportunity in front of goal, they've got players who can take it.
Just under 4 minutes left now then, 3:50 on the clock. As Charleroi really need to battle away now, dig deep and try and find something as the time ticks down. Bondi Sessifut at the moment on hand to record a 3rd win and they're opening 5 matches and will, alongside RNC Hereford, be the only side left unbeaten of the 6 in the European Super League after 5 games. Of course, Hereford's will come after this one against Roma. Full commentary of that one. Kicking off at 10:30, our second of 6 matches across today's fixture list here. Easter weekend at the Point 4. Lovely weather for it. As Bondi look to get the ball forward then, but it trickles out of play. Here comes Charleroi. Not afraid to get it out quickly. They need that urgency at this stage. It's switched across field towards Cavallotto. 3 or 4 yards inside the Bondi half, and now they can break at pace. It's Diakite looking for his hat-trick and gets mixed up between his left and right, but showing that he can carry the ball as he did in the first half. As Arezki now then, ball still not fully clear of danger for Charleroi. Twisting away Arezki. He's looked very strong in his second half, hasn't he? He sort of sat back more in the first half, Arezki, the number 5, but in this second half hasn't been afraid to get on the ball and charge forward. Maybe it's that licence of knowing that you're 2-0 up and you can sort of commit a few more bodies forward.
Yeah, and I think probably taking on that little bit of responsibility, knowing that the number 11 Diakite went off. You know, does that put more onto my shoulders in terms of being some of that attacking threat and letting the handbrake off a little. You know, and it's good to see that he's taking confidence from that and still doing that regardless of the Sessifut Bondi changes and having those more attacking players back on the pitch.
Just looking down to the left of me at the bottom of the Tony Larkin pitch, and the Hereford players are making their way to the side, ready for their training session ahead of the next game. Kick-off from 10:30. After analysis from your pitch side team, all about this one. Hereford against Roma up next. Myself and Aaron will take you through that one. But first, will we see any more goals than this? Just under 3 minutes to play. Bondi Sessifut 2. Sessifut Charleroi 0. So the reigning champions on hand at the moment to a losing start here in the west of England. As it slid across, Diakite was the target. Cleared away by Charleroi, but only as far as a orange shirt deep into their own half. Here is Masiga Traore. Good footwork from the defender. Charleroi looking to put them under pressure, but it comes out to this near side for Gaël Rivière. Crowded around by bodies of Charleroi though, as Rivière puts them under pressure, pushes out. He goes out then. Good pressure there from Rivière. He didn't really have all too much right to get that ball with 2 bodies around him in Charleroi, but sort of edges them away and wins his side of corner.
Yeah, good strength on the ball as well. Another corner here for Sessifut Bondi. And again, we've got number 11 Diakite lurking in the box. He's just practiced his right foot swing at goal there, so maybe a little.
You wonder which way they're going to go about it, don't you? They've tried a few different techniques in this second half on the corners, but they're going to opt to go against the board and dribble the ball in this time. And it's Rivière, the man that won it, that takes it and fires an effort towards goal. A few yards wide, and this time we do have a timeout instead of a substitution.
Charleroi timeout here, so not too much longer left on the clock now. An opportunity for the coach to give some final words, and I think, probably telling his players now that we need to go for this. Time's ticking down. Can we go and be a little bit more aggressive and at least try and get one goal and make the finale of the game a little bit more interesting and a little bit closer. Good to see the grandstand filling up a little bit now. Did expect that we were going to have more people in for the RNC game. Hopefully lots of local support, and as we said earlier, a lot of the tickets have been sold, and you can see people coming in and taking their seats now, not only in the grandstand, but we've got quite a few people around the pitch, and we've got some people still located in the VIP section. but still yet to get a bacon sandwich, Trent.
Yeah, I think they're in a position that you really wish you were in right now, aren't you? Sat down there, took it into a bacon sandwich.
No comment.
2 minutes 20 left on the clock then. Can Charleroi take advantage of this team talk? They'll need to get their feet out the block very quickly here if they're to do so. Try and salvage something from this one. A few people watching on from behind the goal on this near side as well.
The referees are just going around and checking the players' eye patches and shades. So after a substitution, half-time, and any sort of large breaks in play like a timeout where shades could have been manipulated or touched, not suggesting that's what happens, but part of the ruling is the players have to now lift up their shades. The referees will check that their eye patches are still in place and that their shades are on their face properly to ensure that it's an equal playing field.
Yeah, it's a key that happens. About to get back underway.
So it looks like number 13 for Bondi, Sissy is just being repatched on the left-hand side of the pitch now. So following the timeout, it may be that the referee has checked the patches and isn't quite happy with them. Not suggesting that the player's done anything to those patches. You know, at this stage in a game, you have head collisions and you get your shades moved, you sweat a lot. So it may just be that the patches need to be reapplied so that that referee's happy. Yeah, all good now. Shades back down and all of the players seem ready. The referee will start the game again.
Yeah, players back on. It was Masiga Traore receiving that. The defender who's put in a stellar display at the centre of defence for Bondi Sessifoot. Can they keep their 4th clean sheet in 5 European Super League matches to start the season? Impressive tally. As the ball comes out for Diakite, he's looking for a hat-trick. The danger man. He said he was before the game, and he certainly showed why in this one. Easy twist and turns away. Diakite looking for a shooting opportunity, but Cavallotto sticks his foot in at the right time to prevent Diakite getting that shot away in a dangerous area. As ball still not fully clear of danger for Charleroi, though. It is now, as they break forward with Cavallotto. Can't fully get it under control, and in the end it's bundled away nicely by Areski, sorry.
Can see here, Trent, following that time out there, that Charleroi are committing men forward. So previously they've been set up with people when they're out of possession. Everybody's getting back. Interesting to see there, even though they knew that Diakite, the danger man, had that ball. You had 2 Charleroi players still pressing on and moving forward. It's clear they're staying up on that at the top of the pitch in the hope that they can break away and try and record a goal here. So some clear messaging from the coaching staff there in the timeout, and a tactical change to give them free rein to not have to sit back so much. Will it pay off? We'll see. We've got 1 minute and 16 seconds on the clock.
Have we just got another repatching over here for is that the case for Areski?
Yeah, I think it may have been that there was a bit of a collision with the player down on the near side board, and sometimes if that takes your shades off, the shades have got foam, and you know they're quite pressed to your face. So what can happen sometimes is the shades will take the patches clean off your face as well. Thankfully, the shot clock stops. Doesn't take too long to be repatched, and the referee will just check that they're happy with that, and then the game will be underway again. But an example of why it's important for the shot clock to be stop-start, you know, because otherwise these things can take a long time and could have a really, really big bearing on the game and the time left.
We are back underway though, and Charleroi, a lot of space opened up at the back here for Bondi to exploit, and it's a chance here on the edge of the area. Miguel Riviere fires his shot, and it bobbles considerably wide in the end, but that was a big chance for the French side there as we approach the final minute of the game. 55 seconds left on the clock. Can Charleroi, there won't be much chance of them clawing a draw out of this one now, unfortunately, but can they get themselves on the board? Or is it going to be, as I mentioned just a moment ago, a 4th clean sheet in 5 for Bondi Sessifoot, who will move just a point behind RNC with this victory? As comes forward then here for Riviere. on the edge of the box. And I think this is the right time to ask. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Who's been the man of the match of this game, would you say, Aaron?
I think there's been a couple of the Cecifoot Bondi players have been really good today, and they've all played different roles. The defensive role has been really good. They've kept that clean sheet. But for me, the star player, most skillful, and the one that's given us plenty to cheer is going to be number 11, Diakite, for me. 2 really good finishes and good goals. It's been a threat throughout the whole game.
He certainly has. I'd echo that. Tidiane Diakite, your man of the match. And it's timely, because there it is. That is full time here at the point for our first match of 6 this afternoon in the European Blind Football League. And it's Bondi Cecifoot that put the pressure on RNC, who are next to come at 10:30. A big win for Bondi Cecifoot, who keep their 4th clean sheet in 5 matches. 2 goals from the starman Tidiane Diakite. We'll pass her along to our pitchside team for analysis of that one.
RNC is a specialist residential college for young people with a visual impairment. It's somewhere that you can learn to be yourself amongst a peer group who have similar life experiences. Our broad curriculum combines academic and vocational subjects with specialist skills for life. From independent living skills to braille lessons. From mobility training to learning assistive technology skills. For more information on the RNC difference, visit rnc.ac.uk.
So, first game over and done with here in round 3 of the European Blind Football League in Herford. We are joined by one of the winning players from Bondi, Gael Riviere. Gael, what a game you guys had.
It was very good game. The weather is very well, and we did not expect that. Actually, no, it was beautiful because Chandler was a very good team. They play very well. In their team, they have some international players, and we are very happy because we have a control of the game all the time, and so we are very happy about the result.
Yeah, you were really kind of unstoppable at some points in that final third, really relentless throughout that game.
Yeah, very good, because we started not too good in this competition, because the last time in Roma we played against Chandler, and it was not the result we expect. So now we correct it, and happy, and we are very happy to stay in the game, to win this competition. It will be very hard because England has a very good team also. But we're looking forward to playing against them.
Well, Gael, Dylan was discussing at half-time how you guys really linked the play very well, and everyone worked as a team, as a unit moving forward. Actually,
we work a lot to achieve this kind of collective achievement. We train maybe 3 or 4 times together, so it was a good thing that we can see some results in the pitch.
And Gael, what was the plan for today then? So Tissot scored the goals, really good goals, direct, and you switched the ball nicely to him. But yeah, what was the plan for the Charleroi game?
The plan was to be very to defend together, because we know they're very fast in counter-attack, and so we just want to avoid a stupid goal against them, and we know that in this kind of game we will have some opportunity to score. So the plan was to be consistent in defense and to play fastly with Tijan. He's a very fast guy, and we know that with him we will have some good opportunity to score.
I think you definitely executed the plan well.
Absolutely.
Exactly that.
Absolutely. Still the only, next to Herford, the only unbeaten side in the league. Roma later today. Yeah. What are the tactics you're going to be taking forward into that one?
It's a very different team. Actually, we don't know them very well. We see that since until now, their results in the competition, the league, were not very good. But they could have some additional players maybe there. So we try to the same thing, to be consistent in defense. And we know that with players we have in our team, we will have the opportunity to score.
Well, Gail, thank you so much for joining us at Pitchside, and congratulations for the win there. As we take a quick look back at those highlights from the game there with Bondi and Charleroi. I mean, and what a game was, Dylan. And Gail was telling us there how they linked together and they really did create those opportunities. They were unplayable at some points.
Yeah, it's because they got the ball in the final third with space. And it allowed Tissot to build speed, momentum, to score. And yeah, he took his chances well.
Absolutely, and like we said, Charleroi didn't do a lot wrong. It was just Bondi really taking advantage of every opportunity.
I think Gail summed it up well. Be solid in defence. That was the biggest difference in the game, and why Bondi won and not Charleroi was literally because they defended as a unit. If you see there's 4 players around the ball in a good shape, they're shooting from comfortable areas for Ben to make the saves, compared to when Bondi running through against Charleroi. He's unopposed, shooting from 6 metres out central. He's going to score goals if you give Tissot that time. So definitely in this one, I think defence won the game. And then that moment we spoke about, Tissot said, "Yep, today's my day. I'm going to go and score some goals."
And if you're Charleroi, what are you looking to do to change the narrative going forward?
Listen, like they're not out of it. They're not out of it. Strange things have happened. We've still got to play Bondi twice. So RNC and Bondi, some people are going to lose points. They have to.
Yeah.
So just reset their experience, guys. They've got a close togetherness, and yeah, think about, okay, how can we build on this now, get stronger, and put right what was wrong in that game.
Well, of course, Bondi back on the pitch later today. Their opposition will be Roma, who are coming up next on the pitch behind us here against the hometown heroes, Herford. Herford, alongside Bondi, the only team undefeated. The only difference is no goals against Herford so far.
Yeah. I think we're going to try to continue that for this game against Roma. We played them last time in Roma, and it was 6-0 to RNC. Roma are young, they're inexperienced, but they're a really good club. They've got good people running the club. But yeah, I mean, it's a good chance for RNC to maybe give some new players some minutes and introduce them into the EBFL scene.
And this Roma side, they're one of those long-standing names in the game, and I mean, arguably in a transitional period at the moment, they are focusing on bringing those younger players through. I mean, what are you looking to see from Roma today?
Just a togetherness and a not give up attitude. You know, if you're gonna play the game regardless of the result, just keep trying, keep practicing on what you've been doing in training and building. You know, to be good at blind football, it doesn't take 2 games, 5 games. It takes years and years and years. So, you know, these are building something for a long, sustained period. So yeah, just keep doing what they're doing in training, listen to the coaches, and enjoy blind football, ultimately. Because if you're not enjoying it, then there's no point being here.
So let's talk about Hereford then, top of the league table at the moment. They're going to want to stay there in front of a crowd that I've been told is now a sellout this morning for this game. They're going to be cheering on this team. Everything is going Hereford's way heading into this one.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, but for some players who've never played in front of a crowd before in the team, so let's see how they react to that. And I just said to him before, like, you know, play the game, not the occasion. There's a lot of people here all supporting us, but don't let that distract you from what you need to do. Listen to what Adam and Tom are saying as coach and guide, and Owen in the goal for the first game. And yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy every moment. You know, they've got some really experienced players within the group. Roy's playing today. You've got Issa. So you've got, you know, Azim. So you've got 3 internationals there that are, you know, in the sort of senior men's program. Rainbow's been to a major tournament before. Plus then you've got your younger lad players and students at the RNC. Yes, what a great opportunity it is for them.
But you picked on something there with Roma and them being a younger side and Hereford being in their home venue here. Roma are going to want to prove themselves against these international players.
Definitely. I mean, I'd like, personally as an RNC fan as well, as a player, I'd like us to get an early goal and just to calm everyone down, but then really focus on not the result, but on what we've been working on in training, the process of the patterns of play, the principles of how to defend, and I really want to see the young players do that regardless of the result today.
Well, and this is it. There was such an emphatic win over in Rome in round 2. Surely these guys are going to want to take that form forward, but knowing that actually the Dortmund side they were playing was not the same side that we have here today.
Different game completely. The Dortmund game that we're playing at 3:30 will be a really competitive time match. I've played against their players multiple times, I think a few of us have, and yeah, they're strong, really, really strong. They'll be as strong as Bondi today.
And this is it. Hereford almost don't want to be too confident going against a Roma side that, as we say, are in a transitional period, but arguably a lot unknown. You look at that side, it's vastly changed from last year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why getting the first goal is really important, because if you get the first goal, you calm the nerves down. You're not chasing, trying to win the game as much then. I'm confident that we won't concede goals against Roma. So then actually it allows you to really build on, again, a bit what we said about Bondi. When they got the first goal, they started building momentum. They started getting more confident in what they're doing. And then the result will look after itself. The goals will go in, the goals won't go in, it doesn't matter. As long as we've eventually win the game, actually we're all focused on the process of our players getting better. Are they enjoying playing? And what an occasion to do it here at RNC with a packed out crowd.
And this is the thing, if you're Roma going into this as well, you see Hereford have not had a goal against them in this tournament so far. The pressure's off them, really. This is a free hit.
100%. If I was Roma and I was talking to the players, just try and defend in a unit, try and do what they've been doing in training, and ultimately enjoy being here. You've just travelled all the way here for enjoy playing in this match with the crowd. It feels good. Just enjoy the moment.
Now, there'll be people joining us on the live stream for the first time today. What can they expect to see from this Hereford side, from this Roma side? What are those key battles that maybe people should be keeping a lookout for?
So for me, for RNC, what you'll see some really direct dribbling in the final third, and hopefully some good finishes. But you'll see us trying to move the defence around. If they're in a low block and they defend, which I think they will, just trying to open that shape. So instead of just running direct against the players, actually going at the right time. So trying to move the ball so they shift in the defence. Hopefully there's some gaps then when they shift, and then really working the opportunities instead of being so direct and finishing. Actually, can we really work the opportunities and play them principles that Adam's been making us do in training?
And there might be some people joining us on the stream already now as well that have noticed that the pitch is different from the sighted game. What are those main differences if people are watching this for the first ever time that they should be looking out for?
Yeah, the biggest thing you'll see is the kickboards down the side of the pitch. Now they're there to keep the ball in play, but also for players to use echolocation off the board so they know where they are. So obviously there's no one guiding players in terms of by an arm or anything like that. Everyone's independently working, but with guides on the side behind the goal. And the keeper, but actually, just using that echolocation for that. Also, the goalie can't leave the little box, so there's a 2x3 metre area where the goal is. The goalie cannot leave that. If he leaves that, it's a straight red card and penalty. So that's something to be wary of. So actually, can you try and create a good angle so the goalie can't get his angles right and to finish the chances?
And of course, you're a England international goalkeeper yourself. How is it playing this game compared to the sighted game?
Yeah, I mean, there's similarities in terms of the shot stopping, the throwing, the kicking, but ultimately it's about being a good guide as well, and building trust within the players, knowing tactically the game, so I can just build on the communication that the guide on the side's given or the guide behind the goal's given, or they can build on my communication. So that's really the biggest thing. And I suppose as well, just a bit more reactions in terms of, because you can't close the angle down in the box, so really trying to use your agility and speed in the goal to make sure you close all angles.
Well, you saw it in the last game as well up front for Bondi. The reaction to get the shot off is incredible.
Yeah, there's limited triggers as well, because a lot of players decide to toe poke the ball in blind football compared to a conventional football where they use an instep, so it's harder to read the body language. So it's really trying to pick up on that connection and being set in still to make the save.
And you may hear behind us at the moment as well, the ball's kind of rattling about. How is that different from the normal game?
Yeah, so there's got ball bearings in the ball. That basically makes the ball audible, and that's how the players locate the ball with the blindfold on. Also, I didn't mention this, but there's a word called voice. So a lot of people ask why there's no head clashes in blind football, and it's a universal word used by every player. And if you're within 2 meters of the ball, you have to say the word voy. It means I go, and every team will use that. If you don't say voy within 2 meters of the ball, then it is a foul.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at this game in particular once again today then. Roma, I mean, that might be a name that a lot of football fans are familiar with, but of course going against Hereford here, top of the league at the moment. It's a bit of a clash top and bottom, but anything can happen here in Hereford.
Yeah, I mean, you can never rule off any opponent in the game, and they'll know that. They've been told that already, and they'll be focused on what they're doing today. Even in the Dortmund game, they've got really good players. Same with Roma got some young players, and actually we'll be focused on completely on ourselves and getting right what we need to from an RNC point of view. But Roma, even though they're inexperienced at the bottom of the league, they've been around ever since I've been around, 10, 15 years plus as a club. All the coaches are still the same. You know, they know what they're doing, and they'll know how to keep the players in the right mindset going into the game. They seem really relaxed. You know, they're just going through the basics of the movement. And yeah, if you don't score early, it's not going to be that easy to score, but hopefully when you get the first one, the floodgates will open with the confidence.
Well, that's it. When you look at all the sides competing in the European Blind Football League, arguably the side with the biggest pedigree, with the biggest trophy cabinet, is Roma.
Yeah. I mean, and I think they're linked to the club, which is, you know, great for them. It makes them also like sustainable. That's really important in blind football. You know, there's not loads of clubs with loads of money, so you need good clubs in the community helping out, growing the clubs. And you know, I know Roma have definitely got that, and they've got a lot of buy-in from the club. I know they hosted the event last time, and it was really, really good. You know, in terms of the standards, the facilities, the way they run the whole day, a bit like RNC. You know, they're going above and beyond to make sure the day is as good as possible, and also we give the best spectacle of this game.
And you mentioned the word community there, and I'm just going to pull you on that before we head over to this game. That is what today is all about, is a football festival here at round 3.
Definitely, it's not just about, you know, the players and us winning today, or, you know, blind football. It's about trying to engage with the people of Hereford, and people actually that have got a visual impairment and disability, and encourage them to come down today, you know, and not just be around the blind football games outside. There's inside, there's loads of have-a-goes going on. I know there's loads of things going on. There's loads of bars, places to go with your as family. There's fun things going on inside, as I said. So yeah, it's really about trying to get as many people here as possible to enjoy blind football, but to bring everyone together ultimately.
So watch the stream and come down for the afternoon session is what we're saying, right?
Yes, please.
So finally, I'm heading into this next game then of round 3, Hereford, Roma. Predictions for what we're going to see, the key battles, overall what you think is going to happen.
I won't give the prediction on the score because I'm not too fussed as long as we obviously win the game, but I think it'll be 4 or 5 goals. But I think what I'm looking to see today is the younger players getting minutes and feeling comfortable in front of a crowd, in front of people, in front of cameras. I think that's really important. And then looking forward to the senior players really to dictate the tempo of the play, being confident to build in possession, being confident to understand how we're going to defend. Also, you know, we've got Owen in goal, really good young goalkeeper, him building confidence into the game, understanding the patterns of what he needs to do as well. So I'm more process driven, and I'm looking forward to speak at half-time whether them processes are coming out in the match.
So it's a game where really anything can happen. Top of the table, Hereford against one of the icons of blind football, Roma. Of course, this is our 2nd year broadcasting the European Blind Football League from here in Hereford. I've returned, Dylan's returned. There is one member of the team that sadly is no longer with us. And for a few tributing words, we'll head over to Trent and Aaron.
Thank you very much, Dylan and Dave, down at pitch side for your analysis and look ahead to this one. And as Dave rightly mentioned here, last year I was joined on commentary by Phil Dixie Dean, a huge figure within blind football and a huge figure here at RNC. Sadly, Dixie passed away in October 2023. A wonderful man, a wonderful coach, and a wonderful man to so many people. He'd been a familiar figure at the college here in Hereford since 1997, across so many different things. Leisure coordinator, most recently a sports academy coach. Dixie's dedication extended beyond his official duties. A wonderful colleague, known for his infectious humour, and was always ready to share a laugh or lend a helping hand. And I felt that last year, my first time meeting him here at the college last year. He's a wonderful guy that offered me so much insight into blind football as well, and it played such a pivotal role in developing blind football here in the UK. Worked with the England blind football team, a goalkeeper. He was a guide, a kitman, and most recently a referee for the blind and partially sighted games. In 2023, too, the year of his passing, Dixie discovered a new talent when he commentated for the first time at the home. And just join us in a round of applause for Dixie here. applause around the point four right now for a wonderful man in Phil Dixie Dean. A man who will be deeply missed, but his memory and the positive impact he's had on the college community will never fade, as people put their hands together on all four corners of the point four here, on the balcony, in the stand behind, and the team that hold Dixie 1. His goalkeeping number on the pitch. A tribute to Dixie Dean. As they make their way off the pitch there, and what a wonderful tribute for everybody there. And Dixie will be extremely missed by all of our team here today and everybody involved here at RNC. A wonderful man that has touched so many people. As we gear ahead now, though, for our second match of today's round 3 of the Blind Super League. It's Hereford in action. RNC have had a wonderful start to this campaign. 4 wins from 4 and have been absolutely unchallenged. 17 goals with 0 conceded. It's been a brilliant start from Hereford, who are flying high. And they play against bottom of the table Roma, a household name in Roma. And a great side too in the Blind Super League. But certainly haven't had the start that they'd have been looking for. They're bottom of the table at this current moment. The complete opposite record to Hereford. I mentioned now Hereford had started the season with 4 wins and without a goal conceded. Roma have started winless. 4 defeats from 4, just 1 goal scored and 19 conceded. As Aaron Ford joins me back up in the commentary box. A little bit out of breath after reading up from that one. A lovely tribute for Dixie there.
Yeah, hopefully I don't sound too out of breath, but I definitely am. Yeah, a really good tribute to Dixie. Somebody who was a fantastic ambassador for RNC, for blind sport and what we do here, and is sadly missed.
Yeah, a lovely tribute, as we mentioned, for a great man. As the players are out on the pitch then, Roma in their normal famous red burgundy style strip. And Hereford in their blue and white. It's blue shirts, white shorts. As the squad lists come up onto your screen now. For Hereford, it's going to be Owen Locke in goal. Across the rest of the team, Mustafa Abbas, Toby Aberson, Mo Ahmed, Azim Amir, Issa Amjid, Kieran Clark, Shamreese Hussain, Ollie Johnson, Ray Stallard, Roy Turnham. A very strong side there, Aaron. Lots of great, fantastic players within them. We'll give you the Roma side in just a second. The Italians, Chirapika Mariano in goal. It's Musa Daniele on the bench, the goalkeeper. Lorenzo Saranti, Mirko Mingione, Constantino Cianello, Melissa Morena, Leonardo Lozzi and Giuseppe Ruocco. And you sense on paper this should be plain sailing for Hereford, but football never tends to work like that.
I think, yeah, when you look at this, top versus bottom, unbeaten versus the team that hasn't recorded any points yet. But, you know, there's always potential banana skins in sport, and something that RNC need to be really aware of here. They cannot go into this game and be complacent. They need to be patient. They need to take their time to break Roma down and take confidence that if and when they can do that, that more goals can come. But first things first, they've got to do the basics. They've got to stick to their processes, and they've got to play this game and treat this team with respect as they would everybody else.
Most certainly. But Hereford, it might be hard to do that sometimes because they've had such a good start to this season. You know, when you're winning games, it's all right winning games, but they've been blowing teams away. 4 matches, 17 goals, and no goals shipped in at the other end at all over the 4. It's been brilliant from RNC.
Yeah, some good experienced goalkeepers. Again, another team that's coached by Adam Bendel and then guide Tom Bendel. these guys are setting this team up really, really well. They're well coached, they're well drilled, they know their role. Kieran Clark, who's going to be playing, he's captain today for RNC. He's playing as Batman. He knows his role, and he'll be a rock at the back. And then what we do have, particularly with Issa Hamjid, who's currently top of the goal scorers list, he's a really, really exciting player. We've got a number of players who've got a lot of attacking potential. So yeah, as long as they can steady the ship at the back, do the basics, I have full confidence that RNC can get the win here and hopefully give the home crowd, which is slowly filling up, plenty to cheer about. And then we've got Azim and Rainbow, who are going to kick off for RNC.
Yeah, it's looking a healthy crowd here at RNC, isn't it? You mentioned a moment ago how you expected more people to flood in, to sell out ticket-wise. And stand behind the goal as we get underway then. RNC Hereford against Roma, top versus bottom in the second match of today's third round of the European Blind Super League here at the Point 4. Hereford unchallenged, unfazed so far in this tournament. Roma yet to get off the mark. But football can throw up surprises around every corner. And this would be an almighty one, that's for sure. As it is Issa Amjid, the league's top scorer. And what a talent he is, 18 years of age, 5 goals so far, always looks so bright. I remember last year when myself and Dixie were commentating in 2 of the matches. The 2 matches, we gave him man of the match. He was fantastic.
Yeah, he's a great player, and I think Issa's a really, really good example of the opportunity that the European Blind Football League brings. Issa's somebody that is working with the FA, he's working with the national team. They know what he brings and the potential that he has, but what this is providing now for players like Issa and many others is an opportunity to go and gain experience, to play in front of a crowd, to develop and grow in confidence, you know, to score the goals he's scoring, and hopefully one day he can go and do this for the England national team as well, because we all believe in the potential that he possesses.
And here he is then, showing that just now, and here it is! A timely manner after what we mentioned. And why wouldn't you pick him up when he's got ability like that? That was an absolutely brilliant run from Issa Amjid. He picks it up inside his own half, takes it past one, just creates the space for himself, doesn't he? Arrows the effort into the bottom right corner. Fantastic finish, and he's sick for the season.
Yeah, he's so controlled in what he does. He attacks at speed. He keeps the ball really, really close to him. He's so tricky. He's got a great change of direction. And as you just showed then, when he is through on goal, he's got the composure to go with it, and he can strike the ball really well. It was a great finish, putting the ball in the bottom right-hand corner. 1-0 RNC, 13 minutes, 30 left.
I don't like saying, give me a score prediction, but do you sense that this could get pretty ugly for Roma, who have leaked goals this season against opposition, and Hereford have scored so many goals, haven't they? And of course, within just over a minute played, and Hereford have found the net for the first time. Could this be a heavy one?
I think, yeah, you know, what we have available to us suggests that the team that's conceded the most goals against the team that's scored the most goals. RNC are playing here on home soil, the pitch that they play on and train on all the time. You know, if they get into the swing of things here and they start finding the back of the net, Roma are going to need to play really, really well to stop them. But yeah, we've got some really, really young talent on the pitch, and as you say, 2 minutes played, corner to RNC, already 1 up. I think we could see some goals here.
Just want to touch on that home advantage a little bit more in just a second, Aaron, but as the corner comes in, Issa Amjid is lurking at the back, and he picks it up once again. He's been a handful already. You sense it won't be the last of his chances today as he arrows the run, continues going. Issa Amjid, oh wow, what a run. Deserved a goal at the end of it. Picked it up just over a halfway line. Brilliant diagonal run towards the edge of the area. Fires his effort, but just goes wide and continues to show his class in this early start. As Azim Amir puts in the tackle, and RNC come forward once again to an applause from the crowd. Plenty of people out on the grandstand next to us now, and the VIP area too. And it's 2. Azim Amir picking it up out of nothing really. Slide rule, fantastic driven effort into the bottom corner, and what a start to the game this has been from RNC. They've been clinical going forward and taking their goals very nicely too. It's 2-0 inside the first 3 minutes.
I think just a good opportunity as well to show, we've spoken about Issa, and we know that Issa's scored a few goals so far this season, but so's Azim, so's Rainbow, so's FA, who's not even playing today. The RNC team is a really good mixture of young, promising talent, some more experienced players who are helping them on this journey, and it just demonstrates how important an opportunity like this is for RNC as a club team, for some of these players, both in terms of their club and international careers as well. As we've got Rainbow who's just picked the ball up, and once he starts, he's very, very difficult to stop. I think this will be as he advances up the pitch here, this will be a demonstration of not just Issa or not just one player, but as a squad, as a team, RNC are where they are in the league because they've got some really, really good talented players.
You see these players sort of day in, day out, Aaron, you work with them, you communicate with them. Just as we come forward again once, chances continue to flow in for Hereford, who have looked very lively at the start of this match against Roma. Back to the point before about, you train with them week in, week out. What is the harmony like within the squad? I'm sure they all get on so well, the communication. Do they train well together?
Yeah, they do. The attitude of the players is fantastic. We've got some of the players that are based here at RNC. We've got some that aren't based here or used to be here as students and come back. But there's often, so our sports academy runs training sessions over the days of the week. Those sessions are open to others that are non-RNC members as well, and it just creates a great for us that's great experience coming into our sessions to help our younger students who are learning their trade. But it just creates a great dynamic, and that's all overseen by the likes of Adam Bendel, who's the head coach of the RNC team. He also works with the England national team. He's a great coach, somebody who's very experienced in bringing young players through the game, and what we've got set up here is fantastic. Facilities, coaching expertise, and the attitude of the players, and I think hopefully something we can continue to build on and not only see success on the club scene, but also internationally, because we as the players have lots of aspirations for these guys to go on and represent their country as well, and become Paralympians.
And having Hereford at the point of this, at the top of the league, to potentially win it is great for the college, is great for blind football as well, and they've had such a strong start to this competition, and they're showing exactly all of the things that you just mentioned there and their progress in this competition. Of course, Charleroi are the champions last year, but Hereford going about their business both defensively, attackingly, and cohesion-wise as a team as well, just brilliantly at the moment. 19 goals without reply, and looking for their 20th of the season here with Issa Amjid. He could bag his 7th, fires an effort. Strong challenge on the edge of the area there from Mirko Mingione, as they're going to look to make a change here then, Roma. It's been very much no disrespect to the Italian side, but we've pretty much just been watching Hereford so far, haven't we? Because they've been so structured defensively, they've had all of the ball, and Roma have had to sit so deep because of the attacking play that Hereford have. But they're going to switch things up a little bit here. A youngster comes on, I believe it's Cianello. I will confirmation with you in just a second. I remember him playing at this competition last year. I think it was his first dose of... No, it's Leonardo Lozzi. Leonardo Lozzi, it was his first dose of blind football last year out of the country. And he looked a little nervous when he came to RNC last year.
Yeah, just giving away a free kick there with his first involvement. So not probably the start that he wanted, but great to see him out again, getting more exposure. Not just the RNC players, but the players across the 6 countries taking part in this league. Great opportunity for them, and what an experience to play in front of a crowd like this.
It certainly is, isn't it? And that's the thing. Whether you're winning, you're losing. Of course, everybody when they step out onto a pitch or play a sport, you want to win. But if you don't, it is great exposure and a chance for players here to go and not only host a tournament in their own country at their own facility, but go to 5 other countries and play a sport that they love. That's great.
Yeah, the experience that it's providing, so RNC have just made a substitution here, so Rainbow has gone off and he's been replaced by Shamreese Hussein. Shamreese is one of our current RNC students who has been playing blind football probably 2 years since he became a student at the college. These guys have just got back from Rome, seeing the pictures and the experiences they're having culturally, just for some of them leaving the country for the first time. It's fantastic, and as you say, Trent, to have so many people here at the college, this is great for sport, for football, for our sports academy, but it's also great for the local community. We've got local children here trying out blind sports for the first time.
Issa Amjid, oh, that's a brilliant goal.
I should have known not to speak too much because Issa's got the ball.
It was absolutely fantastic stuff. While you were mentioning all the great stuff here about RNC, Aaron, Issa Amjid had the ball that whole time, weaving his way in and out of the Roma side. He was just toying with the defence, really. Got it onto his left foot, burrows the ball home into the bottom left-hand corner. It's his second of the day, his 7th of the season. What a display this is from not only Issa Amjid, but from Herford too. From back to front, they've looked a different class so far today. And that move, that run, deserved a goal.
Yeah, a great finish at the end of it as well. And if only I hadn't spoiled it by talking.
No, not at all. Not at all. Of course, all the stuff you mentioned is greatly important in terms of all the work that's going on here at the college. To put the players out onto the pitch, and maybe that is the golfing class here between these two. Of course, the setup that we have here, the amount of people that have turned out, and the great coaching that these players pick up here at the RNC. As Shamraz Hussain, the substitute, looks to get involved in the action. That's going to be a free kick then. Can you, for viewers in Viz, Aaron, can you just explain what the two spots are? So we have one on the edge of the line and we have one just outside that.
Yeah, so the spot on the end of the line is the 6 metre penalty spot, and then the spot just further out of the box is the 8 metre. So if, for example, you get your 5 team fouls and that accumulates, you get an 8 metre penalty. If there is a foul, an infringement within the penalty area, then you get your 6 metre penalty. 6 metre obviously provides a better opportunity to score, but you know you've still seen some 8 metres scored as well. And exactly where Azim and Issa are about to take this free kick from now, just half a yard behind the 8 metre penalty spot, straight in front of goal. Yeah, that 8 metre penalty spot, of course, coming when a team fouls the other 5 times within a half, gets reset at half time. And a great opportunity for Hereford to add to their lead here. Powerful effort from Azim Amir, who's been part of the headlines recently, hasn't he? You may have seen the England kit be released, and he was all part of it, wasn't he? Yeah, so Azim was part of the kit release, the kit launch, along with one of our current female students, Lucy Vivontovic, who plays for the England blind team and the RNC team as well. We've done a lot of development work recently around the female side of the game, and yeah, both Lucy and Azim were part of the kit launch alongside some really big names. And you know, again, just like this is a fantastic experience. What a great experience that is for these young people to go and be part of something special.
What a dream. Ahead of the Euros, Euros that England have a good chance of winning, hopefully. And for them to release the kit and be there and be part of it, did they speak about who they met and who was there?
I think there was a few people that were in the larger group photo that weren't all there at the same time, but I know that the guys met some of them. And so Lucy, for example, is a big Arsenal fan, and she's very close to Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka in the picture, which is fantastic. And you know, I think in the overall group photo, Azim's next to Harry Kane, so it's not a bad person, the England captain, to be
bad company, is it?
Be next to.
Amazing stuff. That's brilliant. That's a free kick then for RNC, deep inside their own half towards the corner on this near side. It's hooked long. It's going to be Issa Amjid that tries to pick up the pieces inside the Roma box, left side of it, looking to twist and turn past a couple, and both eye shields come off there. And the referee, straight away, good referee in there, stopping play as soon as it happens. It's just a bit of a tussle, wasn't it? Issa Amjid was trying to get away from a couple, and there's a few flailing arms and a connection between the two, and both fell off at the same time. Good to see that both players are okay, because, of course, collisions can sometimes cause injury, but they're both all right, stay on their feet.
Yeah, and a quick restart. Both players in this position of the game, you know, their eye patches are fine. They've not been sweating too much just yet. So shades back on. They're also wearing head guards to protect for that exact thing, such as head collisions. You know, safety for the athletes is paramount. So yeah, they're back underway.
Here come Roma then, looking to come forward with the ball. Lorenzo Sorranti. You might get a little bit of Italian from me later on if you're lucky, with some of these names. They're amazing. Leonardo Lozzi tussling away with Azim Amir then in the centre. Here he is, Amir. strikes a big presence in that midfield and defence. Amir looking to tussle the ball away. Here he is. Great chance for Hereford here. Ball bundled over the line, and there it is. Azeem Amir just didn't want to give up on that one. He had a chance when he was breaking forward. Roma got the ball back. He said no. He carried on. And inside the 6-yard box it was.
So the Roma goalkeeper's just protesting a little bit here that obviously Azeem's gone into the 6-yard box, which is absolutely fine. Ruling is the goalkeeper can't come out, but there isn't anything to say that the players can't enter that pitch. RNC substitution here, so we've got Issa going off and he's being replaced by Roy Turnham. A classic example here of us talking about the younger players and being mixed in with experience. Roy is a veteran of the game, has played many times for England and has been a fantastic player for both club football and international football over the years, and he'll bring some real experience, and he's a fantastic ambassador for supporting the younger players as well. He's just picked up the ball here, dribbling into the Roma half. He's still got it. He's fantastic technically, but what he also brings is a huge amount of leadership and support to the younger players, which is really important.
Yeah, just touching on that a little bit more, Aaron, because of course we've spoke about Issa Amjid, who we know the qualities he has. He's shown them here as well. 19 years of age. Roy 38, so double his age. His experience, his advice, training with him week in, week out, that's big for young players, isn't it? And even though Issa's clearly got the ability, he knows how to play football, just giving that extra advice and is big for young players when they're stepping out during big occasions.
Yeah, definitely, and I think you can't put a price on what something like Roy brings to a squad. Somebody who's been there and done it and been involved for years, learned many things, probably experienced mistakes and losses, and the way that he can support the younger generation is really invaluable.
Azeem Amir then advancing towards the area for Roma in the centre of it, still not giving up. Such a presence of Azeem Amir, they just can't get away from him. As tussles away with his opposite number. Here's Turnham then in the corner. Forced out of play in the end, but Hereford do win it. Good play from Turnham. He's been a nuisance since he come on, hasn't he? He's had a couple of runs down here, and then just as you think he doesn't have the right to get it there, he plays it off the Roma defender, which is clever attacking play.
Yeah, like we said again about Issa earlier as well, he's really good in tight spaces. Roy's really fast and aggressive in his dribbling, keeps that ball close, but he can change direction and he can draw a player in and beat them with these. And yeah, you mentioned about him being 38, but he doesn't look like he's slowing up anytime soon, and still brings a huge amount to the game.
And he's got a musical touch as well.
He's a very talented young man. Yeah, he's fantastic. And when we talk about experience, he's recently been playing in Brazil within their league. So the experiences for him as an experienced player, being invited to go and play in those type of competitions alongside Paralympic champions, to then bring those experiences home and teach the younger generation, it can only be good.
Just touching on the Paralympics as we did earlier, what's the feeling around the college in terms of representatives from RNC at this summer's games?
So at this summer's games, unfortunately, England haven't qualified for the games, and one of the teams, so they failed to qualify at the World Games, which we hosted in August last year, and they didn't get the European spot either. So they haven't qualified for Paris. The attention now turns to LA 2028, and we can probably look at a number of the younger players here and say, well, actually that is the route for them. That's where we would expect them to be trying to hit their peak and try and do something as part of a national team. But yeah, we've got lots of people over the past, current and ex-students who've been involved in Paralympic Games. And
chance for Turnham here. Sorry, just quickly, as Turnham continues to battle away, and he's caused so many problems for Roma since he's come on, battling away for the ball. He won it quite deep inside the Roma half there. Tries to angle his run into the box, but just can't get a flush connection on it. But Hereford have really put Roma to the sword in the first half here. And probably the best chance of the game for the Italians here inside the area as Lorenzo Saranti looks to get the ball away, but it's good goalkeeping in the end there by Owen Locke, 22-year-old, who just scoops the ball up as soon as the first sight of it. Here's Turner once again. The heat map has very much been at his feet since he came on. The Hereford number 7, twisting and turning away, showing his experience within the game. Here he is. And, it's a Bit of a nasty fall on Turnham there. No malice in it from Mirko Mingione, just a bit of a mix-up within left and right defeats. It's going to be a Roma change, looking to switch things up a little bit here. And off goes Lorenzo Saranti, the man that had the best chance really there for Roma in these early knock-ins. About 3.5 minutes left of this first half. You're listening to European Blind Super League coverage. Round 3 of the competition. 5th game for RNC. And are on very good hand to make it a clean sweep of 5 wins from 5 here. It'd take a big Roma comeback if they're to do so, and it could make the scoreline even more glossy here. Hereford. Here's Azim Amir shifting from left to right. Very powerful effort, saved by the goalkeeper. Had work to do there, the keeper, didn't he? It's a brilliant strike from Amir. You didn't sense he was going to strike it from that sort of angle, but that's what happens when you're winning games. Confidence comes through and you maybe try a few different things. Good save.
Yeah, struck it well from a really acute angle. Goalkeeper maybe not expecting him to shoot from there, but did and tested him. Just off the ball, we had a collision there between the Roma number 3 and Shamreese RNC Hussein. Again, nothing in it, but off the ball, those guys have just collided. These things happen, why it's really important to wear things like the head guard. I think the coaching staff for the RNC team are just going to make a change. It looks like Shamreese is coming off, took a bit of a knock to the head, so the medical staff will have a look at him. He's going to be replaced by Jay Stallard, who is another one of our current students at RNC. So Sham, Jay, these are the guys that are out here day in, day out, training and competing with Adam as the coach and Dylan as the sighted goalkeeper. So great to see another current RNC student being introduced, and I'm sure he's a local boy as well. Jay, he only lives in Malvern, so I'm sure his mum and dad are here watching some point, so this will be a really special moment for those guys.
Yeah, that's lovely. And of course only 19 years of age as well, so another good opportunity here. You always want to do it on the home turf, don't you? Just how important is it that a home turf in blind football? Because of course you mentioned earlier about the fact that this is where Hereford train in, day out, that they know this pitch, and of course that's so big, isn't it? Where when you have your bearings, you know exactly where you're playing, you feel comfortable. Within blind football, I sense that's huge.
Yeah, definitely. You know, their orientation around the pitch, the type of boards, the condition of the pitch and the surface that we're playing on. You know, you may go to another country who've got a slightly different playing surface. This has recently been updated to the 4G. But, you know, something like that, it has a huge impact on the way the ball rolls, the pressure that you need to put on it, the speed in which you can dribble at, you know, the acoustics as well around the environment. So, for me, there is a huge advantage really of playing in your home soil, but that's why the European League travels the world like it does, and each team gets to host.
Here come Hereford then, Azim Amir looking for his hat-trick. Shuffles, oh, there he gets it. Brilliant football. Confidence flowing through the Hereford side. And it was a very simple move. They made it look so simple, didn't they? Roy Turnham and Azim Amir were stood over the free kick from the right side. Amir just diags his run ever so slightly outside the box, shifts over to his right foot, and it was a dagger into the bottom left-hand corner, and that's his hat-trick in this half. What a performance.
Yeah, good finish. I think a well-worked corner. You know, these are the type of things that the guys are working on day in, day out here as well. And it just demonstrates, I think, the importance of the relationship between your guide. You can see Tom Bendel behind the goal there. He's telling Azim exactly what he wants him to do. He's providing that feedback as to whereabouts he is, where the wall's being set up, and Azim executed it brilliantly. Yeah, and I think, you know, there's 5 goals been scored so far. The players are playing fantastically and they've got the ball at the feet, but we can't underestimate how important it is for these to be set up. Owen doing a great job in that defensive third, although it's been pretty sparse.
The sides are coming back onto the pitch here after that break. That's a little bit of an in-house personal battle between these the two players for Hereford at the moment, because Issa Amjid and Azim Amir both at 7 goals for the season. So I'm sure neither of them will mind all too much. It's good to see that the side are scoring so many goals, but maybe just a little one-upsmanship maybe between the two.
I think they'll definitely both want to finish on top if they can, but knowing both of the guys, they'll be equally happy for the other person to get it as well. And you know, each of these goals is being scored for the team. This is a team sport. It's really important, and that's something that we try to instill into the players, that it is a team sport and we all contribute. Whether it's the Kieran playing a pivotal role at the back of the court, the back of the pitch, that's just as important as the people putting the ball in the goal. So massive team effort.
And a nice situation to be in, let's be honest. The first and second top scorers in the league battling between. It's just an added bonus, but it just goes to show the quality that Hereford have. Their top scorers have scored more than the other teams in the competition as a whole.
Not forgetting F.A. Shimwell as well, who's also a fantastic player but currently injured. So yeah, he's somebody who's joining us pitchside today to help with the commentary team. But he's also another fantastic talent and somebody who adds a huge amount of value to this team.
Well, that just goes to show how important the ball and the boards are there for these players' communication. Turnham was just guiding his run inside the Roma half there, and the ball bounces off the sides and it gets his bearings and picks up the loose ball as it comes to this near side once again. Here is Turnham, takes a neat little touch with his left foot. Ball just off the board, twisting and turning. Good control from the Hereford number 7. Can he add a sixth?
So a late volley there from the number 4 Roma player, as I think Roy cut inside. Probably tricked the Roma player a little bit, didn't realise he was actually heading back towards him. There was no volley, that's where the referees called it, and another promising opportunity here for RNC. 6 metres out, just to the left-hand side of the goal, we've got Roy Turnham and Azim stood over the ball.
Yeah, he senses this is a dangerous, really dangerous opportunity. Just as we saw a moment ago, from probably a worse angle, Hereford made it look so easy for their 5th was Azim Amir, and this one, Amir and Turnham stand over it once again. They've got Jay Stallard lurking at the right of the box, just on the edge of the line. It's a 3-man wall. As you can hear the instructions potentially in the background there. And it's a big chance as Turnham's going to strike through the wall. Ball falls loose for Stallard. Still not clear of danger. Stallard just trying to hook away at it, and in the end, don't think he expected the ball to come to him as quickly as it did and just couldn't jump forward quickly enough. Well, that was a good chance for Hereford, but when you've got a 5-goal buffer, you can sort of let them ones pass by.
Yeah, they did what they needed to. They forced a save from the goalkeeper. So yeah, and then Jay was able to get onto the loose ball and have another attack. Just wasn't meant to be.
Well, unfortunately for Roma, this probably wasn't the first game of the day that they'd have wanted, because when you come up against the side who are so strong, not only in defence but in attack, when you're looking for that confidence boost, when you're looking for that goal and not to ship any yourself, going up against Hereford on their own home patch isn't an ideal first game of the day for them, is it?
No, it's a toughie, and momentum as well, plays a huge part. If they could have a good performance now in this first game, they take confidence into the second later on in the game.
Here comes Roy Turnham then once again, looking to shift in, and he's having deserves his goal here. It's of course been Issa Amjid and Azim Amir that have stole the goal scoring exploits in this one as we approach the final 30 seconds of the first half, but it's Azim Amir in a bit of a standstill with Leonardo Losey here. Leonardo Losey just looking for options in and around. He hooks the ball back, and can Roy Turnham pick out where the ball is here and just race onto it? It's a good chance for Hereford here in the final 15 seconds of this half to try and add yet more gloss to the scoreline. Plenty of bodies back for Roma though on the edge of the area, and they look like they are going to get it clear. 6 seconds left of this one. Saranti has the ball at the base of the centre circle, but Turnham continues to battle away for it. But that is going to be the horn for the end of the first half. An absolutely brilliant first half display as applause rings around the point for. They were clinical, they were ruthless in that first half, weren't they, Aaron? 2 goals for Issa Amjid and 3 from Azim Amir, 5-0.
Yeah, really, really good, strong half. And I think, you can see sometimes the loose ball there at the end with Roy. Some great coaching as well from Adam in the centre of the pitch. Some really, really good guiding from Tom. And you can just see that it's a well-drilled team who play together and are good at what they do. And yeah, I think wouldn't be surprised to see some of the other guys come on in the second half as well. We've got some other young players. We've got Ollie Johnson, who's a real talent. So it may be maybe we can see him in the second half.
Well, before this game, of course, it had all the hallmarks of a big Hereford win. Top of the league, 17 scored without reply. Roma at the opposite end of it. And after the first half action, we've seen a big first half from Hereford. They lead by 5-0 as Azim Amir and Issa Amjid star. But another star is pitchside for us that can't play today. In FA Shinwell, we'll hand you back to David.
So big thanks to Aaron and Trent there, bringing you that first half commentary. 5-0 to Hereford here against Roma. I am joined though pitchside by England international FA Shinwell, unfortunately not part of that Hereford side today, out with injury. But I mean, I would say they were missing you out there, but they're scoring the goals. I mean, I know you're the top scorer in the National League and one of the top scorers of last season in the European Blind Football League as well. But I mean, what's it like to travel the world with this Hereford side?
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's a great opportunity. It's one of the reasons why you train kind of every day. It's a chance to play. I mean, as you say, travel the world, experience things, places, have a good laugh with the team and play some great matches. I mean, it's a great experience, and I mean, they're really showing the benefit of it on the pitch with how they're performing.
And this is it with this Hereford side. It's a development that are guiding these young athletes through to appear on the international stage like you have.
Yeah, I mean, quite a lot of experience in the team. You got a good mix of people like Issa, I mean, obviously Roy, who's 100 caps, bit of an icon. Azim, he's made a lot of appearances. It's a really good blend, and I mean, younger players like myself, like Issa, less experienced players like some of the RNC students, and it's really good. And obviously the more experienced players, it's really good blend. We're all kind of learning off each other, bouncing off each other, and it's really beneficial.
And that's one of the things we've seen from the Hereford side, not only last season, but this season as well, is that blend that you mentioned there. It seems like all you guys are linked up by like string constantly. You just know how to each other plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's communication first and foremost in the diamond formation. That striker switch onto the wingers, the back man kind of being the pivot around whom everyone moves, the keeper as well. It's that unit which we train on, that shape, when it works well, it works like clockwork, and you saw that in the game with how they were playing, moving the ball from side to side, good changes of speed. Once it works very well, and fortunately, as the scoreboard shows, it's been working well in the first half today.
So FA, when you're playing on the pitch and you're in that position, what is going through your mind? Because there must be so much, the level of concentration, there must be so many things that you need to think about.
It's a very mentally intense game. I mean, I watch back some of the games that I play, and it's like, wow, that went quickly. Like you're on the pitch and it feels like you're there for hours. It's because the concentration levels. I mean, it depends what you're playing really. Like if you're a forward player like I am, a lot of it's obviously kind of scanning behind you, trying to link up with the guy behind the goal, trying to cover for your wingers, trying to get long into the right positions, a lot of kind of pre-movement, a lot of focus on that, being very ball focused as well for those long throws from the goalkeeper. And for a winger, it's more kind of trying to get on the ball, dribble, create space, create a passing angle into the forward. I'd say the back man, but I haven't really played there, so I wouldn't be really fair for me to get that representation. But it's very mentally intense, a lot of decision making, and you need to be very play on instinct as well, because it's a very fast moving game.
Too busy scoring goals up front, FA. But what astounds me, especially when I've seen you play, is that you got the ball at your feet, but you just find the reaction and the power from seemingly nowhere. It looks like you're dribbling and then suddenly bang, goal. How do you do that?
That's the technique. It's a very kind of futsal type technique. It's a thing you see on blind football. It's just it's shooting in your dribble, essentially. It's you're using the momentum from your movement from your dribble to get the toe poke shots away normally, or a side foot, or whatever technique you choose to use. And it catches keepers off guard because you use your speed and you use your momentum, and you stride through your toe poke, and it's powerful and it's accurate normally, hopefully. I mean, you can catch keepers off guard and score some goals.
So for someone who's maybe joining us on this live stream today that would like to potentially take up blind football, what are those areas that they should be wanting to consider to bring into the game?
I mean, if anyone's watching the game today and wants to take up blind football, I'd recommend it massively. I mean, it's so good for socially. It's really good for your physical fitness, movement independently. It's such a beneficial thing to do. I'm sorry, what would you recommend in terms of? In terms of
what's the areas that you're thinking that's the #1 thing to train first?
Loose ball work. I mean, if you're watching the game, it's ball breaks a lot, and the best players are the ones that get on that loose ball very quickly. Because I mean, if you think about it, the ball's loose, you get on it quickly, you have space, you have time, you're able to. It makes a hard chance into an easy chance. So, dropping the ball loose, getting on it quickly, being able to react to the ball in the air as it's moving, and that will help with your first touch afterwards. It'll help with, as I say, locating the ball. And once you get your dribbling going, it'll make it a lot easier because you're in space, you're able to build up momentum. So yeah, first and foremost, loose ball work.
And for you as a player, what obviously recovering from injury at the moment, what's next in your story?
Well, once I get back from this bloody injury, it'll be there's a few more of these EBFL games I'm targeting to come back for the end of the National League season with West Brom. Big ambition. Then obviously kind of the main thing with the England stuff over the summer. Hopefully have some friendly games, some smaller tournaments. And really building towards that, because our cycle now is until 2026. We have the next Euros, so that's the end goal. But there's loads of smaller goals, smaller targets on the way there. So for me, as I say, just strengthening my ankle up, making sure I'm ready to go, and then really trying to push in, make myself fitter, make myself sharper, quicker on the dribble, and get into those games for England.
Well, FA, thank you so much for joining us. Can't wait to see you back in that Herford and England side as we head things back over to Aaron and Trent.
David, FA, thank you very much. That was the voice of FA Shimwell, of course. Big star here at RNC. Unfortunately, can't feature today through injury. Ankle injury that we still need to wait and see how it is. But what a star he is. I remember covering this tournament last year, back when FA was 18 years old. And he was absolutely here, there and everywhere, as he has been so far in this tournament. Third top scorer with 4 goals, and that's without kicking a ball today. But without sounding too bad towards FA, Hereford haven't needed him within this first half so far. They're 5-0 up against the Roma side, who have really struggled to break out the blocks and cause any momentum, really. As the play is underway then for the second half. And just a little bit of a tussle here between Leonardo Lozzi and Roy Turner. Leonardo Lozzi, under half his age, Roy Turner. As Hereford look to put more pressure as a player down here in the defensive half. I was just sort of focusing on what was going on in this half. I'll have to wait and see what actually happened in the defensive half here for Roma. As a man forward, he's sort of gone down in a heap without any contact. I'll give you an update on it in just a second if we get it. Hoping he's okay. Just holding his head, which is a little bit of a worry. The referee just speaking to Leonardo Lozzi. He wasn't happy with the sort of tussle he had away with Roy Turner. Player back to his feet, which is great to see. He just went down there, Aaron, which was a confusing one because no player was around him, but
yeah, no, not sure, but back up on his feet seems to be okay.
Yeah.
We mentioned in the first half, Trent, around potentially an opportunity for some of the other RNC players to get involved. We've got Ollie Johnson, who's on now, another young guy, Ollie, 18, been here training this week, and yeah, a potential talent for the future. So a great opportunity for him to get on in a game where, you know, we could argue the pressure's off here and him just get some valuable minutes under his belt, and hopefully use it as a great learning opportunity.
I think the important thing within sport, and not only here within this league, but in sport as a whole, across any elite level, is not just the players you can put out onto the pitch, it's the players you can bring on, or the players you can have when you're injured. We spoke to FA at half-time, and for many squads, he'd be a star man. Of course, he is here too, but he's out today. But the players that Hereford RNC can still name on the pitch and on the bench just shows their strength in depth.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, hopefully that might be something that pays dividends by the end of the season, and say, well, actually, you know, we didn't have a drop off in anything from a performance point of view in any of the games, regardless of who was playing. Whereas that might not be. Or Azim just tested the goalkeeper there, went through on the right hand side of goal. cut a shot back across, forced a good save from the goalkeeper. Ball's now loose in the RNC half with Ollie Johnson picking the ball up at the left board.
Yeah, good chance. First real shot of the half there for RNC. Looking for their 6th of the game. It's come all the way to the other end of the pitch as Roma just looking to put Turnham under pressure. Them two have had a right little battle away. The two number 7s in this half, Turnham and Leonardo Lozzi, who has looked a little bit more comfortable on the pitch today. I don't want to sound like I'm singling him out, but like I say, last time he just looked a little bit nervy. It was one of his first matches within this tournament, but today looks a bit more settled, looks more confident going in for tackles, and of course a hard game for him to do so. Saranti, that looked like it was almost going to be a nasty one. We were speaking about the ankle injuries and stuff just a moment ago, and his ankle sort of just rolled over the ball then. Good to see that it didn't land awkwardly. Saranti, as the ball comes out on this near side then for Azim Amir on halfway, twisting and turning back towards the base of the centre circle inside the Hereford half. Got options. Ollie Johnson was one of those, the half-time substitute, but instead it goes forward. It's Turnham who's running towards the Roma defence at pace here. Here's Turnham, and he slams the ball home. As soon as he picked it up in that position, you knew it'd be dangerous for Roma. And Turnham, great awareness of his surroundings, and he slams the ball halfway between the goal on the right side of it. And a big lead now for Hereford. It's only getting bigger, and Roy Turnham hadn't scored up until this point. He deserved it. He has now.
Yeah, no, he's had a couple of chances, and that was a good finish by Roy, and just an example really of once he gets going, he's still really fast and committed with his dribble, and yeah, he was able to beat the Roma defenders and get through on goal. Nothing the goalkeeper could do. Good finish.
RNC 6, Roma 0. And imagine if this was a men's scoreline in football, Hereford 6, Roma 0. Maybe one day.
Yeah, I think
down at Edgar Street.
We'd take it. Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, maybe that's the next one. Maybe we've got the stand here. We've got 160 seats in. We've got people then around as well. But maybe if we can continue to grow this, the next one's got to be played in a bit of a stadium. Get some more fans in and introduce even more people to blind sport.
Most certainly. And it just shows the development though, because last year there were bums on seats, there was people here, but the crowd has probably more than doubled, more than tripled this year, which shows its growth. And let's hope that can continue year on year, and why not, because there's been some fantastic football on display even within this first match and a half.
Yeah, and it's not just the football either. For us, from an RNC point of view, we've got the football festival in the sports hall, opportunities for young people to come in and have a go at different visually impaired and blind sports. So great promotion for the college and what we do here for the local community. And we've also got some of the local food organisations that are here. So yeah, we've added the stand, we've added food, we've added the football festival. So hopefully year on year we continue to make this a spectacle of blind football for the players and the athletes, and provide them the best opportunity in preparation for their game, but also continue to build for the local community and people of Hereford.
Roy Turnham a little bit too quick for his own good there. He was twisted and turning away and just showing that burst of pace, but unfortunately dribbles the ball out of play. But Hereford look very dangerous every time they break forward, and here they come once again. It's a great chance. It's blocked off in the end, and still crowding around with blue shirts on the edge of the area though. Can Roma get in the way? They do, but stab their foot through it and straight back into the hands of Hereford. And yeah, you were mentioning about some of the wider things that we have here today. I'm definitely going to give some of them food vendors a go, I think. And I know they're locally sourced as well, which is great stuff in and around Hereford.
Yeah, all local businesses that we're working in partnership with, and yeah, some bigger names and some smaller organisations. So hopefully, like they're helping us to grow this event, we can also help to grow them and give them business opportunity. And who knows, there might be more partnership down the line.
Yeah, I could give a little review later, that's for sure. As lovely twist and turn away there by Ollie Johnson, the 18-year-old. Loses possession in the end, but Hereford do regain it. Chance here on the edge of the area for Jay Stallard, the local lad. Fires the effort, but in the end, lots of bodies back in the way for Roma. It's Leonardo Lozzi just looking to find the ball, but tosses away with Azim Amir. He's never going to win a strength battle against Amir. It's like man against boy, unfortunately, in terms of size between those two. Azim Amir, massive frame, tall. And Amir beautifully finds Turnham, who twists and turns away. Bellingham-esque there from Turnham. And is bundled down in the end. A bit of a nasty collision, and the Roma player goes down in a heap, holding her face. Hopefully she is okay. She played this tournament last year, Melissa Morena, putting some strong defensive displays. Today has been really up against it, against some fantastic Hereford attackers, and glad to see she's back up okay. She went down in a bit of a heap, holding her face there, which is never nice to see, but is okay. I can imagine it's so disorientating as well when you take a hit in the face and you don't know where it's coming from at first, and it can be quite scary at times.
Yeah, definitely, and it's these are some tough cookies out there. There's some of the collisions and things you see, and I think, oh God, how are you going to get up for that one? But they get up, and I think, yeah, whether they're used to it, whether it's just testament to the protection that they wear, you know, wearing the head guards and things to just soften some of the blow in those head collisions, because unfortunately it's part and parcel of the game in terms of the speed in which they're moving around this pitch.
Hereford just looking to show their passing ability here then. It was Stallard that played the ball across square towards Azim Amir, who puts the ball in the air across towards Turnham. Ball got away from him at first, but he listens around to the ball off the boards and picks it back up very quickly. Flick back for Azim Amir. These two have had a good connection in this game. Amir looking for his 4th of the game. Been relentless in all areas of the pitch today as Azim Amir. A player with confidence coming through his veins right now. As Stallard battles away with it on the boards on this near side with Melissa Morena. And Stallard is the man that comes away with it. Looking to shift it out of his right foot onto his left. Good footwork from the youngster, Stallard. Can he communicate with Amir here? The ball's in the middle of them. It is Amir that picks it up. Roma just can't get a foothold of it at the moment. They've not touched the ball for the last couple of minutes. And here's Turnham looking to add more for Hereford. Angling, he's running to the box. Chance here for Hereford, and it bobbles out. Good defending in the end there by Roma. Hereford win a corner, but a couple of bodies back. It was Constantino Cianello that got the final touch. And out it goes. Ball still not fully clear of danger though. Good build-up play that from Hereford.
Yeah, it was good, and I think you can see that they're trying to draw the Roma players out away from the goal. There's a lot of passing now in their own half. They're trying to manipulate the ball. They're trying to draw Roma out, who are currently sat in front of that goal. I think they realise, you know, it's one thing dribbling around them, and they've had a lot of success doing that. But I think this is just showing the opportunity that we've got here for RNC to just show their variation. We've got another substitution now. Azim is coming back on. That's not what you want to see, is it, as a Roma player?
It's not. The number 9, of course, firing in 2 very early goals. And as one goal scorer goes off, another one comes on. Azim Amir has already scored his hat-trick today. Can Issa Amjid, his replacement, score his? He's got a chance to here as the ball's hooked right towards him. They're instantly trying to get Issa involved. And here he is, dribbling his way through the whole of the defence. It was free around him. Brilliant footwork, shifting left to right very quickly. Still got the ball. Issa Amjid, brilliant footwork. Can he get the shot away? Good defending that from Melissa Morena. Followed Issa Amjid all the way. Good defending from the Italian youngster.
Although it didn't pay off and lead to a goal there, you can see, I think, the difference with Issa here. He's such a talented and controlled young man. He drew all of the players out. Many other players would have probably taken the opportunity to get the shot off there. I think good guiding from Tom, has a lot of trust and confidence in what Issa can do. He's drawn all the players out. He's then taken the time. He's dribbled it back across and committed them all. So just showed that composure on the ball in that final third.
And that's can't speak. In that instance, of course, Melissa Morena got the ball away, but as you rightly mentioned there, when you draw the defence out, if the ball isn't fully cleared properly, then that defence is all at sea, and if you can commit a few bodies forward, then that causes so many more problems, doesn't it, for the opposition? So even despite not getting that shot away and scoring at first, it just creates further opportunities for your side, and that's a big asset to have.
Yeah, definitely opening the gaps, and you know, at 6 goals up, you can afford to do this. This is learning. These guys, hopefully, Issa.
Oh, and there it is. We know of Issa Amjid's qualities. We've just been mentioning them there, and once again, It's timely, the fact that he draws the defence out, so dangerous from the corner. He angles his run about 10 or so yards away from goal and then just shifts it back onto his left, brings a couple of Roma players out and slams the ball home comfortably. And Herford have their 7th, and you sense that they're not going to stop there. They've not took their foot off the gas. They've continued to go through the gears throughout this. And Issa Amjid has only been back on the pitch for a matter of about a minute or so, and he's got his hat-trick.
Yeah, really, really clever play as well from Issa. It was almost sort of identical to what happened previously. He's off again, just dribbling over the halfway line.
I can't keep up with him. Oh, is it over the line?
It is, yeah. Keeper's clawed it off the line, but the referee's given it. Referee was in a good position as well to see that ball's clearly gone over the line.
What a performance from the whole side. But Issa Amjid, he was just sort of catching his breath really on the sidelines for a fair few minutes, as we just see the replay here. The goalkeeper seemed to think he kept it over the line. The replay definitely indicates that the right call was made. But just as we were describing his 3rd goal, he goes and gets his 4th, and Hereford's 8th.
Yeah, versatile, chance that didn't pay off. He drew all the defenders out, he took it back across the goal. Then he had the ball, he drew them out and he took the shot early, scored the goal. Next opportunity, he's got the ball, he's gone direct, straight through the middle of the pitch. A nice tidy finish, and again, 3 different opportunities, 3 different goals, and here he goes again.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off again, because this is a chance for a 5th for Issa Amjid here. He is not stopping for anybody. Ball battling towards that 6-yard area. Issa Amjid just glued to his feet the ball. Absolutely fantastic stuff to watch. Right in front of the grandstand as well. He's just not losing the ball. Twisting and turning. Roma don't know what to do. They're tied up in knots defensively. As he continues his run, he had the ball at his feet for a good, 20 seconds there. Just dribbling it left to right, looking for the right opportunity to shoot. Good communication from behind the goal as Turnham twists in now. Oh, nasty collision of heads there between Turnham and Saranti. Saranti down in the heat, but back on his feet now as Herford.
Yeah, it looks like they're both okay. Accidental collision there. Roma making a substitution here.
It's going to be Melissa Morena that comes off here. It's been hard for the Roma defenders here, isn't it? Because, of course, when you've conceded 19 goals across 4 games, your confidence is going to be a little low. Coming to England when you play your football in Italy and playing against the home side, you're going to take a knock, and are on course here for a potential double-figure defeat.
Yeah, we got 6 minutes 10 left on the clock. There's still plenty of time for the R&C guys, and it doesn't look like they're taking their foot off the gas, does it? They've got friends and family here watching, so I think they're going to want to continue to get a few more goals if they can. But a difficult start for Roma. But hopefully things that they can take away from the game, hopefully things they can work on and put into practice in the game later on today as well when they get to go again.
Jay Stallard unlucky not to keep the ball in play there. It was Turnham that played the ball across diagonally around 15 or so yards, and Stallard was just trying to put his body in the way and keep it in, but unfortunately he was out of play by a couple of yards before he did so. It's bowled out then by Owen Locke. Out for Johnson. Now into Turnham. Ball directly in the middle of the centre circle. Hooked ball over the top towards Stallard, who's going to battle away. Can he keep it in? No, he can't. He was bobbling up in the air. Probably quite hard to get it under control when that happens, but the right idea nonetheless from Turnham. And breaking play here then. Timeout for both sides to take on a few liquids, get some instructions. And Hereford have looked absolutely brilliant in this one. Roma, very little they can do against this sort of pressure, but I guess from the Italian points perspective is Owen Locke hasn't been troubled, has he? I mean, I know it's hard when Hereford have had the lion's share of possession. They've been dribbling it, weaving it in, weaving it out, and the players that they have at their disposal are a lot of higher quality, but Roma just haven't got the shots away even when they've been in them positions at time, which is maybe a little bit of a worry when you're down there and you need to score.
Yeah, definitely. They need to, I think part of that is it a reflection on, at the moment, Roma are struggling a little bit with getting this far at the pitch. Is it a reflection that, Owen hasn't been tested yet in goal, but I think as a sighted goalkeeper in blind football as well, that's often a really, really good sign that you're having a good game. He's organising his defensive players. The coaches on the side of the pitch are organising them defensively. It isn't that Roma haven't had any of the ball, they have, but actually they're really well organised by the goalkeeper, by the coaches, and that's made it difficult for Roma to get into any goal scoring opportunities. His job now is to stay switched on, make sure that he doesn't have any lapses in concentration, and ensure that we can try and keep this clean sheet. Substitution at RNC, we've got Jay Stallard and Roy Turnham heading out, being replaced by Rainbow and Shamreese.
Yeah, Shamreese took a little knock to the head in the first half, didn't he? Glad to see he's back on the field of play. And Rainbow, of course, big presence in there, isn't he? So hard to get the ball off, and probably scored the goal of the day last year when we were here at RNC. He scored a brilliant goal in the second match, ran all the way through, and that's exactly what he's doing again here. Rainbow and Mbwanji straight as he comes onto the pitch, causing problems for Roma as Herford look for their 9th of the match here. I've realised a couple of times I've said afternoon. It's still the morning.
Is it?
As a Mbwanji, yeah, it's still the morning, but boy, do we have a full afternoon of coverage for you here. Still 4 games to go after this one, as Mbwanji strikes his effort, loses his footing a little bit after taking it, but it's going to be a corner for Herford. Yeah, still 4 matches to play here throughout. We have Dortmund against Fesel Eniki at 12, Roma and Bondi Sessifut at 2. RNC Hereford, their other game is against Borussia Dortmund at 3:30, and Fesel Eniki against Charleroi will be the final match of proceedings on round 3 of the Blind European Super League. And Mbwanji once again, he causing an issue straight away. Couple of dribbles, couple of efforts.
Yeah, he's really dangerous, Rainbow. Really exciting to watch, and he's good with both feet as well. So really, really tricky and a good skill to have. He can draw players out. He can go either side, and he can attack that goal with both feet. And yeah, often scores a range of goals with his left and right foot.
Here comes Issa Amjid then. He's got a big bit of space within the middle. Can he find it? Good defending in the end by Roma, but he just doesn't give up on it, does he, Issa Amjid? And in the end,
good defending.
Yeah, out it goes. Bodies behind the ball there, Roma. Nice to see they've not given up. They've been outclassed, but the effort's still been there from the Italian side, who, as I said, later on will play against Bondi Sessifut. So the game doesn't really get any easier for them. 2 tough games. And here's Rainbow and Mbwanji. Chance. Very, very big chance. Good save by the goalkeeper there. Still harrying away for it, Mirko Mingone.
Out for a goal kick.
So it's a day of testing my European pronunciations here across all these sides. Just wait until the Greek side come out in Fesel Eniki. As Roma throw the ball long then, looking for Leonardo Lozzi. And it's goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Owen Locke hasn't had all too much to do in the Hereford goal this morning, as Issa Amjid just weaves his way through again. What a run that is. Issa Amjid trying to get in the way and does. You sensed as soon as he picked the ball up in his half, not many players you'd say would be able to do what he can do, but he picks it up in his half, and even when he's so far away from goal, you sense this is dangerous, and that just showcases why. The goalkeeper, of course, can't come off his line all too much. He wants to close it down, but you just can't get near Issa Amjid, who scores his 5th of the game and Hereford's 9th.
Yeah, really exciting to watch. You know, as soon as, you know, in football, sometimes people pick the ball up and you think, oh, there's something's going to happen. They get you on the edge of your seat. That's exactly the same in blind football. Every time Issa gets the ball, you just know he's going to do something. There's going to be an effort. He's going to go and get an opportunity. He's so tidy. He keeps the ball close to his body, yeah, he's got a really, really good finish as well.
5 for Issa, 4 for Azim, 1 for Roy Turnham.
Rainbow wants in on the act.
Here he is. Can Rainbow add another? Can he add Hereford's 10th? Here he comes. Rainbow and Mbwanji fires the effort with his left foot. Good connection, but direction was off from Hereford's number 8. It's bowled out from the Roma goalkeeper. Poor there from the Keeper really is lucky that it bounces off of Shamreez Hussain into Leonardo Lozzi, who twists and turns away, but Hereford just not letting them have a moment's peace. And here comes Isa Amjid then, once again picking it up on the 8-metre line for Hereford, and wiggling his way all the way through. Another chance for Isa Amjid. I wanted to emphasise where he picked the ball up there, because you knew he was going to go a run through on goal, and it would have been a sick for the afternoon for him if it wasn't for a good stop.
Yeah, picked the ball up at his own 8-metre spot, had 3 Roma players to beat, and dribbled at them at speed and just went straight through the middle of them. Got himself an opportunity to go direct at goal.
It's absolutely unbelievable, his sense of coordination, just knowing exactly where things are with ease. It genuinely just glides away from players without, like, they're not even there. Such a talent, and that will be his final contribution of this first match at least. I think he's run himself into the floor there and definitely deserves a rest after that performance. With 2 minutes to go, I will ask for your man of the match. I think I potentially know the answer here, but maybe you'll surprise me.
Yeah, I think, given the fact that he spent some time off as well, I think Azim Amir's had a fantastic game all over the park, not only how he scored, but how he's organised the team, how he's committed to his defensive duties as well. But for me, Issa's special. Every time he gets the ball, he's dangerous. He's going to do something. He scored some really, really good different goals. And he's probably sat over on the bench now speaking to Adam saying, why have you taken me off? I wanted to score a few more. But yeah, great opportunity to be in and to continue with the guys that we've got on the pitch. But for me, Isa Amjid, and I would have probably called it before the game started as well. He's a special player, and you said it looks effortless there in his orientation, the way he glides through the pitch. He's a really, really hard-working player. He wants to learn. He wants to reflect on his performances, and he works hard. Practice makes perfect, and this is. It doesn't start like this, but being able to showcase this in the environment that he is fantastic and testament to all of his hard work. So very much deserved.
Yeah, and away from his love for football, studies computer science over in his where he was born in Birmingham.
Yeah, intelligent guy as well. FA, another one of the young players. He's at university as well. I believe he's in Oxford. I think he's studying sort of maybe politics, economics. I could be wrong there, but these guys aren't just fantastic athletes. They aren't just working hard in sport, but they're also dual career athletes, and that is something through the RNC, through the college, through people we have an opportunity to work with. It's about highlighting that importance. It's not just about sport. It's a great career, but it's also potentially a short career. It's about having many strings to your bow, and we've got some really, really good people in this RNC team today that we're really, really proud of, who do fantastic things in and outside of sport.
University of Oxford. He can play football. He can study at the University of Oxford. What's he not got? FHM, or what a career ahead of him there. University of Oxford. That's some challenge to get to in itself. And Rainbow Mbwanji really wants to get into the act. You can tell he wants his goal, doesn't he? He's had
it.
Probably 4 or 5 shots since coming on here, and Mbwanji just going for it again there. As the ball's bowled long then by the goalkeeper towards Leonardo Lozzi.
Can see the Roma team here. It's clear what they're doing. The goalkeeper's getting the ball. It's a long throw out. They're trying to hit that attacking player, but at the moment just struggling to even bring that ball under control. And unfortunately, all it's doing is giving the ball back to Owen, and it just allows us to start that RNC attack again. 33 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I think that can be I think that's the way that Roma can look at this game in a disappointing sense. It's not all so much the scoreline. It's what they've done when they've had the ball. They've made it easier for Hereford. Hereford have made it look easy themselves, but when they have had the ball, they've rushed things a little bit, haven't they, Roma? They've offered possession straight back to Hereford, which from a possession standpoint, when you're trying to score goals and not concede them, it is sloppy.
Yeah, definitely. Same again. Long throw from the goalkeeper. Number 7 for Roma doesn't pick the ball up. It goes out for a goal kick. An opportunity for Owen to start the attack again. And when you've got as much of an attacking threat of RNC, you've got to keep hold of the ball a little bit longer. Final score 9-0 RNC.
Yeah, that is the final score. Hereford were absolutely relentless in that one and walk off the pitch for a big round of applause from the grandstand and the VIP area just to the side of us on the balcony. A brilliant setup here today and a brilliant performance to match it from Hereford. 9-0 they beat the bottom club. Roma will be slightly disappointed in their showing, as we just mentioned. A little bit sloppy in possession, and I think if you saw the heat map of the game, about 90% of it would be spent in Roma's final third. But Issa Amjid has certainly stole the headlines within this league in the first 2 rounds, scoring 5 goals, and he did so once again. Despite spending probably a third of the match on the bench, he's doubled his tally for the season, and he's now on 10 goals after 5 matches as well. That's 26 goals now, Aaron, from Hereford, without a goal conceded. That's if you're looking for formulas within winning sides, scoring 26 goals in 5 and not conceding at the other end is certainly a good one.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think it's clear to see that we've got talented players. They know where the back of the net is, but I think also from for somebody who's not 100% savvy with blind football, maybe this is their first experience of it. I think that also has to be a sort of a special mention to the coaching team and the way that the team's being set up. Really basic stuff. You've got a bit of confusion in the middle of the pitch. You've got 2 RNC players going for the same ball. We've noticed other teams doing that, and that confusion continuing straight away, really calmly, really assertively. The coaching team will just call on. You can see that this is a well-drilled team from an attacking point of view, but also defensively. And I think, hopefully they can continue to demonstrate their scoring prowess, but also how strong they are defensively. Great game.
Yeah, great game, and it's great to see the players receiving a big ovation from all the fans and their family as well. You always want to win on home turf, and they did it in style. 5 for Issa Amjid, 3 from Azim Amir. A vintage display from top of the table RNC. 9-0 the final score, and for all the analysis, we'll pass back to our pitch side team.
So the first game of the day for Hereford here at round 3 finishes with a 9-0 win over Roma. I'm joined by Tom Bendel here, the team guide for Hereford. An emphatic performance.
Yeah, no, it was really good. In spells, it was excellent. There was some really good passages to play, some really good blind football. There was a little parts of it that got a little bit scrappy, but to come out here, first game of the day, the boys were quite nervous to go and score 9 goals in front of a big crowd. It was brilliant to see.
And there were some real highlight performances from the side as well in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the lads scoring the goal, but got to take credit to some of the young boys that haven't played much. Ollie Johnson just played the whole of the second half. He's only been introduced to blind football for the last sort of 6 to 9 months. Excellent to see the development opportunities given to him to come and play on a stage like this as well. So that was really good to see.
And we were speaking with Dylan before the game, and he mentioned about how we want to show the depth of Hereford in this game, and I think we really showed that with that win there.
Yeah, absolutely. We just had 8 of the lads that all got really good minutes. Like I said, some of the lads who haven't played much football at all, or new to the sport. So it was excellent to be able to get their minutes in a really competitive environment, like I said, in front of a big crowd as well. So it was great to see. In and around that, we had some good experienced players as well, which kind of kept us together. It was a really positive performance.
And you heard the crowd at the end of that game as well, a huge applause for the side. I mean, to play in front of a crowd like that experience is going to be memorable forever for these guys.
Absolutely, and that's what this tournament's all about. It's giving these guys the experience to play in front of crowds like this, opportunities for bigger things to come, hopefully with the national team at European Championships, World Championships in the future. This is a great sort of platform and a stepping stone for them to be able to give those opportunities and those opportunities to them as well.
And of course, we saw you behind the goal for a lot of that game. For those taking in blind football for potentially the first time, what does your role include?
Yeah, so essentially I'm giving them key bits of information out on the pitch. From what I can see, they don't always have to listen to me. I'm just giving them information about where the space is, where the opportunities are, if it's too narrow, if it's too tight, to arc around. Essentially giving them as much information as I can without overloading them. So left, right, too narrow, arc, just giving them that information to hopefully get them into a good opportunity to be able to get their shot away in that final third. And yeah, you know, they don't always have to listen to me, but that information they can kind of do what they want with. So
yeah, we saw you on a couple of the free kicks tapping either side of the post. What does that develop for the player? Why is that?
Yeah, that's mainly for echolocation. So if it's on the side of the arc, players will know where the front post is, where the back post is. And you might often see me change my position behind the goal as well. I won't always stay central, I might go to the back post, I might stand at the front post. It really depends what we're asking them to do on that free kick. But the tap into the post is really just key, just to give them an idea about where they are on the pitch in sense to the goal.
And it was great to see today those players that potentially are working their way into the side, developing, and that's what RNC is all about, taking those into blind football and developing them into world-class athletes.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll take Ollie Johnson for an example. You know, hopefully in September he's going to be coming to the RNC to study. He's going to have a great opportunity here to study A-level equivalent programmes. Alongside that, he'll get access to the blind football. Probably train every day, and his development will then go through the roof. With the access that the college can provide for students and young people with visual impairment, if they're interested in sport but also want to kind of study as well, it's a great platform for him to be able to do that. So yeah, he's a perfect example of someone who will develop so quickly, kind of with the exposure to the sport on a regular basis.
So a big win here against a side who are so experienced in European competition. Another game coming up later today is a big one for Herford, that one.
Yeah, it's a huge game. You know, Borussia Dortmund are going to have 4 of the German national team players in that side. They're really strong, they're physical, they've got loads of depth and quality. So hopefully we can put another performance, break them down and score some goals. But yeah, it's a huge match in terms of the standings within the EBFL as well. But if they go and put a performance out like they just did, then I'm sure we'll have no problems.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for spending your time with us. It's been a pleasure to have you pitch side. We'll let you go and celebrate with the guys as we look back at the current scoreboard of how those league standings are looking at the moment. Hereford GC there, still top of the league table, still no goals against. Absolutely incredible. But of course, later today taking on Dortmund, and if one team can score, it's certainly those guys. And they're our next team playing our next match. Fesel Eniki and Dortmund, they're warming up just behind us, and we mentioned before how Dortmund have been depleted somewhat in previous rounds. Arguably round 3 for Dortmund, it's the first time they've had a full strength side.
Yep, exactly that. Yeah, they had a bit of an issue with flights, as I mentioned earlier, getting to Fesel Eniki, so 3 players didn't turn up. Today they're full. They've got everyone here. It's
a different team. It's almost like a new team has come into the tournament in some cases.
Exactly. And a new team stacked with German internationals, which helps. You know, they've been playing for years.
And where is Germany on the international stage? Because we know France, they qualified for the Paralympic Games. We know England are always in contention. Unfortunately, not in Paris this year. Where did Germany sit in that conversation?
Exactly the same as England for me. There's not much in it. We've beat them, they've beat us. They're in a really good programme. They've really grown over the last sort of 10 years after sort of watching a bit of the English model about how to grow the game. And they're a really good team. They'll be contending for the Euros as well.
And of course, we're talking about Dortmund. Let's not forget Fesel Eniki, who they're playing here. They're a side with over 27 years of experience. Those guys have competed in various different competitions across the globe. They're an experienced side just like anyone else in this tournament.
100%. They've got some Greece national team players, which is probably the level below England and Germany and them sort of teams in terms of the European standard. But again, I think we beat them 1-0 in Rome. So tough game, really tough game. They'll be hard to break down. And I remember they've got one of the old boys up front who can score goals. He's been playing for years.
And they'll be one of those sides looking to thrive in this environment. They're one of the new additions to the European Blind Football League this season. We didn't see them last time around, so arguably it's a new ingredient added to the mix here.
Yes, but for the EBFL, but they've been playing the European circuit for a while.
It's the same as Bondi.
Yeah, they've been playing in sort of like Central European competitions, Hamburg when they have tournaments there, the Bukovica tournament, which is in Czech Republic. They've been to them all. So they've travelled, they've been together a long time, and it's great to have them part of the league.
And again, it's that kind of same conversation that we were having earlier. This Fesel Eniki side will be wanting to show what they can do against an all-new Dortmund team in this round, the German internationals. They want to show that they can and compete.
Definitely, they'll try and defend really hard, and they'll try and stay in the game as long as possible. You know, I do believe like Fesel Eniki think that, you know, this is a winnable game for them.
And this is it. They have had a little bit of form in this competition so far. They're sitting around mid-table, and as this is almost a complete shuffle of the deck for Dortmund, arguably haven't got that kind of connection between the players of yet. They haven't really had a settled side so far, whereas Fesel Eniki, they've got going. They've got their wheels turning so far.
Definitely. I think they drew to Bondi in the first game in Fesel Eniki. Bondi, have seen them today, beat Chandler 2-0. That's all you need to know about them. They're in it. And yes, in terms of Dortmund, in terms of playing together, but they've played together a lot in their German National League. This is their team in the German National League. They've played together a lot of internationals for Germany. So what you'll find is that even though in this tournament they haven't been together, actually they've got a lot of experience working together.
So let's talk about this game then, the nitty-gritty of it. What can we expect to see from both these sides? What would, heading into this one, would you be coaching and giving the tactics to each of these sides? What's the way for them to win?
Yeah, so you've got really good wing players for Dortmund in Jonathan Tunzing, number 4. He plays on the right, but he's left-footed, so he likes to really come in on that left foot to try and score some goals. They've got Hassan Kopperland in sort of screening that to help him build the play, and they've got Ted at the back, who's the German national team captain. Really solid, so he'll be solid. And then Jonas on the other side, so looking to switch and get in and try and move the ball. Hopefully they do that. If they do that, they should hopefully move Fesel Eniki. If they don't, they're going to be in for a long old afternoon.
And of course with Fesel Eniki as well, you got the wing play of Dortmund. What are those areas that you mentioned up front for Fesel Eniki, the experience there? And arguably that's what you need in blind football, someone that isn't afraid to get down and gritty and dirty.
I can see it happening. If Dortmund will probably control possession of the game, and then what will happen is they'll get more confident, put more players forward, but then you're at a risk if you turn the ball over quickly and they get that long throw into the attacking player. He could be 1v1, 1v2, all of a sudden, you know, he can create danger and he will hit the target.
Well, before we go more into this game, let's have a quick look back at those highlights of the game that we have just seen. Herford with a 9-0 win over Roma. Roma, one of the most experienced names in the game. This is a selection of pretty much goals from Herford in this game, Dylan.
That's a great toe poke technique. As you can see, he's hitting it in his stride, as FA said earlier, about getting that momentum and really hitting the target. He's 10 metres out on the first one to score. The second one, unlucky there, but he's took on wide, maybe a little bit too wide for the angled shot. Azim picking up the bits, and this is what FA said about the loose balls as well, picking up the loose balls, tight angle, but got it in. The third one, as he arcs away, you know, good pressure. That's what Roma needs to do throughout the game. Try and put more pressure on the players, because when you let them load up unopposed, like now, goals go in. So that's really important. Try and get a hand on the player as a defender, because if people get space in this game, they're looking to score. Again, for Azim here, never give up on the ball. Maybe the keeper should get the ball for me in this situation. The ball's loose in the box, just be a bit more aggressive on it, but yeah, a bit inexperienced from their goalkeeper, and Azim capitalised on that.
And this is it. Azim now is one of those players who is young, but actually has seemed like he's played the game for years already.
Yeah, no, definitely. Even though he's, you know, fairly young, Azim, he's been around the game for a long time now. He's been around for about, 8 years. This is Roy Turnham trademark, down the line, cut in, and always going to score.
The wise head of his shoulders.
Exactly. And that's a good one from Issa. What I'm happy about that with Issa is when he actually makes the error to miss the ball, he actually recorrects himself, picks the ball up, loads up, good technique in front of goal, unopposed, good guiding from Tom, and then finished.
And Issa's a proper dynamic player. The balance and kind of centre of gravity he has, it's almost like he goes against the law of physics sometimes.
Yeah, he's low centre of gravity, and also he's really got them tight turns and speed. And if you give him space, he will do that to you, definitely.
And this is it, he's so good at keeping the ball close to his feet, Issa, as well. And when you link him up with the likes of Azim for that big physicality, it's equaling goals, as we saw there.
Yeah, for me, he just wants to be in space. If he's got space, he can build that dribble and he becomes really dangerous. If you get good pressure on him, then it makes it difficult for him. But yeah, in that game against Roma, I exactly said about the principles at the start. They moved the ball, and once they moved Roma and got time out wide, then they could really build that momentum with the dribble, and 9 goals.
And I believe later today we're going to be seeing you in the goal for RNC, and of course later today it's going to be Dortmund against RNC. So you're going to be watching this game quite intently.
Yeah, I'll be watching what they're doing. Focused on us as well, though. So after this, potentially just, a couple of hours before the game, really start getting in that match mode. Start listening to how we're going to be executing our game plan.
Sure.
And then I know a lot about these players already, but yeah, it'll be good to watch them to see what trends are happening. If I think what's happening does happen, then yeah, it'd be good. But don't read don't read into everything, because we played Roma there and we give loads of people minutes, we rotate. They might do the same. I just think about in the moment, being prepared enough to take on any opposition and having a good game plan that can be adjustable and adaptable to fit any team.
And this is a thing as well, that with Fesel Eniki, they're such a physical present side as well. It's going to be difficult for Dortmund to break them down.
Yeah, 100%. They will be physical. They will be tenacious. They'll defend really hard, and they know they've got that counter-attack throw for their experienced striker to score goals. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one, and I don't think it'll be so plain sailing as people think.
Well, we'll be right back with you here pitchside in just a few moments' time before this great game we've got coming up for you. Dortmund against Fesel Eniki on the way next.
Welcome to an exciting day of football, brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Herford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
So Dortmund, Fesel Eniki on the way, but let's still react to that huge win for Herford, 9-0 over Roma. I'm joined by Kieran Clark here. Kieran, what a game it was, and what a way to start in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Thought we got off to a great start. Just the lads in their positions done their jobs, and I think it was also just great to give everyone a bit of game time. We had some young lads just coming through. Everyone just got a go at it, and I think everyone pulled off probably one of their best performances of the season. So yeah, now at home as well in front of that crowd, couldn't really hope for better, really.
Absolutely, what a place to show it, what a time to show it. And as you said there, it was almost a showing of depth for Hereford in that one.
Definitely. Yeah, now we got the players, and in the right positions. We got a few players that play at the back, like myself. We got a few players who could do it on the wings, and we got some prolific guys up top. So. And obviously goalkeepers as well, but we don't talk about the sighted lads. But yeah, no, it was great. The lads could get some goals, start stat padding a little bit. I'm sure FA will have something to say about Issa scoring a few with it loading up on his toe poke. So yeah, no, it was great.
And that's what RNC is all about as well, those younger players who maybe don't get the minutes like Issa, FA do as well, but they got to show what they could do in that game, and it's all what Hereford do, develop those young talents into those world-class athletes.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously I was at the college for 3 years. It's a great place. Obviously the facilities, you can see from the guys on the stream, obviously see how good the pitch is and how much good coaching we have. That showed in our performance, and you have access to that when you're here, and it's been a great time that I was here, and leading on now I've left, I still feel like it's my second home. I'm always back here playing football, so yeah, it's great.
And this is it, you're one of the more experienced players of this side. What has blind football done for you?
Loads of things really. Just it's exposed me to a whole new sort of network of blind lads like myself as well, just on the social side of it, just meeting some cool down-to-earth lads. It's took me around Europe, and keeps my fitness up, just loads of things really, and just good skills off the pitch as well, from the stuff that you learn on the pitch. So yeah, it's been great.
So Dortmund later today, RNC still no one has scored against you guys in this tournament so far. Last year came second by a point. Let's see if we can keep that form going all the way through the tournament.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, last season we lost the tournament on just one silly loss, which was here. So we don't want to repeat that again. I think we can really go and take it to the rest of this tournament and keep on that clean sheet, and that's down to all of us putting on a good performance, and Dylan as well. So hopefully he keeps a clean sheet, and we can get through.
Well, Kieran, thank you so much. I'll let you go and recover before the next game ahead against Dortmund. And Dortmund on the way next against Fesel Eniki. We'll pass back over to your expert commentary team in the form of Aaron and Trent.
Thank you very much, David. Analysis there of that one, plus a look ahead to this one. The final two teams that haven't played so far today. In Borussia Dortmund, a household name, of course. They're here today for the European Blind Super League, looking to put more points on the board after a start that they won't have wished for against Persos Fesel Eniki, the Greek outfit that hosted the first of the 3 rounds here in the European Blind Football League. So a big one in this. It's 4th against 5th, 2 sides in the bottom half of the 6-team table that will be looking to try and put pressure on the teams above them. And the way that the first round of these games have fallen means that, you know, it was Bondi Cercifoot against Charleroi in 2nd and 3rd. So a real chance for Fesel Eniki and Dortmund to sort of put pressure on Charleroi in 3rd after that defeat. The table, of course, stands with Herford on 15, Bondi on 11 points, Charleroi on 7, Fesel Eniki on 4, Dortmund on 3. So, you know, with Herford running away with it at the top, both of these sides, if they are to sort of compete towards the top, need to be winning the games against the teams in and around them. So far, Dortmund, despite being down there, have been involved in some really good matches, Aaron. If you look across the top scorers in the division, you look at their squad, they've got some real attacking quality. They just haven't had the results so far. So you sense that in front of goal, though, they'll be sharp against the team that are down there as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've got a couple of really experienced players in there. We've got Jonathan Tonsing, number 4 for Dortmund. I think he's a player to watch in this game. And yeah, they've been in some close games. I think this will be another close one. And if I'm honest, I think Dortmund might just edge it.
Yeah, Fesel Eniki weren't one of the sides that was here last year when we brought this commentary. They're in there. Black, white and red strip, dominated by red across the top and bottom as the fans clap the 2 sides on here. Dortmund in there. Away strip, black and grey checkered boxes. A grey sort of checkered box across a black base with, of course, the famous black and yellow striped socks and trim on the shoulder. It's Germans against the Greeks here at the point 4 in Hereford. The RNC side are just to the right of us here in the commentary booth on the VIP section. Taking some fluids, taking the food, and who can blame them after the performance they put in last time out, just a moment ago. A 9-0 victory over Roma to strengthen their grip on this division. 5 wins from 5, but the focus now in the 3rd match of the afternoon is getting another win on the board for these 2 sides, who at the moment have won 1 game from 4. Fesel Eniki conceded just the 2 goals, so despite Borussia Dortmund being potent in front of goal, they come up against a side who don't leak many at the back.
Yeah, well-organised team. They'll all know their defensive duties. So, yeah, I think will be a difficult team to break down. But as I say, Dortmund have got a couple of exciting attacking players as well. So I think we're in for a good game here.
Just want to touch on a couple of the Dortmund players that I had the pleasure of watching last year. One that we didn't mention, Hassan Koparan. He is an absolute bulldozer of a player that just sort of picks up the ball, much like Mbwanji did really in that last game. Picks it up from deep and just steams through, and no one can sort of get close to him. But maybe sometimes doesn't have that final product. But Koparan last year for me really stood out in this Dortmund side, and of course Jonas Furman as well is a tricky player.
Yeah, definitely, and I think if today they can have that end product as well at the end of some of those dribbles, and as you say, opportunities to progress up the pitch, then I think they'll really trouble the Fesel Eniki goalkeeper.
And what a pleasure it is for Dortmund to be able to represent their club as well. A big name within European football in the Bundesliga, and a big name here too, but will want to climb up the European Super League and, like their namesake in the Bundesliga, be right up in amongst it at the top end of the table rather than at the bottom. Play just about to get underway then. 3rd match of the day here at the point 4. Bright blue skies that have slightly drawn over a little bit of overcast now over the top of the point 4, but I don't want to tempt fate. Still looking very nice here at the end of March. As we prepare then, it's going to be Hassan Koparan and Ted Altumbas. They're going to get us underway for Borussia Dortmund. Referees just shaking hands with all the coaching sides, the physios, the guides. Checking on the goalkeepers, and then we'll be away. Dortmund against Fesel Eniki then. 4th versus 5th in the European Blind Super League. Dortmund shooting from left to right in this first half. And will get us underway. Referee just guiding one of the Fesel Eniki players outside of the centre circle. And away we go then. Hassan Kopran slides the ball away to the left here to find Jonathan Tonsing straight away, looking for that danger man in Tonsing, who's, before today's play, he was level on goals with Azim Amir and pushing up towards the top with Issa Hamchi. But I don't want to curse, but I don't think he's going to break the 10 mark after the first game.
He needs a big game now if he's going to keep pace with them, because they've just had a fantastic one in front of goal.
And as the lads rightly mentioned down there, David and Dylan, this is the match that Hereford find themselves against later. They will be playing Dortmund. Dylan in goal, switch of goalkeeper. So the Hereford players are sat down here right now just having some food and drink, but they'll be watching closely on this one.
Yeah, one eye on the opposition for later. Dortmund have been involved in some sort of different games really. They've had some big wins. They've had a 7-0 win so far this season, but they've also suffered quite a big convincing loss to RNC. So that game will be replayed later. RNC will be hoping for some of the same, but Dortmund will be hoping to cause a bit of an upset for the RNC team.
Here we go then. It's Dortmund that have broke out the blocks at the start of this one, but as imagined, Fesel Eniki, quite a big physical side, aren't they? And will be a tough cookie to break. As Fesel Eniki win a free kick deep into their own half, up towards the boards on this near side. Given away pretty sloppily though, and it's Hassan Kopran that picks it up. Fires an effort towards goal, a lot of power on it. Sort of stabbed at it with his toes. Shifted it out from his feet, but it goes 2 or 3 yards wide of the upright.
Ball was well cut out there by the number 11 Dortmund player, but it was clear to see what the Fesel Eniki team were trying to do, and that's get the ball up to number 10, Zakaros. He's one of their main players from an attacking point of view, and he certainly poses an attacking threat. He's on the ball now on the far end board.
He is battling away with Jonas Furman. Both up 2 goals for the season, the pair that are squabbling for it. It's Furman that gets away with it. And he's going to race down this side now. Good feet. Ooh, takes a bit of a nasty fall, but good to see he's back to his feet. Fell on top of the ball as well as Fesel Eniki come away with it now. Then it's the deepest they've been inside the Dortmund half since we got underway a minute and a half ago. Live European Blinds Super League coverage for you here throughout the day at the point 4. Plenty of people in attendance watching on over sunny skies here in Hereford. Final game of the day will be from 5 o'clock as Dortmund sort of the masters of their own downfall a little bit here, dribbling it around inside their own area. And chance here for Fesel Eniki. It's Zakaros, the danger man for Fesel Eniki, twisting in and out, still got the ball. As Fesel Eniki just like to trying to fashion a shooting opportunity. Runs into a crowd of bodies in the end though. And good communication from the Dortmund guide there to tell the defenders and goalkeeper to let that one slide out of play, because it's going to be a goal kick. Quite a lively start to this one though. Dortmund broke out the blocks pretty quickly, had a chance with Tonsing over that side, and then Zakaros, who's of course maybe the danger man in front of goal for Fesel Eniki, trying to forge a shooting opportunity himself. Both sides have had their chances in these first couple of minutes.
Yeah, hopefully going to show there's more to come, that both teams have got the opportunity to go up and pose a threat in the opposition half. And it looks like, yeah, both teams want to get on with this game, and both teams are going to go for it, trying to get that first goal.
Yeah, which can be seen from the way the goalkeeper throws that out with both hands, sort of curves the ball round, and in the end it only found a Dortmund man though. Kopran right in the middle of there. And Fesel Eniki just like looking to get the ball away here, but could it fall for Dortmund in the right area? No, falls into the hands of the goalkeeper, who bowls it out at pace once again. This has been a bright start to this game. Who's going to strike first? As in it comes for Jonas Furman then. Furman right on the centre circle spot. Here he comes, away from 1, away from 2. Oh, takes quite a heavy hit into the sideboards, but goes unfazed and still has the ball. Furman trying to get away from 2. Zakaros sticks a foot in and wins the ball for his side. Here they come then, the Greek outfit. Copperan then, brilliant challenge right in the middle. Can Dortmund try and break away with it here? Copperan with 3 for company. A lot of red shirts swarmed around him, but he's going to try and bulldoze his way through. Can't do so. Fesel Eniki now over halfway, but Altumbas is there at the back and twice puts his foot in to stop the momentum of the Greek side. Here he comes then, all the way from the back. Altumbas trying to forge his way into the area. Fesel Eniki with so many back, couple of tussles from both sides. This has been a fast-paced and physical start to this one. Trickles over halfway now with Tonsi. What can he do with it? Dortmund number 4, just looking to try and get forward. Tonsing strikes his effort, and that's a brilliantly timed sliding challenge from Fesel Eniki there. It was Niklas Gakulis that slid his body in front of it, and you had to time them ones right, don't you? And he did so.
Yeah, great defending. Did a lot to help his goalkeeper out there, and a really physical battle in the middle of the pitch there between both teams.
Here's the corner then for Dortmund. It's Tonsing with it. Dribbled back, forced back I should say, by Fesel Eniki, who not fully got it clear of danger here though. There's a battle on the side, and it's quite a recurring theme of these two battling away for it. Copperan and Zakaros. Copperan wins it on this occasion, but can't get the ball under control, and it's back with a red shirt. Back up against the sideboards. Neither side can get a foothold of it. They do now though. Tonsing dribbling diagonally from right to left, shoots the effort, and in the end it's parried away with both hands by the goalkeeper to his right hand side. Dortmund still have it. Flicked back for Furman. Can Dortmund get themselves inside the area? Fesel Eniki with plenty of bodies back to try and avert the danger. And in the end they slide the ball away perfectly really. It kills a bit of momentum for Dortmund as they were building up for it there. And despite there not being too many efforts on goal, I think this has probably been one of the liveliest starts to the games we've seen. Of course, Herford, it was all one-way traffic and scored a couple of early goals. But in terms of an encounter that's evenly matched, it's been a good start to this.
Yeah, it definitely has. Both teams, you can see, they're up for the fight and the battle here. Very physical game. I think Dortmund have been a little bit more composed on the ball. But we have number 12 here for Fesel Eniki, who's approaching, tackled there.
Altumbas looking to carry his team forward here. He's gone about 10 or so yards over the halfway line. Now strapped up against the boards on the far side. Rolls it back to Furman a couple of yards. Dortmund in control of this one over the last couple of minutes. It's a brilliant ball out from Furman. Can Tonsing keep it in? He does. Now just trying to get bodies in and around the area. Tonsing. Is he going to go alone or find a man? Tonsing strikes the effort and straight into a defender. And now Zakaros, end-to-end stuff here at the .4 in our third match of the afternoon now. I can safely say it is the afternoon now. We have got over 12 o'clock.
Yeah, another good defensive block there by the Fesel Eniki player to stop that shot, reaching its way to the goalkeeper.
And Furman was trying to break straight back forward on the counter-attack in front of the grandstand, and in the end, gets it scrambled between his left and right boot and bounces off himself in the end and out for a Fesel Eniki ball, which was bowled out quickly. Oh, Tonsing tries to put his foot under that one and control, but just misses it. Everyone in black and yellow back for it though, swarming around it. Still a dangerous position here though, with our backs to goal here for Dortmund, and oh, it's very good defending there from Altumbas to carry it out, and he's still going with it left to right. Good close control from the Dortmund number 10. Oh, lovely little flick to Furman, who is in a good position here for Dortmund. A couple of yards away from the byline. Here is Furman battling away with it in the corner. Who's it taking nick off there? It's going to be a Dortmund corner. And a chance for them to get bodies in and around the area here. And it's what we expected so far. Dortmund to probably be in the ascendancy in terms of attacking play, but for Fesel Eniki to stand firm and be tough to break down.
Yeah, they're a really good defensive unit, and I think Dortmund are going to need to change up the attack a little bit here, less direct, to draw them out away from the goal, to create a bit of space between themselves and the Fesel Eniki goalkeeper.
A couple standing over for Dortmund then, and a change being lined up for Fesel Eniki. Give you confirmation on who It is. It's for the Siotis that goes off. Not really been able to get involved all too much thus far, Siotis. So, first roll of the dice goes Fesel Eniki's way. What can Dimitris Fimoglu offer? The defender. Maybe a little bit more assurance at the back. There's Jonas Furman. Good feet from the corner. Shifting away from all of them. He's being followed by all four bodies and strikes the effort. And it's out for another Dortmund corner. Jonas Furman had so many red shirts around him, but he weaved away from them once to the left, then to the right, and managed to find space for the shot. But there was so many red shirts in front of him, it was going to be tough to find exactly where to find the gap.
Another block shot just shows how organised and how compact the Thessaloniki team are and how much they're protecting that goalkeeper's box.
Just trying to take this one a little bit quickly, but the referee saw it go out of the curved corner. Here they come once again, and it's Tonsing this time then. Runs straight into trouble, but ball still with Tonsing on that far side. They weren't able to get it clear, Fesel Eniki. Got a couple of options to his left, but opts to go alone, does Tonsing. Zakaros, just a battle for the ball here, halfway inside the Fesel Eniki half, and it's a good effort. Probably the best of the game so far there. Jonathan Tonsing striking. There's a chance at goal. It opened up for him a little bit. Probably that guy behind the goal just saying, have a pop. And Tonsing does, as he has on so many occasions so far this season. He strikes the side netting, but luckily, from Dortmund's perspective, takes a nick off a Fesel Eniki defender and out for another corner. And it comes in. It's a flicked effort this time, out to the back towards Furman. Oh, very close to getting under control. Would have been lovely if he did. Well worked move. Furman, though, still battling away for it on the edge of the box. Dortmund have gone through the gears a bit more here. Fesel Eniki have been forced to sit a bit deeper as this game's gone on. It's Altumbas with the efforts. Got away from a couple and strikes it with his right foot, low and hard, but trickles wide of the post. And as I say, Dortmund have sort of grown into this game as it's gone on, haven't they?
Yeah, they're getting through on goal. I think they just need to hold on to that ball for a split second longer, a little bit more composure, listen to that guide and get this shot on target. But yeah, it continues to be a really, really close fought battle, very physical game.
Here's Dimitris Fimoglu, the substitute for Fesel Eniki. Had a couple of stabs at it. Unfortunately swiping at the ball, not getting a connection on it inside the Dortmund area, and it bobbles out for a Dortmund goal kick, and it was taken quickly. Thrown out to this near side for Tonsing. Here come Fesel Eniki though. Level with the 12-yard line. Just up against the boards here. A couple of Dortmund players putting them under pressure. This is an opening for Fesel Eniki, probably one of the best of the game. And in the end, can't fully get it under control.
Yeah, a couple of snatch shots, I think, unlike what we've seen in some of the first games where there's been that confidence in front of goal. These guys are just snatching at a few shots. Need to hold on a little bit longer, listen to that guide, make sure that they've got that ball on target, give the goalkeeper something to do. Substitution here, Thessaloniki. 6 minutes left on the clock to play in the first half.
Yeah, still remains goalless in this one. We've been treated to plenty of goals in the first couple of games. This one, despite not being treated to a goal, has been a very hard-fought battle with chances at either end. Dortmund with more of the two. And here's Fimoglu then. Twisting and turning, just trying to get his bearings inside their half. Not under pressure from any. He plays a lovely ball through. If they can get control of it here, this would be a dangerous opportunity. And in the end, a little bit too much on the ball for Gagulis to be able to try and chase it down. Asked a lot of him. And it's played out by Nick Leidecker then, has represented the national team for Germany on many occasions in blind football. So a safe pair of hands in between the sticks for Borussia Dortmund. As Just trying to angle my view past the team here. It's up against the sideboards.
Timeout called here by Fesel Eniki.
Yeah, a chance for both teams here. I imagine both conversations will be pretty similar, and Fesel Eniki maybe just need to come forward a little bit more. I think they looked a little bit more patient with that. They've made their approach more patient as the game's gone on, as the pressure's worn from Dortmund, but just have maybe a little bit more confidence in their attacking ability, because when they have broken forward, they've looked pretty strong, just not done it on too many occasions.
Yeah, they have. That substitution has taken number 10 Zakharos off. Whether that is going to shape the way that they approach the remaining minutes of this first half or not. Are they going to try and contain Dortmund and see if they can soak up some of that pressure, or are they going to, as you say, have that confidence to just push up that pitch a little bit more and hopefully get themselves some space behind the Dortmund defensive line and test that goalkeeper? But yeah, really, really close fought game at the moment, as we thought. I do think there's a goal in this game. There's been chances. Which team is going to be the one to get that first and test the goalkeeper?
Yeah, timeout comes to a close. Get a minute to do so. And players make their way back into position after receiving instructions, and liquids on the sidelines. Both teams looking to take their shape and find their way in this one. Dortmund have edged this one ever so slightly, been the better of the two teams, but without avail so far. Remains 0-0 in the third match of the European Blind Super League on round 3 here at the Point 4. Referee then just waiting to get things underway. Fesel Eniki will do so on the near side in just a second.
See that the number 11 Copperan for Dortmund takes up his usual position in the centre of the court, centre of the pitch there. He's done some fantastic work to cut out a lot of the crossfield ball that Fesel Eniki have just attempted there as well, to get their attacking player into play.
Yeah, Dortmund looks so compact when they break forward, and it's just surprising because Dortmund have conceded so many goals so far in this tournament. 8 of those coming against Herford, of course.
Yeah, which I think can be excused because those guys seem to be finding the net quite freely at the moment.
As the ball just a little bit lost in between players at the moment. It's Fesel Eniki that pick it up. A lot of bodies just scrambling around for it. Can Fesel Eniki get it away? No, they can't. Still halfway inside the Greek half here. Dortmund with the ball. Hassan Copperan hard to get it off. Trying to find his way through. Strong challenge by.
Got a lot of protests here from the Fesel Eniki coach. He's suggesting that there's no voice. He's suggesting that that tackle there was a foul as well. So a lot of frustration at the moment coming from that bench area.
For people maybe just tuning in that are unaware of some of the rules, so a call of voy.
Yeah, so a call of voy is a Latin term, and it's a universal word that is used in blind football by the defending player. Essentially, it means I go, and it needs to be called as that player approaches the person with the ball within 2 metres. If they don't do that, then the referee can deem that that's a foul. And if a team gives away 5 fouls, the first 4 just result in indirect free kicks. Every foul, the 5th, and every foul after that results in an 8-metre penalty. So really important for teams to use that voy to avoid the penalties, to keep things safe and avoid those sort of head clashes, but also to avoid their goalkeepers having to save them with those 8-metre penalty stops.
3 minutes 45 on the clock left of this first half. Dortmund 0, Fesel Eniki 0. No side yet to ripple the net, but they have tested each other's resolve. Jonas Furman looking to break the deadlock here. Scrambling away a little bit defensively here, Fesel Eniki, not been able to fully get it clear, and it's Tonsing that strikes the effort, but straight into Fumoglu. Now Old Tumbas looking to get it under control, halfway inside his own defensive half, but Fumoglu puts him under pressure. It's out onto this near side for Tonsing, who's in a good position here. He'll like the area he's in. Did it take a nick off a Fesel Eniki man? It did.
Yeah, corner ball, really good position in there for the number 4, Jonathan Tonsig, and you can see that that's the 8 ball every time Dortmund get the ball. That's the 8 ball. They know that we've got Furman on that left far board, we've got Tonsig on this one, and they're looking at the crossfield pass. If those guys can get onto the loose ball, they've got every opportunity to go at the 1-2 defenders left.
Here's Tonsig once again, twisting and turning, and it's out for another Dortmund corner. They're sick for the game. Fesel Eniki have been limited to the chances they've had from corners. Dortmund have controlled the ball really in this one and continue to grow into the game. Can they get the goal as a reward for that?
Another substitution here for Fesel Eniki.
The substitute has been substituted for Moglu.
And then the corner to be taken, we've got Furman again on the edge of the box for Dortmund. Tonsig with the ball, dribbling into the centre of the pitch.
Yeah, good effort for Dortmund, just trying a couple of different corner techniques, and Tonsig still got it on the opposite side of from what the corner was taken, where Furman was lurking. Good footwork from Fesel Eniki to shift away. Oh, brilliant stuff from Theodis Siotis. Back on the field of play and trying to shift his way through. But it bowls into the hands of Nick Leidecker inside the Dortmund goal, who throws this ball out at pace. Tonsig just a little bit too far up to pick the ball up, but what do I know? He's found himself back within space and finds the ball. You thought a Fesel Eniki player would have cut that out before, but in the end, it covers off the space very well there, the Dortmund number 4. As Altumbas picks it up level with halfway, but good strength shown from Siotis. Just at the point of attack now for Fesel Eniki. And a chance here to pick it up inside the Dortmund half. Fesel Eniki, if they can get it under control, they do. Inside the centre circle, dribbling it back out towards the boards on this near side. Here come the men in red shirts, all the way through. Chance here for the Greek side, firing an effort, and their best opening of the game comes just a minute and 50 before the halfway point. It was Gakulis with the chance. He picked it up inside the centre circle. Diagonal run towards goal. And slightly just scuffs at the shot, which took a little bit of momentum out of it. But Nick Leidecker was on hand. But not bad from Fesel Eniki there.
Yeah, an unfortunate heavy touch just in front of goal. But a really good opportunity. And I think, you know, they are coming out since that substitution. They look to be a little bit more aggressive. They are getting up the pitch. Got a Dortmund free kick now awarded. That's the first foul that Fesel Eniki have given away. It was for a volley that was too late on the player Furman, who dribbles to the left-hand side, cuts back inside.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot by Furman. What a save that is from Georgios Ampatsis in the Fesel Eniki goal. He thought he was going to go to his left-hand side, did Ampatsis. Furman looked as though it was going to be that way, but sticks a leg out. Good coverage of his goal there from the Fesel Eniki number 1 and keeps it out. That was a big chance for Dortmund and a great save.
Yeah, really good shot, and I think probably the first shot worthy of a goal really to test the goalkeeper, and matched by the goalkeeper's agility to get down low and block that ball.
Here's Hassan Koparan. Amazed that Dortmund haven't actually made a change yet within this game.
Yeah, no, they're happy with that starting lineup. I think they do have some sort of depth to their squad, but I think there is a real clear
starting 4
performance for the guys that they tend to rely on, and that's the 4 guys that are on the pitch now. Once again, there we've got Koparan, who's cut that ball out in the middle of the pitch. He's done that fantastically well so far in this game and really prevented a lot of attacks.
That was great shape there as well, wasn't it? When they took that goal kick, and I've noticed it a couple of times. You've got your front 3, and then literally just behind him in sort of a triangle is Altumbas sort of sweeping up in case the ball does find its way over. But it was great coverage of the pitch from Dortmund. You had the 2 players out wide, Koparan in the middle, just sweeping everything up, and like say, Altumbas behind if push comes to shove. So Dortmund looking very compact so far, and if Fesel Eniki haven't tested them all too much, but it's going to be tough to break through if they do so. And Altumbas from the point of defence into attack now as he fires an effort towards goal. A bit of a disappointing one nonetheless, as he sort of just catches it on the outside of his boot and it flies out towards the grandstand to the right. So the ball back in hand of Patsis in the Fesel Eniki goal, but a little bit disappointing there from the goalkeeper. He had options out wide and just bowls it through the middle, and Dortmund has possession again.
Sorry, putting a little bit of effort into that ball, because he knows he's got to do something to beat Copperan through the centre of the pitch there. But the players weren't through the centre, and the speed he put onto it, they didn't have a chance to get back through.
Yeah, well, the keeper's kept them in it from that Furman goal, but a couple of times from his delivery from within his hands has let them down a little bit. He did so again there, and that is the half-time horn then. It's been, despite the fact it's 0-0, has been a very entertaining one. Dortmund have had a couple of big chances. Fesel Eniki with a couple of their own. It has been edged, though, by the Germans, who have looked very compact in the middle with Hassan Copperan and have had chances with big star man Jonathan Tonting as well. His effort into the side netting was probably the best within this first half, but it does remain 0-0 with all to play for against 4th and 5th in the European Blind Super League on match 3. Now we'll pass back to our team with Dylan and Dave for analysis of this one.
Welcome to an exciting day of football, brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Herford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
So at half-time, Fesel Eniki 0, Dortmund 0, and whilst there is no goals, it's certainly been entertaining. Quite edgy, this one, Dylan.
Definitely, I said it from the start, it's going to be hard to break down Fesel Eniki, and then they have the sort of threat of the counter-attack or the throw for the individual, which they did have a shot, which made Nick make a save, so it builds momentum. Dortmund, listen, they're the stronger team. But they need to really work that opportunity to try and get in, you know. And if not, they're going to be in for a really long second half as well.
And this is the thing, all Fesel Eniki need with that experience up top is a quick counter. It could easily go the other way.
I think we spoke about, didn't we, about their experience as well, from the side, from the keeper, from the guide. You know, they're very vocal, and they seem to respond well, the players, to the guides. So that's really a bit of a cheat code. If you've got an experienced guiding team around the 4 individuals, which they do, because they've been together for a very long time, it makes it very difficult to really find the gaps unless they work the ball more, Dortmund.
So let's have a look then at those highlights from that half between these two sides. We'll try and get that to you in just a few moments' time. But we spoke before this game that this Dortmund side is arguably a complete reshuffle of the deck. Looking at that game just there, do you find that they're still trying to find their way into it, kind of build that momentum? Because they haven't had it in previous rounds, because they haven't played together in previous rounds.
Yeah, they've got the momentum because they're having more of the ball. It's just about when they get the ball. I said there'd been a bit of a 1-1-2 with players wide. The thing is, with the 2 wide, they need to connect more, and I'd like to see that extra player in the middle, in the shape, trying to screen the game better, getting closer so they can sustain the attack. If you're just trying to dribble in on your own, it's going to be difficult. If you can sustain the attack, you can build, you can play board supports, you can switch out, you can move the Fesel Eniki defence, then it'll open up stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've been impressed with the technical ability of Dortmund, but they've got the quality. Just like to see a little bit more tactically now. Can you try and sustain the pressure in the final third? And if they do that, I'm sure they'll have more shots, because really, from what I remember in the first half, there's only been one clear shot from Jonas.
And that was a great save.
Yeah, it was a great save. Yeah, it was a great save. He was going he was going the opposite way. So it's the way he's put his leg back. Listen, like, to win a game, you need your keepers to make saves. That's for sure. So, but you know, Dortmund can get 3 of them chances in the second half. I think one will go in. It's just about really creating the opportunity. From that opportunity as well, Jonas come into the middle, and that's really good if you do it quickly. If it's not on to do into the middle, it's really important to switch the ball to the opposite side so then they can get into the middle, so the opposite player, and especially with Jonas and Jonathan, you've got 2 experienced players there. They can really connect and move that ball, because when one of them has the ball and they square them up, they're all coming across the Eniki. They're defending what Gail said for Bondi, you know, in really tight pack, really hard to break through. So that's, again, really important to try and move the ball.
So in a way, that second half then is not so much about going to plan B, plan C, or changing the tactics at all. It's just more of the same and just waiting for that breakthrough moment.
Yeah, it's that, and it's also knowing when you can sustain the pressure. So instead of attacking for 30 seconds, attack for 2 minutes. They're really working, because the more you move the ball, the more tired Fesel Eniki get, and then hopefully they keep one up. So you could play 3v3 in one half, as long as you've got one person. But Dortmund aren't for me, aren't risking it enough, because they're only going 2 versus 3.
Sure.
So if they bring that extra player, Copeland or Ted, into the middle to help support them, then hopefully you can really get that 3v3 and try and really work that triangle defence from Fesel Eniki.
Well, I believe we do now have some highlights for you. There weren't many from this first half, I'll be honest with you, Dylan, but that's because it was so tightly contested between these two sides.
Yeah, the first one's a good cutout from Copeland, but I'd like him to travel a little bit more. Jonathan, really wide there. Again, he's better attacking the line and coming in. Ted is getting into the middle. Probably a little bit more into the middle would help there, because he's actually in. Just need to travel. Maybe I don't know if that's a guiding thing, or that's just a bit of cobwebs from travelling yesterday. I'm not sure, but they've got the experience. So, if you give them 5 or 6 chances, then hopefully, at half time, Enrico, the coach, can just settle them down. He's an experienced person in the game. He's been playing for a long time as a goalkeeper and then coach, and I know he's the goalkeeper coach for the national team of Germany. So he knows what to say. He'll be saying the right things about just really trying to get into. If you look where RNC scored their goals, they were shooting from 6 middle central. That's the optimal position. If you're shooting from 10 on the angle or 15 metres out, listen, if you've got a good goalkeeper, you're going to find it really difficult to score unless you put it in the top corners or bottom corners really hard. So for me, it'd be now just settle in front of goal, a bit more composure, because you can't have 15 chances, 10 chances and not really work the goalie. I mean, we've just seen them, they've had three good chances, but only 1 save, really. So that's the thing that they need to be thinking about.
And you kind of mentioned it there, just finding those key areas, because as we saw from the highlights briefly there, it seemed like Dortmund were almost lashing at their opportunities, and as we saw with RNC earlier on, they found the pocket first, then took the shot.
Yeah, they're trying to rush the counter-attack, but they don't need to, because they're in full control of the game. They're in I like to see where Dortmund turn the ball over in the middle, but instead of just driving at goal to try and finish quickly, they travel forward, bring more players forward, so they can really sustain the pressure, so they can keep the ball. If you're just attacking in 10-second spells, it actually suits Fesel Eniki as well, because then they can actually go, okay, we can reset and we can keep going and make it a bit of a basketball game. Like blind football, even though people think it's a end-to-end match, actually you can really sustain the pressure, you can really work the ball, and if you do that, then one thing, you just tire them out, and eventually the gaps do appear, and hopefully with the right composure from the players, I'm not sure if I can't really hear the guide too much, so I don't know if it's the guide or the player, but just settle, find the space and try and get into them optimal shooting positions. If you get middle of the goal, you open up the goal for both sides. That's really important, because as a goalkeeper, if you're running at an angle, that suits me, because you can only go one way, because I'm standing on one of the top posts. When if you're in the middle of the goal, it makes it very difficult, because you can go either side, you can compose yourself. When I was watching him in the warm-up, Dortmund, and Jonathan can tow the ball, he just needs to really get into that middle, and if he does, I'm sure he'll score.
Well, we talked about Dortmund. What does Fesel Eniki need to do in this second half?
Keep doing what they're doing. Nothing different. Good solid defence, good guiding, and then they will get an opportunity. They had one opportunity.
You had a few breakaway moments.
You only need one chance in this game. We spoke about it with Bondi, just having that moment of one individual getting into a good shooting position and then hitting the target hard. If they do that, they can score. Listen, I do believe Fesel Eniki can score, and I said before, they can win this game. It's just about, can they defend really hard and catch Dortmund off. If I'm Dortmund now, I'm going for this game. If they want to win this EBFL, which they still can, they need to win today.
Well, Dylan is predicting second half goals. Let's see if we get them. To guide us through all the action, though, we'll head it back to Trent and Aaron.
The analysis of all the first half there between Dylan and Dave. Pitch side for us, as we're looking for a goal in this third one. We've been treated to lots of goals this afternoon, but yet to see one in the first half of Dortmund and Fesel Eniki. Both sides cancelling each other out, really, Aaron. But nonetheless, it has been an exciting first half of action, but we want to see more goals.
Yeah, maybe we were too spoilt in the one before, watching the 9 goals scored from the RNC, but I think it's been a close game. Both teams have looked to threaten at different times, but equally they've sort of counteracted that with some good, solid, compact defence. I think maybe we'll get a goal in this second half, and I think from that first half display, Dortmund probably looked the most likely, but they're going to have to be at their best to break down this Thessaloniki defence as well, because they are a well set up team.
They do, but it continues to be a great day, doesn't it, here at the Point 4. Of course, lots of people of all ages walking around, which is great to see in the grandstand on the point next to us with the cameras, the VIP people in and around. But yeah, people of all ages coming on a Saturday afternoon and Saturday morning, I should say, as well. And sun shining over us, loads of food out and about, and lots to do for people of all ages down here if they're alongside watching the football.
Yeah, lots going on. We just heard that the sports hall where we've got our festival of football taking place with local Herford United in the community, delivering some have-a-go sessions across a range of different VI sports. That's been really, really busy, well attended. Lots of young children from the local area have now accessed and experienced visually impaired sport. So, you know, from our point of view, it's about the football, but it's also about promoting and growing what we do here at the Royal National College for the Blind. So, a fantastic opportunity and day so far.
Just getting a few glances over towards on the VIP part as everyone's smiling away, which is great to see. Ready ahead of second half action. I have to say the smells that are coming from around here are making me.
It's getting close to lunchtime, I can tell you that.
It is. We've just been talking over that at half time. You can tell we're excited about it, can't you? It came in towards the second half. But before that, let's hope we can see some goals between Fesel Eniki and Dortmund. And we're back underway then. It's the Greek side that get us back underway. Shooting from left to right this time towards the grandstand. Their momentum slightly dipped off a little bit towards the end of the first half, as Dortmund were in the ascendancy. But Fesel Eniki will hope that they've sort of overcame that wave a little bit of pressure. Maybe not though, as the ball's on the edge of the box with Tonsing, but good defensive shape from a side who have only conceded 2 in their first 4 matches here in the European Blind Super League. Here we have them with Al Tumbas. As Dortmund, we mentioned at the end of the first half, Aaron, that hadn't made any changes across that first period and haven't at half-time either.
No, they're sticking with what they started with.
They're favoured 4. Here's Tonsing then. Oh, I was just seeing if that rippled the inside of the net then. It certainly rippled the back of it.
It's close.
Not the right side from Tonsing, but yeah, as you say, very close. Twists and turns inside, finds himself in a very good area, but wrong side of the net, unfortunately, for Dortmund's top scorer. As Fesel Eniki look to sort of balance themselves a little bit more again here then.
Once again, that ball blocked out there by Copperan in the middle of the pitch there, doing a fantastic job to break up play.
He's like the Rodri of the team, isn't he? Just sweeping everything up. You can't get past him.
He doesn't move too far from that centre circle either, but you know, clearly he knows what his job is, and at the moment he's been really effective in blocking out that cross-field pass.
Bowled out by Ampatsis in the Fesel Eniki goal then, looking to launch a quick counter-attack for the Greek outfit. And in the end, goes out for a Fesel Eniki corner. They went from defence to attack very quickly there. And big firm wall for Dortmund right in front of the corner then. Lined up by goalkeeper Nick Leidecker. But the danger man, Jonathan Tonsing, is still inside the Fesel Eniki half, so chance for Dortmund to break if they do get hold of it. But at the moment, Fesel Eniki holding firm up against the sideboards on this near side. Furman and Copperan have them under pressure, but the ball has broken loose inside the area. Jagulis can't get it under control though, as he's slammed into the sides by Al Tumbas, who holds his shape very well, but Jagulis does very well to shift the weight of the body there and ends up cross field there. Good diagonal run, but just sort of off balance a little bit as he took the shot, wasn't he?
Yeah, did well to stay on his feet there under a lot of physical pressure, but yeah, just off balance, and unfortunately put the shot wide as a result. Goes out now for a goal kick to Thessaloniki.
It does. Thessaloniki have definitely looked brighter at the start of this second half of the two sides. Makes you wonder what was said at half time. Both sides looking to try and get control of the ball then, inside the Fesel Eniki half. It's Copperan battling away with Dawleys here. It's Copperan that gets away with it. Lays it a couple of yards back inside for Furman, the Dortmund number 17, but Dawleys is there once again. He's harrying away at the feet of all the Dortmund players. He's on both sides of the pitch at the minute, and once again trying to take a stab at Copperan, who regains possession once again for Dortmund. Base of the centre circle inside the Fesel Eniki half, but is forced back into his own. Still got control of it though, shifting it from left to right feet. Can he find a shooting opportunity? Everybody back for Fesel Eniki. Not much space for Tonzig to go into here. He's up against the side boards. Both sides just looking to try and test the resolve. It's still goalless, but it might not be here. And once again, Fesel Eniki with bodies in the way.
Really good defending there, just to put Tonzig off balance just before he was able to take that shot there.
Not fully clear of danger though as Furman finds his way inside the area. It's Furman, can we see a first goal? Oh, best chance of the match so far. It all came after that chance that Aaron just mentioned about Tonzig being off balance. Bobbled off his foot out for Furman, who had a brilliantly guided run inside the area. He took it round the goalkeeper. All he had to do was tap it in, but just got away from him, didn't it? And he sliced it wide.
Yeah, just a heavy touch and off balance. We've got Fesel Eniki now making a substitution. Looks like it's Zakaros coming back on from that first half. We know that he does possess a little bit of an attacking threat as well, being the team's current top goal scorer. Takes up that natural position, furthest player up the pitch, trying to get in some space behind that compact Dortmund team, with Copperan taking up that position around the centre circle again. Trying to do his best to block that out. Ball goes to the far side board.
Yeah, inside the Fesel Eniki half, hooks long towards Zakaros straight away, but Altumbas is there again at the point of defence to not only pick the ball up but dribble it all the way forward as well. Altumbas has got Furman to his right, to his left, sorry. Tonzig to his right, opts for Furman, but Zakaros is back very nicely, and he's going to try and carry it forward here. The Fesel Eniki number 10, can he shoot? He does, but way wide of goal. And it's back with Dortmund then, bowled out quickly by Leidecker, trying to find Tonzig, who gets it under control. Free back for Fesel Eniki to cut him out though. And now can they try and break forward here with Siotis. Siotis been on and off the pitch a couple of times in this one. He's bowled over by Tonzig once again. Dortmund still yet to make a change in this one. Will fresh legs come into play during this? 0-0 of course, 10 minutes to play. We've had over 20 minutes of play in both the first and second half. Both sides yet to find the net. Who will break the deadlock first, or will they break the deadlock? Of course, we have had a couple of 0-0s across the tournament so far.
Yeah, sometimes a common result within blind football. You know, if a team is effective in being hard to break down, goalkeepers play well, attacking players aren't as composed as they need to be in front of goal, a 0-0 draw can be played out. You mentioned, Trent, around Dortmund players not making any changes and subs. Once again, Copperan cuts that ball out in the middle of the pitch. You know, is that potentially going to play a part as well later on today when Dortmund play against RNC? You know, if this is a really, really tough physical battle and physical game, is it going to take its toll? And then they've got to go and perform again against an RNC team that we all saw earlier on form.
Oh, that was a big chance there. Furman unfortunately went the wrong way towards the ball because it was falling for him at a great speed in a great area. He dropped a little bit more defensive. If he just ran the opposite way ever so slightly, that would have broke onto the ball in a big area, but nonetheless, Dortmund do still have the ball very deep inside the Fesel Eniki half, up against the boards on the far side. It's 2v2 at the moment. Dortmund have possession with Tonzig halfway inside the Fesel Eniki half. Everybody in the Greek half. Tonzig still has it though, using his body to his advantage to tussle away from a couple. Still got it. Can Dortmund get more bodies inside the area to offer a bit of support for their top scorer here? Altumbas lays it across for Furman. Big chance this for Dortmund if they can get hold of the ball. They do. Here's Furman up against the boards, just looking for a bit of control. And it is going to be a Dortmund corner, though. Patient build-up play there, just trying to eat their way into the area, but Fesel Eniki defend it. But we have seen on a number of occasions today that these corners, especially on this side, I feel like this is the heat map of where the corners are scored from, aren't they? Definitely from an RNC perspective, but...
Yeah, substitution here. Oh no, they're taking the corner first.
Good challenge, though, from Fesel Eniki. So they look to get the ball away. It's bobbling around as Zakaros now has space to run into inside the Dortmund half. He beats his man, but touch lets him down ever so slightly, but he's still running through. Chance here for Zakaros, and bundled over in the end by his opposite number, but Zakaros showing great tenacity there to not only win the ball back for his side, but fly through a couple of challenges inside the Dortmund half. He gets his shot away, but scuffs at it ever so slightly, but one of the best openings of the game for either side. As Fesel Eniki going to make a change then. Just wait for confirmation on who it was. 8 minutes 26 left on the clock. Dortmund 0, Fesel Eniki 0. As he's cut out there, Zakaros, big chance here for the Greek side. Zakaros! It's bundled home. And it's in.
Huge celebrations here, yeah. The Fesel Eniki, it's inside the area. Goalkeeper protesting a little bit, but Zakaros there, number 10, didn't give up. Followed that pass, got onto the loose ball and managed to slot it in. 1-0.
I had to pause for a second. I was just wondering, because there's a couple of bodies that went down. I was waiting for confirmation, and it was the crowd and the coaching staff of Fesel Eniki that confirmed that goal. And it's Zakaros who's been a danger since coming back onto the pitch, hasn't he? He's had a couple of them chances where he's run straight through on goal. Lidecker came out for company, but Zakaros not only took one swipe at it, but then stabbed at it again and bundled it into the bottom left-hand corner. And it is Fesel Eniki that strike first in this one. We said off mic here, Aaron, that this was probably going to be a one-goal game, and Fesel Eniki get it.
They get it, yeah. I think maybe it's that change as well. Has it had an impact? Zakaros played.
Oh, and just as we see one goal, we hadn't. It took so long for us to see the first, and now we've seen two in a matter of 25 on-field seconds. Dortmund strike straight back here in match 3, and it's their top scorer that gets it. Jonathan Tonsing is 5th of the campaign. Wasn't the flushest of connections, but goes through the goalkeeper, who might be a little bit disappointed with that one. And Patsis, it was straight at him, but his foot sort of helps the ball beyond the line a little bit, and this game has just got even more interesting now, Aaron. 2 goals in a matter of moments.
Yeah, do you remember me saying that this wasn't going to be a one-goal game? There was definitely going to be more. But yeah, I think it was a bit of a scrappy goal, but they all count, and yeah, it's gone in. And you know, you can see the game's opened up a little bit here. We've got Furman for Germany on the attack.
Yeah, chance to try and add another one. As Fesel Eniki just try and scramble this ball away. End-to-end stuff. It's been a brilliant game. All we needed was the goals, and now we've had 2. Zakaros battling away with Copperan. It's not often he gets out strength, but he has been here. And Lidecker was just waiting patiently there for the ball to fall under. And
a foul given there against Zakaros. Not intentional. He's swiping for the ball, but just unfortunately caught the Dortmund player as well off the ball as the goalkeeper was collecting it. So referee will start the game again with a Dortmund ball, and that's a foul. Foul against Fesel Eniki, and number 10, Zakaros, the goal scorer.
Sense that won't be the last we see of Zakaros, though, who definitely in this second half has shown why he's the danger man for Fesel Eniki.
Yeah, and Tonzig likewise for Dortmund.
Yeah, most certainly. Both sides top scorers on the score sheet once again. As will we see a winner here, though? Fesel Eniki might have thought they'd done so, of course, albeit with a lot of time to go, but they struck first, and then straight away the response from Dortmund just seconds later after we got resumed play. Once again, Furman twisting and turning. Brilliant shift of footwork there from Furman. He strikes the effort and is unfortunate there. He had Tonsing in support, but after footwork like that, you sort of have to go alone, don't you, in them positions, and he did. Unfortunately, Bob was wide.
A little bit far out, didn't quite connect well enough with it, but a good effort and enough to have the goalkeeper worried a little bit.
Jonas Furman has seen a lot of possession in this second half. Will he be rewarded with a goal? It's going to be a Dortmund corner once again on this near side then. Furman was battling away with it with Jagulis, and it does go out for a Dortmund corner. Copperan is going to stroll over to this side with Furman. So Tonsing is lurking at the back of the box. Altumbas furthest back for Dortmund, the only player inside the German side's half. As Zakaros goes off for Fesel Eniki. Maybe a little bit of a surprising change at this stage of the game. When it's 1-1, he's been very potent up top, and it's been the start of a lot of attacks as the ball is hooked back in. Just a moment. It's Tonsing with the effort. Brilliant save once again by the Greek stopper. Has a big chance for Tonsing. Ball still not fully clear of danger though, and yeah, he can pick it up there on Patsis, and great save there because Tonsing was in a good area.
Yeah, good save by the goalkeeper. We've got 6 minutes left in the second half. I wonder if we will get to see Zakaros again. Is this intentional? Is it a case of giving him a bit of a breather and bringing him back on, see if he can score the winner, just like the impact he did after they brought him on in this second half?
I guess they run the risk a little bit here though of Dortmund firing themselves ahead before he comes back onto the pitch, but I'm sure, of course, Fesel Eniki trusts the players that they have on the bench to fight for it as well. As Siotis, the man trying to battle away for it at the moment against Altumbas, but Hassan Copperan once again sweeping up for Dortmund, twisting and turning. A couple of Dortmund bodies going down, and in the end it flies back into the hands of Nick Leidecker. He lays it out to this near side for Jonas Furman. So many bodies in red around him though, he can't get it under control. Here's Tonsing, big chance for Dortmund inside the area. Tonsing twisting and turning away, and once again it's Ampatsis that makes the save. Dangerous area for the goalkeeper that though, because he didn't take it fully under control inside his 6-yard area, and you can't handle it outside, so the ball was sort of lost at sea a little bit defensively there for the Greek side.
Yeah, good save to stop the shot, but then the ball bounced just in front of him, and he's restricted there in what he can do. So then it's about communicating with the defensive players and seeing if they can come and help him out. So we've got number 10 for Dortmund down at the moment. Is it Altumbas? Gone down at the far end of the court. Looks like a bit of a problem with his knee. So the Dortmund coaching staff are over. We may see a change here. 4:55 left on the clock. So whether Dortmund will be forced to make a change here, because as we know and as we've discussed, they haven't made any changes so far in this game.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if they were going to go the whole game without making a change. They've, as you mentioned, been forced into making one, but it begs the question later on. Of course, we don't know what Hereford side will start. They've got so many options, whereas I think if you're Hereford, you sort of could predict exactly what Dortmund side's going to line up.
Yeah, from a coaching point of view, that's really useful. You know, if Adam, when he's approaching the game from an RNC point of view, knows what the likely lineup for the Dortmund teams, he can help set the team up for that. They can have a plan to counteract that. Whereas for the Dortmund coach, that's really difficult in terms of, you know, you might assume that Issa might start. You might assume that Kieran, who was captain earlier, may play at the back. Azim perhaps, but actually there is so much squad depth, there is so much versatility in the team, it does make it harder for a coach to be able to prepare your team to start that game.
And unfortunately from a Dortmund perspective, it was actually a little bit of a mix-up between two players that have been very resolute defensively. It was Altumbas and Copperan that sort of fell on top of each other, and Altumbas went down and Copperan sort of fell on top of him ever so slightly, and I think that's just got to Altumbas's knee a little bit. And it's Rudy Eliza that comes on in place of El Tumbas. As both sides trying to find a winner here. It's Furman that finds his way through. Referee wasting no time with the advantage there. As Jonas Furman, good arrow running towards the box. Referee saw the trip there. One of two referees, of course, on the field of play for both sides. And this is a dangerous chance here for Dortmund, because they've got Tonsing and Furman stood over it. 4:40 left on the clock. A chance for Dortmund to try and strike in this one and put themselves ahead after going behind. And Patsis just ordering defensive line. All four Fesel Eniki players standing in the wall. Could Dortmund offer another man forward here, maybe? Both Eliza and Copperan's in the defensive half, but it's going to be Tonsing that tries to run into the area, fires an effort, got a very good connection on it, powerful one, but off target.
Yeah, dangerous with that left foot. I wonder whether we're going to see this defensive change with Altenbas going off and potentially, a less experienced defensive player in for Dortmund, whether that's going to encourage the Thessaloniki side to put Zakharos back on for the end of the game. See whether they can take advantage of that and avoid the draw and go for the points.
Yeah, it's Rudy Elisa that makes way. She's just had her first touch of the game. And, as we mentioned before, will Zakharos be reintroduced to the field of play in this one? So Rudy Elisa then battling away against Jagulis. Spreads it out wide then for Fimoglu. Been on off the field of play. Here's Fimoglu, falls very nicely for it. Oh, foot swiped away a little bit there. Hassan Copperan maybe a little bit lucky in a sense, because Fimoglu was racing through. I think the fact that he was losing his footing just before makes that one fall in Dortmund's way, but
yeah, a little bit off balance as he was about to take the shot.
That's right. And goes down with the challenge. Fesel Eniki were calling for that one. Had their right to. Just a little tangle of legs there between Jagulis and Tonsing. It's been a nice personal battle between them two, really. Both look pretty bright on that far side in front of the boards. Jagulis has had Tonsing's number for most of the game, which isn't an easy feat. But just not on all occasions, because, of course, the Dortmund number 4 struck straight after the first goal as swept across then here, and Hassan Copperan this time goes down in a heap. And could this be another problem for Dortmund?
Yeah, it looked a painful one. Just while we're checking, seeing how he is, I think we called it, Trent. I think we're going to see the reintroduction of Zakharos. We've got 3 minutes 20 seconds on the clock, and it looks like the Thessaloniki side are preparing Zakharos again. Is he going to come on and be the star man to win the game for his team?
Be a story, wouldn't it, coming back on at this sort of stage of the game, scoring the winner after such a closely contested match. Good defending there from Fesel Eniki, putting 3 bodies behind the ball to close down Tonsing. Tonsing getting the better of Jagulis this time, trying to dart his way into the area, but once again, all 4 red shirts around him. And in the end, it bounces off Tonsing and out for goal kick. Bowled out to the near side towards Jagulis. Is anyone going to find a winner in this one? 4th versus 5th in the Super League. Both sides needing a win to try and push themselves up into the top half and take advantage of that Charleroi defeat earlier. In terms of matches later on today, Fesel Eniki will play against Charleroi in the final match of the day at 5 o'clock. As for Dortmund, they face Herford.
Ball's just gone out now for a Dortmund corner, but there's going to be a substitution beforehand. That is Thessaloniki. They are bringing back on their goal scorer, Zakharos. So 2 minutes 26 on the clock. And is this their final push to try and go and get the winner?
We've got the two Dortmund players sitting back, despite this being a corner, trusting in Furman and Tonzik, but understanding their Copperan and Alyssa Rudy focusing on their defensive responsibilities deep in their own half.
Yeah, most certainly. And here's Jonas Furman just trying to go alone there, but once again runs into a sea of red shirts. Bowled out quickly then by Ann Patsis, wasting no time here. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Ball played long, straight into the hands of Leidecker. Tempo's definitely increased in this one. Brilliant throw from Nick Leidecker. Oh, unfortunate really there from Tonsing. It was coming into his direction, but he just shifted to the left ever so slightly, and out of play it goes. And Patsis once again bowls it out to the near side towards Jagulis. Common theme, that one. Jagulis. All four bodies back in their own half here for Dortmund. It's going to be tough to break down. Zakaros is the furthest forward for Fesel Eniki, but very isolated in amongst the crowd of black and yellow shirts. Zagulis wins it. Zakaros is forward. Can we have a bit of communication here from behind the goal? Zakaros, first touch since being reintroduced, and fires his effort wide. And it's time-out here, yeah.
Yeah, Dortmund time-out. Good opportunity there for Zakaros. A little bit too wide, but struck the ball really well, but never on target. Got just under a minute and a half left. Some interesting conversations now. Is it the Dortmund that are going to just want to hold on and not try and risk it and take the point? Which team is going to go for it? Which coach perhaps is going to have the biggest impact now from this time-out? And will we see another goal?
Yeah, minutes break from play here to sip on some water, take on some instructions for a big minute and a half of action to try and take maximum points into the second game of the day. And if the result does stay the same though, Aaron, who do you think will be happier for the draw?
I think probably Dortmund. They've lost one of their players, Altenbass, who's gone off. They went a goal behind and were able to fire back instantly. I think, and at the moment they're a team that's had some mixed results. It's a point on the board. I think ultimately they'll probably feel the happier. But yeah, I think for both teams they can be happy with. They've gone out and battled. It's been a close fought game. And yeah, there's still a little bit of time to be played. Zakaros is back on, well rested. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's the impact player to come back on, and the better use for the Thessaloniki side to use their squad. We'll see in these later stages. 1 minute 29 on the clock.
Yeah, it's been a fair, even share of game time for the Fesel Eniki side, hasn't it? They've very much rolled on, rolled off throughout the game. Couple of substitutions for each of the players, really. And a chance here for Dortmund, though. Who's going to strike? A minute 20, Tonsing in a good area here for Dortmund. Strikes the post. Still in danger. That was a big opportunity, and it was almost taken by Tonsing. He still has it, though. Can Dortmund strike? Any side that scores now, you'd sense it's a winner. And Dortmund goes so close through their top scorer there, rattles the post.
Yeah, really good opportunity. But what I'm going to say is that was a big opportunity, but I think it was an even bigger save from where I am. I think that looked like the Thessaloniki goalkeeper got a touch onto that and tipped it onto the post. So a great save by him to keep the side out.
Just over 40 seconds to go. Will we see one more big opportunity carved out here between these two? The score 1-1. Jonas Furman then trying to chase the ball, and Patsis not wasting any time in collecting it.
Timeout, Thessaloniki. 33 seconds on the clock. Wow. I think with the goalkeeper, he has got the ball for Thessaloniki. I think we all know what's going to happen. Zakaros, it doesn't even look like he's coming back for the timeout. Is he? Yeah, he's coming with a guide, but I think he knows exactly what he's going to do. It's going to be get up the pitch, see if we can get that goalkeeper to deliver him the ball. Can we get one more shot off at the Dortmund goalkeeper?
It's quite wise here from Fesel Eniki, because I think it's going to be exactly that, isn't it? And with 30 seconds to go, you sense there's only one real opportunity left to win the game. So getting them instructions in and saying exactly what to do, trying to line your players up in the right positions to give that the best opportunity is wise. And will it be? Will it pay off? Will it pay off? It is 1-1. Just over 30 seconds to go, Aaron.
You can see the coach giving lots of instruction down on the Thessaloniki bench, even the goalkeeper. They're talking to the guide. You know, there's clearly something they're going to try and do here, and it's going to be a culmination of the goalkeeper starting that process off, and how the guide is going to help Zakharos. And as we predicted, Zakharos is making his way up to the other end of the pitch. He's on the near side board, ready to collect the ball. It may be they drop it short to one of the Thessaloniki defenders and look for that cross-field pass. It may be they go direct and hope. But don't forget, Copperan's done a great job of blocking that ball out all game. Can he do it again?
Here's Jagulis then. This will be a masterstroke if this pays off. But Furman, absolutely brilliant, harrying all over Jagulis to stop that. That's fantastic work from the attacker to cut that chance out. And now you sense that's the Fesel Eniki plan out the window. And it's a chance for Dortmund to try and steal something at the end of it here. To Tonsing on the edge of the box. Ball still bobbling around, 5 seconds to play. Corner, 4 seconds on the board. Bit of communication needed here to just get a shot away.
Yeah, you could see what the Thessaloniki team were trying to do there, but Dortmund did a great job, particularly Furman was really, really busy then defensively, got over to cut out that ball, and it's resulted in them getting a corner. 4 seconds left on the clock.
If you're Dortmund here, the coaching team, you've just got to tell everybody to be on the edge of the area. I think Copperan and Rudy just need to step forward a little bit here. There's going to be no time to get the ball forward for Fesel Eniki. Get everybody on the edge of the area to try and fire a shot away if you can.
Yeah, bring them forward, even if it's just to give the Thessaloniki defenders something to think about.
And we're not going to see a final goal here. And that is that. Full time. It's a very entertaining game, a very hard-fought one from start to finish, you have to say. Both sides had their chances, had their spells within the game. It was Fesel Eniki that striked first through their top scorer, Zakharos. But just a matter of 20 or 25 seconds after, it was top scorer Jonathan Tonsing with his 5th of the campaign. Aaron, I didn't have a chance to ask you during the game because of everything that was going on. Who was your man of the match in that one?
For me, and I think in the first 2 games, it's very easy sometimes to go to the goal scorers and those people that have given us the opportunity to celebrate. But for me, I would like to give the man of the match there to Hassan Copperan for Dortmund. I think he did a fantastic job. Sometimes it's the basics that you really, really need. In the start of the game, he cut out a lot. He held that position in the centre of the pitch really, really well and allowed his team to get possession back. But then I think more importantly in the second half, we then had Altenbass, who went off injured. What you then saw was Copperan take a deeper position on the field and actually become a little bit of a leader and help the newly introduced player. So for me, yeah, Hassan Copperan, player of the game there, did a really good job defensively.
He certainly did. He broke his team forward and held firm defensively as well. A Rolls-Royce performance from the Dortmund number 11, and it ended 1-1 between Fesel Eniki and Dortmund, a result that probably doesn't help either side all too much. Dortmund have a tough one later on against an RNC side who are firing in front of goal and are yet to concede. And of course, Fesel Eniki will close out our matches later on at 5 o'clock. Bit of a break before the next one now, so for analysis and to look ahead, we'll pass back to our pitch side team of Dylan and Dave.
Welcome to an exciting day of football, brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Herford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
So big thanks to Aaron and Trent there, bringing you all the commentary once again here at round 3 of the European Blind Football League from the footballing festival that is Hereford at the moment, the RNC. And what a game we were treated to there, Dylan.
Yeah, I said there was going to be goals. Both teams had to go for it. And fair play to Thessaloniki when they scored that goal. They said the threat of the individual up front might bundle his way through. He did, and he took his chance. And then fair play to Dortmund to get himself straight back in the game on the front foot, and then Jonathan coming off that right side to sneak that goal in. But you got to be in the positions to score. So yeah, sometimes you earn your luck.
And this is it. You said goals would come, and they all came at once, like buses in a way.
Yeah, I thought there was. I think if we'd have played another minute, there'd have been another goal.
Yeah.
Really felt like I know at the end hit the post as well. So yeah, plenty of chances, and it was an entertaining second half.
Well, let's have a quick look at those highlights from that game then, because it was a very feisty second half. But we'll start with the first half. This is where Dortmund really were just trying to attack, trying to break down this side, and it just wasn't going their way in the first half.
Yeah, they dominated possession, but as you can see from the highlights, are shooting from quite wide areas, from quite far out, and that's always going to be difficult to score. I think that was the biggest thing they changed, and also they did go with 3 players with one of the back players screening in the game. But yeah, as you can see now in the second half, here we go, try and get into that middle, try and open the shots, and all of a sudden the shots are becoming more accurate, and that's an unlucky shot there from Jonathan. Again, nice from Jonas, good swing, but in the middle of the pitch again. Spot on position to be in.
Cutting inside more in the second half.
Yeah, and shooting from anywhere between 4 and 8 centrals, the most dangerous place. This is the goal, I believe. Oh no, it's not. It was a similar thing though. He did the same thing again.
It was literally about 2 minutes later after that opportunity.
Here we go. So swing, and listen. Again, you earn your luck bundling your way through, nicking the ball back as an individual. Ted will be disappointed to give the ball away there, and there's no cover.
But he powered his way through to get himself in that position.
Definitely, and this is the goal back. He's going to be disappointed, the goalkeeper, obviously, with that. But, it's a good take. He's come into the middle of the game. He's in a good shooting position. And listen, they happen sometimes. I'm not going to say too much about that because of the goalie.
And this was a good build-up play from Dortmund. Again, just inches wide on that.
Yeah, really working the shot. The only thing slightly wide and favours the goalkeeper on the angle. But great power.
And this is what you were talking about, getting into that central position, hitting the post. I mean, you can't get closer than that.
That's good. Jonathan does that well. He shifts the ball well on to the left and central. And yeah, that's by margins. That's the game.
And it's one of those games we said that pretty much that they would be so hard to break down for Dortmund. They were. And they showed why actually they're one of the dark horses in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. If you can defend solid, then you give yourself the chance. You can't win a game by not scoring, but you can lose a game by conceding. So, just as important as scoring goals is not conceding goals. And Fesel Eniki will be delighted with that, I believe. Probably feel like a little bit hard done by how the goal went in. But Dortmund were better second half. They come out, they squeeze the game, they move the ball better, and I think on another day they scored 2 or 3 chances.
And Dortmund must have been happy to get a full strength side back on the pitch once again.
That's it. It's gelling together. They'll be going for good chance to play a full 30 minutes with every player ready for the RNC game as well, so that'll be on their mind also.
And of course, later on today, you are back in goal for RNC. That is going to be a big game against Dortmund. What are your thoughts heading into that one?
Yeah, I mean, we know what they're about. I think we again go back to not so much worry about the result, but about the processes, about the principles of play. And we're building for players to get better, and everyone's on a different journey in our team. As we mentioned, we've got players with very little experience. That's their first major tournament in terms of club football. We've got other people, Roy Turner, south of over 100 caps for the national team. So it's about the balance of both. And I think if we play the right way and we enjoy the moment, then the result will look after itself.
Well, Dylan, thank you so much for joining us on this morning session. That is it from us for now. We will be back with your next kickoff at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are going to leave you, though, in the meantime, in the hands of an interview that I did with Lucy recently, who is a student here at RNC and also part of the developing women's game as well. We'll hear from her on the way as we get back to your kickoff around 2 o'clock this afternoon here at round 3 of the European Blind Football League. Hi, Dave Waldridge here from the European Blind Football League. I'm joined by Lucy, England international and student at RNC. So what is it like to study and be part of the community that's at the RNC?
It's honestly incredible. It gives such an incredible opportunity for students with a visual impairment to actually study in an accessible and good environment. I personally am doing maths and psychology, and in a lot of mainstream scenarios, you cannot do maths A-levels due to sight loss and how much it has to be adapted. And going to a specialised VI college, I'm able to do the subjects that I want. Alongside that, you have incredible people there also going through similar sight loss or completely different, but you're not alone in there. You've got so many students with different variations and degrees of sight, and we all just get along, which is incredible. Alongside that, we have an incredible opportunity to try out different sports, and also having a blind football pitch on campus allows me to train, and also having a gym that's accessible. Also another booster point to where you're just able to do things as if you were fully sighted, fully abled, but just in an accessible way, and which is completely accessible.
And it must be amazing for RNC's facilities to host something like the European Blind Football League.
Yes, very much so. It gives so much publicity to the college, and hopefully more and more people will notice the college and see how much it does for visually impaired people. And hosting a league like that will bring people, hopefully, and people will start realising how incredible the sport and the college is, with the support and the help they provide to blind people.
And it's amazing that that support is there from the RNC, but as we look at blind football, what are those challenges that are faced by the sport?
Probably the travelling and the accessibility part of it. You do have to be in an environment where it is accessible or with a sighted individual, due to the fact it is very hard to train all by yourself. For blind football or any blind sport, a lot of the times you have to be in an accessible facility to train and develop as a player outside of camps or games or leagues. So that is one of the struggles. Additionally, it is that kind of learning the adaptations, as I come from a mainstream background of football, sighted football, and adapting to the different variations of blind football and other blind sports. It is a struggle, but that struggle disappears slowly when you get more used to it, and you have to find ways around it, because if you are passionate about a sport, you will find any way to overcome those struggles, because this is what we have to do.
And is that what makes RNC so important then? Because it builds that community that supports each other?
Definitely, yeah. It gives so many opportunities socially, from an education side, mobility side, independent living skills, sports, anything you can think of. It gives us a booster step to step into our adult lives and try our best to live our lives to the fullest, because even though we do have a disability, that doesn't mean we can't live lives. And we learn how to do everything a sighted person does, but in our own little way. And it's so great that there is this place where we can learn all of that alongside education, alongside social activities, and then sports if that is what you want. And it's such an incredible opportunity if you're able to go into that college and attend it, because it gives you so many different doors now to open and try out.
And that must be amazing for you as well, being part of RNC, helping you with your career, because you mentioned there that originally you started out as a footballer in mainstream football, and you've progressed into blind football to now becoming an England international. Talk us through that incredible journey.
So from around the age of 6 to 7, I started playing mainstream sighted football, and then at the age of 9, my sight started deteriorating as I've got a genetic condition. And as my sight slowly deteriorated to around the age of 11, I played mainstream. I kept on trying to play mainstream, but the more sight I lost and the more my mental health deteriorated alongside that, I couldn't play it anymore. I found it so hard to get up, understand and accept what was happening to me, and just my sight loss in general, and then losing a sport that I love alongside that. Along my mental health deteriorating, it was very hard for me to cope. And then I was suggested to go to a charity called Victor, and they create different camps where many other visually impaired children or people, depending on the age group, come together and try out different things. And the one I went to was a sports one, which was hosted at the RNC. And I was able to try different sports, and on the specific day we had partially sighted football or blind football. I started off with partially sighted football, but not long after I got scouted out for blind football, as they told me to just try and put the blindfold on and just try. and they saw some potential in me, and ever since then I've been going to England camps, and it's been incredible because not only that, yes, I have lost more sight, but it has boosted my mental health. It has helped me, it's saved my life to be able to play the sport that I love, but just in a tiny bit different way.
I mean, it's amazing to hear the passion that you speak about blind football with, Lucy. You're such a role model to people in the game. Why should everyone take up blind football? It's such an accessible sport. Why should someone consider being part of it?
I think if you love a sport and you are disabled, that shouldn't stop you from trying the sport, because there's so many adaptations that can be made, whether you're partially sighted or blind or deaf or in a wheelchair. There's so many adaptations, you just have to find them, and there's so many adaptations that can be made, and that your disability shouldn't stop you from playing the sport that you love. And me being able and having the opportunity to try the sport that I love, football, to then playing blind football with a few adaptations, I'm still able to play that sport, and it's absolutely incredible. And I don't want people to think that just because you're disabled doesn't mean you can't do things, because that is not what it is about. You're so capable of doing things, whether you have a sight loss or not, whether you're fully blind or not. You have such an incredible opportunity, so just take it.
And that confidence you take from blind football, you can take into everyday life.
Definitely.
As well. So I want to wind you back, Lucy, to when you were younger, before you discovered blind football. Maybe there's someone watching this discussion right now and they're in a similar situation. What message would you send to them?
I would say you have to grieve it. I think don't push it away. You might not find people who accept you or understand what's going on, but that doesn't determine that you're not supposed to be accepted. I think a very key thing that I got told when I was in my early teens, was the fact that I am not my sight loss. I'm so much more than my sight loss. And when I heard that, it made me look at it differently, because it's so hard when the people around you don't accept your sight loss, don't know about it. So how are you as an individual supposed to accept it when no one else accepts it? So I think it's just, you will find that bright light, you will find that good place that makes you happy, that makes you feel safe and accepted. It will take long, but it's so much work, and you are able to get there. You will get there. It's just a lot of fighting to do, a lot of acceptance, but you are allowed to get low on it. You're allowed to grieve it, because it is a part of you that you're losing, but you're allowed to grieve it. And when you grieve it, you will find positives about it, because there's so many positives about sight loss. So that's not where your life finishes. Just because you've lost your sight doesn't mean that your life is over. You have so much more that you can explore, even if you're visually impaired or not.
I mean, just look at what you've achieved, Lucy, now playing for England. What are your goals moving forward professionally?
We have a chance to be at the Paralympics in 2028. And to get there, we've got a World Grand Prix in Argentina this year. And hopefully, if we keep our ranking up, and in any other international competitions, if we keep our ranking up, we'll be able to reach the Paralympics as the first kind of women's blind football tournament in the Paralympics, which will be incredible. As being in any form of international sport, it's such an honour, and to be in the Paralympics is incredible.
Absolutely amazing. I know that you've got a game coming up shortly as well.
Yeah, indeed. We have a National Football League played at RNC as well, where 3 to 4 teams will be there from the Premiership teams and then the Championship teams, and I'm going to be playing games which will increase our development and also experience, which will then later on all add up to a greater development in the World Grand Prix.
Amazing. Well, Lucy, thank you so much for sharing your inspirational story and helping us discuss RNC ahead of round 3 of the European Blind Football League. Hi, Dave Waldridge here from the European Blind Football League. I'm joined alongside by England and RNC head coach Adam Bendel. Adam, how excited are you for round 3 of this tournament?
Yeah, super excited. I mean, last year's event was amazing, and we're hoping that this one's going to kind of supersede it in terms of what we've got going on. So yeah, really excited to get going.
And the thing is, tournaments like this are just really important for disability sport in general. What are those challenges that you commonly face?
Yeah, I mean, they're super important. I mean, we don't get a huge amount of exposure in blind football and disability sport in general. So having events like this, having people like CJP, having yourself here to kind of expose the event is amazing. And it's huge that we can get more eyes on blind football.
And with blind football in particular, what are those challenges that you face quite commonly?
I mean, the players go through many challenges throughout their daily life. Access to leisure facilities, getting to and from competitions is a big challenge. But yeah, more broadly, our sport faces lots of challenges from not having a massive player pool. So having events and development tournaments like this are hugely important for our players to learn and grow as people and as players.
And the players themselves, the athletes themselves, they're going to be quite inspiring in this tournament to everybody.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of the stories behind some of these players are crazy. But what inspires me and what impresses me is like their application to their sport and to their craft. They're incredibly skillful people, but they've got such an amazing work ethic as well to kind of show off their talent, which hopefully everyone can get to see.
And as head coach, I imagine that you're part of their daily lives. This isn't just here's a tactics board on a Saturday. You're part of every aspect.
Oh, 100%. The amount of WhatsApps I get all the time is crazy. But no, yeah, I mean, and I think that's, for me, is the most important part, is to develop them as people and to be there for them as a person is the most important, because then I can get the best out of them on the pitch. So yeah, it's not just a tactics board and off you go play. It's more making sure that everything in their life is set up for them to be the best they can be.
And I imagine tournaments like this as well, it's not just about the exposure, but it's actually the experience that we're giving to these young athletes as well.
100%. I mean, we've got some really young players, and the chance for them to play in front of a crowd, to play in front of cameras, is quite daunting. But we're giving them that exposure now. So later on, if we get to a World Championships with England, to a Paralympics, they're kind of be ahead of the curve. They know what to expect. They know that pressure of having a crowd there watching them, and the crowd's meant to be silent, sometimes they're not. But yeah, having all of those factors in makes them a more rounded person and more rounded player.
So for you then, this tournament, is this a pathway project for your side, or is this a, big time, let's go for it?
A bit of both, really. Like, it's always great to win, and as a head coach, I'm always going to get judged on winning. But for me, it's more about how I can develop players. I have another kind of strand because I'm the England head coach, so I want to see how they can kind of thrive in these scenarios, in these situations. Like going across to different countries to play is a massive part of being a blind footballer. If a player can cope with that, then you know that in this environment, then you hope that they can cope with it in years to come when we get to bigger tournaments.
Sure. And of course, last year was such a success for RNC as well. Talk us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we finished second last year, and it was actually my fault we come second. So I took a group of players to Brazil with England to play in the competition there, which meant we had not many players left to go out to Dortmund. So we lost to Charleroi 2-1, and that lost us the league, but I think it was a point. But Issa, who we're going to see in a minute on some clips, he was top goal scorer. So yeah, and the lads developed so much. So like Issa hadn't played for England prior to this competition, goes out into 3 competitions since then, scores 2 goals for his country, plays 10 games. So like, it's such an amazing development tool. So yeah.
And it's given these young athletes an opportunity to get involved with something like this as well, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're getting social experiences that they may not have if they don't play football, if they don't play sport. And that's a huge point for any blind athlete, is that social aspect that sport can give them. Our lads are getting that in bundles by going different countries and experience different cultures, which is huge.
So we'll have a look at this year's league in a few moments, but you mentioned player development there. Some of those players that really performed last year, right?
Yeah. I mean, Issa, you could pick out loads of people, but Issa Amjid especially is now just his kind of progression is just going through the roof. And it's probably all thanks to this tournament last year. So yeah, I mean, there's Efe Shinwell as well, who's developing really well. Issa's 18, Efe's 19, so you've got like two really young players. They shouldn't really be doing what they're doing right now. So like, yeah, it's just super exciting.
But you're happy that they are.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining, that's for sure. But throughout the whole pathway, we've got younger players starting that are really technical players. So hopefully that we can keep this going and those players get to kind of be on this stage and show what they're about as well.
So Adam, we've discussed player development, but I think it's only right that we look at some of the highlights from last year for what was a huge tournament for RNC.
Yeah.
And I believe one of the players that we're going to be talking about here is Issa, who had an incredible tournament.
Yeah, he did. Off the back of this, he won top goal scorer award. I think he scored something like 18 goals in the rest of the competition. Wow. And as you can see, there's no surprise that he did win it by his skill level. Some of the goals, I mean, he's probably slightly too wide, and we'll see a clip in a minute of his goal that he did score against Charleroi, where he gets more centre, but that one's a great...
He took the players with him.
Yeah, he did, yeah. But he dribbles so quick, like this quick clip here, he's turned defence into attack. I mean, the two Charleroi wingers thought they had the ball, and he just started running forward with it. So he, turns defence into attack so quickly, and we can play on the counter-attack with him. I mean, this is a good set piece, but this is his goal. And his speed of dribble now when he picks the ball up wide, and this turn now coming into the middle, finishing from the middle of the goal, keeper's got no chance.
Yeah, and you just saw him there kind of, again, create those little pockets of space out of seemingly nothing.
Yeah, I mean, his ability to manipulate the ball is amazing, and you'll see it with this turn just here now, and he's in front of goal, sows two defenders, and it's just a great finish.
And he's playing above his years, really, isn't he? He's still a young player, and he shows such determination.
Yeah. I mean, he's so robust. For someone 18, he's playing against some like decent sized men. Do you know what I mean? Like that could hurt him, and he's not scared. He's just focused on the ball. Like he picks up the ball so quickly here, takes them wide, comes into the middle, like takes a couple of hits, but then has the ability to finish like that. It's really impressive, and like you said, he is playing beyond his years.
He's not intimidated.
No, not at all. Not at all. Like he's getting kicked here, he's getting pushed around. He even gets fouled. I mean, this probably should be a penalty. He should go down. I'm not teaching him to dive on the floor by any means, but you know, he gets back up straight away, recognises that the chance is still there, and then finishes. So he gets his rewards for not diving.
And you can argue the two Romanian defenders here aren't used to the enthusiasm.
No, but they think the danger's gone, they think he's gone wide and he's gone back up the pitch. He gets on the ball and he's trying to shoot. So yeah, he's got so many. Well, hopefully you're going to see his skill level again and hopefully scoring more goals for us.
Well, he's got the determination, and then we link it back to player development again. Is it just that experience he's more of?
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, after that tournament, he played like another 10 times for England. Or he won his first caps out in May in Brazil, and then he scored 2 goals for his country already. So like, yeah, it's exciting to see where he can get to, definitely.
And it just shows how big this tournament is, that someone like Issa, who hadn't played for England at that point, is now a regular.
He's a regular, like a regular starter, and he's only going to develop more and more with these experiences. So yeah, it's an exciting time.
And then who are those other players that we should be watching out for from RNC?
I mean, I could name them all, and they've all got their different kind of skill sets. So you've got someone like Kieran Clark at the back, who hasn't got that skill level that Issa's got, but he's got a different set of skills where he's robust in his defending. He listens to the goalkeeper. He understands his role, and you need a mixture of all people. So like Efe Shinwell, another one could be an absolute superstar. Azim kind of knits the whole team together. Toby Addison's only started playing like 18 months ago, and he's actually got a massive social media presence. So he's a little celeb in his own right. He is. We walk through airports and people are recognising him. So yeah, they've all got an amazing future in the game of blind football. So this event kind of propels that.
Well, Adam, thank you for your time, and massive good luck to RNC as well.
Cheers.
As RNC host round 3 of the European Blind Football League.
Hi, it's Connor Burrows again, and now I'm currently with Kieran Clark, another student at the Royal National College for the Blind. Right, Kieran, would you like to introduce yourself and what blind football is for you?
Yeah, so, obviously, my name's Kieran. I play blind football at the college. Found about blind football when I came here 3 years ago now. So, yeah, didn't really have much background in football before that. Obviously, come here. I was offered, an opportunity to play, and 3 years later, I'm still playing, and I'm in a good position now to sort of progress on, and hopefully through the RNC Sports Academy and stuff, get that experience to hopefully push on to get my first minutes for the senior men's England team in the future, hopefully. So.
Yeah, because you didn't, as you said, you didn't start on blind football,
Yeah.
and I know you have a martial arts background. So what was it like when you first stepped onto the pitch and played a bit of football blindfolded?
Extremely frustrating, especially they put me in with a couple of lads that were a bit more experienced than me, so very frustrating because I like to be good at things when I do sport, but I love the physicality of it. I like the how sort of heavy contact it can be at sometimes, and I like the idea of working with a team rather than an individual sport like martial arts. So it's very different, very frustrating at sometimes, and it's just a challenge. I enjoy the progression. So yeah, that's probably most what I enjoy about the sport, really.
What would you say is your biggest bump in the sport? Because obviously bumps come back and forth.
Yeah.
You bump into players, you can bump into the boards, you can run into goalposts, as I know.
I remember
so
that one.
what would you say was your, or even if you do have any?
Yeah. So one of my first 1v1s in training back in my first year at the college, I had a head clash where I split my eyebrow right open. Had to get stitches across here, a massive bandage on my head for a week or so. So that was pretty bad. But since then, I learned the hard way to learn to talk and keep my arms up. And I actually have played a lot more competitive games, obviously, since then. And I've not got injured. So I learned that was a good little learning curve for me, just a little 1v1 in training to, my worst injury. And since then, I've had a few niggles here and there, but apart from that, I've been all right, to be honest.
Apart from that one eyebrow injury, you seem a lot more luckier than me. Every time I've played blind football, I haven't played for a few months, to be fair, but when I used to play in the league, I ran into a goalpost.
I remember that when you was going in and going, it's probably the guide's fault more than anything, but I remember hearing your head hit that post, mate.
I still think it's the guide's fault, but we move on from that one. But also in other tournaments, in the Brian Aaron's Cup, I broke my little finger, and I didn't even realise at the time. Yeah. And I just went in for a tackle, as you do. You have one hand forward. I just felt like my finger had clicked, just as your joints do. Yeah. And then I was feeling around for the board, hit the board harder than I usually would, and my finger was throbbing, man. It wasn't fun. I had to play the whole game. Yeah. I'm right-handed as well. I had to play the rest of the day with a big fat bandage on my hand, and then I couldn't use my right hand at all for the next 6 weeks. 6 weeks it took to heal, I think. 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, no, I know some people that had a lot of bad injuries in blind football, like teeth knocked out a lot. I think one thing that I've learned from blind football is just to try and keep my head, really, because sometimes you'll be battling on the boards with someone because it's such a physical game. Some people stick in an elbow, they might kick you. They might even. I've been pinched, to be honest, like fully pinched and stuff. You know what I mean? So I think for me, like my martial arts background sometimes kicks in. I'm thinking, oh bloody hell, I'd throw him if I could, but it's just gotta keep. You gotta keep your head. And I think that's one thing I've learned from the start is like I've learned to control that sort of side and stick to the game. So it's been definitely tough sometimes because it's such a physical game, and I think it's good for the spectators, but when you're out there, sometimes it's super frustrating when you're trying to keep the ball and someone's just absolutely ragging you around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I've had my own experiences. I've tasted elbows. I've had elbows dug into me before. I'm not the tallest of players, so when some of the taller lads are using their elbows when they're possibly not meant to be.
Some big boys,
it's going in your face, it's going in your neck, it's going in. But that's what I love about blind football, the physicality of it. And you have to be hands-on, otherwise there's no way you're going to get the ball back off someone. It's always nice though when you just get a clean tackle. And you just stick a foot out, you take the ball cleanly, and then move forward with it.
I think it, obviously, I can't speak from a visually impaired perspective, but I think it makes a good spectator sport in the sense of like, a lot of my friends that don't watch football, watched it and say, what, I could actually watch that. Especially when it was on BT Sport, it actually got a lot of coverage. I've seen some people reacting to it on TikTok and stuff, and it was getting millions of views. And
I've seen probably the same one.
And people were just, I think they just enjoyed how different it was and how sort of, physical and competitive it can be, and we tend to get more goals and. I think, it's definitely getting a lot more exposure, especially with the broadcasting that we're getting now. So, hopefully, man, just pushes on and, one day we might get so much exposure, he might come back because we're getting paid for it. So
you might see me back in. You might see me back in blind football if I'm getting paid and being put on TV.
No, definitely, man. You're a good little player. You might as well come back for us, especially we've got some injuries now, so you might have to jump in and give us a few minutes.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Watch the space, it might happen. But
especially with this European stuff, it's exciting, mate, to be honest, like travelling a lot, playing and stuff. So it's good. It's good to also get that experience. It's just unreal, Sometimes I think like playing teams like with the names like Dortmund and Roma is like, it's just, I don't know, it's
seems
crazy.
a lot more professional, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not just, playing these random blind teams, it's playing teams that are actually, named after proper, high flight teams. So it's quality, man. It feels.
You're part of the England pathway, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel that you're progressing as a player through the England pathway?
Yeah.
What opportunities have you had? And how do you think that's going to go forward over the next few years?
I think it's it's been a massive development, not only in my sporting career but in my character building and my personality and just the whole progression of it. Really, for me, it's not really the outcome; it's the journey. So, I've had a great opportunity to play a friendly against India so far for the development team, and sort of be around the lads and train with them, and I've got a lot of respect for all the senior men's team and the sort of time that they've given me, and it's good to sort of start integrating into that slowly. Playing in the European League with a lot of the lads play for England, so it's good to play alongside everyone and sort of build that rapport. And I think hopefully one step at a time, but hopefully I do plan to progress on and make that step and fly the flag and stuff. So it's I never would have thought this 3 years ago, but it's come round so quickly. But one step at a time, and we'll see what happens.
Do you think you'll be a captain in England one day?
I'm going a bit far now, but maybe. I do see myself as a player that can lead and a player that can, I think I communicate quite well. It's a long way off. It's a very, very long way off to see that, but anything's possible. And if I stick with it, which I think I will, maybe in 10 years. But hopefully, man. Yes, that's the plan. So obviously, I know you're not going to be playing in the European League, but I suppose you're going to be watching and supporting the lads. You might come down and watch it because it's here.
Oh yeah, it's here. It's,
Yeah.
it's literally on my doorstep. I'll come down. You know.
Yeah.
Bring my pom poms to the sideline. start cheering along. You know.
No, it's great that we're hosting it here. Like obviously we've been to Italy already. We're going to Romania. Then it's here. So I hope that from a sort of patriotic stance that we give the best account of like the facilities that we have here. The pitch is unreal. Like the pitch we played on Italy was below standard to say the least. So like coming here, I just hope it's good. It'll be a great example, and I hope we can give a good representation of the college and the facilities that we have.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're going to smash it. Really, to be fair, who's going in? Who's the lineup? Who could be going?
For the April games, I'm not too sure. I've just been training for Romania, which is next week, so I know the lineups for that. But I assume it's going to be relatively similar. So it's basically the sort of lower end of the senior men's team. So the players that don't get as frequent minutes, and then the sort of emerging talent pathway players like myself, a couple other lads. So development basically is just the sort of the next generation basically. So it's just getting us minutes and trying to get us to the mentality of winning, because it's just good experience for if we want to make that final step onto the international stage. So yeah, like just getting that experience in really and getting some minutes. That's what it is really.
I don't know whether you know, but in the other teams that are going, is there going to be any other national players playing for them, or is it just across the board? No teams are allowed any national players.
Oh no, we are allowed internationals. We could have entered some, like the proper senior men's team, but I think Adam, the head coach, his philosophy is sort of let's develop the young players. This is his primary focus is the men's England team. So he wants to produce the next generation for that. So I think he's seen us an example. And I think we're good enough to compete and win this tournament. So there is some senior players like Germany have got a strong team. We played them. We drew with them in our first game. They've got some senior, German players, and they've got a Turkish lad on the team. The Romanian team is their national team, so they've got some pretty decent lads. Some of the Italian teams also drafted in a few sort of older Argentinian players that we played against. I pocketed one of them. Just put it out there.
Oh, yeah. Is he still there? He's still in there?
He's still there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, we just, so there is a few decent players there. But as I said, I think we've got enough youth and enough quality. And we've got, Adam with a great philosophy and tactics and, modern formations and stuff. I think we've got plenty of enough quality to win. And hopefully with this streaming and stuff that these guys are doing, hopefully we can make that evident and make a bit of a spectacle at home and put away some goals, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, boys. I really hope you do. You was talking about you played the German team. Has this already started, this European League, or is it starting here?
So we played in Italy already. We drew the first game against Dortmund, and then we won. So we drew 1-1 against Dortmund, and then we beat a team called San Marino. It was an Italian team. We beat them 7-0. So.
San Marino, the island.
No, I think I might be butchering the name, to be honest. It's San Marino. I think it's an Italian team. It's in the north of Italy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we went to there. We played on their home pitch, and we played them second. Yeah, and we pumped them 7-0. So we definitely got into. We got a good goal difference at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say it's definitely helped you, especially with the first draw.
Yeah. They definitely, I think, from watching the other teams, the Dortmund teams probably are our toughest game. We've got to play them again. I'm not sure if we're playing them here, or we might be playing them in Belgium, which is after here. So, that's probably going to be our toughest game of this league by the looks of things.
Oh, well, thank you, Kieran.
Lovely stuff, thank you.
I'm just holding out my hands.
Thank you. That's
Lovely.
part of being blind.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Welcome to an exciting day of football brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Herford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
RNC is a specialist residential college for young people with a visual impairment. It's somewhere that you can learn to be yourself amongst a peer group who have similar life experiences. Our broad curriculum combines academic and vocational subjects with specialist skills for life. From independent living skills to braille lessons. From mobility training to learning assistive technology skills. For more information on the RNC difference, visit rnc.ac.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the European Blind Football League from the RNC here in Hereford. It's now time for our afternoon session. Thank you already if you have spent some of your Easter weekend with us, and thank you now if you're just joining us in time now. So far you have missed a brilliant day, but there's still plenty more to come, including behind me, Bondi taking on Roma in just a few moments' time. But at the moment I'm joined by Lucy here pitchside. Lucy, being a student here, what opportunities there are for you? I mean, holding competitions like this, but as a college, there's just so many facilities to work with as well.
Yeah, we've got a very public campus. Events like these help publicise it, and we also find out alongside, we get to let the public know about everything. But alongside all the sports and the publicity, we do actually have education and life skills at this college. So being able to play sports like nationally, internationally, like we have here on this competition, we also do a lot of life skills, which is so beneficial for people because these events are incredible, but also being able to live an independent and normal life is also incredible, and we're able to do that at this college.
And of course you're involved heavily with the women's game as well. How's that developing at the moment?
Currently there are more and more teams coming out. I train here at the RNC on this pitch, and there's more and more girls coming and teams are creating, and we've got a competition coming up in October in Argentina for the World Grand Prix. So a lot of training on this pitch has to be done to really show them how much we've developed since the World Games in last August.
And competitions like this can only help beneficially to the women's game as well, creating that kind of atmosphere around the game.
Definitely. I think if you've seen, there's a few women players here, and even just a few really shows that girls can play football, beating down the stereotype that girls can't play football, but indeed we can. And it's incredible that slowly more and more girls are playing, because I'm pretty sure in the first round of the European Blind Football League there was actually no girls in the teams, but every year we see more and more girls, one girl in this team, one girl in that team, and it's growing and growing. It's incredible.
Well, Lucy, I'm sure we'll grab you again at some point today to have another chat, but in the meantime we are going to pass things over to Trent and Aaron to take us through this next game.
David, thank you very much. Well, here we are then, ahead of the afternoon session here at the Point 4 in Hereford. Big day of action already. We've treated to some brilliant games in the early afternoon and morning. Aaron Ford alongside me for all of this action. And to kick off, the fourth match of today is Roma against Bondi. It's Italy against France on the grand scheme, and a big one this for Roma, Aaron, because of course it was always going to be a tough. It'll be a tough one here, but up against it against Herford, weren't they? 9-0 defeat. They didn't have much chance to show what they were capable of on the ball. Again, they come up against second place this time, and Bondi are looking to chase Hereford down in the division, so they might not have much of it again, but hopefully from their sake can try and at least notch a goal.
hopefully, an opportunity for Roma here just to bounce back a little bit and show that they can be a little bit harder to break down for the Bondi team. But as I say, it's going to be a difficult and a tough one for them because Bondi want to try and make sure they continue their momentum from the game earlier this morning and continue to put pressure on RNC at the top of the table. I think, I think we can expect goals, but hopefully Roma can give a better account of themselves perhaps than they did earlier and not allow 9 goals to go in.
Most certainly. As we get the afternoon session underway then here at the point 4, we're over halfway through. Well, a chance here for Bondi early doors and a chance at a goal. 7 seconds in, we already have our first. It's Martin Baron. That is a dreadful start from Roma. Maybe a hangover from the last one. It was far too easy for Martin Baron. It did take a big old deflection on the way in, I have to add, but 8 seconds into play before Roma could even click into gear, the ball's in the back of the net, 1-0.
Yeah, really strong start for Bondi there, really direct, attacking the goal with confidence, and as you say, it took a really, really nasty deflection, so unfortunate there for Roma. Not the start that they would have wanted. They've got an opportunity to restart the game now. Hopefully, yeah, they can keep the ball, a little bit more possession, not just go direct, because I think potentially Bondi could punish them there.
I don't want it to sound like a hate campaign against them. Of course it's not. We're looking for constructive criticism here, rather, Aaron. But what's going wrong for Roma? Because there are a few factors. They're not scoring. They're conceding a hell of a lot of goals. What's going wrong?
I think one of the sort of most obvious points to notice is they've got, they're playing with one attacking player at the pitch, and you can see why they're doing that because. I'm just going to pause a second.
Yeah, another chance for Bondi here to try and add a second. And as we saw earlier as well, Bondi are a side who, much like Herford, maybe not as much so, but they have strength in depth as well, don't they, on the bench? There was a couple of times they made like-for-like changes earlier in that first game against Charleroi and had the exact same impact as the player that went off. So even when players do go off in this one, it's still going to be tough for Roma to deal with the players that come on.
Yeah, we know that we've got Diakite at number 11 that scored a couple of goals in the game earlier. We know he's dangerous. So yeah, they have got good strength. And so Roma needs to keep hold of that ball a little bit longer. But what they're doing at the moment, and for me, one of the biggest challenges they've got is the goalkeeper's picking the ball up. They're sending the ball long. They're trying to give it to number 7, which is Leonardo Lozzi, and he's not holding the ball up well enough. Often he's not getting onto it. It's going straight at full length of the pitch towards the Bondi goalkeeper, and then they can just start their attack again. They've got to try something different rather than just going long all the time with that ball. Can they? But again, you've got to have confidence and trust in yourselves to be able to do that and play the ball around.
As the ball back in the hands of the goalkeeper then. Chirapika Mariano. Roma look to try and advance forward a little bit here into the Bondi half. It's always going to be tough when you concede so early, but a lot of the game still to play if they can get one back in the early knock-ins. As the ball bundled into the hands of the goalkeeper then, Benjamin Gubal. And it comes for Bondi. Of course, every time they win, they move a point behind Herford, but Herford have that game in hand, of course. So if they can win this, I'm sure everyone involved with Bondi Cersei Foot will be hoping that Dortmund can pull off an upset in the next game. But Herford are going to take some beating after the start of the season. Here is Diakite. Just showing exactly what he can do. Looks so lively, doesn't he? A live wire on the outside, quick.
Yeah, that
physical.
was good though from the Roma captain there, putting some good pressure on, getting him off balance, making sure that shot went wide. They've got to keep applying that pressure. They can't just let the Bondi players get through on goal. Essentially turn it into shooting practice of the goalkeeper. They've got to make sure they make it difficult.
Here's the goal scorer. Bit of trickery of his own. He showed it in the first goal, trying for a second, Martin Baron. But bobbles wide of the upright, and Chirapika sends the ball long then in towards Leonardo Lozzi. Martin Baron lays the ball off at to the far side, then in towards Azurki. Look to twist and turn. He's here, there, and everywhere across these two games. It's Azurki! Great save. Right. Chirapika in the Roma goal. It's a tough one, that. Crowd of bodies in front of him. Gets down low, gets down fast to keep that one out.
Same again though, Trent. We've got to see a little bit something different from the goalkeeper here. Pulled off a great save, but then throws long to Leonardo Lozzi. Doesn't get the ball, goes directly out of play, allows Bondi to start the game again. We've got to do something different. Can they drop that ball short, take a little bit off that long throw, give Roma a chance and a bit of respite from this Bondi attack?
Here's Baron once again then. Had plenty of the ball in this game so far, the Bondi number 10. Here's Diakite. To twist and turn away. He scored 4 this season, looking for his 5th of the campaign. Brilliant footwork from Diakite, and in the end stabs it wide, but brilliant effort. And Bondi just showing how quickly they can turn defence into attack. Unfortunate there, but the way that the play is going so far, you sense that the second isn't a million miles away.
Yeah, again, some good pressure by the Roma defenders, but again for me, goalkeepers picked the ball up, gone long. It's been missed by the attacking player. This time, fortunately, it's come off the Bondi player and gone out for a corner. What can they do and how can they use this? Just being aware as well that the Roma players have all pushed up, so there is a chance here for Bondi to catch them on the counter-attack.
A chance for Roma before that, though, with Saranti. But in the end, it's ended up in pretty awful position for Roma, as you mentioned, there was a lot of bodies forward, and here come Bondi. Good block in the end by Constantino Cianello. Roma number 3. Trying to play it back to the goalkeeper, but way out of his realms inside that 6-yard area. And it's Martin Baron once again. He's starred so far in this one, not just with the goal, just all-round plays, strikes, and right into the midriff of the Roma captain. He's felt that one. Cianello once again, hit where it hurts. And here's Lozzi then. Fires the effort, but it bounces off.
Good, much better there by Leonardo Lozzi. An opportunity to get the ball at his feet, bring it down, and actually was pretty good there in terms of drawing the Bondi players in and keeping the ball. A nice little bit of welcome release from the Bondi attack.
I don't have the exact name. Leonardo Lozzi looks very young, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Looks a very young player compared to all of the other builds of the players. But he was here last year and does well at shielding off Diakite there. As Diakite comes back for it there though, and he's trying to race through, bowls over Moreza. Diakite is through now for a chance for a second for Bondi. Strikes his effort and just drags underneath the ball ever so slightly and wide. That was a big chance. Probably should have done better with it from that closer range, but in the end, sigh of relief from Roma, but not fully clear because back comes for Baron here, looking for his second. Martin Baron swipes at it, and constant pressure from the French side here though.
They need to be a little bit patient, the Bondi side. They know they're going to get chances. They know the ball's going to fall to them. At the moment, we're just trying to be a little bit too aggressive, and they're trying to shoot a little bit far out. A bit more time. Frustratingly, again, ball from the Roma goalkeeper, thrown long to Leandro Lozzi, but goes straight out again for a Bondi attack.
Here come Bondi, all the way from defence, base of the centre circle inside the Roma half. Switched outside towards Baron, shooting opportunity here. Caught well, good hands from the Roma keeper and Chiapika, who's been called into action a hell of a lot in these opening 7 minutes. But at the moment, still in the balance. If Roma can sort of nick a goal on the counter, something like this. Saranti's through here for Roma. Can he get the shot away? Oh, and he swipes away at it. That was a big chance. The guide behind the goal just offering some words of encouragement for Saranti after saying to keep going, because Saranti disappointed in himself there, but a good break. Leonardo Lozzi, good challenge, high up the field for Roma, bundled over the edge of the box, but carries on going, Lozzi. And best spell of the game so far here for Roma. They won the ball high up on the pitch a couple of times, and it's going to be
timeout Roma. Yeah, for me that's the best spell for the Roma side, and I think it's them picking the ball up in their own half and actually having a go at dribbling and attacking towards the Bondi defenders, rather than that long throw from the goalkeeper that puts a lot of pressure on that first touch and getting on the loose ball. You know, with the speed placed on the ball, if they don't have that good first touch, they know that there's a sort of high risk reward of that ball going out as well. But yeah, really good battle at the moment by Leonardo Lozzi. He's given a good account of himself up against some much bigger, more physical players in the Bondi defence. But he's going to need to continue battling like that for the rest of this game if he's going to get his team back into this game.
Of course, this is RNC's biggest competitor, really, from what we've seen so far in terms of the tournament and the way that they've applied themselves. Are you impressed with what you've seen from Bondi over the course of these two matches so far? Of course, we've still got a hell of a long way to go in this second one, but from what you've seen from them, have you been impressed?
Yeah, I think defensively they look like a good, solid team. You can see there in that timeout that the guide and the coach are really passionately giving them information. They know how they want to play, they know how they want to set up, and they've got players that when they're on the ball, they've got ability, you know, and we've seen that they can score goals. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really well contested match against Bondi and RNC, and I think if they continue to be the team closest to RNC in the league, it'll be a really good match at the final stage of the competition, which is being played in Paris.
Most certainly, and they'll be on home turf, so RNC will hope they're home and hosed by then. As Bondi come forward, dragged down by Leonardo Lozzi, right under the referee's nose. He says no. And forward comes the captain for Roma. Big chance here inside the area. Tries to stab it away at it, but two bodies in fluorescent green and black in the way of it. As it's sent forward here, then Diakite's the target. Can he keep it in? No, ball's travelling too fast for Diakite to even keep in. As referee just clearing a couple of things off the pitch. They may have dropped. And signals for Chiapika to throw the ball out to this near side. It seems to be happening every time. Chiapika to Saranti, who tries to bring his run in field. He's put under pressure by Baron. Now Lozzi loses out far too easily there to Diakite. Picks his pocket and charges down the line. Diakite now inside. Great chance for Bondi, to put themselves 2-0 up, but in the end, once again, great work from Constantino Cianello, the captain. He's been in the right position plenty of times in this one.
Yeah, done a really good job to block that ball. I think it's you can see that the Roma team have changed tactically a little bit. They're no longer just going for the long ball to Lossi. They are actually dropping the ball short a little bit now as well and dribbling that ball forward, and it's taken a lot of pressure off them.
Here's Saranti charging forward at pace for Roma. It's always going to be hard to stop a man moving at that sort of speed with the ball close to his feet, but there was two bodies in the way to help that. It comes out towards Morena, female within the team of Roma, which is good to see. And that's brilliant footwork from Diakite, showing him what he can do. Liveliest spell of the game so far from Bondi's star man. It takes a big deflection once again and in.
You just said about that number 3 there, the captain for Roma, being in the right position, right place. He's blocked a couple of shots. That time, unfortunate, the shot ricocheted off his thigh, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way, already committed, and it took a nasty deflection into the bottom right-hand corner.
Don't want to take anything away from Bondi, who do ultimately deserve to be ahead, but from a Roma perspective, they can find themselves very unlucky to be 2-0 down here, because both shots, albeit very good build-up play from Bondi Cersei, but Martin Baron has had 2 strikes that have been heavily deflected, that have sort of wrong-footed the keeper, that one especially. So Roma, despite that 9-0 defeat in the first game, can take a lot more encouragement from their display so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think the goalkeeper really unfortunate to have been beaten by both of them, but again, credit to Bondi and their build-up play and creating those opportunities themselves. We've got a substitution here for Roma. Captain is going off and is being replaced. Just double check in a second by whom and what number. Roma start the start the game. Half-time with Saranti.
There is Saranti right towards the line, but once again, Bondi with a lot of bodies back to stop that one. Saranti picked up a lot of the ball in some good areas, though, in this first half. 6 minutes left of it. 2-0 at the moment to the French side. It's going to be Leonardo Lozzi that makes his way over to the corner for this one.
Roma committing 3 players forward, which obviously shows they're confident with pushing forward, but just something they need to be aware of, not to be caught on that counter-attack.
Here's Lozzi trying to forge his way into the area, but it's a brilliant defensive work in the end from Azurki, who can race forward now. He's got Diakate for company. Azurki, brilliant shift of the body there to just ghost past the defender. Azurki's gone all the way, deserves it here. Swipe that inside the area.
Yeah, for me, if I'm honest with you, Trent, I think the Roma player took a big chunk of the of Azurki there, and I think that potentially could have been a foul the other way. Trying to sweep for the ball from behind, and it looked like he took Azurki out there, but no, the referee disagreed, and he's given it as a Roma free kick inside their own box.
I feel like Bondi can feel very hard done by in that. Oh, still a chance inside the area though. That would have put light to it. But yeah, I personally, from my viewpoint up here, and we've got a good view of it, that looked like a Bondi penalty.
Yeah, agreed. That's the decision I'd have been given. But yeah, the referee was in a good position, much closer than we are, and obviously went with the Roma free kick. And yeah, hopefully an opportunity for Roma to make their own attack.
Yeah, here he comes again then, Azurki. He was the man that almost won the penalty last time. He's gone all the way through again. Azurki, fantastic run, fantastic goal. What a run that was from the defender, the midfielder, the attacker. Where is he? Where does he play? Because he's everywhere on the pitch across both of these games. That one was far too easy from a defensive point of view. But Azurki, the ball stuck to his feet. He ran all the way through the pitch and fired the ball home for a 3-0 Bondi Sessi Foot lead.
Yeah, good finish at the end, but not the defending was poor. You know, we know that Roma have made a substitution and they've taken off their captain Constantino Cianello. It's been that person at the back putting that pressure on and stopping a couple of the Bondi attacks. On that occasion, there was no effort to stop the Bondi player progressing through, and unfortunately made it too easy for him. Through on goal, nothing the goalkeeper could do. 3-0, 5 minutes left to play in the first half.
Yeah, that was a brilliant run. Probably the best move of the game so far from an individual. 4:50 on the clock of this first half. Match 4 of round 3 of the European Blind Super League. Still 2 great games on the way for you this afternoon. RNC against Borussia Dortmund and Fesel Eniki against Charleroi. As a bit of afters here. Threatening to get a bit out of control, and the goalkeeper rushes over to calm down Azurki, who's not happy. He was getting hauled back a little bit, then a few swipes at his leg. He won the foul, but didn't want to stop there, did he? A little bit of afters. You could tell he's still got steam coming out of his ears.
Yeah, I think he's right to be a little bit disappointed with that as well. The Roma player there was all over him and had a couple of attempts really and didn't give up. But yeah, he's got to be careful not to react. He doesn't want anything coming back on him. Can't afford to give away anything. They've got a free kick just outside the box in line, just left of the 8-metre penalty spot. So a good opportunity here for Bondi to have another go at goal.
Martin Baron just having a word with Azurki there. I think frustration can build a little bit as well, can't it? Over the last 5 minutes, yes, he's scored, but of course he was brought down in the area, brought down just at the base of the centre circle, and a couple of times there as well. So I think Azurki just feels a little bit hard done by, maybe.
I think this is a direct free kick here. Looks like the Bondi player's going to have a go.
He does, yeah. First time we've seen that today. It's a close effort. You can't blame him.
Just dragged it wide. Right hand side of the post.
Good touch from Lozzi, but put under instant pressure by Martin Baron, who races forward. He's looking for his hat-trick. And in the end, the ball comes out for Diakite. Up this near side, base of the centre circle now. Still got work to do. Here he is, Diakite fires the effort and it goes. And it's threatening to get embarrassing for Roma once again, who have conceded a fourth. I said he had work to do and he did it superbly. Diakite picking it up, striking it from the 8-metre line right into the bottom corner, and as little Chirapika could do other than watch it glide past him. Roma are 4-0 down to Bondi. Great goal, that one, Aaron.
Really, really good finish, yeah. Knew that the defenders were beaten, knew there wasn't much pressure coming, and just had the time and the composure to just put it in the bottom corner. So good finish, nothing the goalkeeper could do. And yeah, as you say, we need to see something different here. Otherwise, yeah, 4 minutes left in the first half, and there's a bit of a concern that it could get a lot worse for Roma.
There's Diakite again. It could get worse even before the halfway point. Looking for his 6th for the campaign. And unfortunate there, Mirko Mingione.
So yeah, the Roma player, number 4, Mingione, there was the person having a tussle previously, and for me that looked like a pretty blatant push in the on Diakite there. But it was also inside the penalty area. He's got to be careful here. His team are already 4 goals down, under a lot of pressure. We cannot afford to be giving away silly fouls, because it's going to apply more pressure with the accumulation of the foul rule, but also doing it in a position on the court, on the pitch, which is problematic.
I think that's the right call, isn't it? Taking him off. But as you mentioned, you got to be careful, and when your team are down, I think the coach has seen that. He's maybe just a little bit frustrated because he's thrown in a few, and you've mentioned throughout today about the rule of 5 fouls. He's given a few away himself. So I think the coach has seen that at the right time to take off Mirko Mingione.
Yeah, good decision, and hopefully just an opportunity to have a chat with him on the bench and get him to calm down. He's still got a part to play in the game, can still come on and do a job for the Italian team, but he needs to just relax a little bit at the moment and not put his team under any pressure. Number 3, the captain, Cianello, has come back on.
As Diakite looking for space down that near side. Just been hugging the boards ever so much really during this game. It's been so effective. Just ghosted away from the Roma players. He's picked the ball up against the boards and then just glided into the midfield really, and it's created trouble for the Italian side. As Saranti then up against the boards on this near side this time, battling away for the ball. Couple of Roma players back in support if the counter-attack does happen, but good defending.
On the ball, and Roma are going to commit a few players forward again.
They are, and it's the normal pairing of Saranti and Lozzi that are over this corner. Captain, the only man back for Roma. Melissa Morena is in the box for the Italians, and it's Leonardo Lozzi. And the ball bobbles out of play in the end. It's going to be a goal kick for the French side. Oh no, sorry, apologies. He must have took a nick that I didn't see there.
Those boards get in the way sometimes, Trent.
They do.
Yeah, it didn't look like it from where we are, but obviously the referee's seen something different. Corner ball again with Roma committing players forward.
As good of a view this is over the pitch. He's got a better view than me down there.
We've got a big Tony Larkin pitch sign in our way there.
We have. As the ball is back in play then, Saranti halfway inside the Bondi half. Good recovery from Azerki there, who's been everywhere in this game. 2.5 minutes left of the first half then. Roma 0, Bondi Sessi Foot 4. Good for the goal difference this as well. I mean, it's going to be hard for any team to chase down Hereford's goal difference at this stage already, after the amount they've scored and the fact that they've not conceded. But you can only do what you can do as a team yourself, and at the moment Bondi have on course for 6 points here in Hereford today, and goals on the course while they do it. Could be another one here. Diakite inside the area. Takes a couple stabs at it, one with his left foot, one with his right foot. Both saved by the goalkeeper.
Brave goalkeeping there to commit and put the body on the line as the player's approaching to kick that ball.
Ooh, good feet there from Lozzi, but in the end he's dragged down by Martin Baron, man who's got 2 of Bondi's goals, and back forward comes Azurki once again. Here he is, Azurki, twisted and turned inside the area, chance to shoot. Azurki, gets it all mixed up between his feet. Can he keep the ball in? Bobbles off shin, and no, he can't.
Roma goalkeeper's got the ball, looking to start quickly again. Long throw to Leonardo Lozzi. Unfortunately, same thing again. Missed the ball, didn't get that first touch. Ball goes directly out of play to the Bondi goalkeeper to start off again. 1:43 left on the clock of the first half.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a stop-start one, this one, but a good one nonetheless. We've been treated to 4 goals in this first half. Diakite switches across, finds Baron. Chance of a 5th here for Bondi inside the area. Legs flailing. Oh, it's a nasty one. That one will hurt, but straight back to her feet. Great to see. Straight back to her feet there, and a hug. Bit of compassion from Baron there and Melissa Morena.
Yeah, nothing intentional there. Went for the ball. Just unfortunate. Kicked the player, but very, very good to get up as quickly as she did to get the game started again. Roma are going to start with a free kick deep in their own half.
You don't see that in Premier League football, do you? They'll be hurling around on the floor for about 10 minutes if you heard a FUD like that. And chance for Diakite here. Oh, great save from the goalkeeper. Once again, brave goalkeeping to put himself right in front of a flailing foot there. It's Baron though. Brilliant goal. One of the best of the day.
Caught that really well.
In terms of individual goals, we've seen better, but in terms of an actual strike and finish and delivery, Martin Baron rounds off a fantastic first half hat-trick with a top corner finish and scores Bondi's 5th. Brilliant stuff, Aaron, from the French side, who have looked strong in all areas really in this game so far.
Yeah, they're good going forward, but I think, you know, they're winning that physical battle as well. One, they're getting too much of the ball back from the long throw from the goalkeeper and able to just reset again, but physically they look so much bigger than the Roma team, and they're winning those little individual battles, and yeah, ultimately showing a little bit more composure as well at the other end. Although Azurki there has just given away a needless corner. Really had lots of time, probably needed a call from his goalkeeper, but has just given away a corner. But again, another opportunity that Roma are going to commit people forward. Hopefully they can make something of this corner, or at least get back and support their defensive duties if they do lose possession.
Yeah, strangely enough, Roma getting a corner has actually come to their disadvantage on many occasions in this match. They have an attacking chance themselves, commit far too many bodies forward, and in the end, get caught out. But can they try and get a goal? They've only scored 1 in 5.5 matches in this tournament so far. Can they double their tally? Lozzi with the effort. Unfortunately not, and it was bowled out to the near side. Diakite is in space. He's got time. Plenty of time. Oh, and in the end, scuffs the effort. Maybe needed a call from behind the goal then to say you've got acres of space, you've got acres of time, keep running.
Yeah, don't rush it. Although it probably is in the back of their minds, they know there's 20 seconds left on the clock, so they do know that if they are going to do anything else in this half, it's got to be done with a little bit of urgency as that clock ticks away.
Here's Baron then, 11 seconds to go. Can Bondi score one more in the final knock-ins? It's going to take a lot now. 6 seconds to play. Here they go. Roma just harrying them back. And that will be the final action of the first half. It's the first game of the afternoon session. Roma are in desperate need of points and in desperate need of goals and confidence too, really, after a big hammering result from Herford earlier. They come up against a Bondi Sessyfoot side who are chasing Herford down as much as they can, and they're going well about it at the moment. 5-0 they lead at half-time after a first-half hat-trick from Martin Baron and yet another from starman Tidien Diakite. Work to do for Roma in the second half. It's very much all the same from the French team, who continue to find the net. At half-time, Bondi Sessyfoot 5, Roma 0.
Welcome to an exciting day of football, brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Herford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
RNC is a specialist residential college for young people with a visual impairment. It's somewhere that you can learn to be yourself amongst a peer group who have similar life experiences. Our broad curriculum combines academic and vocational subjects with specialist skills for life. From independent living skills to Braille lessons. From mobility training to learning assistive technology skills. For more information on the RNC difference, visit rnc.ac.
So that is the afternoon session kicking off here at the RNC in Hereford, round 3 of the European Blind Football League. If you are just joining us, thank you for spending some of your Easter weekend with us here, taking in blind football, maybe for the first time. We hope you're enjoying the action so far. Half-time in this one then, Bondi 5, Roma 0 at the moment. All one-way traffic for that French side. Let's have a quick look though at those highlights from the first half in what is officially the quickest ever goal scored in the European Blind Football League. Bondi with the first of his hat-trick of goals here to start things off, just sneaking it in that bottom corner of the post. And this is where the onslaught started. You could see the warning signs were there coming from Bondi against this Roma side, and when you've got to go against the goal difference of Hereford in this competition, who are currently top in the league standings, you know you're going to need to create chances to pull off those goals. There was quite a long period of time before another goal was scored, even though traffic was all heading towards Bondi with these chances, and a great performance from the keeper of the Roma side. But eventually they broke through with their second goal there, heading straight down the middle, bang, and that's another one for you there. This was the penalty straight off the foul incident, and couldn't quite take full advantage there. Bondi, as I said, second in the league so far, the second top scorers, only to Hereford at the moment. And Bondi with a great performance every time, just showing that experience to just get that final clinical finishing every time he got himself into those positions, and that is a great first half for Bondi. But joining me alongside now is principal here at the Royal National College for the Blind, Lucy Proctor. Lucy, what a day we've had here so far. A footballing frenzy, a footballing festival.
It's been absolutely fantastic so far, hasn't it, sticking with the Fs? But obviously we're particularly proud of how RNC have done in their first match, but all of the matches have been absolutely brilliant to watch. It's so exciting.
And of course this is the second year of the European Blind Football League. Last year the first instalment here in Hereford, and it kind of just shows what this college is all about, creating those opportunities, bringing these world-class athletes here to Hereford as well, inspiring the next generation.
That's absolutely right, and I think you see that again in Team RNC, where you've got alumni of the college, you've got current students, and we've got potential students and students who are currently in mainstream or considering other options, all finding their way into that team and all aiming to be representing their country ultimately. But it's the skills that they learn from each other, and it's the skills that they learn at the college that really let them compete nationally and then on the world stage as well.
Absolutely, and of course this is the sporting arm of the college, but I mean, it isn't just what the college does. The college is involved in so much across the board.
That's right, and I think there's a misconception that if you're coming to RNC you have to be about sport, and that absolutely isn't the case. So our starting point is about independent living skills, mobility, transitioning into an independent adulthood with ambition, and just being able to make whatever you want to with your life. And our role here is to provide the skills to the students they need to do that, from self-advocacy to achieving the qualifications that they want, the lived experience that they want, and just opening the door to those opportunities. But then it's the students themselves who push through all of that. But it's a broad curriculum. We offer everything from entry-level qualifications up to level 3, academic and vocational. Students can pick and mix and choose between them, and having those opportunities for work experience, but also the things that they're often excluded from because of their visual impairment. So sport is obviously one of those things, but a huge range of activities, archery, paintballing, even things like the behind-the-scenes tours at the RSC, that type of thing, the New Scientist exhibition in London, all the opportunities that students get in mainstream, but here with that specialist level on top of it as well. It's really, there's access to learning, which is where students are able to access the full curriculum without anything held back from them. But for us, it's also learning to access where they're developing the skills to do everything for themselves, as they'll need to do in employment and in higher education.
And this is it, this facility, when you walk around, it's just so impressive. Everywhere you look, you can see it's been purpose-built for students first thinking, but also that, as you say, kind of guiding them through to that next level to really enhance whatever skills they have.
That's absolutely right. And we know RNC special. We know that it's a little island in a sighted world. And students know that the rest of the world isn't going to be like this. But they learn their skills, their confidence, and they build themselves up into the people that they're going to become so that they can compete on a level playing field in a sighted world.
Sure.
So it is different to be here, but it's all about what happens afterwards, really. It's preparation for the rest of your life being here.
And of course, that's what your team do as well, is get them ready for that next level, for leaving this college at the end of it.
Absolutely. It sounds like an odd thing to say, but we're thinking about the students leaving before they even get here. And it's the teaching staff, obviously, are front and centre of that. But it's every member of staff here has an impact, whether it's the person who runs the bar on a Friday and Saturday night, who's supporting students to have their first experiences of ordering a drink and just enjoying themselves on a Friday night in the bar, but doing it safely. And then they can transition out and be doing that in town or doing that back in their home area. The residential team, absolutely everybody who works at the college has got a part to play in the success of the students, and it's what keeps us all motivated. We've got staff who've been here for 45 years, and
Can't get rid of
it's
them.
one of those places you just fall in love with it, and we're all inspired every year by the students coming through and seeing them develop and achieve their potential.
And Lucy, you picked on something there that I wanted to pick on as well. This isn't just somewhere you come to learn subjects. This is where you come and learn how to deal with life in a way. You know, as you said there, ordering a drink on a Friday night, something like that, you know.
Yeah, and it's a lot of our students won't have done any work experience or work placements before they come here, and that can be really daunting because you need to sell yourself in the way that absolutely everybody does, but you also need to be able to explain your visual impairments and stop the employer being afraid of it. And learning to travel independently on a train is one thing, but learning how to access the support that's available to you, learning everything that you're entitled to, and how to ask for help when you need it, and how to say no when you don't need it.
It's giving that confidence to students, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So that they can go on and advocate for themselves in every aspect of their life.
And I suppose it's not just the students, but the families of the students as well. If maybe they're watching this stream today, how do they get involved with the RNC? How can they be a supporter? How can, maybe they have a child that they want to get involved with?
Yeah,
the
fantastic.
RNC.
And the starting point for all the information is rnc.ac.uk, the website, but we offer tours. We put on a range of activities throughout the year. There are have-a-go weekends and open days where students and their parents can come, and the students have a great time. They try a bit of sport, bit of football, bit of goalball, but also they might do a bit of maths and a bit of assistive technology and just start to learn what's out there for them. And while they're doing that and making friends, we talk to the parents about how to get funding and how to support your young person at home. And you're absolutely right, it is for the parents as well as the young people. And it's learning life skills on both sides of it. So the website would be the first place to start, but also if you want to support the college, because we are a charity, then it's the same place. If you go to the website, there's information there, and of course we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere you'd expect us to be.
I know it's you behind those social media accounts.
Oh,
Lucy,
absolutely, just posting day and night.
And you mentioned about having a go, and that's something we've seen today actually.
Yes.
People having their own chance at blind football, and you must be so proud of seeing this tournament come to Herford, and as we head to this second half as well, how proud are you overall?
It's a difficult question to answer without getting emotional, but I think all of us live and breathe RNC, and that's the students, it's the staff, it's the volunteers. We've got a huge army of volunteers who make events like this possible, and we're all here for the same reason, so enormously proud, couldn't be more proud.
Well, Lucy, thank you so much for joining us as we head things back over once again to Aaron and Trent.
Thank you, Dave. Insightful chat with Lucy there, pitch side, about a little bit more about what RNC do and some of the stuff with the students. Talking about the setup, another person that knows the RNC setup very well is Aaron Ford on co-coms with me today. Watching over some great action, of course. Been treated to some good games so far, haven't we?
Yeah, so far some really, really good games. Another one here, 5-0, the current score as we start the second half. That is to Bondi Sessifoot against Roma.
Yeah, Bondi Sessifoot were, of course, the big favourites coming into this one against Roma, but even they will be impressed with the scoreline and performance in that first half. Roma, between minute 1 and 5, didn't look as though it was going to be a whitewash after that first goal. They sort of grew back into it, but after that, Bondi put their foot on the gas and have gone through from strength to strength, I should say, in this one. And Roma, game getting away from them here.
Yeah, it did look like they were going to put up a bit of a better fight in those after that first quick-fire goal that was conceded. And I think the substitution where they took the captain, Cianello, off had a pretty big impact, and a couple of quick-fire goals were conceded once he'd been removed. He's back on now, and he'll be hoping for a stronger second half, helping lead his team to a better defensive display.
And Aaron, in terms of... chance! Good chance that at the start of the second half from Bandingu Traore, the man that caused so many issues in the first game against Charleroi. But I said in the first game it'd be nice to see Bandingu Traore and Diakite on the pitch at the same time. That's what they've done. So my wish is their command, I guess.
Yeah, let's see how they can play. Are they going to be a bit of a dynamic duo?
I think it maybe in a close-knit game like it was earlier against Charleroi, they wanted a little bit more defensive security, but shackles are maybe off a little bit in this second half for Bondi, aren't they? They probably just want to add as many goals as they can against the Roma side, who look a little bit lost there today, and hate to bring out statistics in a negative standpoint for a team, but you have to draw to it. In 6 matches, and still counting at the moment within this game, Roma have conceded 33 goals.
Yeah,
and only scored 1 at the other end. That's worrying.
Yeah, it's clearly an issue for them, and I think that an opportunity to reflect and see what is it that we're doing, what can we do differently. Is it that we're being caught on the counter-attack by committing too many people forward on corners? Is it that we're too reliant on the long throw and we don't have somebody further up the pitch who's able to get onto those loose balls? They've got to try and do something to keep a bit more possession and build a couple of phases of play, move and manipulate the opposition around, because at the moment it's sort of one-dimensional. They keep doing the same thing, but it's not currently working for them.
Yeah, and there's a chance here for Traore off the bench. And you don't want to single players out because, of course, we mentioned for every team, winning or losing, it's a team sport. But you single out the goalkeeper a little bit, don't you? In terms of the balance of play, not really helping his teammates out, throwing it into the same areas pretty much most times. And in terms of instructions from other teams, Bondi, Herford, they can just instruct their team into a certain area because they know that's where the goalkeeper's going to throw it.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. I think the goalkeeper plays a crucial role. We've just got a Bondi attack here. Good save by the goalkeeper.
Not fully clear though, and in the end.
Yes, so the goalkeeper plays a crucial role, not only in terms of playing in goal and defending, but also helping from a sighted point of view, from communicating, from organising the team. So is there anything more that could be done by the goalkeeper to help organise and structure their team to make them harder to break down? Is there anything they could do to manage the game a little bit better and not just throw the ball long and constantly lose it? So yeah, definitely a couple of things to work on, I think, and hopefully things that they can reflect on after this competition and come back stronger in the next round of the European Blind Super League.
Diakite switching the play from side to side to try and find Bandingu Traore. Onto the ball very quickly. Traore inside the area. Once again, the goalkeeper makes a bit of a melee of it, but keeps it out. And bowls it out to this near side. Once again, Roma lose possession. They can't keep hold of the ball, and they're just playing into the hands of their opponents every single time. And there's no pressure on them here. Through they come. Chance once again. Bondi are being gifted opportunities here, and if it continues like this for another 11 minutes worth of play, it's going to be an ugly scoreline. Aaron.
Yeah, we're going to see more goals if it continues, and somebody here's got to take responsibility. Is it Leonardo Lozzi who communicates, look, this isn't working, stop putting me under this pressure, stop sending me long? Is it the coaching staff that step in? You know, we can see this, we've noticed it. What more can they do to set up? Or, you know, potentially maybe now's not the time to do that. Maybe this is the way that they've prepared for these games. But it's definitely going to be an opportunity to reflect on when you play against tough attacking teams like they have today in RNC and Bondi. How can we make sure that we do not put ourselves under needless pressure? How can we keep possession? How can we ensure that we play to our strengths and potentially take advantage of the opposition weaknesses, which isn't happening at this current point? Again, goalkeeper throws long. Lozzi gets nowhere near the ball, and it's now picked up by a Bondi player who's dribbling forward.
I was just watching the movement of Leonardo Lozzi there, who's probably a little bit frustrated himself at the deliveries. He was trying a couple of different things out. With the greatest respect, though, Lozzi is by far the smallest player in this whole tournament that we're watching. Must be, what, 5'3", 5'4", and he is not the sort of player that you want to be aiming long balls towards, with the greatest of respect. It's like swinging the ball in for Lionel Messi to win a header.
Yeah, and you know, he's in that attacking position on his own, so even if he does get hold of that ball and stop the first loose ball from the goalkeeper, he's very, very quickly crowded out and then gets into a physical battle with the Bondi defenders, and you know, we're not seeing him win any of those.
One man that has had his way today is Diakate.
Yeah, he's the danger man for Bondi.
He is. 5 goals for the campaign. Looking to add to that before the end of the day. Strike once again by Bondi. Wide of the upright from Gael Rivera, who's had some patient build-up play himself today, the Bondi number 8. Done the dirty work in midfield and had a couple of opportunities himself. Tussle between Sarante, who does well to actually get away from him in the end. And in the end, right under the nose of the referee, makes the right call, to be honest. Sarante was getting his leg ball back, wasn't he?
Yeah, but you know, that again, the goalkeeper's played the ball short. Sarante's got the ball. He seems to be confident dribbling it forward. They've progressed up the pitch. They've now got themselves a free kick. It's trying something different, and that's what Roma need to do here. They can't just keep going for that long ball and isolating Lozzi at the pitch on his own, who's losing out on that physical battle.
Just things like that there.
It's wasteful.
Way too much power on it. Even you know, nobody's ever going to be able to get control of it. Of course, I think it was a shot there from Sarante. Unfortunately, we're wide, but I think just needs a little bit more patience in the build-up play, and maybe a bit of inexperience eking in from the Roma side here, who look streets away from the levels of the 2 opponents that they've come up against today. And here's Rivera just running rings around the defence here. Brilliant close control. Sarante puts him under pressure, but it looks as though it's going to bobble out of play underneath the Tony Larkin sign. I'm not going to guess which way it's gone.
Substitution here for Roma. It looks like they're taking Melissa Marina off. Really, really well battled though. She's taken some big hits,
Yes.
and she's put a really, really big effort in and competed on a physical level with some of these Bondi players here. So yeah, great effort from her. New player introduced. It's the same player from the first half. Hopefully he's calmed down now and isn't going to come on and give any needless penalties away for his team.
Quite be a commentator's curse if they break forward and he gives one away now. We've all been there. As Riviere plays it across to Traore. Going up against that Mirko Mignone. To find his feet. It's the captain Cianello that gets it away for Roma. Ball over the halfway line now, but once again picked up by Riviere, who's done well at scooping up the loose ball and getting it back forward for Bondi. Looks as though it might be a bit too hard this time. Yeah, out for a goal kick for Roma. Chirapika going to look to try and get them underway very quickly. That time, it's a nice throw. Out towards Lozzi, who's quickly put under pressure though by a couple of Bondi bodies. Battling away for it up against that near side, and in the end Lozzi goes down. I think an accidental tread on the foot there. And referee's just giving him a little bit of a warning.
Another foul there on the foul clock. That's 1 apiece now for Roma and Bondi in this second half. 8 minutes 23 left on the clock.
No goals in this second half thus far. Bondi went into the halfway point, 5-0 up. Still remains the score halfway through this second half, but they've got breathing room, haven't they? That's for certain.
Yeah, I think potentially an opportunity here for the Bondi players to try something different. You know, they've seen that they've got the ability to go direct at goal. You can see them passing the ball around a lot more now, making it more of a sort of team approach. So perhaps that's been the message from the bench at half-time. You've got the lead, we've got the points that we need. We don't need to go and make this a double figures result. What I want you to do is use it as a training game and build experience. And you can see them trying to pass the ball around a little bit more now, bringing people in. You know, maybe that'll be great for them from a development point of view. Maybe something they'll need when they play in tougher games against the likes of RNC.
Oh, the ball's been looped forward, looking for the danger man in Diakite. But in the end, he forces it back. To mention it, brilliant defending from Azerki just a moment ago to hold off the Roma counter-attack. Just sort of angled his run and just stuck a leg out to put in the stop the attack, and now trying to play the ball back forward. Chance here inside the area, and it's in. First goal of the second half goes Bondi's way. It's a brilliant strike from close range. Keeper down the throat of him, but too much power on it from Riviere, who's had a good game himself in midfield, been sweeping up them loose balls and has his chance inside the area. The ball was played forward from Hakeem Azerki, and Riviere sweeps it home to add yet another Bondi goal. And, well, if the game wasn't done before, it definitely is now.
Yeah, it's done, and I think a good example there, we were just talking about and highlighting that Bondi were approaching the game slightly differently now. They weren't being so direct. It wasn't just individual sort of brilliance or dribbling going at the Roma defence. They've been passing the ball around, and that was a great example of it. We had Azerki who picked the ball up with some fantastic defending in his own half, really patiently manipulated the ball, tried to draw a few Roma players out, and at that point the Bondi player there, number 8, who scored the goal, Riviera, just wandered into a position, great pass straight through the middle of the pitch. Roma players nowhere near it. Excellent first touch control, swiveled on it, and a first time finish into the goal. It was a really good example of a team goal, and being patient.
It certainly was. There's been some great team goals from Bondi this afternoon. They can take great optimism from that, and of course the fact that they're going to pick up 6 points. It's going to be 6 points to take back to France with them, and breathing down the necks of Herford, who before they play, of course they'll have that game in hand. The next one will bring you RNC against Dortmund, but before that Bondi will just be a point behind them, so adds a little bit more importance for RNC to 100% get that result against Dortmund. But if RNC keep on doing what they're doing, then they should make no bones about anybody in this division, the way they've been playing.
And yeah, I think part of it is around making sure control what you can control. RNC might not even be paying attention to this result. The coaching staff might be keeping them away from it. They'll be in their preparations for the game now. They won't want to go into that game thinking there's 1 point now and we have to go and win this game. They've just got to trust themselves. They've got to trust their process and know that they go and perform and play as they do, and hopefully that'll be enough.
And looking at in elite sport, when you're part of a team, when you're part of a coaching team, as reporters up here, we've got the stats in front of us, we've got the standings in front of us. This is something that we look at. But when you're a player, when you're a coach, you're down there, you get your job done yourself, don't you? You don't often, unless you need to on the final day, scrape something. Look at the table too much.
Yeah, I've had experience myself working in performance sport, and we've always sort of been very mindful of that and focusing on ourselves and worrying about our own performances and what we can control, not so much what the opposition does or what that result means, because this result doesn't mean anything if we go out and win our game and do our job. So yeah, it's about focusing on ourselves rather than focusing on the opposition.
It's exactly that. Hereford win will be as we were. But back to the game that we're involved with now. Bondi, 6 goals to the good with just under 7 minutes to play here against the Roma side, who've leaked 15 goals in just over a game and a half. It's pretty worrying for the Italian side. And Melissa Moreno is back on the field of play. Some good game minutes for her today. She only went off for a short while. And he's back on. Here's Martin Baron looking for his 4th for the day. Martin Baron, it's a good run. It's just snuffs at it a little bit, maybe grazes the floor as he takes a shot, slightly off balance, leaning back, but good run nonetheless.
Different approach here from the Roma goalkeeper. Now played the ball out short to Melissa. Marina picked it up well, but quickly intercepted by Riviera.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant individual performances from the Bondi players within this. They've all put in the hard work. It's been a great team performance from all of them. We've had direct runners, we've had Riviere sweeping the balls up in the centre of midfield, Azerki playing some fantastic balls through the middle to start them attacks and tackling at crucial moments as well. Hard to knock anyone in the Bondi side during this one. And of course, Baron taking the goal scoring glory and scoring a hat-trick, a first half hat-trick at that. Here he is once again, sweeping away from Saranti. And from what looked like a Roma attack, it's now going to have to be desperate defending. It's Baron! Good save in the end by Chirapika. He has to be alert. Does drop the ball ever so slightly at first, but that's a good save to stop a 7th.
Good save followed by, again, some poor distribution from the goalkeeper. Throws it long, ball goes straight out. Bondi now have possession. We've got to take that bit more time and
chance forward there and out of nothing once again. Let's just see the distribution here. Way too much on it. This is unbelievable, really. You've got to have a shout from behind the goal. I mean, we called it so long ago in that first game when they did have a chance to throw the ball out. And that's good footwork there from Diakite. He heard the ball, stuck his foot out and picked it up. It's played across for Baron here, just inside the Roma half. Saranti straight out there to pressurise Bondi's number 10. Back over halfway now. Swept across by Azerki. Inside for Diakite, strikes it goal, and way over 20-25 shots took on in this game by Bondi, which is far too easy. Quite a few of them opportunities really came out of nothing, and quite a lot of them have come from the goalkeeper throwing it straight back into their shirts, and it's hard to miss them in their luminous green and black, but plenty of times he has found them.
yeah, 4 minutes 9 left on the clock in the space for the last 90 seconds. We've got a fourth one here. The goalkeeper's tried and attempted a long throw. Every single time it's just instantly picked up by a Bondi player, now the Bondi goalkeeper. It's about playing to your strengths, and at the moment this isn't working. But what I would say is it doesn't seem to be much information coming from the bench either to tell them to revert to a different plan.
Yeah, that's fantastic feat and another goal. Bondi are adding even more gloss to the scoreline, but ultimately it's been far too easy for the French side. Second goal of the game from Gael Riviere. And great footwork from left to right, from left to right. Good connection on the ball too. And Chirapika was a bystander once again as Bondi score a 7th.
Again, after that phase of play where the goalkeeper's picked the ball up 4 or 5 times, distributed it straight back into a Bondi player, eventually they're going to get through on target. And yeah, it's certainly not helping his team at the moment.
I almost want to put the mic down and go down there myself. I really do. And I'd bowl a couple of balls out. I think I'd have to brush up on my Italian first, but
go and get the gloves on. I think, yeah. But it's interesting, and it's easy for us to stand up here and comment.
It is.
We're not down in there in that environment. But again, and maybe that's something that they've been working on. Maybe this is something they're putting into practice, because there doesn't seem to be anybody else suggesting otherwise.
Diakite trying once again to get the shot away. He did, but hauled to the floor by Saranti. Took him off balance, and ultimately the shot took an effect with that. Here's Riviere, 3 minutes to go. He's looking for a hat-trick. Can we have a double hat-trick in this game? That'd be something. Diakite just swiping his leg to try and keep the ball in, but a little far away from it in the end. And Chirapika putting a lot on that one, but straight to the feet of Losey this time, on the halfway. Battled away Riviere once again. He swept everything up in the centre of the park today and had 2 goals as well. Played out to this near side for Baron, who can't keep it in. 2:39 on the clock. Roma 0, Bondi Sessifoot 7. as the French side are going to take their tally to 14 points in the Blind European Super League. Can they add an 8th to the goal? It's Diakite. Ooh, goes close. Probably should have done better, in all honesty. Rare criticism of the Bondi number 11, but that one should have rippled the net from that sort of range. Good defending from Azerki there, but sort of stumbles over it a little bit and puts himself under a bit of pressure, but Losey, just too much physicality for him there, isn't it? Azerki's absolutely towering over him and holds him off, and he's got so much space to drive into here, the defender. Azerki all the way forward. We've seen him do it a couple of times today. Can he do it again? Strolling around, making it look so calm and composed. Rolls it out to Riviere. Baron is on this near side too. Does find Baron. Options inside the area. Can he keep it in? Oh, it looked very close. He's had paint on his boots there, trying to keep that one in, and he can't in the end.
Double substitution here for Bondi Sessifoot. It looks like, I think, Traore coming back on. I think Azerki maybe making way here after a really, really impressive performance today. Number 5, Azerki for Sessifoot Bondi. He's been really, really strong at the back. Very composed, very patient, and he's certainly helped to lead a couple of the Bondi attacks that have led to some goals. So a good game for him. His job's done. 1:43 on the clock. He's going to put his feet up.
He certainly is, and he deserves to, as does Riviere. A brilliant defensive play and 2 goals between them two. As Masiga Traore has his first knock-ins of the game since coming back on. Here he is. Here is Masiga Traore trying it from range, and wow, from inside his own half, fires an effort. What a strike that was.
Long distance effort, don't see it often.
That would have been the goal of the day, really. In terms of, we've of course seen better runs and team goals, but in terms of a long distance, audacious strike, then you'd struggle to find a better one than that, but it didn't go in, so hindsight's a wonderful thing. And here we go, though, another chance here for Bondi, and I'd love to see the shot tally at the end of this match. It's been unbelievable. Once again, it's straight into the goalkeeper. There's breaking forward here. Chance for Baron to try and score his 4th. Baron twisting and turning inside. 30 seconds left. Can they add an 8th here? Baron. Oh, bobbles wide of the upright, and it's unfortunate there. Bondi just looking to try and add the icing on top of the cake, if it wasn't already, with 7-0. And here is number 7 for Roma then, ironically. Leonardo Losey getting caught up between the two of them. Flies to the floor under the challenge of Baron. 13 seconds to play. Do we have a chance for one more attack? It's not looking likely now. The ball just sort of stalled inside the Roma half. And it has been a convincing display and a convincing result too for Bondi Sessifoot, who probably knew going into this game they were the big favourites and that they should be taking all 3 points, but to do it in that manner is strong.
Yeah, another impressive performance. I think they scored some good goals, some good individual and team goals scored there, and they weren't put under a huge amount of pressure from a defensive point of view. You know, they're the ones who've got to put the chances away. But the Roma tactics, the way that Roma played, definitely played into Bondi's hands here, and they were given that ball back a lot. You know, they had opportunity to set out from the goalkeeper and just build their attacks on a large number of occasions, which probably could have been prevented with a few better decisions from the goalkeeper and Roma coaching team.
And look, I don't want it to look like we're launching an attack on the goalkeeper, but it is a big talking point of the game, and ultimately it is costing Roma a little bit. How much is it costing them?
I think, you know, again, we talked about playing to your strengths and looking at the difference. So we had the goalkeeper from Bondi who's throwing the ball up to Diakite and players like this who are proactively moving, they're tracking the ball, they're getting that ball, they're controlling it, and then they're able to do something with it. The challenge you had there was throwing the ball up to Leonardo Lozzi. I think it was at times very difficult. He was crowded out, being physically beaten by some of the other players who were much bigger than him, and they were set up to defend him. And actually, even if he did get that ball under control, there was a lot of pressure to then do what. And yeah, you just saw as the game went on, that's how he started approaching the game, and it didn't really work. So it was about changing that up, and I think that ultimately comes from the coaching staff, but also it's the goalkeeper who can see what's happening within the pitch as a sighted player.
And look, I'm going to ask you a tough question here, because it is a tough one, because there was so many standout performers. But who's your man of the match in that one?
So for me, there was some really, really good goals scored, but I talked about him a little bit when he went off. Number 5, Hakim Azerki. For me, I think he had a really, really strong performance. He defended really well. He demonstrated some good leadership at the back of the pitch, and he set up a large number of the attacks as well that led to goals. So yeah, for me, man of the match in that was Hakim Azerki. Really, really strong performance and an important player for the team.
Well, there was plenty of them. Let's have a little look over the highlights, shall we, of this past one. 7 goals for company, and the quickest ever European Blind Super League goal there from Martin Baron. Just inside 8 seconds, ghosts through the defence and fires home into the bottom corner. But as we've just mentioned, there were so many good performers today. As Azerki, the man of the match, striking low and hard. Good save from Chirapika. And here's the second from Baron, taking a big old deflection. Oh no, my bad. He had so many shots, didn't he? That was the second from Baron. It was from a similar area, wasn't it? But as you can tell from the highlights here, what a goal that would have been from Diakite. But there were just so many chances, so many carved out from Bondi. And they could convert 7 of them. Look at that for a run. That was a fantastic, fantastic goal from deep from your man of the match, Azerki, Aaron. First we've seen of that today in terms of a direct free kick opportunity. Diakite once again there, just ghosting through the Roma defence. Martin Baron once again, probably his pick of the bunch out of the 3. Firing past the goalkeeper, look, from a wide area, picks it up, slams it home. Unchallenged from the Roma defenders. Slide the ball home once again there. And every single highlight coming their way. A very good performance all round from a Bondi Sessi-foot side who continue to put pressure on Hereford, who are out on the pitch now. After a 7-0 victory against Roma, who remain bottom of the table. And I think we can cross back to our pitch side team for analysis of that one and look ahead to Hereford 2.
Welcome to an exciting day of football, brought to you by Dawleys. We're your go-to experts in customer service solutions. From phone calls, emails and data services to e-commerce fulfillment, our passion goes beyond business. We're huge fans of football at every level. We're thrilled to sponsor Hereford FC and the amazing UK blind football team. As we cheer on these incredible athletes today, remember, Dawleys is more than a business partner. We're a part of your team, championing excellence in every goal we score together.
RNC is a specialist residential college for young people with a visual impairment. It's somewhere that you can learn to be yourself amongst a peer group who have similar life experiences. Our broad curriculum combines academic and vocational subjects with specialist skills for life. From independent living skills to braille lessons. From mobility training to learning assistive technology skills. For more information on the RNC difference, visit rnc.ac.
So big thanks to Trent and Aaron there for the commentary of our first game of the afternoon session, round 3 of the European Blind Football League from here in Hereford at the RNC. I'm joined alongside by John Lynch. John, I mean, that was a bit harsh on Roma. We was discussing during the game that they had a bit of a bad luck of the draw with the teams they have to face this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think this weekend has been tough for them. You know, they're playing the 2 top teams in the league, so I think coming here today, probably they were thinking, it's much more about development, which is what the league's about anyway. But I think, certainly for them, looking at the top 2 teams, they would probably looking at getting some experience for some of their players. Those players that are kind of on the cusp of moving in perhaps to the national team. So yeah, I think that they'll just put it down to experience, I'd imagine.
It's 2 teams in 2 different periods of their existence at the moment. Roma have been dominant for so many years in that kind of transitional period at the moment, whereas Bondi, arguably full of French internationals, kind of getting ready for the Paralympic Games.
Absolutely, yeah. So like we were saying, it's just it's 2 different teams, and I think ultimately it shows. I mean, great for spectators, lots of goals. Tough on Roma, but yeah, they'll take it as development. I think. So yeah.
Well, John, you're a director here at the RNC. It's your first time joining us on the live stream as well. Welcome to Pitch Side.
Thank you very much.
So talk us through then your role here at the college, because you're really behind everything sport-wise here.
Yeah, so I'm Director of Learning and Curriculum at the college, so I've got a kind of dual role, partly to do with the curriculum side of things, but with part of that also I oversee the Sports Academy. So we're the only sports academy in the UK for people with a visual impairment. So essentially that's the same as any other sports academy would be, so any football academy that you'd imagine in a mainstream setting where you go in and you're having the opportunity to study and alongside that having the opportunity to work with coaches and to develop your football skills or sports skills. So we run a different range of sports, so we obviously do the football, the blind football, we also do the partially sighted football, and in addition we also do sports like goalball, which is again another Paralympic sport, and we try and cater for the people come through to us at the college. So we'll have some that are individual athletes in sort of individual sports, so have people that are into athletics and things like that, so we can offer the support around the sort of strength and conditioning side of things, the sports psychology, that side of things.
Sure. Yeah. And it's not just the different sports that you have kind of showcasing here, but also people coming to you at different levels in their athletic journey, people that are complete novices to sport in general, to those who potentially could be semi-professional, but you're going to help them harness their ability.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the privileges of the job, really, being able to see people that have come here not had those experiences where they've been in mainstream, they haven't had the opportunity to participate in sport, or perhaps they've been told go and grab a maths book, get on with your maths homework. So they haven't been included before, so the opportunity to come here and try out different sports, find out what's right for them, and then seeing them grow is just, it's a real privilege of the job, I have to say.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen that today with some of the guests that we've had joining us on the live stream. Lucy's joined us, Effie's joined us as well, and seeing the journey that they're on in their sport of blind football. But as you said, there's so many others here at RNC.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think we've had a Paralympic skier here before. We don't have too many mountains around us, but yeah, But like I said, it goes back to that thing about trying to provide the support that we can, because sport is multifaceted. That sort of resilience that you're kind of trying to build in an athlete as well, and that kind of everything that goes with it. Something that with elite level sport that is fantastic now that you're not seeing that before, where Paralympic sport has got that whole wraparound feel to it, and the funding's much better. So trying to prepare the athletes for that kind of for that journey that they're about to go on, really. The fact that you'll be in situations like this, you'll be in environments where you've got the eyes of the world looking at you. How does that feel? How do you get through that? How do you perform in those kind of environments? So the opportunity like days like today, for some of these lads to get that opportunity, that's what we're trying to support, with this tournament. So,
and how inspirational is holding a tournament like this in Herford for not only these young athletes, but for the local community, wider reaching as well?
I think it's amazing, and I think the ticket sales go to show the support that there is for blind football here. We've been really fortunate that we've staged big tournaments here before, and we've always been really well supported. But it's an absolute honour for us to have that association with blind football that dates back so far. So yeah, it's just amazing, and we've been blessed by the weather as well, fortunately. So.
Well, of course, the hometown team back on the pitch in just a few moments. Now, John, I want to show you something though before we head into our next game. Let's take a look at the current league table of the European Blind Football League. You must be proud of this, John. No goals against RNC so far. That is phenomenal after 5 games.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I mean, you know, at any level of football, to not concede a goal after 5 games is, you know, it is incredible. And that's what they'll be talking to the players about now. They'll be saying how important it is to kind of keep that consistency going, making sure that we don't concede and then build from there. Because, you know, this Dortmund team, you know, they're a good team.
Well, let's talk about it. This is it. We had Dylan with us earlier on, and we were discussing how Dortmund, until this round, haven't really had a full strength side, and that was their first time arguably playing together earlier today. A frustrating draw for them there. They're going to be wanting to come out with a vengeance this time.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, what you're going to be looking at is you on the outfield, you're going to have 4 German internationals playing this afternoon. They won't be happy with that first result, you know, and they will be absolutely, you know, RNC is going to be a scalp for them. You know, they're going to want, you know, they're the team to beat, so they're absolutely going to be, you know, well up for it, I'm sure.
But this is the thing as well, looping back to kind of what you said about creating opportunities for these young athletes. There's young athletes out there, you know, 18, 19, 20, going against international superstars from Germany. Where else could someone get an opportunity like that? That's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the point of this European blind tournament. You haven't had that opportunity before. So what's happened is you've had, you know, the students at the college, for example, that would be playing in the National Blind League, and with all due respect, it tends to be families that come and watch and support.
Sure.
You know, you don't have, you know, this kind of environment. You can't replicate it. You know, the pressure that comes with this. So to give these guys the opportunity to play against players of that stature, you know, playing against, you know, these household names of like Borussia Dortmund, Roma, you know, that's what dreams are made of.
Yes.
You know, that, you know, so to get that opportunity is just amazing.
So maybe there's someone watching this live stream today, maybe someone in attendance with us here in Hereford as well, that maybe, you know, isn't quite suited to blind football, but they want to get involved in sport here at RNC. How would they go about doing that?
So just get in touch with the college. So we've got a website, so you can go on and have a look at that. It's www.rnc.ac.uk. But also give us a call as well. But go onto the website, check it out, have a look. You know, just getting involved in sport can just do so much for people, and we see it year on, year out. You know, you've got people that come to the college, you know, their body language, their posture, and you just see the difference that sport makes, and in terms of their spatial awareness and their confidence, like I say, it's just incredible. So yeah, get in touch. It's not all about football, you know, it's about trying to kind of support people with their independence.
Building a community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, John, I can see you beaming with pride. I'm going to allow you to go and get front row seat to this game.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, though, one player who had a great game last time, of course, was Issa. And I caught up with Adam prior to this afternoon, who highlighted some of those key things that we should be looking out for with this game. Hi, Dave Waldridge here from the European Blind Football League. I'm joined alongside by England and RNC head coach Adam Bendel. Adam, how excited are you for round 3 of this tournament?
Yeah, super excited. I mean, last year's event was amazing, and we're hoping that this one's going to kind of supersede it in terms of what we've got going on. So yeah, really excited to get going.
And the thing is, tournaments like this are just really important for disability sport in general. What are those challenges that you commonly face?
Yeah, I mean, they're super important. I mean, we don't get a huge amount of exposure in blind football and disability sport in general. So having events like this, having people like CJP, having yourself here to kind of expose the event is amazing. And it's huge that we can get more eyes on blind football.
And with blind football in particular, what are those challenges that you face quite commonly?
I mean, the players go through many challenges throughout their daily life. Access to leisure facilities, getting to and from competitions is a big challenge. But yeah, more broadly, our sport faces lots of challenges from not having a massive player pool. So having events and development tournaments like this are hugely important for our players to learn and grow as people and as players.
And the players themselves, the athletes themselves, they're going to be quite inspiring in this tournament to everybody.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of the stories behind some of these players are crazy. But what inspires me and what impresses me is like their application to their sport and to their craft. They're incredibly skillful people, but they've got such an amazing work ethic as well to kind of show off their talent, which hopefully everyone can get to see.
And as head coach, I imagine that you're part of their daily lives. This isn't just here's a tactics board on a Saturday. You're part of every aspect.
Oh, 100%. The amount of WhatsApps I get all the time is crazy. But no, yeah, I mean, and I think that's, for me, is the most important part, is to develop them as people, and to be there for them as a person is the most important, because then I can get the best out of them on the pitch. So yeah, it's not just a tactics board and off you go play. It's more making sure that everything in their life is set up for them to be the best they can be.
And I imagine tournaments like this as well, it's not just about the exposure, but it's actually the experience that we're giving to these young athletes as well.
100%. I mean, we've got some really young players, and the chance for them to play in front of a crowd, to play in front of cameras, is quite daunting. But we're giving them that exposure now. So later on, if we get to a World Championships with England, to a Paralympics, they're kind of be ahead of the curve. They know what to expect. They know that pressure of having a crowd there watching them, and the crowd's meant to be silent, sometimes they're not. But yeah, having all of those factors in makes them a more rounded person and more rounded player.
So for you then, this tournament, is this a pathway project for your side, or is this a, big time, let's go for it?
A bit of both, really. Like, it's always great to win, and as a head coach, I'm always going to get judged on winning. But for me, it's more about how I can develop players. I have another kind of strand because I'm the England head coach, so I want to see how they can kind of thrive in these scenarios, in these situations. Like, going across to different countries to play is a massive part of being a blind footballer. If a player can cope with that, then you know that in this environment, then you hope that they can cope with it in years to come when we get to bigger tournaments.
Sure. And of course, last year was such a success for RNC as well. Talk us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we finished second last year, and it was actually my fault we come second. So I took a group of players to Brazil with England to play in the competition there, which meant we had not many players left to go out to Dortmund. So we lost to Charleroi 2-1, and that lost us the league, but I think it was a point. But Issa, who we're going to see in a minute on some clips, he was top goal scorer. So yeah, and the lads developed so much. So like, Issa hadn't played for England prior to this competition, goes out into 3 competitions since then, scores 2 goals for his country, plays 10 games. So like, it's such an amazing development tool. So yeah.
And it's given these young athletes an opportunity to get involved with something like this as well, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're getting social experiences that they may not have if they don't play football, if they don't play sport. And that's a huge point for any blind athlete, is that social aspect that sport can give them. Our lads are getting that in bundles by going different countries and experience different cultures, which is huge.
So we'll have a look at this year's league in a few moments, but you mentioned player development there. Some of those players that really performed last year, right?
Yeah. I mean, Issa, you could pick out loads of people, but Issa Amjid especially is now just, his kind of progression is just going through the roof. And it's probably all thanks to this tournament last year. So yeah, I mean, there's Efe Shimwell as well, who's developing really well. Issa's 18, Efe's 19, so you've got like 2 really young players. They shouldn't really be doing what they're doing right now. So like, yeah, it's just super exciting.
But you're happy that they are.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining, that's for sure. But throughout the whole pathway, we've got younger players starting that are really technical players. So hopefully that we can keep this going, and those players get to kind of be on this stage and show what they're about as well.
So Adam, we've discussed player development, but I think it's only right that we look at some of the highlights from last year for what was a huge tournament for RNC.
Yeah.
And I believe one of the players that we're going to be talking about here is Issa, who had an incredible tournament.
Yeah, he did. Off the back of this, he won top goal scorer award. I think he scored something like 18 goals in the rest of the competition. Wow. And as you can see, there's no surprise that he did win it by his skill level. Some of the goals, I mean, he's probably slightly too wide, and we'll see a clip in a minute of his goal that he did score against Charleroi, where he gets more centre, but that one's a great...
He took the players with it.
Yeah, he did, yeah. But he dribbles so quick, like this quick clip here, he's turned defence into attack. I mean, the two Charleroi wingers thought they had the ball, and he just started running forward with it. So he turns defence into attack so quickly, and we can play on the counter-attack with him. I mean, this is a good set piece, but this is his goal. And his speed of dribble now when he picks the ball up wide, and this turn now, coming into the middle, finishing from the middle of the goal, keeper's got no chance.
Yeah, and you just saw him there kind of, again, create those little pockets of space out of seemingly nothing.
Yeah, I mean, his ability to manipulate the ball is amazing. And you'll see it with this turn just here now. And he's in front of goal, sows two defenders, and it's just a great finish.
And he's playing above his years, really, isn't he? He's still a young player, and he shows such determination.
Yeah. I mean, he's so robust. For someone 18, he's playing against some like decent sized men. Do you know what I mean? Like that could hurt him, and he's not scared. He's just focused on the ball. Like he picks up the ball so quickly here, takes them wide, comes into the middle, like takes a couple of hits, but then has the ability to finish like that. It's really impressive, and like you said, he is playing beyond his years.
He's not intimidated.
No, not at all. Not at all. Like he's getting kicked here, he's getting pushed around. He even gets fouled. I mean, this probably should be a penalty. He should go down. I'm not teaching him to dive on the floor by any means, but you know, he gets back up straight away, recognises that the chance is still there, and then finishes. So he gets his rewards for not diving.
And you can argue the two Romanian defenders here aren't used to the enthusiasm of
No, but well, they think the danger's gone, they think he's gone wide and he's gone back up the pitch. He gets on the ball and he's trying to shoot. So yeah, he's got so many. Well, hopefully you're going to see his skill level again and hopefully scoring more goals for us.
Well, he's got the determination, and then we link it back to player development again. Is it just that experience he's more of?
Well, yeah. Definitely. I mean, after that tournament, he played like another 10 times for England. Or he won his first caps out in May in Brazil, and then he scored 2 goals for his country already. So like, yeah, it's exciting to see where he can get to. Definitely.
And it just shows how big this tournament is. That someone like Issa, who hadn't played for England at that point, is now a regular.
He's a regular, like a regular starter. And he's only going to develop more and more with these experiences. So yeah, it's an exciting time.
And then who are those other players that we should be watching out for from RNC?
I mean, I could name them all, and they've all got their different kind of skill sets. So you've got someone like Kieran Clark at the back, who hasn't got that skill level that Issa's got, but he's got a different set of skills where he's robust in his defending. He listens to the goalkeeper. He understands his role, and you need a mixture of all people. So like F.A. Shinwell. Another one could be an absolute superstar. Azim kind of knits the whole team together. Toby Addison's only started playing like 18 months ago, and he's actually got a massive social media presence. So he's a little celeb in his own right. He is. We walk through airports and people are recognising him. So yeah, they've all got an amazing future in the game of blind football. So this event kind of propels that.
Well, Adam, thank you for your time, and massive good luck to RNC as well.
Cheers.
As RNC host round 3 of the European Blind Football League. Hello and welcome to the RNC in Hereford. If you are just joining us, this is round 3 of the European Blind Football League. Already a whole morning session behind us. We've had the first game of the afternoon session and now onto the hometown Hereford RNC taking on Borussia Dortmund in game 2 of your afternoon session in front of a capacity crowd. And with that, we'll head over to our expert commentary team in the form of Trent and Aaron.
Dave, thank you very much. Here we are then, as perfectly introduced. It is the second of an afternoon session here. And RNC, the hosts, the top of the table boys, are back in action once again against Dortmund, now in their famous yellow and black strip, dominated in yellow. Of course, played in that lovely away kit earlier in black and grey. Now, in that yellow and black half and half strip with the black and white wasp-looking coloured socks. Hereford in their blue and white, blue tops, white shorts, red socks, kicking from left to right with Dylan Mapless in goal. He's been offering coverage and insight very much for most of this, and now finds himself in goal, which is, you know more about him than what I do, Aaron.
Yeah, so Dylan's RNC's #1 goalkeeper, also obviously plays in goal for the national team, very experienced athlete, very, very good goalkeeper, but also confident coach who will have these guys set up really, really nicely today. So yeah, a really safe pair of hands in goal for us today.
We've mentioned for all teams about the communication of goalkeepers, the distribution, the importance of their role as sighted players within the team. So, you know, with the insight and the know-how of Dylan, you sense that's going to be big in front of a Hereford side who already have confidence on the ball too.
Yeah, it certainly adds value to the already highly performing team that we had from the first game today. Starting off here with Roy Turnham attacking the Dortmund goal. Yeah, he starts for them. It was probably a tough decision of who to start really for this Hereford side with the amount of quality they've got. But starting is Kieran Clark, Azim Amir, top scorer Issa Amjid with 10 goals in the Blind European Super League, and Roy Turnham too. As for Dortmund, they've stuck with their trusty 4 that we expected in this one. It's El Tumbas, Copperan, Furman, and top scorer Jonathan Tonsing, who's down in the heap at the moment. Yeah, still just feeling his shoulder a little bit there. It's a bit of a brunt impact with one of the midfielders. I think just a collision off the ball. Yeah, good to see as well that we've got Hassan Altenbass back on for Dortmund, who went off in the first game earlier after taking a bit of a knock. So good to see that he's recovered and he's retaken his position at the in the defence of the Dortmund team. Looks like Tongsing's going to go off here, maybe receive a little bit of treatment. Not what the Dortmund team would have wanted. Of course, I'm not mentioning this in terms of an injury, they're saying it's what they'll have wanted, but in terms of a player going off, it's not a bad one for Hereford. Tonsing, top scorer, danger man. It's been brilliant. In terms of actual play, though, I've been impressed by, well, Copperan, of course, in the middle, but in terms of an attacking play, I actually think Furman's offered a little bit more than what that Tonsing has. Of course, Tonsing found the net, but Furman, I think, has been the more bright spark of the two attackers, really. Yeah, no, been a really, really good addition to the team as well. Got a free kick here, just outside the 8-metre, with Azim and Roy Turnham stood. Tom Bendel behind the goal, about to guide them in. Yeah, all 4 of them in the line in front here in yellow and black, and this is dangerous really because you've got Roy Turnham, Azim Amir and Issa Amjid, who you suspect will run forward here and offer himself forward when it's blown, and it's Azim Amir that's going to strike it straight away. Communication from behind the goal then to just get the shot away, really. And that's exactly what Azim Amir did, the RNC player turned England model. Yeah, the wall did its job, gone out for a corner with, again, Azim and Roy over to take the corner. Yep, Roy will lay it off for Azim, and Amjid once again is in there, but Azim Amir's going to go alone. Bodies crowding around them. Good defending in the end from Dortmund to get that away. And it's Furman that does so, carries it over halfway under pressure from Hereford, who get back into their shape very nicely.
Play back to Dylan Mapless, sorry. Who slides the ball across for Roy Turnham, who's carrying it forward at pace. That's brilliant from Turnham. Oh, that's an amazing goal. What a strike, what a run. Roy Turnham. That's fantastic. What a brilliant goal from back to front. It was Dylan Mapless that played it out to Turnham inside his own half, and the ball just stuck to his feet. He took it past one, he took it past two very easily. Two big players in there that have looked strong for Dortmund today in El Tumbas and Copperan, and slams it at home right in front of the grandstand of Hereford fans behind it. 1-0.
Yeah, really good example there of the experience as well that Dylan brings. We had Issa facing his own goal under a little bit of pressure, really calm, played it back to Dylan in goal. Dylan was able to distribute the ball to Roy, and Roy go and finish it off. Really, really good team goal.
Here's Roy once again breaking forward. He's going to try and regain possession of the ball. Here he is. Hooks it to the side to find Azim Amir. Spreading it around nicely here, Hereford. Played some good passing football so far, alongside some of the darting dribbles into the area. Azim Amir, centre of the park, brilliant pass. Right on the spot, on the point from Amir. Towards Turnham, but Hassan Copperan using his body to sort of shield the 38-year-old away from the ball. Turnham still there once again. Can he get it into the area? Causing problems here, the experienced number 7. It's a good tackle in the end by Elisa Rudy, who came on in place of top scorer Jonathan Tonsing. Azim Amir quite high up here, looking for Issa Amjid, finds him out on this near side towards the boards. It's Furman that goes out and cuts that pass out. 2.5 minutes into this one, RNC lead by 1-0 against Borussia Dortmund. And here comes Issa Amjid then. This is a dangerous position for the German side, sticking to his feet. Step overs in the toe as well, fires the effort. And amongst the crowded penalty area, it's a good save from Nick Leidecker. Still not clear though, Issa Amjid. That's one thing that will, well, there's many great aspects to his game, but one thing is the tenacity. He'll never give up on a ball that's loose. He just showed that there once again. It's Jonas Furman now races forward on the counter for Dortmund. 3 bodies to get past, and in the end, maybe a couple of pulls of the shirt, a couple hacks away at the leg, and Dortmund win the free kick in quite a dangerous area, to be honest, in the right channel.
Yeah, just outside the 8-metre mark. Good bit of defensive pressure there from Azim, but yeah, unfortunately just a little bit too physical for the referee's liking. Free kick called now with looks like Furman to take. So Dylan Malpass out of his goal at the moment, just organising the wall. All 4 players for RNC are in that wall. And then we'll pass over to the Dortmund guide. So we've got Altenbass and Furman for Dortmund standing over the free kick.
Yeah, it's gonna, I think Altenbass is gonna lay it off for Furman. As you can see, Mapless just giving instructions to the wall here, 4-man wall in front of it. 2 bodies back once again for Dortmund. They know that the counter-attacking pressure that RNC can put them under if they do break quickly. As the goalpost just tapped behind, and the instructions come from the Dortmund guide. Oh, it's an effort straight away there then from Altenbass, trying to fire through the wall. Actually managed to find a hole within the wall there, but not on target. And Roy Turnham can break away here. Hooks the ball up nicely across for Issa Amjid, but a little bit too far along the boards there. As ball just wriggles around in the centre of the park in possession. This is our penultimate game here on round 3 of the European Blind Super League. It's Fesel Eniki and Charleroi that will round things off just after 5 o'clock this evening. Full day of blind football here at Point 4. Been treated to some fantastic action, lots of goals, big tackles, and some brilliant solo dribbles as well.
Okay, so a free kick given there against the Dortmund goalkeeper. So one of the rules when the Goalkeeper gets the ball, they've got to release that ball and get the ball back into play. Referee deeming here that the goalkeeper's held onto the ball for too long, so we're going to have a indirect free kick just outside the penalty area to the right hand post. So a good opportunity here for RNC, and a bit of an unforced error really from the Dortmund goalkeeper.
Certainly was, and you don't really want to be giving a team like RNC chances in this area with the players that they have. Turnham at the back post, Issa Ramjeed as well in this sort of area with the ball at his feet will be dangerous, but he will have to get past a crowd of bodies. 4 Dortmund players in that box, so it's going to be tight, but if anyone's going to do it, it's the league's top scorer, who leads that by 3 goals from his teammate, who will lay the ball off to him. Here is Issa Ramjeed. Oh, twist and turns away from them. Oh, that was lovely though. Nicely worked, wasn't it? Because he knew where the wall was, he could sense where they were, and he dragged it away to bring them out and then fire the shot away. But it's a good save, low save from Nick Lydecker, but not fully clear of danger here. Another corner. And it's Issa Ramjeed that lays it off for Azim Amir this time. Tussle away for the ball there, no malice in it, but bundles Hassan Koparan to the floor.
Corner ball again, I think, been called.
Yeah. Certainly is, and just which way round are they going to take it? It's going to be Issa Ramjeed once again laying the ball off for Azim Amir this time, I believe. Yeah, it is, as Azim Amir hooks the ball away. Inside, it falls through. Roy Turnham looking to pick up the loose ball. 10 minutes left of this first half. RNC lead by 1-0 against Dortmund. Turnham. Herford just lay the ball off nicely there for Issa Ramjeed, who shifts the ball inside. Oh, it's brilliant footwork. Can he get all the way through? Good defending by Altumbas, but it's not fully in the goalkeeper's hands yet. Now it is. Does well to get his body in front of that, the Dortmund captain. And now they have a chance of their own. Jonas Furman, if he can pick up the ball in the right area here, it'll be dangerous for RNC. And it's picked up nicely in the end by Dylan Matplus, pundit and RNC goalkeeper today. And the voice of next to Dave you'll have heard plenty of times today is Hassan Koparan with a run from deep there. Got the better of Roy Turnham, but not the better of Dylan Matplus in the RNC goal, as these two combine once again. Roy Turnham can't get the ball under control though, and it's out on that far side with Elisa Rudy, I should say. Koparan now trying to dribble the ball around inside his area. Goes down in a heap, holding his head. And as soon as this ball gets picked up, it's going to, it's a head injury, which of course you have to stop the play with almost instantly in football. It's Roy Turnham just sort of lost his footing and fell on top of him there, didn't he?
Yeah, good physical battle between Hassan Koparan there and Roy Turnham, and I think as they both collided and went to the floor, not unintentionally landed on the back of Koparan's head there. He's fine, he's back up, just doing his shoelace now, and the game will be restarted with a Dortmund ball. We have Altenbass on the near side board, deep in his own half, to get things underway. Koparan's back up, ready to go.
Ball down the line then, in towards Jonas Furman, but straight out of the play, and ball bowled out again. It's been a common theme. Dylan just linking up with Roy Turnham, who dribbles the ball back into his half, looking for options, and finds Issa Ramjeed. Ramjeed here then, just back, body being pushed up against them boards by Jonas Furman. Lovely ball across from Azim Amir, pinpoint with his passes every single time. Amir, Turnham, twisting and turning away. Free kick goes Hereford's way.
Yeah, no volley there. I think Roy gave very little opportunity for the defensive player there to put the volley in. He drove at them with so much speed At the time they were able to make a decision that actually he's coming in my direction, it was too late for the Voy. You can see here that Dortmund are set up really, really well. They are really compact and they're camped in front of their goal here. And I think, you know, are taking the stance to say to RNC, you've got to break us down, you've got to play through us. And RNC is starting to pass the ball around nicely around the sort of halfway mark, hoping to try and draw them out. Free kick now, Roy Turnham and Azim Amir stood over the ball.
From RNC's perspective, of course, they've blown away teams more than this in this league so far, but from a defensive point of view, very little has been asked of Kieran Clark so far.
Yeah, I'd say RNC are really well organised. We know what they possess in attack, and that often puts teams on the back foot and a little bit reluctant to commit so many players forward. But yeah, Kieran's playing his role well. He's playing as the back man. He's well organised. He's helping others orientate. It's not just his defensive duties, but it's about helping others as well. He's going to be called into action potentially here. What we've also got is Dylan Malpass behind him, very, very vocal. You know, Kieran is being manoeuvred around the pitch by Dylan, and then Kieran's also providing that feedback for other more offensive players in order to reorientate and ensure that the structure and the positioning of the RNC players is good. So if Dortmund do break, they're in a good, comfortable position to deal with that attack.
Corner here then for Dortmund, yeah. Furman. Oh, goes down the challenge of Amir. Referee says no. Now Issa Amjid can break away. Plenty of space to drive into, and he's carried it a long way already. Issa Amjid breaking at pace. Chance to shoot here inside. Oh, and it's a very good effort. Carried it all the way from inside his box, all the way up to the other end of the pitch. A diagonal run. A good effort in the end, but just wide of the upright. And Dortmund remain 1 goal behind. Copran looking for the long ball forward, but straight back into the hands of...
Bit of confusion there. I think he thought that Furman was on the other board, went for the crossfield pass, not realising that Furman had already moved back to this near side. So possession goes back to RNC. Dylan Malpass throws it out, picked up by Azim Amir. Now with a long crossfield pass over to Roy Turnham. Can he get onto this loose ball?
He can, but dribbles it out of play. And you can hear Dylan Malpass behind it, barking instructions out to his side. Most vocal of all the goalkeepers I've heard today.
Yeah, really, really well organised goalkeeper, and understands the importance of the role as a sighted player within the team to be able to help his teammates out and, you know, do the basics, setting themselves up properly, giving themselves the best chance to get onto that ball. Communications everything, it's really important in blind sport.
It is, and it helped them out there because Issa Amjid put in the tackle, put in the defensive work, now putting in the attacking work, and good block in the end by Altumbas to stop that one heading towards goal, but still not clear of danger. Issa Amjid strikes, bounces off Altumbas again and out for a corner. They're putting the pressure on here, RNC, and they want that second insurance goal.
7 minutes and 3 seconds left on the clock within this first half. RNC corner with Amir, Azim and Issa Amjid going over to take. We've got Roy Turnham in the box waiting and 3 players in the Dortmund wall. Corner taken, scooped across the box.
And now Dortmund can break. Oh, collision between the two, and play will be stopped here. Off comes is it the head guard of Furman?
Yeah, head guard. Shades are still in place, but the head guard came off. I think it was actually just before the collision with Roy that it came off. Looks like there's a little bit of movement on the Dortmund bench as well with Jonathan Tonsing, who previously went off with a bit of a knock. Looks like he might be being brought back into action at some point. It's going to be a drop ball, unintentional collision there, drop ball between Dortmund and RNC. We've got Altumbas and Issa going for the ball. Altumbas gets the ball, holding on the far side board.
Under pressure from Issa Amjid, and in the end, Herford regained possession through Roy Turnham, who's dribbled it over halfway. Everyone back for Dortmund though, sorry. And Altumbas once again sweeps up, putting a good defensive display so far. The Dortmund number 10. Not your usual number 10 position, but as we know, on these size pitches, people are here, there and everywhere, and that's what they've shown today. Great quality on display throughout all of these matches. Jonas Furman, brilliant solo run, but in the end, just getting a little bit caught up. And the ball back at the feet of goalkeeper Dylan Malpas, who slides it out once again to this near side. He's opting to pass it to Roy Turnham a lot to his left. And good work there from the Dortmund number 5 in Elisa Rudy. Jonas Furman up against it between himself and Amir. Amir trying to twist and turn in. It's Azim Amir. Oh, swiping at it. Oh, that looked a painful one for Nick Lidecker. Oh, I think he just took one in the stomach there, or the knee. Azim Amir swiping at it, and Nick Lidecker, brave goalkeeping to try and go down, and took a swipe.
Great footwork there from Azim to get out of a really, really tight area surrounded by players, and he's just blocked the ball off there as well in the halfway line, dribbling forward towards the Dortmund defence.
Azim Amir striking, and so, of course, you work as a coach, you work as loads of different things here, Aaron. Just talk to me a little bit more about your role here at RNC.
So I'm the teacher in charge of our sports academy and also complementary therapies team. So yeah, work within the department, coaching across different sports. And yeah, doing what we do here at RNC, trying to create opportunity within sport for our students and others with a vision impairment. We've got Issa through on goal.
Oh, Issa Amjid there, looking to double RNC's advantage. As Hassan Koparan comes up at the other end now. Chance for Dortmund in the centre of the park. Everyone back for Hereford. Here is Koparan. Tough to get off the ball, but Azim Amir made it look like work. Played it back forward though. No one forward in blue shirts, and will it bobble out of play? It didn't look like it was going to at first.
Good tackle there from Azim to break up a little bit of pressure there that was building. And a timeout called for Dortmund. So 4 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock of the first half. And we've got a timeout for Dortmund. The score remains 1-0. Yeah, there's lots to play in this game. Dortmund have set up really well. You can see that their intention is to be difficult to break, and they're typically attacking as individuals. RNC pushing up and progressing up that pitch. Kieran Clark, Dylan Malpas and goal have had little to do, but still the score remains 1-0.
Have you been impressed with what you've seen from RNC? Because it's a different game that we're seeing here between level of opposition in terms of Dortmund and Roma. Roma, of course, RNC had the lion's share of the ball. They were firing efforts from here, there and everywhere. Dortmund a lot more compact and a tougher team to break down with ultimately better quality players. So is there much to say during this timeout for Hereford, or is it very much the same? Have you been happy with what you've seen from them?
I think happy with what we've seen. Probably what I expect Adam to be saying now is that we're leading the game, we're doing well, we're creating chances. Don't rush, be patient. There's still a long time to go. We saw them score a lot of goals against Roma earlier. This is a different team. This is a much more experienced team with a lot of internationals here. We know what Germany possess, and that they've got things going forward as well. Don't panic, just continue to do what you're doing, stick to those basics, and I think, have confidence that as the game progresses, you'll create more chances. Substitution there for Germany, and we've got Jonathan Tonzig, who's come back on there for Rudy Alissa.
Good to see that he's okay and back onto the pitch. It will offer a different dynamic going forward for Dortmund, who are definitely well within this game, but Hereford going for the effort there, and would have doubled RNC's lead for Azim Amir there, but bounces off the side boards, left boards and out. As Roy Turnham putting his body in the way there for it to bobble out of play. And it's actually the first time we've seen the ball fly over the advertising boards in these matches so far. Can you explain what happens if so? Is it just...
Yeah, so the ball will be put back in now. So you obviously don't have the ability to take a throw in because of the board. So the ball will be put back in and it'll be unopposed, and it's essentially played like a free kick for Dortmund to restart with the ball. It does happen every now and then. It's quite rare. But yeah, occasionally you do see the ball or sometimes even a player head over those sideboards.
Just for people that are listening or watching this match at home, of course we know futsal balls in general are a little bit smaller and heavier. Just how heavy is this ball with what's inside it?
I'm not 100% sure actually the exact weight, but yeah, it's a little bit heavier than a futsal ball, similar size, but it will be a little bit heavier, and yeah, there's sort of metal plates within inside the ball that help the ball bearings to rattle. So it is slightly different to a typical futsal. Issa breaking away here.
Oh, great chance here for RNC with Issa Amjid. Looking for his 11th.
Just enough pressure applied there by Alton Bass for the Dortmund team. Picked up by Roy Turnham. Crossfield passing towards Issa.
Yeah, good chance for Issa here if he can keep the ball in play, put under pressure. And unfortunately doesn't. He's dragged back, forced back by Jonas Furman, who puts in good defensive work there. Out for the goalkeeper who bowls it out for Alton Bass. You're listening to live European Super League coverage. Match 5 of 6 here at the Point 4 between RNC and Dortmund. Been treated to a good day of action here under sunny skies in Herefordshire. As a referee just sees a shunt in the back there from Roy Turnham, and a free kick in a pretty dangerous area for the German side on the right side of the area.
Yeah, just using a bit too much of his body there to try and take Jonathan Tonsing off the ball. Good opportunity here. So we've got Kopperan and Tonsing stood over the ball for Dortmund. All 4 RNC players in the wall, just being set up at the moment by Dylan. We do also have Furman to the left-hand side of the pitch. But a good opportunity here for Dortmund to try and have a go on the RNC goal.
Yeah, Alton Bass the only man back for Dortmund here. We've seen a different approach a couple of times during games for Dortmund. A couple of times they've left 2 back. This time they've left 1. As Dortmund look for a way back into this one. Just under 3 minutes left of the first half. RNC lead by 1-0.
It looks like the way they're set up here that Tonsing is going to cut inside, try and get a shot off with his left foot. Okay, Azim a little bit too keen to leave the wall there. Referee's blown the whistle, but the ball hasn't moved yet, and Azim broken away from the wall, so he'll get a little bit of a talking to by the referee, and the free kick will start again. 2 minutes 55 on the clock, first half. 1-0 RNC.
That's right. As RNC look to continue their flawless start to this competition and make it 6 wins from 6. Came so close to winning the championship last year. Can they do it this year? They've had a good start of it. Good effort. Very close effort. To the Malpas was down to it very quickly, but it was Jonathan Tonsing who was laid off to, and he fires the strike with venom behind it, but took a nick off the RNC wall and out for a corner, so not fully clear of danger here for the Blue and Whites. As Dortmund have a corner on this near side, right in front of the... Oh, it's looped over the top. Bit of a different technique this time opted for Dortmund, trying to try something a little bit different and catch them unaware. It's a ball inside the area. Could this be a goal for Dortmund? Good shape from RNC to get bodies in front of it, and now they can go on a counter-attack of their own. Roy Turnham, what a run this is. Trying to keep the ball in play, and in the end, a little bit too quick for his own good as it falls out of play. And Dortmund, the ball a few yards into their half hit. Roy Turnham looking to turn and run once again. He's been on so many good runs this game. Can he be rewarded once again with another? And goes down inside the area.
Alton Bass doing really well here to apply a little bit of pressure, just getting his body in the way, making it difficult. These aren't clear chances through on goal here. You've still got a defender to beat, and that at the moment is proving really, really crucial in terms of keeping the RNC team out.
It is. Here's Issa Amjid up against Tonsing. Tonsing comes out on top, and this is a dangerous position now for RNC. We've got everyone back, but Tonsing twists and turns inside the area. Tonsing, great save by Malpas. Just trying to shepherd his defence out. Ends up pushing Roy Turnham into it, and good goalkeeping in the end. Marshall in his back line, communicating with them. but ultimately it's so hard for a team to score against RNC because they break forward at pace and come back into their shape so much. Like, they lost the ball there in quite a dangerous position, and so quickly there's 4 bodies inside the area, you can't break past it.
Yeah, well drilled, well organised, well coached, and not only are they getting back in that shape, but then they've got the they've got Dylan Malpass in goal behind them, who's fantastic at what he does as well.
Azim Amir just losing sight of the ball a little bit and continues to run through here though into the area.
And Dortmund are doing a good job here as well. They're not allowing RNC to break away and just have those sort of free runs at the goalkeeper like we were perhaps in the first game. There's bodies in the way. They're making it difficult, and that's where RNC have got to remain really patient, show that composure in front of goal. But Dortmund are still well in this game, and we know that they possess the ability to break out as well.
Oh, and Issa Amjid there. Good run from the corner. Fires his effort, but it's blocked off once again by Copperan. And here comes Dortmund on the counter then. Jonas Furman. This is a dangerous move. But once again, Azim Amir, experience way beyond his years there defensively. And here is Azim Amir looking to go from back to front then. Still going. Azim Amir. And in the end, scuffs his shot a little bit, and Nick Leidecker, what a fantastic throw that is out from the German goalkeeper. Into Furman, edge of the box. This is last chance saloon in this first half. Jonas Furman, coming so close. And a couple seconds left of this first half, and that's almost as close as what Dortmund have come. The ball was sort of loose inside the area, he hooked away at it, and in the end, Malpass can scoop it up. Therefore, RNC, and that is the half-time horn in the 5th of 6 matches today here at the Point for a big one for RNC, who are looking to remain unbeaten in this competition. 5 from 5 so far, looking to make it 6 from 6, and they've made a good start to it in this one. Yet to concede in this tournament, and are looking good value for their lead so far. Not created as much as in the Roma game, but that was to be expected. Nonetheless, though, strong defensively and clinical when they have gone forward. Let's pass back, to our team pitch side with Dave.
So the 5th game of the day here at round 3 of the European Blind Football League here in Hereford at the RNC, and 1-0 to RNC against Dortmund. John, it's certainly a different game to what Hereford are used to in this one.
Yeah, I think, coming into this game on the back of that Roma game, I don't know whether they've perhaps come in sort of, not fully prepared to what to expect from this game. But yeah, I think it's really shown the step up in quality with these German internationals. I think they, it's certainly not been a walk in the park for RNC. I think, towards the end there, you could see it was getting pretty tense, and that a goal, changes everything in this game. So and potentially changes things in the league as well. So, be interesting to see what happens in this second half.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we came so close to RNC being scored against for the first time this season, and you look at the last time these two teams played, and it was an emphatic win for Hereford. Completely different story this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, as we were saying before, is that you've got a different team that we're facing today. So I think that shows. But I think what Adam will be saying at half time to the RNC lads was, he'll be saying that we've got to do the basics, because I think some of the things that I've been watching in the first half there, I think just some of the basics we seem to have lost them. Just keeping control, settling on the ball, relaxing into the game, and I think he'll just be having a chat with the lads now and just kind of trying to get them to relax a little bit. Yeah.
So, John, let's have a quick look back at some of those highlights of that first half. Of course, the goal early on for RNC as well, getting themselves through on goal here. Great opportunity, fully took it, fantastic.
I mean, it's a great finish, isn't it? Great run, but the finish is just fantastic, isn't it? But it's no less than I would expect. We talked about the development players before, but you know, Roy is one of the more experienced players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you always need that in your deck of players. And this
Absolutely.
is where Dortmund started to show those signs early on that they were still in this. But again, RNC breaking through that centre gap, creating an opportunity there.
Yeah, and I think that you've seen that RNC have created a few chances. I think some of the times, you know, it's just not broken, it's not fallen quite right. So I think, you know, that's the other thing to take from it from RNC's point of view.
Yeah, and you see here, this is one of the closest a team has got to scoring against Dylan.
Yeah, I think Dylan will say he had it covered, but you know, yeah, it was close. I was a bit worried, I have to say.
And this is again here, as you were saying, that near the end of that first half, Dortmund starting to just find those gaps of opportunity, find those opportunities to make a goal happen. And actually, half-time arguably came at the right time for Herford.
I would say so, yeah. I think Adam would have been pleased to be able to get the team in, have a chat, and start looking at how we're going to approach this second half. Like I say, I think one of the key messages would be just, you know, you need to relax into the game, play your football. I think what suited Dortmund has been quite chaotic.
Yes.
And I think that's probably suited Dortmund, to be honest.
And actually, you could almost argue that early goal for RNC, the reaction it got from the capacity crowd as well, it almost created that, not panicked reaction, but that almost playing the game and not playing the mindset and the tactics going into it.
And I think that's the good thing. You know, we were talking earlier about the fact that this is about development for many of these players, and what you can't recreate is that kind of crowd noise. You know, and how you handle that, how you handle the game, about the game management side of things, and these are the things that they're going to be experiencing this. So you know, and like I say, you can't replicate that in the National League. So yeah, it's fantastic.
And this is it exactly. That the guy who scored for RNC, the most experienced head in the whole entire squad. That's got to be something heading into this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think one of the things that Roy brings, like you say, is that experience. But I think, again, we're going to be wanting to use Roy sparingly. You know, you can see him probably tiring a little bit towards the end of that first half. But I think we'll probably see a few changes in the second half to the team. And hopefully, I think another early goal, I think, to settle nerves, I think would do us really good.
And arguably, Dortmund well scouted against RNC, because seem to be eliminating any kind of threat at the moment for RNC, because Dortmund haven't really done anything wrong, Herford haven't really done anything wrong, but they seem to just be clashing. It's quite tightly contested. It's a different environment.
Yeah, it is tightly contested, and I think that's probably why you're seeing some of those sort of basic mistakes from RNC as well. I think, you know, the fact that they're coming up against a team, you know, they are battle-hardened team. They you know, they're not going to just let you pass. So I think that kind of having, like I said, on the back of that Roma game, I think it's been a bit of a shock to some of the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they feel like, you know, we're up against it here, and so that adds to that nervousness and that tension, doesn't it? I think.
And we've said throughout the day that this Dortmund side have shuffled the deck. It's completely a different side. But when you go against a side who you know you've beaten by quite handsomely before, and then you go into a game like this and it's almost playing a different tactics and different players, it's always going to be a little bit of a culture shock.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's nothing to be learnt from those other games that they've played against them, and I think Adam will be trying to get that across. He will have tried to get that across in the moments before the game as well. You know, he'll be trying to get that message across. Look, forget what we've done, forget what we've played before. You know, this is a different team that we're playing, full of internationals. You know, and we're going to need to be on our A game, and hopefully we'll see that in the second half.
Hopefully so. Hopefully A game coming back for RNC. Dortmund are knocking on the door. RNC need another goal really to get their foot back on this one. But can Dortmund finally find the key to unlock the goal against RNC? Let's find out with your expert team, Trent and Aaron.
Dave, thank you very much. All ahead of second half coverage here at the Point 4 between Herford and Borussia Dortmund. RNC currently lead by 1-0. They need that insurance goal though, because Dortmund have been pushing themselves. 15 minutes on the clock then. Plenty of people in the stands watching over from the point next to us here in the VIP section, and in the stands behind the goal, behind Dylan Malpass in the Hereford goal. as Issa Amjid looks to use his darting run straight from kickoff there. We saw in the last game how dangerous it was, and it just shows you how quick 8 seconds is in terms of that goal in that last game. It flies by.
Corner ball here for RNC, and they've made a half-time substitution. Roy Turnham has gone out, and he is replaced by Rainbow Mbangi.
Good first half display from Roy Turnham though, was it?
He was busy.
He certainly was, as Issa Amjid then running himself into the ground here, slips over the ball ever so slightly. He's got Mbangi for company, but goes alone and fires wide. Issa Amjid finding the space for himself, but doesn't find the net on that occasion. It's bowled straight out back into the feet of RNC. Azim Amir looking to battle past a couple of Dortmund bodies, but struggles to do so. This game very much still in the balance, and this is a great chance. Oh, that way for Tonson could have got that under control. It would have been a dangerous area, but still would have had work to do, wouldn't he, to swivel his body and fire that one home.
Yeah, it was coming at him very fast. It required a really, really good first touch there. Direct throw from the goalkeeper, straight through the middle, took a touch off it, Issa Amjid, and it's now gone out for the first Dortmund corner of the half. 35 seconds played in this second half.
Corner for Dortmund. Copperan and Tonsing over it. Nice little routine effort there, but in the end it's Rainbow Mbangi that runs away with it. Cut out nicely by Copperan, who can fire this one towards goal, does, and fires wide in the end there.
Really good control there from Rainbow on the edge of his own box to clear that scoop pass across the ball. Dylan Malpass throwing the ball out off the far end board, and Rainbow picking that ball up.
Oh, lovely touch from both feet there from Mbangi. Looking to try and turn himself into the box, but good recovery, from Dortmund, but Mbangi's not giving up on it. Still has the ball, right side of the area. Mbangi looking to twist and turn in past Altumbas. Mbangi still going for it. Hands flailing. And a kick after. Oh, and a little bit of afters from both players there. Bit of a kick from Altumbas, and Rainbow says, no thank you. Pushes him out the way and strolls over for the corner.
Yeah, I think the referee could have stopped that a little bit sooner then, and maybe given an RNC free kick as well. But they'll settle for the corner, taken by Issa Amjid.
There he is. No player dribbles it out from that corner as well as he does. It just sticks to his feet, and he just sort of does a loop, doesn't he, round, and opens up the shooting opportunity. And it's still not fully clear here for Dortmund inside the area.
Yeah, he dribbled the ball out back into the centre of the pitch towards the 8-metre spot, draws the Dortmund players out who are defending, closing that line, and just creates him an opportunity to swivel and get that shot off. We've now got Tonson with the ball, trying the cross-field pass, but really nicely cut out there by Rainbow, who's going to pick that up and be able to go on the attack himself down that right-hand side.
Yeah, he's got loads of space to drive into. Mbangi here, great for so much great control up until the time when he needed to shoot when it mattered. A couple of times that's happened now for Mbangi, but it has looked bright since he's come on. Asked questions of the Dortmund defence, and Issa Amjid battling away with Copperan. We've not seen many people beating for strength today, but Issa has it all, and he carries it forward now. Issa Amjid strikes a low effort, power on it, but not quite the precision on that occasion.
You can see a little bit of frustration there from Tom Bendel, the guide behind the goal for RNC. I think he felt that Issa took that shot on a little bit too early there. Just wants him to hold it a little bit more. He's beaten the man, continues to progress towards goal. Rainbow picking the ball up at the halfway line.
Yeah, running it forward at pace here, Rainbow, and trying to get the ball inside.
Another physical battle there between Rainbow and Holton Bass. Goes out for another RNC corner, where Issa Amjid is going to be joining Rainbow to take 3 Dortmund players in the wall.
Talk to me a bit more about Rainbow. Mbangi, of course, just come onto the pitch, and sort of lad is he? What's he interested in?
Rainbow's currently studying at university in Liverpool. He's studying physical education. Yeah, he's a keen football player, plays in the league.
Oh, great save there by Lidecker, sorry. Sorry to cut you off, but good effort there.
Every time you ask me a question, Issa gets the ball, and within 5 seconds he's about to shoot. So, but we're not complaining.
We're not, and Azim Amir has maybe a chance to shoot here on the edge as well. but cut out nicely by Copperan. Everyone in yellow and black back behind the ball here to try and avert this. The game's still very much in the balance. RNC are having the lion's share of the chances and possession, but all it takes is one little break and Dortmund could find themselves back in this and inflict RNC with their first goal they'll have conceded in this tournament. Despite it being 1-0 though, and still very much in with a chance of getting something from this, they have been limited to very few chances, haven't they, Dortmund? Especially in the second half.
Yeah, Dylan Malpass yet to be tested in the RNC goal, but it only takes a couple of seconds to score, you know, and Dortmund are still very much in this game. But yeah, you'd say the momentum is with RNC. They've looked the more likely to score and extend their lead. But again, they've got to stay patient. They can't expect to just score. Dortmund are a tough team, and they've got to stay really, really patient. Azim just picked the ball up in his own half, dribbling forward towards the halfway line, and looking to scoop the ball through to Issa Amjid.
Here is Issa Amjid then. This is the sort of area that's a great position for him to pick it up in. RNC will be looking for that goal to sort of calm nerves a little bit. And it's going to be this is a Dortmund free kick.
Yeah, I think just accusing Issa there of playing the ball whilst on the floor. So Copperan and Alton Bass will start off with the ball in the Dortmund half.
They will, and way too much on that from Alton Bass. It was a lovely slide ball pass, but just a bit too much power on it for Tonzing to be able to get on the end of it. Just over 10 minutes left in this one then. RNC 1, Borussia Dortmund 0. Listening to European Blind Super League action here from the Point 4. Match 5 of 6. Final one gets underway at 5 o'clock here between Fesel Eniki and Charleroi. Final game of the day. Reigning champions. Just a bit of a tussle in between the two there, but it was Alton Bass that gives the foul away on Amir.
Again, being adjudged to be being a little bit too physical, pushing players in the back. So we've got Rainbow and Azim stood over the ball just inside the Dortmund half, near the far board. Rainbow setting off with the ball at his feet. Tackled by Furman on the far board. Now a bit of a physical battle on those boards.
It is, isn't it? It's 2 against 1. There's a couple of Dortmund players are in company, but Rainbow is proper going for it here against them, and the referee saw a little bit too much from Mbwanji there, the substitute.
So the referee, I think, is actually calling that against Dortmund.
Oh.
The Dortmund player Furman was holding onto the board, so the referee starts counting, similar to when the goalkeeper's got the ball, and they're essentially warning them 3 seconds, and I don't want you to continue to hold on and use the ball. Essentially, you've got to do something. Don't just stand and use your body in the board. A judge, the Dortmund player Furman, didn't do enough, and therefore has given the free kick against them. RNC have the ball with Issa and Rainbow on the far board, 6 metres out from the goal. All 4 Dortmund players in the wall hoping to stop this attack, and again potentially an opportunity for Issa to cut inside, take it back onto his right foot and see if he can get a shot off.
Here we go then. Good position this for Hereford, especially with their attacking exploits. They've scored from much harder angles than this, but nonetheless everyone back for Dortmund, and it's Issa Amjid with his normal curved run to try and focus fashion a shooting opportunity, I should say. And he's done brilliantly here. Issa Amjid all the way through. Amjid, and that would have been a fantastic goal all the way from that free kick. He angled it all the way round here, took it back past 2 players, and in the end, just as he's about to strike it, get it nicked away from his feet. But that resulting tackle means it's a Hereford corner.
Another corner this time, it's dribbled out by Rainbow. Similar arcing run towards the centre of the pitch, but it's intercepted by Furman for Borussia Dortmund, who dribbles out through the centre of the pitch, passing to Jonathan Tonzing.
Yeah, Tonzing now trying to advance over halfway. Everyone back for Hereford though. It's just such good shape and organisation from the men in blue.
Great tackle there from Azim.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. He's swept up once again. And It's been a story of two different games, really, this for RNC. They showed their potency in front of goal in the last one against Roma, and in this one, it's been about being controlled at the back and carving out chances when they've needed to against a Dortmund side who, on the balance of play and how they play, it makes you wonder how they are, where they are in the league.
Yeah, they're a strong disciplined team, and I think RNC are showing their discipline here as well. Not to get carried away, not to commit too many men forward. This is a controlled performance. They're being patient and trusting that more chances might come. Really nice cut out there from Rainbow. Quite a heavy touch, but again, cut out the danger for the crossfield pass from Tonsing to Furman on the Dortmund team.
Free kick goes Dortmund's way. Right just in front of where it was last time. Similar position, but this time it goes Dortmund's way. A little push in the back from Rainbow, and Buanji, who's been right in amongst it since he came on, hasn't he? He didn't start the game. He waited patiently for his opportunity to come onto the pitch and has been everywhere, really, in terms of the attacking third. They've picked it up a lot of times. They've looked out wide for him, and he's been harrying away at the Dortmund defence as soon as they've tried to clear the ball.
Yeah, Rainbow will be keen to get in on the action here and show what it is that he can bring to the team as well. He's a young player who loves the game and wants to perform to his best every time he steps on the pitch. Here he is with Copperan, trying to halt that Dortmund attack. Crossfield pass from Copperan, too far forward for Tonsing, and Dylan Malpass is able to restart the game. But a timeout has been called for RNC. 7 minutes and 58 seconds remain on the clock. Current score is 1-0, RNC versus Dortmund.
Yeah, minute timeout here for both sides to give some instructions, as you can see on the screen. So that's to replenish the liquids as well. And Dortmund, as we've said throughout this, despite there being big chances for RNC in this, they are very much still in it, and they have the players, the capabilities to find the net.
Yeah, RNC have got to be aware here. We can see the momentum's with them. We can see and we understand what it is that they possess in attack going forward. But you know, this is still 1-0. There's a long time to go. They can't get carried away, and I'm sure those will be some of the words now from head coach Adam Bendel. You know, you are in control of the game. More chances will come, but remember the basics. Stick to the plan. Stick to the process. Do not get carried away, because yeah. A result is what they're after, just like Bondi had earlier, and they've put pressure on RNC at the top of the table by only being a point behind now. RNC want to continue to build on their impressive performances, their good defensive displays, but they don't need to rush anything. You know, there's a lot of people watching, and 9-0s are great to watch, but what Adam will be saying to the guys is a win's a win. Yeah. It doesn't have to be goal after goal. Don't forget your defensive duties first. Substitution there for RNC. Rainbow and Boangi's having a breather, and Roy Turnham has been re-entered. He's got the ball now, halfway line, plays a pass to Issa Amjid, who picks up the ball really well, but put under good pressure there from Furman for Dortmund, who now moves away with the ball into the centre of the pitch.
We've seen that a lot from him today, haven't we, Furman? We spoke about his attacking capabilities, but he's been pretty good defensively as well. He showed that there.
Yeah, really confident and happy to get stuck in. And has been an important player today for Dortmund and broke up a lot of the play, because we've seen, you know, if you give Issa too much space and you let him run at you, he can make you pay. And it's almost like Furman's thinking, before he can get into his rhythm and his stride, I'm going to stop him and put that pressure on him. Got Copperan now with the ball, plays a really nice crossfield pass to Tonsing, picks it up.
Thompson up against the boards. Here he goes, trying to twist and turn. Everyone back once again from Hereford, though, showing their brilliant shape as people watch on from behind in the grandstand. Arms on their heads as the sun beams down on them now.
Foul there against Kieran Clark of RNC. Dean that he's being a little bit too physical and leaning on Jonathan Tonsing there. So that's a free kick for Dortmund. Just off the near side board, about 9 metres out. We're going to have all 4 RNC players in the wall, set up by Dylan Malpass, and we've got Furman for Dortmund across to the left hand side. So will Tonsing go direct at goal, or will he look to pass the ball across here to Furman? RNC need to stay awake and stop this attack.
They do, and he is in plenty of spaces, isn't he, here, Furman, but a good chance to sort of arc a run into the box here too, if they can time it right, and just avoid them blue shirts that are stood as a wall just in front of them, all in different sort of spots. And instead of it being a straight wall, it's sort of scattered, so it's going to be hard for them to sort of pick out and pick a spot here. As Issa Amjid, sorry, goes a little bit too early on that. Referee just going to instruct him that he's gone too early. Wait for the whistle.
So that's 6:48 left on the clock, and we've got 2 infringements against RNC here on the foul clock, and 1 for Dortmund. So just something to be aware of. We don't want to be giving away too many needless fouls if we can avoid it.
Yes, it would create a problem, wouldn't it, if they give away 5, that penalty. And they did find a slight gap in there, and the ball has bobbled back for Furman. Just got to be careful of which way he controls this in case he takes it out right up against the line. Instructions needed here from Furman, just in case he takes the ball out of play. Under pressure in that far side from Kieran Clark, as Hassan Copperan forced backwards this time. He's taking it quite far back here, Copperan, but turns and plays a very powerful ball over to the side to try and find Tonsing, and in the end sort of bobbles off his shin and out behind the goal for Malpass to bowl this out very quickly.
Well cut out there by Furman.
Very nice.
Cut out the pass of Malpass at the halfway line and now progresses forward.
And a very nice run as well, and play will be stopped. The referee's going to let that one continue just while he was on the run, but the head guard has fell off for Furman. A bit of an issue with that one today. It's the second time that came off for Furman.
This just shows here Dortmund, you know, they still possess a threat. That's 2 opportunities they've had that in the space of 30 seconds, you know, and that was a nice shot that took a deflection off an RNC player. As we've seen earlier today, that sort of thing can wrong foot the goalkeeper and can end in a goal. So RNC just need to be aware of that here, and yeah, continue to stay on top of their defensive shape and ensure that they're doing their job. So we've got a Dortmund corner here with Tonsing and Copperan to take. Tonsing dribbles away with the ball, trying to draw the RNC players out, and he shoots across goal, but well saved and held by Dylan Malpass.
Yeah, good hands there from Malpass, as Tonsing got some good flight on the ball there and good power behind it too, but Malpass, with so many bodies in front of him, them ones can be quite challenging sometimes, and he holds onto it nicely in the end. And at the moment, it's the same bit of pressure from Dortmund, really, isn't it? They've really stepped up over these last 5 or so minutes, and for the first time, really, in this competition this season, RNC are sort of on the back foot a little bit in this occasion, but still in a good position ultimately. They lead by 1-0 with 5.5 minutes to play, but the players, the staff, the fans in here will want to see that second goal go in and just give them a bit of breathing space, because it can all change so quickly. As it's another corner for Dortmund then, on the far side this time. It's Copperan and Furman. Furman tries to break into the box, but there's 3 bodies in blue there, and everyone just trying to get hold of the ball. The head guard is on the floor once again from Furman.
Really good play there from Azim. Did well to get onto that ball that had stopped, find it in his own penalty area, and get rid of the threat there. Dribbled it away, but now under quite a lot of pressure from Copperan, who steals the ball from him.
Yeah, it does really well there, Copperan, and it shifts away from 1, trying to shift away from 2. As Azim Amir picks the ball up straight back into the feet of Dortmund, though, with Tonsing, who drops below the halfway line and now takes it back beyond it. Under pressure from Dortmund, from Hereford, sorry. Here is Tonsing, twisting and turning. Can he get a shooting opportunity? Carried it a long way here, deserves a shot at goal. Can he? Oh, into the side netting in the end. Good tenacity from Tonsing, though. He didn't give up on it. Picked up the loose ball, carried it past 1, lost it, then carried it further. And shoots and hits the wrong side of the net.
Yeah, brave goalkeeping as well by Dylan Malpass, coming out there, dropping to his knees and closing the angle off for the goal. Referee's just giving Furman for Dortmund his head band or protection back. Dylan Malpass starts the play from the goalkeeper position. Long throw downfield to Issa Amjid, who picks it up brilliantly, cuts inside.
chance for Amjid here. And cut out by Copperan in the end. Can they keep it in and avoid a RNC corner here? Battling away from it just in front of us here. And in the end, not sure who that took a nick off in the end.
Goes out for a goal kick. Some protests there from the RNC coaching team. I think they thought that that was a foul on Issa Amjid just on the edge of the area.
Well, Nick Lidecker with a big throw there. And Dylan Molpas always had it covered, but of course can't advance out of his box. So it's a dangerous position if Dortmund get it under control in between that 12 and 6 yard line.
Azim Amir picking up the ball here in his own half. Casually dribbling through the centre of the pitch, dragging that ball back. You can see he's trying to draw the Dortmund players out and try to put Issa in there, but Issa just manages to keep it in on the goal line.
Yeah, Chris trying to harry away against a couple of Dortmund bodies. Altumbas using his body very nicely to sort of shield Amjid here.
Good strength there, and Copperan gets
nice
out with the ball, although he's hit the balls and
Amjid
stolen
here.
by Issa.
This is a good position for him, and he's hauled back, and that's a second foul of the half from Dortmund now, 2 apiece. And a yellow card too. First of the day that we've seen, and
intentional. He knew, probably understood it was Issa. He's picked the ball up there. He's only 6, 7, 8 metres out. I've lost the ball, caught me out of possession. He's pulled him back. Intentional foul, yellow card there. 3:25 on the clock here. Good opportunity for RNC with a free kick with both Roy Turnham and Issa stood over the ball. All 4 Dortmund players in the wall being set up by the goalkeeper. Referee will hand over to Tom Bendel as the guide, just confirming to the tableside referee that Copperan was issued with a yellow card. So Tom Bendel here about to set up. All 4 players in the wall. Roy Turnham and Issa Amjid look to take this free kick for RNC. Can they get a second and allow them some breathing space in this game?
Yeah, the guy just behind the goal, just tapping the posts, as you might hear behind us. This is a dangerous opportunity here for RNC. Turnham and referee just pulling things back. It was too quickly to break out the wall there, Otumbas. Referee just guiding them back into the wall. And Roy Turnham and Issa Amjid then still stand over. Just checking at the referee.
I think we got Tom just letting him know where those posts are again. It looks like Roy's going to potentially curve off to the right hand side here, whether he'll cut back or whether it's just to then get that right footed shot off nice and early.
Here it is then, Turnham twisting and turning and firing a shot, and that's a great save. What a brilliant save from the German number 1, Nick Lidecker. He gets down very quickly low to his left-hand side and pushes it behind with one hand. That was a tough save to make.
That goes down, I think, as one of the saves of the day. He's a big guy as well, Nick, and yeah, that was a really, really nice shot back across him, and he got down brilliantly there to close the space and got a really, really strong hand to the ball, tipped it around the post for a corner. Issa and Azim over to take the corner now for RNC.
Yeah, RNC have a corner on the far side. 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. The clock's certainly been slowed over this last couple of minutes. A few stoppages, and Issa Amjid is trying to find his way through.
Does so well in that physical battle, Issa. You know, the size comparison between him and some of the Dortmund players, but he's so strong and really, really good core strength, and just never gives up battling for that ball. Doing a really good job there, Issa, showing that he can do the dirty side of the game as well, and not just be that one who dribbles and hits the back of the net.
As Azim Amir twists his body away, it's good change of pace there from Azim Amir. And in the end, it trickles out of play, and that is going to be a minute timeout, called by Dortmund. Was it?
Yeah, called by Dortmund, I think, but it wouldn't have surprised me to think that might have been an RNC timeout there. You know, we've got 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. They're 1 goal up. I think, although it wasn't RNC that called this, I think Adam, the coach, will be talking to the players. Again, just reinforcing that message. We're winning the game. A win's a win. It's about maintaining this 100% defence record if we can. It's about not getting too goal hungry, and it's about just sticking to this plan and seeing this game out. 2 minutes 40. Keep doing what you're doing, and be prepared for what Dortmund are going to bring now. You know, why have they called the timeout? What information is it that the coach is going to share with them, and how can RNC make sure that they're ready to adapt to deal with that, as ultimately Dortmund throw everything they've got at the last couple of minutes of this game to try and claw something back.
Yeah, it was an early goal, wasn't it, Aaron? And since then, we've had chances from both teams, some good football on display, but it's very much been more of an impressive display from the defenders in this one rather than the attackers. And, of course, we've seen it's been a day of attackers, really, hasn't it? We've seen so many goals, but just shows some of the defensive quality that we have on display from these sides as well.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, defence wins games. And if you can score lots of goals, but if you concede more, then it's no good. And I think, yeah, we've seen some really, really good defensive displays here for Firm and for Dortmund. I think Azim's played really, really well for RNC in the defensive role. And I think both goalkeepers as well. You know, Dylan Malpass has set his team up, and we can hear him ordering his team around and providing all that information. And then we've also had Leidecker for Dortmund, who's pulled off probably the save of the day to keep his team in this game.
4:30 on your Saturday afternoon, you're listening to Blind European Super League coverage. Myself and Aaron Ford, the commentators, here at the Point 4. That's 5 of 6 in round 3 of this competition. As Herford looking to continue their 100% record and a clean sweep of the competition without conceding a goal. As Issa Amji put under pressure there, but just shifting his weight as he does so often just to get away from a man like Hassan Kopran. This is a brilliant move for Issa Amji, trying to find his way all the way through. Oh, that would have been an unconventional finish from Amji. Just a little neat little back heel. Didn't know much about it, but didn't need to. It went towards goal.
Yeah, good run there from Issa, ultimately cut out. I think from the timeout here, and you'd expect it really, this game's opened up a little bit. We've now got Roy Turnham on the attack.
In on goal. Through. Big chance for Roy Turnham, and then it goes! Shouts from all around the Point 4, and that is probably, you have to suspect, going to be the winning goal. And it's Roy Turnham with it. His second of this game. A fantastic strike as well. It broke free, but he made the space for himself as he did in the first half. Shifting away from Hassan Kopran, which hasn't been an easy feat. And then beating Nick Leidecker in the Dortmund goal. And RNC are on their way for another clean sheet victory if they can hold on for another minute and a half. 2-0.
Yeah, good finish there by Roy. I was really pleased to be interrupted as well. But what I was just about to say was you can see from the Dortmund timeout that Kopran has actually progressed and gone further up the pitch. Risk reward, obviously they're asking Dortmund to go up and get that goal. What it was doing is it's stretching both teams, and we've now seen Issa and now Roy go on the attack and have space to run into and potentially be in a 1v1 situation. And exactly that we saw there, and Roy took advantage of it by finishing nicely. Ultimately, that's a decision that Dortmund had to take. They've got to do something because 1-0's 1-0. But you know, now they find themselves 2-0 down, and with a lot to do to try and get something out of this game. But we've got Furman progressing forward up the pitch.
Yeah, less than a minute to play.
Good tackle there from Azim. Again, breaking up the play nicely. Done a really, really good job defensively today.
Chance here though for Tonzing, trying to get forward. Could this be the first stain on Hereford's record? No, what a fantastic save that is from Malpass, showing his straight up the other end we go. Chance here for RNC, and a clash between Issa Amji and Hassan Kopran. Good defensive work from Kopran to get back into that one, but God, it's hard to keep up with the action that's going on here right at the end. Since the break, it's been relentless stuff, but what a brilliant save that was from Malpass just a second ago.
Yeah, great stop. 20 seconds on the clock here. Furman heading forward. And yeah, as you say, Trent, since that timeout, the game is really, really opened up because now Dortmund have gone forward to try and create something, and that's allowed RNC to do what they do best, which is open their legs up and get that run on goal. And yeah, we draw to a close now.
Here we do, and that will be the last action of the game and the last action of the day from RNC and Borussia Dortmund's perspective. Match 5 of 6, and what a fantastic one it was. Roy Turnham, we mentioned him earlier on about how big of a mentor he can be for these players. And, well, he stole the show in that one, didn't he? Of course, the goal-scoring exploits so far this competition have gone to Azim Amir and Issa Amji, but the 38-year-old with one in the first half and one in the second, that was brilliant there, Aaron.
Yeah, not only is he a role model and a mentor and a bit of a leader to people sort of off the court and what he does, but he can still go and perform like that, and he can take on that responsibility. Yeah, so for me, he had a really, really good game, good going forwards, really, really good energy in the game. But I think, you know, that was complemented as well by some really other good play around him. For me personally, I think Azim Amir had a really, really strong game as well there. Defensively, I think he held his own in the middle of the park. He came across really well in some of the physical battles. He often as well had good composure on the ball in his own half to draw the Dortmund player out, which allowed that space in behind for people like Roy. And then, yeah, at the end of the game there, you could just see Dortmund had to do something there, one down, and as soon as they started pressing on forward and coming out from their own half, that just allowed a little bit of space in behind. And as we've seen today across both teams, if teams are going to allow RNC to do that, then they can potentially punish them, because we know they know where the back of the net is.
Roy Turnham, you man of the match?
No. Roy Turnham, goal scorer. Roy Turnham has been my man of the match many times over the years. Today, I'd like to. I think Azim had a fantastic job defensively, and he was the person that allowed RNC to tick and do what they did, because that was a disciplined game. They had to be really patient. It wasn't just about the offensive game and going forward. It was also about getting stuck in and controlling that game against a tough team. So yeah, for me, Azim gets the man of the match, and Roy can have the extra applause for the 2 goals. Yeah, great game for the guys, and a disciplined performance and a good strong finish to this round of the competition for them, and hopefully something they can reflect on, learn lots, and be even better next time out.
Well, as far as Grand Slams go, this is on its way to be a hallmark one for RNC. 6 matches to start the season, and they've won all 6 of them. 28 goals without reply. It's been a brilliant day for them in front of a home crowd. Plenty in the grandstand, and we'll pass you back down to your pitchside team for analysis of that one.
So certainly a game to remember. It finishes here, RNC 2, Borussia Dortmund 0. I am here with our commentators, man of the match. Azim, what a game it was for you guys.
I'm not sure about man of the match. I think it was performance of the day, more like for the team. You know, in terms of like the effort, we had a long break, and I think that sometimes can either go one or two ways. Either like, you can come out really sluggish, or you can come out chomping for the bit. And I think we did the initial, and it was a tough game. It was a tough game, but I think that team spirit, that collectiveness, and I think a little bit of individual brilliance got us through.
It was a different game for you guys to play this one. We've seen you with the onslaught in most of the games so far across the tournament. This was the first game really that tactically it was a little bit tightly contested at times. Dortmund found opportunities, but you guys managed to push through in the end.
These are the games that we live for. Like, these are the games that we put the hard graft in, because you know, a 9-0 is sweet, but that 1-0, 2-0 is even sweeter, because you know you've had to dig in deep. And like I said, I think the fans will enjoy that second game more than the first, because of the fact that we had to really look at that tactical side. We had to really shut up shop. We had to really show that the other side of blind football, which is the high level analytics, the high level kind of player awareness. Like, that's a German starting team, and for us to hold them out with lads who are fasting today, lads who are, you know, some of them are really early on in their careers, I think it's a great team effort.
Me and John were mentioning before the game started that it is the Germany international team at some cases with Dortmund, and actually probably the first round that they've shown their full strength side as well. Coming into that, they seem to have well scouted RNC when they're battling there.
The thing is, they've had a couple of match days to check us out, look at the players, and you know, Roy coming in today for his first appearance, you know, probably that's why we had that little bit of magic from Turnham. But overall, overall, I think, you know, when they rock up to an airport with a couple of players missing, I'm almost a bit disappointed because, you know, you're not really in for a proper game there. But today was a real test and great fight from all involved. And big shout out today to kind of the people that have come to watch, the people that supported, the volunteers, the sponsors. You know, I'm super proud to be a part of this day.
I mean, you saw like the crowd absolutely jumping off their feet on the live stream when the first goal went in, the second goal as well. It seemed very tense until that second goal, and I know you're a modest person, but you commanding that midfield and back defensively as well, absolutely incredible all day long.
You know what? I'm basically trying to do a template off a player who's not playing at the minute, and he was one of our best players, and I'm having to step up, and it's not easy because you kind of doubt yourself in certain aspects of, have I got the engine? Have I got the kind of, have I got it in me to actually play that position? Because screening is tough, left to right, left to right, and then having to come back, having to play balls. It's not an easy position, but the lads make it easy when you know that there's going to be end product.
And so far, RNC creating history at the moment. Still no goals scored against you guys. Taking that into the next round of the competition. That's incredible.
It's a credit to our keepers who train every day, and you know we've got Dylan, we've got. Obviously, we all know the standard Dylan, we've got Owen coming through, and his impact on the pitch and off it is massive. Kieran, solid at the back. And I think, you know, we're showing that we can build, and it's hopefully a setter to the rest of the season, and fingers crossed we keep it that way of clean sheets.
Well, Azim, I know you've got a very proud director next to you as well. John, how must you be feeling right now as well?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think, as Azim was touching on earlier, I mean, you know, the whole experience, the whole day has just been absolutely phenomenal, and you know, the atmosphere has been fantastic. And as Azim was saying, for those younger players coming through, and what an experience. It's just been a tremendous day.
So, Azim, of course, more rounds on the way to come. What should we be looking out for from RNC?
Consistency, hopefully. That's a big word for me. If we can keep up and keep together when the going gets tough, I think we've got a great good chance of correcting what we should have won last year.
Coming back with a vengeance. Azim, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your teammates as well. John, thank you, as we take a quick look back at those highlights from the game there. Azim, you're in these highlights a little bit as well, my friend, and a few goals along the way as well. So this was the first goal of the onslaught from RNC. We saw straight through the experience shining through to get on the score sheet. It was a very tight game throughout. That's the one thing we got from this one. And it was early doors, but we didn't get the second goal for quite some time. And we saw as Dortmund starting to pull themselves back into this, they created those chances with the free kicks, with the occasional good defending and counter display as well. But RNC kept driving forward in this first half, kept testing Dortmund. But as we saw here, as we started to get towards the back end of that first half, Dortmund really did start knocking on the door, showing the warning signs heading in towards that half-time break. I mean, John, it was a really good game between these two sides.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic game. I really enjoyed it, actually. I think, you know, it could have gone one or two ways. We were talking about at the end of the first half. It was sort of, as I think probably Sir Alex Ferguson would describe it, as that squeaky bum time. You
Absolutely.
know? And I think, you know, it definitely was one of those games. But, yeah, I mean, the resilience of the team, I think, you know, what a performance by Roy Turnham. I was saying I think the end of the first half that I thought he might be flagging. Clearly not. I got that totally wrong. And he pops up with another goal to seal it for us. But yeah, I mean, a great performance, brilliant game. What a great advert for the game.
And you know what? Dortmund well scouted RNC. They nullified the threat of Issa. Amir had a lot of work to do in that midfield back defending department. And it was only the occasional chance that Roy got off the ball on it, where he created the gaps just like this, that he could manage to punish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those kind of moments in the game that are just so important, and that's the difference. That's the difference at the end of the day. But you know, I think it was just that keep knocking on the door, keep doing the basics right. I could hear Adam actually at one point in the second half just saying, "Lads, relax." Yeah. And I think we were talking about that at half time. It was just. But credit to Dortmund, you know, that came down to the way that they you know approached the game, and I think yeah, we know we've been in a game there, definitely.
Well, let's have a look how the league table has changed before our final game of the day. RNC still on top, 25-0 when it comes to goal scoring, 28 goals, and 18 points on the board there. Bondi in second with 14, Shalaway with 7. And then the rest of the table as well. I mean, one more game to come. It's been a great advert so far today.
Oh, tremendous advert. I mean, I think it's just felt like that real festival feel of football, and I think, you know, you just couldn't ask for anything better. Like I said before, the weather, you know, we've had such dire weather recently, but you know, it's just been brilliant, and to see, you know, what you're seeing today is, you know, we've got the likes of Roy and some of the other lads in the other teams who are perhaps a bit more experienced, but what you're really seeing is a lot of those younger players coming through. You know, and I think it's just really exciting for the game. You know, it's brilliant to expose these players.
It's all part of the community, really, that you're creating here within the sporting sector of RNC.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, we want people to get as much opportunity to see what we do here in terms of the sport that we do, in terms of the difference that sport can make to people. And I think we know that, we see that, you know, in a mainstream environment anyway. We can see the positive impact on sport. But what you're seeing here as well is the real impact that sport can have on the lives of people with visual impairment, and that's what, you know, we're trying to promote today.
And one person in particular who has had such a positive influence from blind football is a student here at RNC, Lucy, who we caught up with earlier before today for her story and the work that's being done within the women's game. Let's cross over to Lucy. Hi, Dave Waldridge here from the European Blind Football League. I'm joined by Lucy, England international and student at RNC. So what is it like to study and be part of the community that's at the RNC?
It's honestly incredible. It gives such an incredible opportunity for students with a visual impairment to actually study in an accessible and good environment. I personally am doing maths and psychology, and in a lot of mainstream scenarios, you cannot do maths A-levels due to sight loss and how much it has to be adapted. And going to a specialised VI college, I'm able to do the subjects that I want. Alongside that, you have incredible people there also going through similar sight loss, or completely different, but you're not alone in there. You've got so many students with different variations and degrees of sight, and we all just get along, which is incredible. Alongside that, we have an incredible opportunity to try out different sports, and also having a blind football pitch on campus allows me to train, and also having a gym that's accessible. Also another booster point to where you're just able to do things as if you were fully sighted, fully abled, but just in an accessible way, and which is completely accessible.
And it must be amazing for RNC's facilities to host something like the European Blind Football League.
Yes, very much so. It gives so much publicity to the college, and hopefully more and more people will notice the college and see how much it does for visually impaired people. And hosting a league like that will bring people, hopefully, and people will start realising how incredible the sport and the college is, with the support and the help they provide to blind people.
And it's amazing that that support is there from the RNC, but as we look at blind football, what are those challenges that are faced by the sport?
Probably the travelling and the accessibility part of it. You do have to be in an environment where it is accessible or with a sighted individual, due to the fact it is very hard to train all by yourself. For blind football or any blind sport, a lot of the times you have to be in an accessible facility to train and develop as a player outside of camps or games or leagues. So that is one of the struggles. Additionally, it is that kind of learning the adaptations, as I come from a mainstream background of football, sighted football, and adapting to the different variations of blind football and other blind sports. It is a struggle, but that struggle disappears slowly when you get more used to it, and you have to find ways around it, because if you are passionate about a sport, you will find any way to overcome those struggles, because this is what we have to do.
And is that what makes RNC so important then? Because it builds that community that supports each other?
Definitely, yeah. It gives so many opportunities socially, from an education side, mobility side, independent living skills, sports. anything you can think of, it gives us a booster step to step into our adult lives and try our best to live our lives to the fullest, because even though we do have a disability, that doesn't mean we can't live lives. And we learn how to do everything a sighted person does, but in our own little way. And it's so great that there is this place where we can learn all of that alongside education, alongside social activities, and then sports if that is what you want. And it's such an incredible opportunity if you're able to go into that college and attend it, because it gives you so many different doors now to open and try out.
And that must be amazing for you as well, being part of RNC, helping you with your career, because you mentioned there that originally you started out as a footballer in mainstream football and you've progressed into blind football to now becoming an England international. Talk us through that incredible journey.
So from around the age of 6 to 7, I started playing mainstream sighted football, and then at the age of 9 my sight started deteriorating as I've got a genetic condition. And as my sight slowly deteriorated to around the age of 11, I played mainstream. I kept on trying to play mainstream, but the more sight I lost and the more my mental health deteriorated alongside that, I couldn't play it anymore. I found it so hard to get up, understand and accept what was happening to me, and just my sight loss in general, and then losing a sport that I love alongside that. Along my mental health deteriorating, it was very hard for me to cope. And then I was suggested to go to a charity called Victor, and they create different camps where many other visually impaired children or people, depending on the age group, come together and try out different things. And the one I went to was a sports one, which was hosted at the RNC. And I was able to try different sports, and on the specific day we had partially sighted football or blind football. I started off with partially sighted football, but not long after I got scouted out for blind football, as they told me to just try and put the blindfold on and just try. And they saw some potential in me, and ever since then I've been going to England camps, and it's been incredible, because not only that, yes, I have lost more sight, but it has boosted my mental health. It has helped me, it's saved my life to be able to play the sport that I love, but just in a tiny bit different way.
I mean, it's amazing to hear the passion that you speak about blind football with, Lucy. You're such a role model to people in the game. Why should everyone take up blind football? It's such an accessible sport. Why should someone consider being part of it?
I think if you love a sport and you are disabled, that shouldn't stop you from trying the sport, because there's so many adaptations that can be made, whether you're partially sighted or blind or deaf or in a wheelchair. There's so many adaptations, you just have to find them, and there's so many adaptations that can be made, and that your disability shouldn't stop you from playing the sport that you love. And me being able and having the opportunity to try the sport that I love, football, to then playing blind football with a few adaptations, I'm still able to play that sport, and it's absolutely incredible. And I don't want people to think that just because you're disabled doesn't mean you can't do things, because that is not what it is about. You're so capable of doing things, whether you have a sight loss or not, whether you're fully blind or not. You have such an incredible opportunity, so just take it.
And that confidence you take from blind football, you can take into everyday life.
Definitely.
As well. So I want to wind you back, Lucy, to when you were younger, before you discovered blind football. Maybe there's someone watching this discussion right now, and they're in a similar situation. What message would you send to them?
I would say you have to grieve it. I think don't push it away. You might not find people who accept you or understand what's going on, but that doesn't determine that you're not supposed to be accepted. I think a very key thing that I got told when I was in my early teens, was the fact that I am not my sight loss. I'm so much more than my sight loss. And when I heard that, it made me look at it differently, because it's so hard when the people around you don't accept your sight loss, don't know about it. So how are you as an individual supposed to accept it when no one else accepts it. So I think it's just, you will find that bright light, you will find that good place that makes you happy, that makes you feel safe and accepted. It will take long, but it's so much work and you are able to get there. You will get there. It's just a lot of fighting to do, a lot of acceptance. But you are allowed to get low on it. You're allowed to grieve it because it is a part of you that you're losing, but you're allowed to grieve it. And when you grieve it, you will find positives about it because there's so many positives about sight loss. So that's not where your life finishes. Just because you've lost your sight doesn't mean that your life is over. You have so much more that you can explore, even if you're visually impaired or not.
I mean, just look at what you've achieved, Lucy, now playing for England. What are your goals moving forward professionally?
We have a chance to be at the Paralympics in 2028. And to get there, we've got a World Grand Prix in Argentina this year. And hopefully, if we keep our ranking up, and in any other international competitions, if we keep our ranking up, we'll be able to reach the Paralympics as the first kind of women's blind football tournament in the Paralympics, which will be incredible. As being in any form of international sport, it's such an honour, and to be in the Paralympics is incredible.
Absolutely amazing. I know that you've got a game coming up shortly as well.
Yeah, indeed. We have a National Football League played at RNC as well, where 3 to 4 teams will be there from the Premiership teams and then the Championship teams, and I'm going to be playing games which will increase our development and also experience, which will then later on all add up to a greater development in the World Grand Prix.
Amazing. Well, Lucy, thank you so much for sharing your inspirational story and helping us discuss RNC ahead of round 3 of the European Blind Football League.
Hello and welcome back then for the final match of today's round 3 of games here for the European Blind Super League at the Point 4. Just 2 teams to play their second match. It's the Greeks against the Belgians. Fesel Eniki against Charleroi, more namely. As both sides find themselves lodged in mid-table, 3rd against 4th in this one. Charleroi on 7 points after their 7 points after their 5 matches. Fesel Eniki on 5 after their 5. So picking up a point a game so far. Both of these teams close, but no cigar to victory in their first matches. And some danger men on the field here. Aaron Ford joins me for commentary in our final game of the day. Just a bit of a roundup on the day before we get started on this one, Aaron. What have you made of what we've seen? It's been some brilliant stuff, defensively, offensively.
Yeah, all round. I think even the weather's been fantastic for it. Great conditions, lots of people in attendance to watch the games as well. And then on the pitch, I think there's been some really good performances. We've had some performances where teams have run away with it and demonstrated some real ability in front of goal. And then we've also seen some other closer fought matches. Most recently with the Dortmund RNC game, where Azim in his post-match interview talked about those being the games that they really enjoy, and it's great to run away with the game and score all the goals, but actually it's good to be in amongst a battle as well against some really experienced players where it gets physical and you've got to be on it from minute 1 to the end of the game. So yeah, for me overall a really good day, and what we'd expect from seeing such good teams from across Europe battling out in the 3rd round of the European Blind Football League. Hopefully another close contested game to finish off now between these 2 teams, both looking for their first win of the day.
And earlier on we were smelling out the bacon, the scents that were coming around from all around here. What was your review of that?
I went for a Beefy Boys. There are other organisations as well, but yeah, I had a Beefy Boys and it was fantastic. So really good addition to my day. So if they're going to be here again next year, so will I.
I'll echo your points on that one. As the final game is underway then Fesel Eniki against Charleroi, third against fourth. Fesel Eniki currently in that fourth spot, but could leapfrog Charleroi with a victory into the top half today. As it's an early corner for Charleroi then, which have changed their strip. It's Fesel Eniki remaining there. Dominated red strip. Oh, as a ball comes across the box, it's claimed nicely in the end though by Ampatsis, the Fesel Eniki number 1. Yeah, the dominated red strip with black shorts and white socks. Charleroi have gone for a very nice all-white, slick, all-white number with the sort of black stripes across the centre of the kit. Very nice number, I have to say. Fly off the shelves if that was a club kit. As Charleroi looking to get the ball out of their half then. It's played all the way across. And bobbles off the boards and out of play for a Fesel Eniki goal kick. Bowled out to the far side then, in front of the boards. Who'll strike first in this one? Hooked long, looking for Zakaros, the danger man. Unfortunate not to pick it up in the end here, as
quite a good start to the game here. Both teams showing their intent for the game and both looking to press forward. So yeah, I think this could be a pretty close game, and there's plenty of space in behind players in the pitch here. It's clear that one team isn't sitting back. Both teams are happy and have confidence to go forward here. Oh, bit of a late tackle there from that number 10 there. Zakaros just swiped at the ball. Don't think it was intentional, but did take the legs off the Thessaloniki player. So that's a foul against Thessaloniki here, and we have Charleroi who will start with the ball just inside their own half. 3 players forward.
I guess it's another small thing to take into account. We've already had the tournament, the opening one over in Greece, and taking into account different climates. I know we've had a nice day here in Hereford, but in terms of Mediterranean climate over in Greece and nice conditions watching the highlights, that's something to play into a part when you're training day in, day out in heat and stuff like that, and you change it over. It's a bit of a different surface, different heat, different humidity, stuff like that. That's all something to think about in sense-wise.
Yeah, definitely something to consider. We're often training outside here on the pitch in the rain. And I'm just going to break here. We've got Zakaros swinging at the ball there, just didn't quite make any contact. Yeah, we're often out here on the pitch playing in the rain, and something like that, as an example, can have a huge impact on the environment. The ball can skid off the surface a lot quicker. Your first touch is a lot more crucial. The weight of pass and things that you put onto the ball. So something to consider. Whereas Greece, I can't imagine that they're training in the rain as much as we are, and that is something that we've been fortunate today that the weather's been good, but actually that is something to consider, that they could have arrived and us had torrential rain all day, and that may have a bit of impact in their preparations and how they're used to playing.
Zakaros has been well involved in this game, giving away a foul and also has had a couple of opportunities, and this is another one here for him. The Fesel Eniki number 10, back to goal at the moment, looking for options, twists away, and in the end, a couple of Charleroi bodies in the way. It's they come forward now in the end with Siotis. Siotis has found a fellow teammate just bobbling around on the edge of the area. Charleroi can't get the ball fully clear of danger. A lot of red shirts in a dangerous area here. A bit of a vulnerable position for the Belgian side.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy here, but as it stands, some good defence from the Charleroi team. A little bit unorthodox, a little bit scrappy. But it's just fallen short there for the Thessaloniki player who shot across goal, and it has gone out for a corner by the looks. Must have took a deflection off the Charleroi player there.
Yeah, Fesel Eniki with the best chance of the game so far there. Siotis firing across goal. It's good defending initially from Maxime Detre though, because there was about 3 bodies in and around him, and he was holding them all off, the number 23, that is. Maxime Detre. First corner of the game then is going to go Fesel Eniki's way. 11:48 on the clock in the first half here between these two sides. 0-0 the score, as Zakharos fires an effort, but there's so many white shirts in the way. He goes out for another corner, though, on the opposite side. Fesel Eniki started this one the better of the two.
Yeah, second corner there, had to be careful as well. The Charleroi goalkeeper, the ball went agonising close to the box and across the goal, and it looked like he was going to take a little tiny step outside of the box to stop that ball, but fortunately let it go because, yeah, that would have resulted in a free kick or a sort of penalty for that goalkeeper leaving the box there. So, ball agonisingly close, but had to let it go out for a corner.
Twisting and turning away, here they come. And good challenge in the end. Forward they come here. Charleroi. Good to break away with Michel Bertin-Champs. Oh, good to keep that ball in there. Angelos.
Yeah, good defence, good physical strength. Managed to keep the ball in, prevent a corner for the opposition. Ball goes out now to Zakharos, a danger man. He's in a 1v1 situation. Couldn't get the ball under control to start with, but has picked it up on the second ball, heading over towards the far boards.
Yeah, good strength as well to hold off the Corentin Detre. There's 2 Detres on the pitch. 2 Ampatsis is on the pitch as well. So we've got a double name for Charleroi in 23 and 28. And then, of course, the goalkeepers, Georgios Ampatsis for Fesel Eniki, and number 9, Paris Ampatsis as well. So.
Okay, we've got a free kick here just inside the Thessaloniki half, just for a trip. Zakharos there as the ball was getting away from him and the Charleroi player went to run away, just caught him, tripped his leg, referee deemed it as a foul.
Zakharos now and a chance to break away for Fesel Eniki. He's away. Oh, through the legs and loses his footing on Maxime Detre this time, who's been at the point of defence for Charleroi, and that's their first foul of the half, 3 within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, just something I was thinking about then. We haven't seen it so far today, but you know, these teams, this has been a bit of a scrappy game so far. And yeah, 3.5 minutes played, and we've had 3 fouls conceded, 1 for Charleroi and 2 for Thessaloniki already. Just something to consider. That doesn't get reset until half time, so those players do need to be aware. No needless fouls, because it will result in an 8-metre penalty after from the 5th foul committed. So just something to be aware of. We've got Zakharos now for Thessaloniki, stood over the ball, dribbling it forward.
Yeah, chance here. Oh, good effort. Got some venom behind the strike, didn't he? And he got it off the ground as well, heading towards the top corner, but the wrong side of the posts. As it's bowled out then by goalkeeper Hugo Dijon. And straight into the feet of Englozis. As once again, it's Detre that's in the way of it. Defended well in this half. As Detre. Back forward it comes now, and good challenge in the end at the back from Siotis. Formed well so far in this half, and here comes Charleroi then, an opening. Quality's been lacking a little bit in this one so far at the start of this game. Haven't really seen it all too much in terms of an attack in front, compared to other matches, that is. As Detre comes forward now then. Plays the ball straight into the hands of Patsis, and both sides. Oh, yeah, good awareness there from the Detre brothers. And oh, it's wide of the post in the end from Zakharos. It was a good opportunity for him, and out of all the players on the pitch, you put your money on him scoring from that sort of range, but that's his shot wide, and it's a timeout now. Chance to take a breather and take some instructions on board.
Yeah, good opportunity there for Zakharos. Really good play to get onto the loose ball after the Charleroi defender had slid across the floor to block out that ball through the centre of the pitch. And Zakharos was really quick to get on that. It looks like Charleroi are also preparing a substitute that will be coming on after the timeout. A little bit of a scrappy game to start with, plenty of battles in the middle of the pitch. Yet to see too many opportunities with people getting in behind that defensive line and having a clear run at goal. But I think it'll come. There's going to be opportunities in the game, but it's definitely going to be a bit of a battle and a bit of a physical fight in the middle of the pitch as well as the game progresses, because there's lots of loose balls, lots of players that are trying to block things out.
Yeah, most certainly. Just under 10 minutes left of the first half in this one then. 0-0 between Fesel Eniki and Charleroi. Alongside Aaron Ford in the commentary box for the final game here at the Point 4 in round 3 of the European Blind Super League. 6 teams from across Europe, all competing. France, Germany, England, Belgium, Italy, Greece. Charleroi get us back underway then. Looking to carry the ball forward here. Over halfway, Zakharos puts them under pressure. It's spread out to this near side then. What can Charleroi do with it? It's bobbled out of play. As Patsis sends the ball long then, and Detre cuts it out. Loads of space to drive into. Maybe just needs a bit of communication to carry the ball forward here, because acres of space in to drive in. Here's Cavallotto, who was probably the star man for Charleroi in the first match, and twists away from his opposite number here. Cavallotto still got it in his bright green boots up against the side hoardings. That's a beautiful little flick. Can Charleroi take advantage of it? Here's Martin Gaitan, picks it up on this near side, the Charleroi number 8, and in the end wins a corner. Played it right off and Patsis. Number 9 and out for Charleroi corner just in front of us on this near side. And it's going to be Cavallotto and Martin Gaitan to take it. Here is Martin Gaitan, twisting and turning inside the area. Chance of a shooting opportunity here, and a crowd of red shirts in the way of it. And almost everyone on the pitch was all scrambling for the same ball then as that corner came in. Charleroi just seeing the lion's share of the ball at this moment in time, but can Fesel Eniki just ride over a wave of pressure here? 8.5 minutes left on the clock in the first half.
Good crossfield ball there for Fesel Eniki, but again, quick to get onto that ball and crowd out the player there, the Charleroi defenders. Crossfield ball forward to Cavallotto. Can he get around it to keep that ball in play?
Yeah, it's going to be close, and he does. Just shielding the ball away from that corner. Oh, but good feet from Cavallotto. Could potentially open up a shooting opportunity here. It does, and it's a good save in the end from Impatsis. Good work from Cavallotto, not only to get to the ball, but to arc his run in towards to take a shooting opportunity. And it's a good save in the end from the Fesel Eniki goalkeeper, who's performed well today, hasn't he? Pulled up some great stops in the Dortmund game and has done so just there as well.
Yeah, good save there. Obviously, it's resulted in a corner, but could have been a lot more damaging for the team. That was a great dribble and run from Cavallotto there. We've got Charleroi get the action underway again with a corner, well cut out by the Fesel Eniki number 17.
As forward they come then. Fesel Eniki on level with halfway, battling away for the ball. It's a big old challenge, but forward they come with Fimoglu. Over halfway, Fimoglu trying to battle away with Detre. Maxime Detre carries forward. He's stood firm in defence so far, but this time walks into trouble with Anglizos. And now forward comes Cavallotto. Oh, good footwork from Cavallotto there. He's been the man that's looked the most dangerous for either side so far. Played across for Martin Gaitan. Now with Cavallotto once more. Patient play this from Charleroi, who have grown into this game over the last few minutes. And Gaitan now, if he can just find the ball on the edge of the box, that would have been dangerous. Cut out by Fimoglu instead. Battle on this near side for the ball, and Martin Gaitan is the one that picks it up. As now they break away at the other end. It's a good opportunity this for Fesel Eniki, but once again bodies behind the ball for Charleroi. The two Detres are at the back, and it's Cavallotto in the end, the one that came away with it though, and he's still going with it from back to front. Cavallotto, good footwork, gets away from one, gets away from two. All the players around him. Oh, that's amazing footwork from Cavallotto. Still got the ball up against the boards on the far side, halfway inside the Fesel Eniki half. They just cannot get the ball off it. Has he got options? He does. Brilliant crossfield ball towards Martin Gaitan. It's going to be a race to the ball, and Gaitan picks it up. Charleroi are coming into this game more and more as the minutes wear on. Still 0-0. 6 minutes left on the clock in the first half. Crossfield once again finds Cavallotto. His sort of scuffed pass inside the area is cut out, and Fesel Eniki can try and break forward now with Anglazos.
Cavallotto currently involved in everything though, both in attack and defence, and I think at the moment looks like he could be the difference. Been some good link-up play as well with Gatan. I think Charleroi are currently looking to apply pressure here on the Thessaloniki side. With the ball now halfway line, Gatan passes across field to Cavallotto, who's dribbling along far side board, cuts back inside at 8 metres out.
Yeah, here he is once again. It's just, he's probably had about 50% of the ball for Charleroi in this match as Cavallotto, and now he has to put in defensive work after losing it to his opposite number, and does so. Up against the boards in his defensive half this time rather than attacking, and Fesel Eniki could pick up on a little bit of a mistake and mix up between Charleroi defenders here, and they don't. And Glazos looking to pick up the ball and pickpocket Cavallotto. Here's Gaitan. Slides it infield for Mikel Bertinchamps. Cavallotto once again. Fesel Eniki struggling to get hold of the ball at the moment. Cavallotto strikes and trickles into the hands of Patsis, who bowls the ball long, but once again straight in towards Detre. Chance here though for Fesel Eniki to break the scoring. Break the deadlock, I should say.
Just needed an extra step there, get onto that ball. He swung at it, but he was just short. But a really, really good direct throw there from the goalkeeper. Absorbed the pressure that Cavallotto's been piling on. Goalkeeper got the ball, direct throw straight through the middle of the pitch. And the Thessaloniki player picked it up nicely, almost an attempt on goal.
Yeah, it certainly was. Coming into the last 4 minutes of first half action, just a half to go after this. Today's action here at the Point 4, been treated to some fantastic football. Fantastic day in atmosphere down here too. As players and fans continue to watch on from the VIP and stand areas. Forward come Fesel Eniki then, level with the arced line on the left side of it, but it's Michel Bertinchamps that gets it away, looking for the ball down the line. He's asked quite a lot of Martin Gaitan here, who's going to call a timeout here.
Substitutions, Charleroi, yeah. Good, the right idea there with that ball there up to Gaitan, but just a little bit too much on it. Couldn't quite stop the ball going out for a goal kick. I think the substitution has probably prevented the Thessaloniki goalkeeper getting things underway quickly, as they did in the last time we had the ball. We've also got a double substitution for Thessaloniki as well, with that man Zakharos coming back on. I think if you remember Trent from the game earlier, he went off, he came back on, and he came on with a pretty much instant impact. So he's well rested on the bench. His team have been able to absorb the pressure, mainly from Cavallotto. Is Zakharos going to come on now and bring them something different? He starts off with the ball directly from the goalkeeper.
That's what we've sort of seen as the theme across today. Short, effective bursts when he comes on, aren't they? He doesn't stay on the pitch for the whole game or for, albeit too long a periods, but he comes on, offers some energy and causes a nuisance to defence, really. That's what they'll be hoping he can do this time. The Fesel Eniki top scorer in number 10, as he once again tries to harry away at the defence here. Bit of a mix-up between Charleroi, but nonetheless they hold possession of the ball. Here is their substitute racing through. Oh, it's a good run. Brilliant run in the end, but it just can't get control of the ball there. Daniel Caruso. And now we will see a timeout.
I wonder, Trent, whether we've seen Cavallotto do quite a lot and has been the danger man for the Charleroi team. And a lot of that has been done whilst that danger man Zakharos has been off on the bench getting a little bit of a rest. Is that gonna be the difference come the end of this game, where the two teams danger men, one of them has been rested, one of them has been heavily relied upon at the moment, not only from an offensive point of view but also ensuring that they take on their defensive responsibilities as well. Almost a bit of a one-man team at times in this first half.
Not long left of the first half. Who would you say has edged it? Of course, goalless at the moment. Who's been the better and more likely to score the first goal of the two sides, do you reckon?
I think it started off with Fesel Eniki that were probably the more likely. Zakaros had a really, really good chance at the far end, but actually following the substitution, I think Charleroi have had a lot more of the ball and have looked a little bit more dangerous moving forward. But both teams currently just lacking that little bit in the final third to really test the goalkeeper. And I think some of that it is a bit scrappy. Both teams are doing a good job to apply that defensive pressure, and it's just making sure they have that extra bit of time, foot on the ball, get that composure, and listen to the instruction from the guide and try and finish. But yeah, I think Charleroi are the best of the action at the moment, but unfortunately too much of it is being in the centre of the pitch.
As the ball was thrown along then by Impatsis, the Fesel Eniki goalkeeper, bounced off the leg of Mikael Bertinschomps and out for a Fesel Eniki corner, their first for a decent while. Good 7-8 minutes in play minutes, I should say, since their last corner. And it's Zakaros is over there with it. He's going to be the man that runs in with this, you surely imagine. 2.5 minutes on the clock and the rest left in the first half. Here is Zakaros looking to find his way into the area.
Another corner.
Yeah. It was the two number 10s battling away for it there. No, sorry, it was the number 11. It was the two substitutes battling away for it. Daniel Caruso for Charleroi and Zakaros for Fesel Eniki. And here we go again then. Zakaros trying to guide his way inside the area. Good chance for a shooting opportunity, and in the end, a fair bit wide. Bounces off the advertisement boardings on the far side and into the side netting. Led off for Charleroi as it's bowled out by the goalkeeper then. Nicely touched into control by Caruso on this near side for Charleroi. Will we see a goal before half-time? Both sides battling away for it. Charleroi have probably edged this one, but both sides have had their chances. Ultimately, though, only one real big stop made from either stopper, and that was Impatsis after around 5 or so minutes in this first half. Both sides can certainly go through the gears. We know they've got more to offer. And here it is, a big chance for Charleroi.
Great opportunity there for Carvalotto, and some fantastic build-up play as well. His first touch receiving the long crossfield pass was fantastic. He then backheeled the ball through the legs of two defending players and managed to navigate himself around them and get back onto the loose ball just in front of the goal. Unfortunately, dragged his shot wide.
That's Maxime Detre gets his body. Good shape to hold that off there. The defenders and attackers. And now the ball back out with Carvalotto again. We've said that a lot so far this half, haven't we? He's looked dangerous. Will he wear himself out? Looks as though he's got a real engine on him from the games that we've seen so far, as it's probably the two big players on either side battling away for the ball. Carvalotto for Charleroi and Zakaros for Fesel Eniki. Oh, that's a big hit. One of the bigger ones we've seen today. He's winded himself there, Zakaros. That looked a painful one. Oh, goes down in a heap. And that's not nice to see. Really slammed into the sideboardings there. And for the first time today, we're going to have to see a physio come onto the pitch. That looked a painful one there, right? And yeah, we heard it from up here.
Difficult one as well. I think Zakaros and Carvalotto had a bit of a battle there in the middle of the pitch, and Zakaros managed to steal the ball off him, and probably a little bit disorientated, didn't realise how close to the boards he was. So actually, as he stole the ball off Carvalotto, accelerated away with the ball, not realising that he's then gone directly into the boards. It is something, that happens occasionally. It looked like a nasty one. He's back up on his feet. He's walking with the coach, so whether they're going to make a change, it might have been that change was happening anyway. We know they like to put Zakaros on and off for shorter spells. But yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. Looks like he's going to be okay, but he is being substituted off. New player being introduced, and play will start with Charleroi getting the ball back just inside their own half, and you guessed it, Carvalotto is going to be the guy with the ball.
He is. He's been at the forefront of everything really, hasn't he, for this side today. Carvalotto then looking to charge in towards the area, but he's cut out by his opposite number, and we'll have to see a breaking play here as the eye shield is on the floor this time. For Fesel Eniki, it was Inglesos's. 44 seconds left on the clock then. Still goalless here at the end of this first half. It's lacked a bit of attacking quality, this one. Cavallotto has had his moments, but ultimately neither goalkeeper tested all too much. And this will be one that both sides would have looked at ahead of today and said, right, we need to get maybe 3 points on the board in that one. At the moment.
Another substitution there for Fesel Eniki just in that break of play with number 12 coming on, which is Stelios. We've got a Charleroi corner here.
Yeah, on the near side, it's going to be Caruso, Daniel Caruso, and Burton Shops that stand over it. Caruso is the man that takes it towards the middle, arced run towards the 8-metre spot. Cavallotto, Caruso, everybody's all sort of cramped up against the boards on the far side, trying to get control. Cavallotto holds off 2. 20 seconds left. Can we see one more shot? It's hooked out of play and out for a Charleroi corner. Yes. On the far side. Aaron, big chance here potentially for Charleroi. Maybe just need some instructions to say, look, you've not got long left. Let's have an effort towards goal.
Yeah, 17 seconds, but what an important time to get a goal if they could just before half time. Certainly puts them in a stronger position going in at half time. And we've got Cavallotto over on the ball.
Yeah, no one else you want more on it from a Charleroi perspective than Cavallotto, who's been the danger man. As the ball sent. Good clearance, that really.
Good defending. 7 seconds on the clock. Game being restarted by the Charleroi goalkeeper, but it's really nicely blocked out there in the middle of the pitch by Fesel Eniki number 12, who's got the ball at his feet.
And there you go. As you'll hear behind us, the horn sounding for half-time here between Fesel Eniki and Charleroi. There's been quality in moments, but compared to what we've seen in other matches, it's maybe lacked in periods as well. Just need a bit more attacking impetus from both sides. Only the one real chance testing either of these goalkeepers. It was Georgios and Patsis in the Fesel Eniki goal that was forced into a big save after around 5 or so minutes. But as we say, it's a mid-table battle that both teams need the 3 points at half-time. It is Fesel Eniki 0, Charleroi 0. We'll pass down for analysis of that one with Dave.
Welcome to the Barrels, where every visit is one to remember. The best staff putting passion into every drop. The best beer serving brews from Wye Valley and local distillers. The best live music, the perfect.
So half-time then in the final game of the day, round 3 of the European Blind Football League here from the RNC in Herford. 0 apiece then between our two sides. But joining me alongside former sighted player Danny Hill. Danny, your first time experiencing blind football though today?
Yes, it is. It's been brilliant. It really has. I mean, I'm actually shocked of the actual standard of the football. It's been really competitive and it's been really good, I must admit.
What are those main differences that you've seen between the game that you played and this discipline of football?
I mean, the thing is with football, it's what we all love, and what brings us all together is football. It doesn't matter whether you're partially sighted or you're sighted or you're blind. It's football, it's the game that we love, and this is what we all want to do. And the competitiveness, it doesn't matter what you are, as soon as you step onto the pitch, you want it to be competitive, and it's been really competitive, and I've really enjoyed it. It's been brilliant.
Oh yeah, these elite sides have really gone for it today. I mean, you saw it with RNC and Dortmund in the game previous, the intensity of all these sides that we've seen. Incredible.
It has been incredible, it really has. Like you say, I've been really not shocked. I shouldn't say shocked because I sound surprised, but it's really been so good. The standard, the competitiveness, and the quality is there for all. It's there to see. The quality is brilliant. It really is.
I think it is though, when you experience blind football, partially sighted football for the first time, you go in not really knowing what to expect in a way, and then you see it, and the athleticism is incredible. The mindset is another level.
For what them boys are doing out there, and the girls, for what they do out there is honestly, it is incredible. It's the dedication, the work that they must put in, like in training, in the day, just for 15 minutes, so 45 minutes. So for what they must do in the week, just for this, is honestly, it's incredible. It really is. It's been brilliant.
And it's one of those things that I suppose, as a sighted player yourself in the day, it was working through almost 5 things in your head at once. But here it's almost having to go through 20 things in your head at once.
Honestly, you couldn't imagine what they're going through when they're playing. You really can't. I mean, you go inside what the RNC have done. They've done a couple of bits inside today where you can actually get a chance to put the eye mask on. You put the eye mask on and then you try run, you try and control the football. It's just impossible. So for what they do with the close control, the dribbling, the shooting, the passing, everything that they're doing out there, with not being able to see, is honestly, it's incredible. It really is.
It must be so hard to almost describe how hard that is.
You can't. You imagine putting a blindfold over your eyes and trying to play football. It's impossible. It genuinely is impossible. And you come out here and you watch these matches, and you honestly, we're in awe. Honestly, it's brilliant. For what they're doing, it is brilliant.
I think something in blind football that I've noticed that's different from the sighted game is almost that ongoing tactical analysis. You see the callers from behind the goal, you see the goalkeepers, you see the coaches at the sideline and the pitch as well, all working together with the side to work on positioning, work on where to run to, where the ball is. There's so much going on at once.
I was really surprised with the RNC, the goalie, how much information he was getting out to the players, how much he was helping the players as a sighted goalie to help his team to try and get the win, because that's what we all want in football, is to try and get the win. Of course, we unfortunately somebody's got to lose in football, but it doesn't matter who you are. As soon as you play football, you want to win, and for the goalie to help his team get the win, which I was really surprised with, but honestly, it's been brilliant. It really has.
And you touched upon it earlier then as well, that today has been somewhat of a football festival as well. Loads going on for the local community to get involved with.
It has for the kids. Obviously, when I've got a couple of kids myself and I brought my kids up here with me, for them, they haven't been pestering me, so there's been plenty to do inside.
You're welcome.
They've wanted plenty of money, but I don't mind that. Like you say, for them to experience this as well, because my son actually plays football as well to a good standard. So for him to experience something totally different to what he's experiencing, is he was quite shocked as well at how good they actually are. But no, honestly, for what the RNC have done inside with to entertain the kids, it's been brilliant, and I'm sure, I've no doubt everybody's had a thoroughly enjoyable day.
So Danny, we've made you a fan of blind football.
100%. I'll be back.
Well, Danny Hill, thank you so much for joining us here
at
round 3 of the European Blind Football League. As we head towards that second half, I'm going to pass you back to Trent and Aaron.
Dave, thank you very much. All the analysis there with a new blind football fan too.
Well done, mate. Really good job.
No problem. And we gear up for second half action then. We're underway. Final 15 minutes of action here in round 3 of the Blind Super League. Oh, massive challenge going in there. Big sliding challenge on the 4G surface. I had to ask you, we're on match 6. I've not really had the chance to ask you yet. What do you make of 4G surfaces? I know they're a marmite sometimes. Some people love them, some people hate them. I guess in winter here in England, when we have awful conditions, it's good, it plays its part.
Yeah, for us at the college, it's been a fantastic addition. We've always had an all-weather pitch out here, but the 4G pitch takes a little bit of maintaining, and it was a little bit expensive to install. But for us, it allows us to deliver lessons all year round. The guys are out there in whatever weather, and it's consistent, and it's something that replicates quite a lot of the surfaces that is being implemented across other countries. So it's important for us to ensure the players can access a pitch here that they're likely going to experience when travelling abroad or competing in another country. So they're good, and I think it's important. Practice makes perfect, and we want to play, and we don't want to constantly be ending sessions because we can't play on a surface. So for us, this is fantastic.
What does that maintenance include? Because for people that maybe don't watch as much football, a lot of short 7-a-side, 9-a-side matches and non-league clubs as well have of course installed 4G and pitches. What does the maintenance include?
So there's a huge amount of rubber crumb on the pitch, which obviously allows you to have the sort of absorption and the sort of spongy feel to it. So we have a maintenance team at the college who maintain the whole grounds, and they do a fantastic job here to ensure that the facility looks as good as it does. But yeah, weekly we have some of our maintenance teams who will go out and brush the pitch, and they'll make sure that it's all levelled off and sort of almost over it on a ride-on lawnmower. And it's just making sure that it's even, that you haven't got the rubber crumb bunching up in particular places, and that you're going to get a nice even roll of the ball all across the pitch. And part of that maintenance also is around replacing the boards and getting, sometimes they get moved, they get bumped into, so we have some weekly maintenance of our pitch, brushing it, making sure it's all good, and also ensuring that the boards are all in the right place, the goals are inspected, just so that the environment and the equipment and facilities that the students can use within their lessons is top class. And then also the pitch gets rented out outside of academic timetables and lessons for members of the public who come and use it. The Football Foundation, we've got a load of external groups that come in and use that, whether it's the younger school kids coaching, whether it's some adult groups, just people turning up to play and have a kick around as a group of friends, or even some of our older members of the local public who play walking football through the FA. So it's really well utilised and a great pitch for us and for the organisation.
I'd love to go out there and have a go on the surface. Whenever I'm watching football, it makes me want to play so much. And after watching 6 brilliant matches here and just talking about the surface, I really want to lace up my boots and get down there myself. But still got another 12.5 minutes left of action here. Maybe the best chance of the half so far, coming from that effort just a moment ago. No goalkeeper tested, but Daniel Caruso with a nice little angled run. Couldn't really get a flush connection on it though in the end, and I'm just going to have a substitution here from Fesel Eniki. It's going to be
Zakaros is coming back on, so it's 1-0 him against the boards. He's fine, and he's coming back on. So although it did look like a nasty one, he's good and he's back on. So can he come on well rested and make a difference like he did in the first game earlier today?
Yeah, something he didn't like about Ross and Y over there. He slammed into the side buttons, didn't he? As we head away here for Fesel Eniki. Chance for the Greek side, but once again it's Maxime Detre that does very well in defence for Charleroi. He's stood firm to all the pressure so far that's been thrown at him in this one. As Caruso, he's looked lively since coming on. Didn't start the game for Charleroi, but has caught himself in a little bit of trouble here. Can Zakaros get the connection of it? No, and in the end, swipes at the leg of... Ooh, Zakaros just holds his hands up there. Took a swipe and right to the back of the leg of Detre. Still the ball away for Fesel Eniki. Zakaros just searching around for the ball with Caruso. Uses his body to shield them away. Zakaros trying to bundle his way through on this near side. Chance here for the Fesel Eniki number 10. Both of the Detres are on his back. Back to goal. No other player. They just needs a bit of support in the attacking third here, but Zakaros is going to go alone. Chance to shoot. Good save. Probably the best opening in the game, really, for Fesel Eniki. They've been forced into a save at one end, but that was the best opportunity for them. Hugo Dijon with a good save with both legs. And Zakaros didn't want to give up, but you just wanted to see a bit more support there, didn't you? He was having to go alone. He had his back to the goal and no options in the middle.
Yeah, a little bit isolated. Both teams, when they do get into that attacking position, they're going up as individuals rather than going up in sort of numbers or as a team. So quite a lot of responsibility on that individual, and as we've seen in some of the games earlier, there's a bit of individual brilliance that gets it over the line and sees that goal scored. But so far in this game, we haven't seen that
But goalkeeper tested, it's a chance, and we've seen earlier today that Zakros knows where the back of the net is, so it's not over just yet. Ball played across field now, it's loose. We've got Caruso and chasing down Zakros now, he's through on goal.
Oh, yeah, it looked lively since he's come back on. The wind definitely wasn't taking it fully out of his sails, because as we shape up for another 2 substitutions then for Charleroi this time. Going to shuffle the pack up, take off half of their outfield and freshen things up into the final 10 minutes of things here. And of course, if something really dramatically changes in this final 10 minutes, I'll re-ask you at the end of the game. But we've seen 6 matches of football, we've seen some good performances. I'm going to put you on the spot and ask for your player of the day.
Player of the day. Okay, I am on the spot now. I think player of the day. Am I allowed to? Is it unfair of me to choose an RNC player? I think it is. I think for me,
of course it's not. They've won 2 out of 2 games.
They
They've
have
scored
won
11
2 out of
goals.
2. For me, and I'm in a privileged position where I get to watch the RNC guys play a lot, and I know exactly what they bring. For me, I really enjoyed watching the Bondi game earlier. I think they've been a really, really strong team today, and it was is it Diakite? Number 11 for Bondi. For me, I think he's done a good job. Either him or Akurzi, Akurzi. I think they've both played really well, and Bondi have put in some great performances as well. And I'm already excited and fortunate enough to be going over to Paris with the RNC team to watch and be involved in the 5th round. So I'll get a front row view of watching RNC versus Bondi, and I think it's going to be a great game, and who knows, it could even be the decider for the league.
For people who want to know more about the Blind Super League, where can they find information? Where can they know about the next rounds?
So there will be some information posted on our RNC website. I'm sure there'll be a review of this home fixture that we've hosted, and there will be some information on there. We also have so the RNC website is www.rnc.ac.uk, and then there's a whole sports page and sports academy section. What we will also have, I'm sure, is some of the information. I'm just pausing a little bit there.
Yeah,
Zakros is entering towards the goal. We will have some information shared and posted in the build-up to those events on our social media platforms as well. So RNC Herford, the organisation, the college, has social media platforms that they use: Facebook, Instagram. They use X quite a lot as well. And then we also have the RNC Sports Academy account, which is on X. So that's at RNC_sport, and that's where we also promote a lot of what we're doing. So schedules, fixture list, the team, who's been selected, that sort of information will be shared there.
Perfect. There we go. And if you like what you've seen today, like what you've heard, then do keep following, because there's some brilliant quality on display. And if you're local to Hereford, then RNC is storming away at the moment at the top of the division, so a local side doing so well and do so much great work here at the college as well. So it's paying dividends on the pitch, all the work that goes on behind the scenes to not only put on an event like today, but instruct these players and do all the work that they do. As Charleroi, the reigning champions, hope to be getting 3 points here, because of course earlier they started the day a point behind Bondi. At the moment, oh, it's a brilliant goal out of nothing from long range. Caruso with the strike, and what a finish it was. It's a contender for goal of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, struck it really, really well. Was it Caruso? I think it might have been.
Burton Chomps.
Or
let's have a look.
Gaitan.
Oh no, it was Caruso.
Caruso, yeah, really good hit.
It's a brilliant hit. He gets the ball out of his feet very quickly, and that's a striker's finish. He shifts it away. It goes across goal. Keeper probably didn't expect the shot to come from there, and that quickly as well. The precision, the accuracy was brilliant from Caruso. As we just watch over this one again, here it is, just shifts it out of his feet from range, and keeper will maybe feel he could have done better with that one, but I don't think he expected it. We didn't expect it, and Charleroi have the lead here.
Yeah, certainly caught us and the goalkeeper off guard. I think watching it back on the replay, it was a good hit and a little bit unexpected. But yeah, 9 metres out, across the goalkeeper. I think the goalkeeper will be a little bit disappointed.
Chance for Charleroi second here, and looking for. Sorry to cut you off, Aaron, but that was a brilliant little move once again from the Belgian side as they raced through on goal. It was Martin Gaitan this time who came close but couldn't double Charleroi lead, and they've kicked into gear a little bit now, haven't they?
It's almost that goal's given them a bit of confidence, and yeah, hopefully they can kick on, or it's going to kickstart Thessaloniki as well into pushing forward a little bit and making this game a little bit more exciting as well.
Yeah, you'd like to think that Fesel Eniki will look at it now as a sense that let's just go for it. We've got nothing to lose. We're losing this game. There's 7.5 minutes to go. We've had to travel a long distance to get here. Let's go all ends up and try and fire away. Try and feed Zakaros. Try and feed them other attacking players that are in and around the area. Siotis. They're the two that are out for this corner at the moment, but crowd of white shirts in and around them. 7.5 minutes to try and find an equaliser or winner for Fesel Eniki, or can Charleroi strengthen their lead and their position of third place in the table? It'd put them a considerable amount above that bottom half, wouldn't it? Because when you look at the table after today's play, Hereford will have 18 points. Bondi Sessifut 14. Charleroi, with this result, would put them on 10. And then, of course, Fesel Eniki would be down there with 5 points. So, starting to bridge a bit of a gap between teams at the bottom.
Yeah, I think Charleroi, knew coming into this round that they need to get some points on the board to give themselves a chance of keeping pace with those teams like RNC at the top of the league. But yeah, based on what we've seen today, I think it's going to be unlikely that there's a lot to play yet. There's still 2 rounds. We have one in April and one in June. But for me, I think what we've witnessed today is RNC and Bondi are the 2 teams who've got enough in terms of firepower and have probably been the difference. So that's been the case all season for those guys, particularly RNC, who haven't lost or conceded a goal yet. If they continue to do that in the next round, it will create a really, really nice final fixture between those 2 teams to play it out and see who can be crowned the champ for the European Blind Football League for this season.
Yeah, Herford, RNC will hope that it's not a similar story to what it was last year against the side who are on the pitch at the moment in Charleroi. They came so close, didn't they? But
yeah, and it shows as well, I think, the development this season. It's fantastic that we've got more club teams involved in this league. So with the addition of Bondi and then Thessaloniki, and it shows, that Charleroi are a team that pipped RNC. Oh, I'm just going to pause a second. We've got Charleroi on the attack.
Good chance this is. Oh, what a goal that is. Fantastic control. That was a brilliant goal from Antonio Jesus, Martin Gaitan. There's so many names there to mention, but what a finish that was. He picked the ball up on the wide area in a dangerous position, and look at the close control here. Did so well to keep the ball at his feet, struck it low, struck it hard, and struck Charleroi into a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, back across the goalkeeper, committed him down, and went back across the goalkeeper, already committed. But yeah, as I was saying there, two good goals here for Charleroi, and it probably looks like they're going to manage to hold on to this one, although there is 6 minutes 21 left on the clock. But I think, from a development point of view, and just like people have spoken today around this event getting bigger and being better and hopefully developing further than last year, the stand, the football festival that we've introduced, it's not just us as organisers that are trying to improve what we do, but the structure of the league, the number of teams involved in the league is all improving, and some of these teams have been great additions as well. So hopefully the league continues to go from strength for strength, and hopefully it just shows the hard work and the commitment that the coaching staff and the RNC players have put in to narrowly miss out last year to Charleroi, but actually to see what's happened and the progression over the past 12 months for them as a team to be doing what they are so far this season, because their performances have been fantastic, and hopefully they can continue to do that for the remainder of the season.
Is there scope for there to be further teams added to this league? Of course, 6 teams at the moment, that's what the format has been. is there scope to potentially add a couple more and make it an 8-team league? Or?
I think what we're doing is only going to support that. You know, what we're doing and the way this is being promoted, the coverage, the teams, the effort that people are putting in, the finance and resource that's being put into it. Surely, you know, there will be other club teams who are looking at this saying, how do I get in? And I think, you know, wouldn't it be fantastic in a few years' time to not just have, say, 8 teams, but similarly to what we would do. So if we use the European Blind League, which is our national teams, you don't just have an A division, but you have a B division as well, because there's that many teams. So, you know, that would be a fantastic long-term aim, to say that you've got the European Blind Football League for clubs, but actually it's so well attended that you've also got a European A division, a European B division, you know, who knows, maybe even introducing things like promotion and relegation at the end of each season. It makes it so competitive, and this is the start of something. This is only the second year, so it's pretty new. And it's ever evolving, but I think with the right people behind it, and certainly from an RNC perspective, this is something that we want to continue to be involved in for a number of years to come.
And of course, instead of having so many teams in one division and having to fly out to so many different locations and sort the dates out in an 8-team and a 10-team league, it would be good in the point you mentioned there, and maybe having 2 leagues of 6, 2 leagues of 8, so to speak, if that can happen. And you know, that promotion and relegation aspect adds so much, doesn't it? Because for the teams that are down at the bottom, the likes of Dortmund and Roma, every point matters then to stay in the A division or climb up to the B division. That would be an exciting prospect, and hopefully something we can see in an ever-growing game.
Yeah, they have it in other sports. There's another Paralympic sport, goalball, who have a European Super European Goalball League, and they have 2 divisions within that, and some of that is based around travel, or some of it may be based around performance to have competitive games. But at the start of the season, it may well be that you play against teams where we can guarantee court time and maximise your court time and playing time, but reduce a little bit of your sort of travel time, and then potentially
corner coming up here. For Charleroi. In the far side, 4 minutes. Sorry, Trent. Potentially, you know, you can play the teams close to you. You can guarantee that court time. You can play those with reduced travel. But then, actually, the top 2 teams, for example, within those groups, may play off in a Super League competition at the end of the year. There's so many things that can be done with it. And ultimately, what we're going to do is allow these guys to play. So, watch this space and let's see where it goes. And hopefully, RNC will be involved in that journey as well, working in partnership with the FA. It's great for the players, it's great for their development, great for the experiences, and hopefully we can do much more of it. Yeah, so much potential in this game, and so much quality too. If this is your first time tuning into blind football coverage, I hope you enjoy what you've seen, I hope you've enjoyed what you've heard from the players on display today across 6 different countries in Europe. Clubs, colleges, organisations. A great day of football here at the Point 4-2. Lots of goals, lots of fantastic dribbles, lots of fantastic blocks, and all sorts of football, all in the love of the game. We all love football. And this just goes to show some of the quality. And Cavallotto comes back on then. This is a good time to introduce a player like this to the game, already 2-0 up, and bringing on an asset like Cavallotto, who's performed well today across the 2 games. And here he is already making an instant impact. There's a good effort that across goal, but Bob was wide.
Yeah, trying to replicate the goal that scored earlier, similar position, shooting across the goalkeeper, unfortunately just wide. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Charleroi 2, Thessaloniki 0. Can they hold on to this lead? Thessaloniki currently with the ball. In the final third, trying to mount an attack. Close control there.
Very good close control. Twisting onto his left, onto his right. Still holding the ball. He's spinning Detre around in knots, and not very too happy with it there, the Charleroi defender. Spinning around in circles. Everyone trying to get a foothold of the ball. It's on the edge of the box, and it's Charleroi that discover it first. Would have been dangerous if Fesel Eniki found it first, and they needed to there with just over 2.5 minutes left. If there's going to be a chance of a comeback, they need a goal soon. And Detre maybe just losing his temper a little bit. There's been a couple of times when he's flailed his arms up in the air over the last 30 seconds or so.
I think using the boards, holding onto the board for too long as well. The referee gave him an opportunity and asked him to do something with it, but yeah, continued to just use the board to hold the ball up. So the referee counted the 3 seconds and has now given a free kick to Charleroi.
Charleroi with a good free kick as well. It was looped up in the air from one side to the other, and it's Cavallotto that picked it up as the ball's on halfway now then. What can Fesel Eniki do? They need one very shortly. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. Cavallotto shielding the ball, holding up against the boards. Needs to make sure he doesn't do it for all too long. It's got a little bit scrappy over the last minute or so here. Final game at the point 4. Bundled to the floor there, Cavallotto, but once again Charleroi pick it up. Not the time of the game that Fesel Eniki need to struggle for possession, and that's exactly what's going on. This is exactly what Charleroi can do here. It's taking very little energy for them to just see this game out and put another 3 vital points on the board.
Yeah, it's surprising as well, you know, just over 1 minute and 30 left on the clock, and Fesel Eniki are still quite deep. You know, they've got 3 players constantly sat back. They're only progressing forward with that one individual player, and it's just playing into the Charleroi hands really, and allowing them to just block that player out and win back possession. Just been awarded a free kick there. Accidental trip, went for the ball, but Charleroi player Cavallotto has been tripped just inside the Thessaloniki half. So another opportunity, one, to attack, but also to try and count that clock down a little bit and get themselves one step closer to that win. 1 minute 15 on the clock.
Yep, just over 75 seconds left to play then here at the point 4. Charleroi on course for another 3 points in the Blind Football Super League. They take their tally up to 10 points into double figures, 4 points behind Bondi, the team they lost to earlier today. 8 points behind Herford, who are flying with 29 goals scored and 0 conceded, 6 from 6. And so great to see such a good turnout. Loads of people here for Hereford earlier on. Good atmosphere during their matches on a Saturday. Happy Easter to everybody listening in today. Just over 32 seconds left on the clock. And Aaron, it's that sort of time of the game as it hit the final knock-ins. Your player of the match?
Yeah, so I think somebody who's been really, really involved in the game for Charleroi is Francesco Cavallotto, but it's not him. I'm going to go for Daniel Faria Caroso, just to I think highlight, you know, he's been involved in the game, but he's shown and demonstrated that bit of quality when it was needed. He was the person who was able to you know, break through and get the goal to create a little bit of breathing space for Charleroi. And yeah, just he's been an important player for the Charleroi team today, both from a defensive and offensive point of view. And yeah, quality in the final third. So for me, Carosa, number 11 for Charleroi, as player of the match.
I'm glad you said that, because I actually agree. I think he was here, there and everywhere in that game. And as you may have just heard behind me, that is the full-time goal horn and the end of the 6 matches that we've had here today at the point 4. And boy, have we been treated to some good clashes between these sides. It's Hereford that strengthened their lead at the top, but been plenty of goals today, and I said great football on display. But in that final game there, it was Charleroi that strengthened their position of 3rd place in the European Super League. Fesel Eniki, not their best of performances. They scored just the 1 goal today in a 1-1 draw with Dortmund. Had a couple of chances through Zakharos and Siotis too in that one. Let's have a glance over the highlights, shall we, between these two sides. There's that man Zakharos then. He's the point of attack really between these two sides. And Cavallotto, we mentioned him a lot during that game, flashing a shot wide inside the opening minutes. And yeah, Zakharos today really has been the man that's caused trouble for the sides. But this is the goal that broke the deadlock. What a strike from your man of the match there, Aaron, in Caroso. And,
our man of the match, Trent.
Our man of the match, yeah. Our man of the match. I did agree with you. And there's the second then. A brilliant second goal there from have to mention him as well across both games. He didn't start both of them, but Martin Gaitan as well, the number 8, of course, scored that second goal, and he looks so good in these ones. So we can head back down pitch side for some coverage and analysis with Dave on this one. A brilliant end to proceedings. 2-0 to Charleroi here at the point 4.
Yes, Trent and Aaron, an absolutely incredible game to end the day on between these two sides. Of course, Charleroi, such an experienced side against a team that are new to the European Blind Football League, but not new to the European stage at all. What a brilliant way to end the day. I mean, you guys, you saw every little bit of the action. It was a tightly contested one. Certainly both sides looking to find those gaps, but Charleroi breaking through in the end.
Yeah, so certainly, David. It was a good game, that one, wasn't it? In the first half, sort of had the hallmarks of a bit of a slow start. Both sides looking to sort of snuff each other out a little bit. But in the second half, certainly up the quality. We needed that first goal, didn't we? And it was that moment of magic from our man of the match in that one there in the end from Caruso. But overall, Dave, I'm sure you'll echo our thoughts in the fact that it was just a great day of football, a great advert for blind football as well, because we saw some brilliant dribbles and some fantastic finishes as well. And of course, it's always good when the home side slamming so many goals in front of some fans that might not have watched the sport before as well.
Well, you know what? It was two very different games for Hereford in this one as well, wasn't it? Of course, you had that barnstorming performance in the morning session, and then a kind of tactical, analytical display in the afternoon session as well for RNC. But overall, as you said, such a footballing festival. The community out in force today supporting blind football. Some of those maybe not experiencing blind football ever before. This is their first time here in Hereford, and I'm sure we've converted some new fans to the sport here today.
Yeah, I think we certainly have, and me and Aaron mentioned on commentary about how the fact that it was two different games, wasn't it, Aaron? In that first game, Roma have sort of had their backs against the wall within this tournament so far, and in the second, it was a tooth-and-nail performance really from Hereford. They needed to dig deep, and that will please fans more. But from your perspective, getting more people through the doors, as we mentioned, and getting people into the sport and watching on.
Yeah, it's been huge, and I think, from a promotional point of view and demonstrating the work that we do here at the Royal National College for the Blind, both for those people nationally with a visual impairment, but also locally, and understanding what happens here and under people's noses, has been fantastic. And as you say, for the RNC Hereford team today, two very different performances and two really, really good learning opportunities. The Roma game was a great opportunity to play, to gain confidence, a great opportunity to play some of the younger players and get them good experience and minutes in something like an international fixture. And then, as Azim said, put really well in his post-match interview, the Dortmund game was an opportunity to play against a very experienced team and a very disciplined team, but they had to stay patient and they had to dig in deep, and those are the games that they'll learn a huge amount from and hopefully take forward in this league.
Yeah, most certainly. And of course, a final game. We was hoping that the final game of 6 wasn't going to bring us a 0-0, because as much as these games are closely contested, we don't want to see 0-0s. We want to see big scoring matches. And in the end, Charleroi, the reigning champions, saw it out with a 2-0 victory.
Welcome to the Barrels, where every visit is one to remember. The best staff putting passion into every drop. The best beer serving brews from Wye Valley and other local distillers. The best live music, the perfect...
So not quite done here at the European Blind Football League round 3 from Hereford. All the footballing action finished on the pitch, but still some more guests along the way to help us summarise the day. Firstly, please welcome Jenny Roberts from Herefordshire FA, and what a day it's been.
It's been a fantastic day, to be sure. I mean, the weather has helped, considering the amount of rain that we've had for the past week. To actually have a glorious day here, for the festival to actually go ahead is amazing in itself. But the football, I mean, it's just beyond, isn't it? I mean, there aren't words to describe how amazing that is. And if anybody has never seen this before, they really need to get here to have a look at it. And I was just thinking that maybe some of our sighted players could take some advice and learn some things of communication on a pitch, because that is so vital for the games to go ahead and for everybody to understand what's going on. And it's just amazing. Just amazing.
And of course, in all the work that you do in terms of inclusion and kind of disability sport as well, it's great to see such world-class athletes come to Hereford and get involved within the community as well.
100%. I mean, to actually have this here in Hereford and not actually get in a car and have to travel 2, 3, 4 hours to go and see something like this is wondrous in itself. To be actually host it with such an amazing venue as well, and the amount of work that's done here at the college as well for those who are partially sighted or not sighted at all is just amazing. Just the setup's just wonderful, really.
And of course, this is just the beginning. Where do we go from here?
Well, inclusion covers a multitude of everything. Within the HFA, I'm part of the Inclusion Advisory Group, and what that is to actually help as many people as possible get into football so that there's sport for all. So it doesn't matter what your disability, what your challenges are, what your age is, sex or anything like that, whatever is an ism that is in vogue at the moment, they're completely eliminated, and we're all on a level playing field, and we all have the opportunity. It doesn't matter what your skill level is, you can actually either play league football or you can play recreational football. But it's more about actually getting people together for well-being, health well-being, mind well-being, everything that actually says we are a community, and we start to actually communicate with each other on a different level, so it reduces the isolation and gets people outside of four walls, gets them some fresh air, gets them some exercise, gets meeting new people. I mean, what's not to like about any of that, you know?
So, Joni, before we welcome in our final guest today, some final thoughts from you, because you must be so proud as part of the FA to be behind this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the more that we can do this, the more that people can get involved in it, the more that people can come and volunteer and understand about it, or they want to actually play, or if you have any disability of any description at all, or anything going on in your life and you think, I'd like to go and kick a ball, get in touch with the HFA and we will find somewhere where you can go and do that.
Well, Joni, thank you so much. Let's have a look at that final league table then, as it stands after round 3 of the European Blind Football League from here in Hereford. And what a performance from RNC. 18 points, 28 goals and none against Dortmund in 5th, Roma in 6th as well. Of course, Bondi, that's the team that are just behind RNC. Chandler as well, and Fesel Eniki as well, mid-table there. I'm joined finally as the final guest of the day, England manager and RNC manager Adam Bendel. Adam, what a day it's been.
Yeah, I mean, the football's been fantastic. There's been some really good games. We've got 2 really good results, really positive results. So yeah, great day all around.
And it was almost 2 very different games as well, because we saw the attacking prowess that we know Hereford can do in the first game against Roma, against a team in Roma that is somewhat in a transitional period at the moment. Yeah. But then the game against Dortmund, completely different from the last time you played them.
100%. And I think I heard Azim say it in his interview with you. The Dortmund games, they're the games that you want to turn up and play against. That's a strong team. To get that type of result is fantastic. And we've got a lot of young players out there today. I know Roy's getting on a little bit, but for those guys to have the exposure of that stand, that full pack stand, hearing that noise, being able to perform under that pressure is amazing. So yeah, it couldn't have gone any better. And I mean, even the Roma game, I think we played them 3-4 weeks ago. We only managed to beat them 6-0, but it was a tougher game, and we've stepped up again. So, and that's all I keep asking the lads to do. Every time they rock up, can they just keep getting better and find those little gains? And we've been doing that. So yeah, really pleased.
And as a team, what did that elation feel like where you heard that capacity crowd rise to their feet when that second goal went in against Dortmund?
Yeah, to be fair, I even celebrated it. I don't normally celebrate the goals. I can only liken it to 2015 when we had the European Championships here, and we played Germany, Turkey, and we had those type of crowds. I think it was 1,000 people packed around this football pitch, and it felt like that, and that's huge. And like I said, our players, our young players, are only going to gain from that experience. So yes, it's so good.
So next on the calendar, Belgium is the next stop for RNC.
Yep.
What are the games there? Talk us through it. How are you approaching that?
We play Charleroi and then we play Bondi. So yeah, like you saw, Bondi a second. 2 tough games. I mean, like Chandler won this last season. They're going to be really tough to beat. Both games. So if we can go there, get 2 positive results, and see where that takes us. But I mean, like, what we're finding now, and especially Dortmund did it to us today, they're kind of starting to find us out. So we've just got to find something different tactically to kind of change that and get some, like I said, positive results. That's all we're looking for, and that's all I'm saying to the lads is that don't worry about the league table. That will take care of itself. All I want to see is just you getting better every game, more positive performances, and we'll see where that takes us.
I mean, you've certainly had some positive performances already. Still no goals scored against you. That's got to be something.
That's pleasing, and that's what I'm asking the lads. So with the England team, I'm asking the lads to be ruthless, and that starts here. That starts in training, making sure that every time you step on the pitch, you want to be a winner. Because that's a habit. Winning becomes a habit, and so we're doing that now. We're being ruthless. I'm asking the lads to be ruthless in front of goal, and they're doing that. And we're being ruthless in our defensive work as well. So, like you saw Kieran today, like not really getting involved in the attacking play, but when he's called upon, he can step in, and he's proud to keep a clean sheet. So, and Owen Locke, I mean, that's only Owen's 5th ever blind football game in terms of European opposition, and like. He's just he's really adapting well to the game, so yeah, it's really pleasing.
Well, Adam, thank you so much for joining
thank
us,
you again.
The final
Cheers.
guest of the day, and that is it from us here in Hereford, the RNC round 3 of the European Blind Football League. A big thank you to all the sponsors that supported us here throughout the day at this footballing festival and on the live stream as well. CJP Broadcasting helping bring the live stream to you alongside all of our volunteers and other coaches, teachers, principals, directors we've had on the stream as well. Everyone who's part of the RNC. It's been an incredible day of blind football action. We'll see you in 2025 as we pass things over to Belgium for round 4 of the European Blind Super League.